When young Tom finds himself ensnared in a quagmire, he encounters a rather malicious young master. Should he grasp the hand of the young master and plunge into an even darker abyss, or succumb to the endless void himself? In essence, this is a tale of a rabid dog bound by iron chains. Lord, I warned you that Abraxas was insufferably wicked, yet you all refused to believe me. A.M. Young Tom, my splendid creation. Tom Riddle x Abraxas Malfoy. In that purest year of love, both were driven to the point of heartache by one another, mistaking it for the flutter of infatuation. Chapter 1. Interest. The Hogwarts Express exhaled white steam, resembling a colossal metallic serpent, as it gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. In the Scottish Highlands of September, the air had already taken on a crisp chill, yet the platform buzzed with fervor. The cacophony of owls hooting, cats mewing, toads occasionally croaking, and the jubilant chatter of reunited students intertwined, brimming with vitality. Abraxas Malfoy was not jostling among the throngs of people. He had already glimpsed, through the impeccably polished window, the night steed carriage awaiting outside the platform. He leisurely adjusted the cuffs of his brand-new, dark green robe embroidered with intricate silver patterns, ensuring that the newly acquired silver badge, symbolizing his position as the second-year head of Slytherin, a coiled serpent with tiny emerald eyes, was prominently affixed to the most visible part of his chest. It appears our esteemed head has been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase his new status to the entire school. A somewhat languid voice remarked nearby. Theo Knott, also a second-year boy with light brown hair and hazel eyes, leaned casually against the compartment doorframe, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The Knott family, equally ancient and affluent in pure blood lineage, preferred a more discreet observance compared to the ostentation of the Malfoys. Abraxas did not even lift his eyelids, continuing to admire the embroidery on his cuffs. A proper display is indeed necessary, Theo. It helps avert a multitude of unnecessary complications, such as ensuring certain individuals recognize their rightful place. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable air of superiority, such as those exuberant griff-finders, forever seeking to challenge the status quo. Theo raised an eyebrow. Such as everyone, Abraxas finally rose, grasping his exquisite leather suitcase of classic design. Let us proceed. I trust the house elf has delivered my luggage to the cellar. The air here, he wrinkled his nose slightly, is rife with various unstable elements. As the carriage they occupied passed through the grand iron gates of Hogwarts, the castle revealed its majestic and enigmatic silhouette beneath the cloak of night, and a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Abraxas's gray-blue eyes. Power, order, tradition, this is the essence of Hogwarts, or rather, the true nature of Slytherin. As the second-year head, he felt it was his duty to uphold such elegance. The start-of-term feast was as lavish and boisterous as ever. The long tables of the four houses were adorned with gleaming golden platters and goblets, the aroma of delectable food wafting throughout the hall. Abraxas strode directly towards the esteemed position at the Slytherin table, closest to the staff table, typically occupied by upperclassmen, an area that had naturally been reserved for him, the newly appointed head, and a few of his inner circle. He seated himself gracefully, immediately receiving a courteous offering of pumpkin juice from his peers. He did not hasten to indulge in his meal. Rather, his gaze resembled that of a hawk surveying its territory, slowly scanning the length of the table. The newcomers were huddled at the far end, their faces adorned with expressions of curiosity, anxiety, or a feigned composure. His gaze lingered briefly upon them, imbued with a sense of appraisal. Each year, fresh blood is introduced, yet only a scant few manage to integrate into the core of Slytherin. Another batch of little trolls in need of guidance, he murmured to Theo beside him, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Theo leisurely sliced a piece of roast beef, remarking, "There are always one or two exceptional ones. Isn't Professor Slughorn particularly fond of discovering hidden talents?" At the mention of Slughorn, a subtle smile graced Abraxas's lips. The suave potions professor, who also served as the head of his house, was ever eager to cultivate his slug club. He sought to recruit all students he deemed promising or well-connected. As the heir of the Malfoy family and the newly appointed second-year prefect, Abraxas naturally held a place of prominence in the club, even possessing a degree of influence. Just then, the grand hall doors swung open once more, and the last group of newcomers entered under Professor McGonagall's guidance. They stood awkwardly at the front of the hall, poised for the sorting ceremony. Abraxas watched with a sense of disinterest until a name was pronounced clearly by Professor McGonagall: Tom Riddle. A boy with dark hair and black eyes stepped forward in response. He donned a clearly ill-fitting second-hand robe, his frame slender, yet his back straight as an arrow. Unlike the anxious or excited newcomers surrounding him, his face bore no expression, and his deep-set eyes resembled two ancient wells, calm to the point of indifference. He ascended the platform with steady steps, showing not a hint of hesitation. "Interesting," Theo quietly commented nearby. "Doesn't seem like an 11-year-old. Abraxas offered no reply, yet his attention was indeed captured. The boy exuded a peculiar aura, one of aloofness that was at odds with his surroundings, and a certain unrefined sharpness. The sorting hat had scarcely brushed his hair before it called out sharply, "Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted with the customary, reserved applause. Tom Riddle descended the platform calmly, making his way to the far end of the table where he took a seat at an empty spot. He scanned his surroundings not at all, simply gazing quietly at the empty plate before him, as though the surrounding clamor were of no concern to him. Abraxas observed him, his fingers gently tapping against the wall of his goblet. A boy hailing from a Muggle orphanage, yet finding himself in Slytherin, and possessing such a distinct demeanor. Indeed, quite intriguing. Abraxas finally spoke, his voice soft as if in soliloquy. "Perhaps this academic year will not be so dull after all." Chapter 2. The Protectorate. The Slytherin common room is perpetually suffused with a profound, emerald glow emanating from the depths of the Black Lake. Flickering shadows dance through the heavy glass windows, casting an unreal haze over the jagged stone walls and the serpent-totemed furnishings. On the first night of the new academic year, the air is thick with damp chill, the weight of ancient magical dust, and an unspoken, aristocratic whisper that belongs to the pure blood lineage. Abraxas Malfoy reclines in one of the most expansive and comfortable emerald velvet armchairs by the fireplace, his long legs crossed, his fingertips idly toying with a glass of untouched grape juice. The flames leap upon his platinum hair, reflecting a cold sheen that almost melds with the surrounding ambience. He appears less a student and more a young lord receiving reports in the drawing room of his estate. Indeed, the Slytherins around him, whether standing or seated, be they classmates or slightly awkward first years, cast glances toward him, laden with awe, envy, or cautious deference. Before him lies a scroll of parchment, inscribed with the names of this year's first years who require special attention. His gaze lazily scans the familiar and unfamiliar surnames, ultimately lingering on an incongruous name, Tom Riddle. A name devoid of significance, akin to pebbles underfoot in a riverbed. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curves at the corners of Abraxas's lips, tinged with amusement and scrutiny. He has heard whispers about this boy from the Muggle orphanage, regarding his unusual magical abilities and his even more peculiar, incongruous cold demeanor. "It seems we have an intriguing new neighbor this year," he muses quietly, his voice barely audible to himself. The head boy concludes the customary welcoming speech and recitation of house rules, his voice echoing against the cavernous stone walls. Next comes the Protectorate ceremony, a tradition upheld by Slytherin for centuries. Upperclassmen, particularly those of notable lineage and exceptional prowess, are assigned to guide a first-year student, to assist, or rather, oversee, their adaptation to the unique survival laws of Slytherin for the duration of the year. Abraxas rises with poise, adjusting the already meticulously arranged cuffs of his robe, which bears the exquisite Malfoy crest. He strides steadily across the common room, parting the crowd as if he were Moses parting the sea. His gaze sweeps over the anxious or feigned calm faces of the first years, ultimately settling on a solitary figure in the corner. It is a boy with black hair and dark eyes, slender in form, clad in noticeably ill-fitting, coarse second-hand robes. He stands there, spine straight. Unlike the other first years who curiously survey their surroundings, he resembles a silent statue, his deep-set eyes like two ancient wells, reflecting the lake's eerie green light, yet betraying not a hint of emotion. He starkly contrasts with his peers, who whisper among themselves, exuding the inherent arrogance of science. As if he were a jarring shadow cleaving through Slytherin's proud silver-green curtain, the head boy calls out Tom's name, followed by the name of his protector. "Tom Riddle, your protector is Abraxas Malfoy." A subtle stir and murmur ripple through the crowd. It is uncommon for a second-year prefect to assume the role of protector for a first year, especially one with such a peculiar background. Many eyes dart back and forth between Abraxas and Tom, filled with curiosity. Tom finally shifts his gaze from the flames to Abraxas. His dark eyes reveal none of the anticipated surprise or fear, nor even a flicker of emotion. Instead, he meets Abraxas's gaze with a calm, almost cold scrutiny. Abraxas smiles as he approaches him. He stands half a head taller than Tom, momentarily lowering his gaze and adopting an appropriately measured demeanor that neither seems overly familiar nor impolite. His voice soft as the finest silk. Tom Riddle? He extends a hand. Well-groomed, fingers long and nails neatly trimmed, starkly contrasting with Tom's slightly pale, knotted fingers that bear traces of labor. I am Abraxas Malfoy, your protector for the coming year. The air seems to thicken for a moment. Tom does not respond immediately. His gaze first lands on Abraxas's outstretched hand, as if assessing a delicate and perilous alchemical artifact, then slowly rises, gliding over the shimmering silver-threaded crest on his sleeve, before finally meeting Abraxas's eyes. His expression is as cold and sharp as freshly polished obsidian shards, devoid of any trepidation, excitement, or gratitude one might expect from an 11-year-old boy entering the magical world. Instead, there exists only unadulterated scrutiny and an instinctual, deeply buried sense of defensiveness and hostility. For a full 3 seconds, the common room seems to be filled only with the faint crackle of the fireplace and the muffled echoes of the Black Lake's waters against the outer walls. Some upperclassmen have already begun to wear expressions of amusement, whispering to one another. At last, Tom raises his hand, moving deliberately slow, with an almost calculated slowness. His fingertips barely graze Abraxas's for an instant, a fleeting contact so swift it might be mistaken for illusion. The sensation is frigid, akin to the scales of a serpent. Riddle, he articulates his surname, his tone steady and unwavering, yet it lands like a cold, hard challenge. A flicker of surprise flashes in Abraxas's eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper, intrigued glimmer. He discreetly withdraws his hand, his smile unchanged, but perhaps a touch more pronounced. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Riddle. He seems entirely oblivious to the palpable rejection emanating from Tom, his tone remaining gentle. Life in Slytherin may differ from your expectations. I hope this year we can coexist amicably. He pauses, a fleeting, inscrutable expression crossing his gray-blue eyes. Your dormitory is at the end of that corridor. The second door on the left. I presume you would prefer to find it on your own? Tom does not respond, merely glancing at him once more, his expression inscrutable. Before giving a slight nod, tacitly acquiescing. Please wait for me in the common room tomorrow morning, Mr. Riddle. I shall accompany you to the Great Hall. The dark-haired boy nods again, then turns, retrieving a weathered small suitcase from beside his feet, silently making his way toward the direction Abraxas indicated, his posture straight and solitary, quickly disappearing into the deeper shadows of the corridor. Abraxas stands in place, watching as Tom's silhouette fades, before slowly raising the hand that had just made contact, his fingertips gently caressing the air. Fascinating, he whispers once more, this time imbued with genuine intrigue. Truly fascinating. A teasing voice calls out from behind him. What's this? Our esteemed Malfoy heir has finally encountered a little fellow who isn't dazzled by your gray-blue eyes and the Malfoy name. Abraxas, without needing to turn, recognizes the voice. He pivots to face his friend, Chris Selwyn, who is cradling a cup with a knowing smile. Dazzled, Abraxas arches a brow lightly, lifting his untouched grape juice to take an elegant sip. Dear Chris, I am merely fulfilling my duty. After all, assisting, guiding, wayward lambs is an obligation of every Slytherin elder. Chris snorts in amusement. Oh, come now up. That one is no lost lamb. He resembles a little black dragon yet to sprout its horns. Just look at his eyes. He seems ready to bite your hand off. Is he? Abraxas remained noncommittal, his gaze once more directed towards the corridor where Tom had vanished. The playful smile lingering at the corners of his lips, perhaps a sign of shyness. After all, not everyone is capable of accepting the friendship of a Malfoy so readily at the tender age of 11. Friendship? Chris exaggeratedly shrugged. It seems more akin to stepping one foot into a serpent's den, eagerly anticipating the discovery of its inhabitant species. Be cautious, my friend, for some snakes possess a particularly unique venom. Abraxas drained the remaining grape juice from his cup, his movements still imbued with elegance. Venom? He softly echoed, his slate-blue eyes glinting in the dim light with a predatory gleam. For that is the most valuable aspect, is it not? The mundane safety had never been within Malfoy's considerations. Chapter 3, The First Gamble. The following morning, sunlight struggled to penetrate the depths of the Black Lake, casting flickering, dreamlike green spots across the Slytherin common room. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone walls and a faint aroma of aged wood from the antique furniture. Abraxas Malfoy awoke earlier than most. Clad in a crisply ironed new robe, his platinum hair was elegantly secured at the back, forming a loose yet exquisite low ponytail. A few unruly strands cascading down the graceful curve of his neck, which accentuated the striking handsomeness of his chiseled features, rendering him almost akin to a work of art. He sat in the emerald velvet armchair from the previous night, a tome of obscure magical theories laid open beside him, though he was not engaged in reading. Rather, he appeared to casually observe the waking Slytherins. His demeanor was composed, as if he were merely a student relishing a moment of tranquility. Yet, only those familiar with him would understand that this deliberate early arrival was a silent proclamation and a means of wielding control over certain expectations. The first years emerged from the dormitory corridor, their eyes still heavy with sleep and tinged with a hint of anxiety. Upon spotting their head boy already seated, they instinctively straightened their backs, hastening their pace or murmuring greetings. Abraxas merely inclined his head slightly, though his gaze frequently flickered towards the entrance of the boys' dormitory. When Tom Riddle finally made his appearance, Abraxas closed the book resting on his lap. Tom still wore that tattered robe, albeit freshly laundered. His dark hair appeared to have been meticulously arranged, though lacking the luster of Malfoy's, it still looked neat. His face remained largely impassive, his black eyes calm, as if the brief and tense confrontation of the previous night had never transpired. He stepped into the common room, his glance swiftly and accurately sweeping across the space, pausing imperceptibly upon spotting Abraxas before nonchalantly diverting his gaze and proceeding directly towards the doors leading to the Great Hall, exhibiting no intention of lingering or waiting. "Mr. Riddle." Abraxas's voice, though not loud, cut clearly through the morning whispers within the common room, imbued with an undeniable gentle authority. Tom's footsteps faltered. He slowly turned around, his black eyes meeting Abraxas's, devoid of any emotion, merely awaiting the continuation of the conversation. Abraxas rose gracefully, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe. "I believe I mentioned last night," he approached Tom, slightly bowing his head to meet his gaze, a faint, perfect smile gracing his lips, that after breakfast, "we must act together. It is part of a protector's duty." His tone was matter-of-fact, as if stating a basic rule of Hogwarts. Tom's lips tightened briefly, an almost imperceptible flicker of impatience passing through his dark eyes before they returned to their serene facade. "I know the way, Mr. Malfoy," he replied succinctly, his voice steady, yet tinged with evident aloofness. "I have every confidence in your navigation, Mr. Riddle." Abraxas nodded amiably, a glint of mischief dancing in his slate-blue eyes. Although the staircases of Hogwarts can be mischievous, the route to the Great Hall remains relatively stable. However, this is not merely a matter of knowing the way. He slightly turned, gesturing for Tom to accompany him, and commenced to explain in a tone reminiscent of casual conversation. His voice pitched just right for the ears of several eager students nearby. The tradition of Slytherin, particularly the protector system, dates back to a time when, well, things were not as harmonious as they are now. They ascended the stone steps leading to the upper castle, Abraxas's voice echoing slightly in the expansive stairwell. Other houses, particularly those with differing ideologies, sometimes exhibit undue enthusiasm towards solitary Slytherins, especially the younger years. He chose his words with extreme delicacy, yet Tom could discern the underlying hostility, provocation, even aggression within them. Thus, Abraxas continued, maintaining his even tone at the beginning of the school year. To ensure every Slytherin member can focus on their studies without distraction, it is the duty of the upper years to escort the younger students to class, particularly when traversing those crowded corridors where accidents are likely to occur. This is not a question of capability, Mr. Riddle, but a prudent consideration based on reality, a necessary precaution. Tom listened in silence, his expression inscrutable, yet Abraxas could sense the cold resistance emanating from him. He loathed the notion of being marked as someone in need of protection. It clashed with his inner sense of pride and independence. "I assume," Tom finally spoke, his voice still steady, yet laced with a barely detectable sarcasm, "that this protection is limited to the journey to class. Primarily during the initial 2 months of the term," Abraxas corrected, astutely catching the hint of sarcasm, yet found it amusing rather than bothersome, until everyone has a deeper understanding of one another and certain boundaries are reaffirmed. Of course, within Slytherin. In the common room and cellar, you are entirely free," he added, as if granting a certain privilege. Tom fell silent once more. They walked in quietude along the corridor leading to the Great Hall. The morning corridors of Hogwarts were already bustling with students from various houses. As Abraxas had suggested, their conspicuous pairing, the prominent Malfoy head boy alongside the shabby, impassive newcomer, indeed attracted many curious gazes. There were looks of intrigue, scrutiny, and some unabashed stares and whispers emanating from the Gryffindor table. Abraxas maintained his unhurried pace and impeccable demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding scrutiny. Meanwhile, Tom's lips tightened slightly, a shadow passing through the depths of his dark eyes. He acutely felt the implications behind those gazes, intensifying his disdain for the current situation. Upon entering the raucous great hall, the aroma of food and the clamor of voices enveloped them. Numerous students were already seated at the long tables, golden platters brimming with a variety of breakfasts. Tom hesitated not at all. Upon entering the hall, he made a beeline for the far end of the Slytherin table, near the entrance, where the younger students typically gathered. His movements were fluid and natural, as if that were his sole, rightful place. Abraxas observed his retreating figure, a flicker of predictable interest passing through his slate blue eyes, soon replaced by a deeper intrigue. He chose not to immediately voice an objection, instead meandering towards the front of the table, the space designated for himself and his circle. He elegantly took a seat beside Theo Knotts and Chris Selwyn, immediately being served a perfectly steeped cup of tea by a house elf. He lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the steam, yet his gaze transcended the bustling heads around him, settling upon the solitary black figure at the far end of the long table. Tom Riddle was delicately picking up a slice of toast, his movements not coarse, but rather imbued with an innate grace. However, in stark contrast to the surrounding newcomers, still brimming with youthful exuberance and chatter, he appeared excessively quiet and detached, akin to an island forgotten in a distant corner. Abraxas took a leisurely sip of his red tea before placing the exquisite porcelain cup down. The base of the cup met the tray with a crisp chime, not loud, yet it resonated like a signal. "Mr. Riddle." His voice rang out once more, not loud, yet curiously penetrating, clearly reaching the far end of the long table. The chatter among the Slytherin table momentarily hushed. Many eyes, filled with surprise, curiosity, or understanding, refocused on these two protagonists. Tom's hand, holding the toast, froze midair. He lifted his head, his dark eyes traversing the lengthy dining table, meeting Abraxas' gaze from afar. Though his expression remained devoid of emotion, Abraxas could sense the undercurrents of discontent simmering beneath the calm surface, perhaps even a hint of annoyance at being publicly summoned. Meeting his gaze, Abraxas maintained his habitual, impeccable smile and subtly inclined his head towards the vacant seat beside him, his movements elegant and natural. "I believe this spot offers a bit more room. Furthermore, I might have a few suggestions regarding today's lesson plan." His tone was warm, yet carried an air of undeniable certainty, as if merely inviting a friend to breakfast rather than engaging in a silent contest of status and submission. Tom fell into silence. He regarded Abraxas, then glanced around at the various scrutinizing and curious eyes directed towards him. He felt the weight of those gazes. Some were from older students, others from peers, and even a hint of amusement from a senior named Selwyn, seated beside the platinum-haired boy. To refuse? He could. But what would that refusal signify? Publicly rebuffing the head's good intentions, showcasing his individuality and untamed spirit? In Slytherin, especially at the beginning of the school year, such a move would be far from wise. It would only expedite his isolation, perhaps even incite enmity. He needed to blend in, or at least appear to, in order to acquire what he desired: knowledge, power, status. To accept? That felt akin to swallowing a fly. It meant bowing to an invisible hierarchy, acknowledging the other's lofty protectorate status, placing himself in a position of observation and guidance. Time seemed to freeze once more. The clamor of the hall faded into a blurred background. Tom could hear the steady rhythm of his own breath and the subtle sound of his internal scales weighing the pros and cons with rapid precision. Ultimately, he set down the toast. The motion was light, devoid of sound. Then, he stood up, expressionless, and, under the gaze of all, walked deliberately along the Slytherin table, step by step towards the front. His gait remained steady, his back straight, exhibiting no hint of awkwardness or panic, as if he were merely shifting to a more comfortable seat rather than yielding to some form of pressure. He reached the vacant spot indicated by Abraxas and sat calmly between Abraxas and Theo, his gaze falling upon the empty golden plate before him, as if he had once again lost interest in his surroundings. Abraxas observed his sequence of actions, the smile at the corners of his lips deepening slightly, though it failed to reach his eyes. He picked up a silver knife, spreading a hint of butter upon the perfectly toasted bread, his tone light as if nothing had transpired. Today's classes are charms and history of magic. Professor Flitwick is usually quite lenient, but Professor Binns, well, his lectures are an excellent opportunity for a nap, if you don't mind his monotonous voice. Tom did not look at him, nor did he touch the food before him, merely offering a barely perceptible nod. Theo observed the scene with keen interest, a shrewd glimmer in his gray-brown eyes. Chris Selwyn chuckled softly, leaning in to speak to Abraxas in a tone only they could hear. "It appears your little dark dragon understands the nuances of timing better than anticipated." Abraxas elegantly sliced a small piece of sausage, chewing it thoughtfully before wiping his mouth with a napkin, his gray-blue eyes casting a glance at the silent, icy-haired boy beside him, responding in a similarly low voice. tinged with a laid-back satisfaction. Understanding the currents of the moment is the first step to survival. Knowing when and how to display one's submission is the beginning of wisdom. I look forward to his subsequent performance. Breakfast continued amidst a subtly tense atmosphere. Tom remained silent throughout, barely touching his food. Abraxas engaged in lively conversation with his friends, occasionally and seemingly casually pushing a plate of more exquisite jam towards Tom, or mentioning a tip about a spell practice, as if merely a considerate senior looking after a shy junior. Chapter 4. The Chessboard and Its Costs. The staircases of Hogwarts were as malevolent as ever, particularly when attempting to return from the History of Magic classroom located in the upper reaches of the castle to the dungeons housing the Slytherin common room. Tom Riddle clutched his hefty tome, Magical Theory, his footsteps swift and silent as he navigated the shifting stairs. Professor Binns' monotonous drone lingered in his ears like a swarm of drowsy flies. He despised this sensation of wasted time. Every minute could have been spent delving into the more valuable knowledge hidden in the shadows of the restricted section. Upon finally stepping through the concealed stone door behind the damp, cold stone walls, he was enveloped by the familiar, eerie green glow refracted from the depths of the Black Lake. The common room was more animated than usual. The crackling flames in the fireplace dispelled the inherent chill of the dungeons. At the center of the crowd, undeniably, was Malfoy. He lounged on the central emerald green velvet sofa, akin to a languid golden feline, draped in luxurious fur. A few second-year students, including the perpetually knowing Theo and the more extroverted Chris Selwyn, currently imitating Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice to the amusement of all, sat loosely around him. They were not loud, but the relaxed, commanding atmosphere itself delineated an invisible boundary. Tom averted his gaze, intending to pass straight through the common room back to the quiet corner of the boys' dormitory. His tattered suitcase still contained a few basic charms texts borrowed under Madame Pants' watchful eye that required his attention. Ah, our diligent little Riddle has returned. Abraxas' voice was not loud, yet it sliced through the moderately noisy background like a precise spell, landing clearly in Tom's ears. Tom's footsteps faltered imperceptibly. He did not turn around. He merely turned his head slightly, his dark eyes calmly fixed on the source of the voice. Mr. Malfoy. He uttered the title, devoid of warmth or resistance, as if stating an objective fact. Abraxas waved his hand. A second-year student boasting about his family's latest acquisition of a flying broom fell silent, obediently vacating his spot. Come here, Riddle. Professor Binns' lullaby must have left you in need of something invigorating. He smiled, a mischievous glimmer dancing in his gray-blue eyes, patting the empty cushion beside him. This was a command, cloaked in a seemingly casual invitation. Refusal would appear timid or, worse, disrespectful. Acceptance would mean stepping once more onto the stage set by the other. Tom weighed the decision for half a second. His reason dictated that resistance at this moment would be unwise. He approached, yet did not immediately take a seat. Instead, he stood beside the sofa, resembling a silent statue. Relax, dear boy, Abraxas chuckled softly, picking up a crystal glass from the small table before him, filled with a liquid that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. You haven't fallen into Peeves' water trap, have you? Do sample this, the latest concoction from the Honey Duke. A refreshing fizz. It is said to invigorate the senses, though I doubt it will have any effect on Professor Binns. Chris Selwyn grinned. I wager Professor Binns could make even the Deathly Hallows sound soporific. A murmur of low, agreeing laughter echoed around them. Tom's gaze lingered on the glass, unmoving. What's the matter? Abraxas raised an eyebrow, his tone feigning a wounded jest. Worried that I might have laced your drink with a truth serum? Fear not. Such extravagant measures are far too lavish to employ on a first year. It is merely a beverage, I assure you, on the honor of the Malfoy name. He paused, adding, although, I personally believe that honor can sometimes be less practical than a glimmering galleon. At last, Tom extended his hand, accepting the glass. Their fingertips brushed briefly, cool and smooth against one another. He took a sip. The sweetness, combined with an explosive spiciness, jolted his somewhat dulled mind back to life after the History of Magic class. Yet, his expression remained impassive as he set the glass back on the table. Thank you, he uttered, his gratitude terse. Not at all. Abraxas observed him with keen interest. How does it feel? Is the world beginning to seem clear and delightful once more? Naturally. Excluding the impending potion assignment we are to face. He made an exaggerated grimace. The scabious potion. I truly fail to understand why Professor Slughorn holds such affection for this rudimentary concoction. Foundational skills are essential, Tom replied calmly. Oh, indeed. As essential as breathing daily, Abraxas elongated his tone. But I suspect you are already contemplating matters far beyond the scabious potion, are you not? The other day in the library, I noticed your particular interest in the index of powerful potions. Tom felt a slight tightening in his chest. He prided himself on his caution. Yet Abraxas's gaze seemed all-seeing. Merely curiosity, he downplayed. Curiosity is the beginning of wisdom, my dear Riddle. Abraxas leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice with an intimate air of sharing a secret. However, some curiosity requires proper guidance. Navigating alone can lead one astray, or, he paused meaningfully, lead to rather unpleasant little accidents, such as accidentally burning off one's eyebrows. Theo chuckled softly. That sounds more like something Longbottom would do, Abraxas. Do not say such things, Theo. Abraxas shot him a mock reproachful glance, though his eyes betrayed no actual displeasure. Everyone has their unique talents. He turned back to Tom, saying, speaking of talent, I have heard Professor Flitwick privately commend your control over the levitation charm. You executed it flawlessly on your very first attempt. This is quite unusual, especially given, certain specific backgrounds. He deftly halted before uttering the term Muggleborn, yet the implication was starkly clear. A familiar, cold fury coalesced within Tom's gut. He abhorred such veiled references, loathed the way Abraxas seemed to hold all his cards. It was merely luck. Tom's voice grew even colder. Luck? Abraxas appeared to find this notion amusing, laughing lightly. My dear boy, in the wizarding world, we prefer to call it talent. And talent requires resources to shine its brightest. With a flourish, he produced a small object wrapped in black silk from his sleeve, placing it on the table and sliding it toward Tom. Open it. All eyes in the vicinity were fixed on the small parcel. Tom hesitated briefly. Then, under Abraxas' encouraging gaze, he unwrapped the silk. Inside lay a slim booklet with a parchment cover, devoid of a title, its edges worn and evidently aged. A collection of insights from some predecessors regarding the fundamentals of nonverbal spells and wandless magic, Abraxas stated casually, as though he were merely offering a handful of sweets. Of course, rather rudimentary. But for a gifted first year, it may save you some aimless hours of searching in the library. This gift felt like a searing ember. Tom yearned for the knowledge within, precisely the territory he was eager to explore. Yet to accept it would mean incurring a debt. Entangling himself deeper in the web Abraxas had spun, he lifted his gaze to meet those gray-blue eyes, attempting to discern mockery or more sinister intent, but found only a serene, somewhat playful depth. Why give this to me? Tom asked, his voice taut. An investment, Riddle, Abraxas smiled, tapping the booklet with his fingertip. I believe you are a potential asset. It is rather dull to watch a gifted individual fade into the crowd due to a lack of appropriate resources. And I detest dullness. Leaning back against the sofa, he adopted a languid posture. Of course, should you feel undeserving, or fear some dreadful conspiracy lurking behind this offer, you may refuse. I assure you, I will not be overly heartbroken, merely a touch disappointed. He tossed the choice back to Tom, yet effectively blocked any dignified avenues of retreat. To decline would appear cowardly and suspicious. To accept would play directly into Abraxas' hands. Tom's fingers traced the coarse parchment cover. He could sense the scrutinizing gazes of the Slytherins around him, a mix of curiosity, envy, and sheer entertainment. Drawing a deep breath, he picked up the booklet and tucked it into the inner pocket of his robe. I shall read it with caution, he stated, a tacit acceptance laced with a warning. Abraxas' smile deepened, appearing genuinely sincere. A wise choice, he remarked with satisfaction. I hope it brings you some inspiration. At that moment, the door to the common room burst open, and a third-year Slytherin rushed in, breathless and flushed with excitement. Malfoy, you won't believe this. That Gryffindor oaf, Hagrid, got caught by Filch in the hallway. Oh, Abraxas raised an eyebrow, evidently intrigued. What has our dear Mr. Hagrid done this time? Drawing mustaches on the suits of armor, or tossing dung bombs down the staircase? Better than that, the third year exclaimed, animatedly. He somehow acquired a heap of portable swamp, intending to set one up at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, but Professor McGonagall caught him red-handed. Filch is shouting about locking him up until next year. Chris Selwyn whistled. Well done, though the execution was a bit clumsy. Yet Abraxas furrowed his perfect brow slightly. Portable swamp? That stuff isn't cheap, and it's usually only available in the back room of Zonko's joke shop. It seems our Mr. Hagrid's allowance has suddenly become rather generous. He thoughtfully drummed his fingers against the armrest of the sofa, his gray-blue eyes turning to Tom, gleaming with unmasked calculation. Speaking of which, Riddle, I recall that during last week's potions class, Hagrid made some rather unrefined comments regarding the armadillo ball you accidentally spilled, did he not? His voice was rather loud, and his choice of words less than refined. Tom recalled the incident. That red-haired Gryffindor, using his size to mock his second-hand robes and reticence, had employed phrases likening him to a snake crawling out of the gutter. At the time, Tom had merely shot him a cold glance, burying the insult alongside the acrid scent of the spilled armadillo bile. I do not recall, Tom stated, his face devoid of expression. Such forbearance, Abraxas remarked. Abraxas chuckled lightly, yet there was no warmth in that laughter. Rather, I tend to harbor grudges. Furthermore, I detest having my plans interrupted. He He rose to his feet, adjusting his impeccably smooth robe, and addressed Theo and Chris. "Let us proceed, gentlemen. I believe it is our duty to pay a visit to our unfortunate Mr. Pruitt, while also uncovering the source of his suddenly inflated shopping funds. Perhaps it will add a modicum of amusement to our otherwise mundane afternoon." As he approached the door, he seemed to recall something, turning back to glance at Tom, who remained rooted in place. A malevolent yet charming smile adorning his face, a smile that Tom had begun to recognize all too well. "Oh, Riddle, that chapter in the booklet regarding magical guidance is rather intricate. Feel free to inquire should you find it perplexing. My dormitory, as you are aware, is at the end of the corridor, marked by the silver serpent door knocker." He winked, adding, "Of course, if you choose to visit in the evening, do remember to bring your beloved comfort pillow." With that, he swept out of the common room, accompanied by his entourage, like a gust of silvery green wind. Tom stood alone, the common room suddenly seeming eerily quiet in the wake of the protagonist's departure. He could feel the weight of the booklet in his pocket, like a brand, reminding him of the deal he had just struck with the devil. He clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Abraxas Malfoy had ensnared him in a trap, a snare he was aware of yet felt compelled to enter. Everything was under his elegant and effortless control, as if he were orchestrating a meticulously designed chess game. Tom made his way to the dormitory, his steps heavier than before. He understood that he must learn more swiftly, grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Only then could he escape this feeling of being manipulated at another's whim, and one day, make that arrogant Malfoy, who viewed him merely as an amusing investment and toy, pay for today's events. Yet, deep within his tightly clenched fist and icy gaze, alongside the anger and humiliation, there lingered a thrill he had yet to fully acknowledge. A thrill for the perilous and captivating nature of this game. Chapter 5, Potions Class and Unexpected Discoveries. The potions classroom resided in the coldest depths of Hogwarts, where the air was perpetually infused with the acrid scent of various peculiar materials mingling together. Yet, Tom Riddle found this place more comforting than any other. Here, precision, logic, and calm dominion reigned supreme, rendering bloodlines and origins insignificant in the face of the steam rising from the cauldron. Professor Slughorn ambled about the classroom, his rotund belly leading the way amidst swirling purple vapors, resembling a jovial ghost ship laden with sweets. His plump voice echoed against the stone walls. "Crucial, children, crucial. A single extra drop of armadillo bile, and your scabies potion could transform from a remedy into the very cause of the affliction. Now let us commence. I wish to witness your skills." Tom was paired with another reticent Slytherin boy, whose apparent interest lay in handling dried nettles. Leaving the task of measuring out hedgehog spines entirely to Tom, he did not mind. He relished the process of being in complete control, with precise movements. He added the crushed snake fangs to the cauldron, stirring counterclockwise 3.5 times, watching as the potion transformed into the textbook's description of a smooth, viscous blue. "Perfect, Mr. Riddle, simply perfect." Professor Slughorn had somehow wandered to their table, his round face beaming with admiration. "Look at this color. Observe this consistency. It could serve as a model sample. 5 points to Slytherin." Tom nodded slightly, his expression devoid of any self-satisfaction as he continued to focus on the next ingredient. He sensed a gaze directed at him from a distance. Abraxas and Chris were working together, their cauldron emitting nearly perfect spirals of silver steam. Abraxas did not look his way, seemingly engrossed in instructing Chris on the graceful slicing of moonlit flowers. Yet the faint curve of his lips assured Tom that the earlier praise had reached his ears. Midway through the lesson, the classroom door swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, her face stern, accompanied by a drenched and disheartened Hack Pruitt. A ripple of commotion swept through the Gryffindors. "Horace," Professor McGonagall addressed Slughorn, "Mr. Pruitt requires completion of his additional labor service. I believe some assistance is needed to handle certain materials here." Slughorn rubbed his hands together, clearly displeased at the interruption of his beloved potions class, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Of course, Minerva. Mr. Pruitt, you shall go to the back and slice that bucket of tentacled caterpillars, as thin as gossamer. Do you understand? This is a delicate task." Hack Pruitt trudged towards the daunting pile of material buckets, his head hung low, muttering to himself. As he passed by Tom's row, he shot Tom a venomous glare, his eyes brimming with resentment. Tom simply returned the gaze with indifference, his hands continuing their work of slicing ginger root without pause. "It appears our swamp maker has found a new position," a light-hearted voice chimed in beside him. Abraxas had somehow wandered to their table, idly toying with a smooth river stone, the backup material used to stabilize cauldron temperatures. "I hope his knife skills are superior to his prank schemes." Tom remained silent, tossing the chopped ginger root into the cauldron. The potion instantly transformed into a clear, pale green. "Progressing splendidly," Abraxas remarked, his gray-blue eyes scanning Tom's cauldron before settling back on his face. It seems my little booklet was not in vain. Have you digested the content of Chapter 3? It is quite enlightening. Tom cautiously responded while stirring counterclockwise 5 times. The potion began to emit a faint, mint-like fragrance. I am pleased to hear you say so. Abraxas smiled. Knowledge is power, is it not? Especially when it can aid you in sending an insufferable fellow to detention while simultaneously emptying his bulging purse. He cast a pointed glance at Pruitt, who was struggling with the slimy caterpillars in the back. Tom abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Abraxas's. Does he know? Was it you? Abraxas met his gaze, innocently blinking. Do not look at me like that, dear boy. I have done nothing. Merely happened to learn that Pruitt recently won a substantial sum gambling with a few Hufflepuffs, and coincidentally heard he planned to make a grand celebration with this windfall. As for why Professor McGonagall just happened to appear at the Gryffindor Tower entrance at that moment, he shrugged, tossing the river stone into the air and catching it again. Perhaps it is merely Merlin's design. Tom's heart quickened slightly. This was no coincidence. Abraxas had wielded information to exact a bloodless revenge on Pruitt, not only causing him to lose his money and freedom, but also making him the laughingstock of the class. This precise and elegant form of retribution was far more effective than a direct duel, and decidedly more Slytherin. Tom found himself at a loss for words. Gratitude? He would never. Condemnation? That would be both hypocritical and foolish. After all, you are my charge, Riddle. Abraxas lowered his voice, his tone becoming somewhat serious. Allowing others to humiliate you is tantamount to slapping Malfoy in the face. This is not a matter of personal preference. It is merely basic reputation management. He paused, reverting to his light-hearted tone. Of course, if you feel offended, I could apologize, though I am not particularly skilled at that. At that moment, a scream erupted from the back, accompanied by the jarring sound of a cauldron toppling over. Huck Pruitt inadvertently nicked his finger, causing blood to drip into the caterpillar bucket, which triggered a minor, gooey explosion, splattering green slime all over him and eliciting laughter from the surrounding Gryffindors. Professor Slughorn bellowed in ire. Abraxas observed the chaos. Clicking his tongue softly, it seems his culinary skills leave much to be desired. He turned back to Tom with a smile, urging, continue with your potion, Mr. Riddle. It appears we must rely on you to secure the house cup for Slytherin. With an elegant flourish, he returned to his cauldron. As if he had merely engaged in a casual conversation about the weather, Tom gazed at his cauldron, containing a nearly perfect potion for scabies. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. Abraxas had avenged him, albeit in a manner he had never anticipated. This elicited a twisted sense of protected satisfaction, mingled with deeper humiliation. He felt akin to a meticulously bred beast of prey, whose master provided not only sustenance, but also cleared away the pests surrounding his cage. All to ensure he grew stronger, more attractive, and more obedient. Taking a deep breath, he added the final ingredient to the cauldron. Instantly, the potion transformed into the textbook's standard pink hue. He had succeeded once more, flawlessly completing the potion. Professor Slughorn praised him loudly again, awarding Slytherin an additional 5 points. Yet, Tom felt little joy. He perceived that the thread connecting him to Abraxas Malfoy had tightened, becoming more intricate. The other was not merely a malicious puppeteer, but also a cunning and formidable rival, a temporary ally. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. At the end of class, Tom bottled his potion, meticulously labeling it. As he packed his belongings to leave, he discovered a neatly folded note concealed beneath his parchment. Upon unfolding it, he found it adorned with elegant cursive, library, east side by the window. An interesting practical suggestion regarding Chapter 3. Of course, attendance is at your discretion. A.M. Tom crumpled the note tightly in his fist. He recognized it as yet another trap, a potential snare that could ensnare him further. However, he also acknowledged his insatiable curiosity about the practice hinted at in the note. Ultimately, he stuffed the crumpled paper into his pocket and exited the potion's classroom with an impassive expression. The frigid air of the dungeon rushed towards him, yet he felt his blood coursing at a perilous speed. Chapter 6. The Practical in the Library. The Hogwarts library was perpetually serene, with only the faint sounds of quills gliding across parchment and pages turning. The east side by the window boasted the best lighting and relative seclusion. Upon his arrival, Tom found Abraxas already seated there, a hefty tome with an obscure cover sprawled before him, though he was clearly not reading. Rather, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the shimmering surface of the black lake under the sunlight. Tom silently took a seat opposite him. Abraxas did not turn, still fixated on the view outside. His voice lighthearted. Our diligent little Riddle has finally decided to temporarily set aside his studies for what may be a rather meaningless rendezvous. You mentioned a practical suggestion. Tom interjected, preferring to bypass any idle pleasantries. Direct and to the point, I appreciate that. Abraxas finally turned his head, a smile dancing in his slate blue eyes. Chapter 3. Regarding the fundamentals of the silent spell, emphasizes the concentration of will and the delicate manipulation of magic, rather than simply staring at the target and shouting "move" in your mind. He picked up his exquisite wand, adorned with tiny gemstones, and casually pointed it at a quill on the table, without uttering a spell, nor making any overt motion. The quill gracefully levitated, hovering steadily in the air for a few seconds before elegantly descending. Tom's gaze followed the quill intently. The silent spell. This surpassed the first-year curriculum and was challenging even for many upperclassmen. Looks rather simple, doesn't it? Abraxas set down his wand, as if he had merely dusted off a surface, yet it required extensive practice and an exquisite sensitivity to one's own magic. Care to give it a try? He gestured towards the quill. Tom pressed his lips together, retrieving his wand, the purple-wood wand that felt perfectly attuned to him. He recalled the key points from the booklet, focusing his mind as he directed his magic towards the tip of the wand, aiming at the quill. The quill trembled slightly, rolling half a turn on the table before coming to a halt. Tom frowned and attempted again. This time, the quill leapt abruptly, crashing into the ceiling and then plummeting to the ground with a thud. Abraxas emitted a low chuckle, not mocking, but rather intrigued. Do not rush, dear boy. Imagine your magic as a thread, to be gently entwined around the target, rather than bludgeoned like a troll swinging a club. He stood and approached Tom, slightly bending over, his finger lightly touching Tom's hand that gripped the wand. Relax your wrist. Feel the flow of magic. Allow it to become an extension of your intent. His voice was close, carrying a faint, cool scent of pine that brushed against Tom's ear. Tom's body tensed instantly, a sense of territorial violation washing over him. Yet, a peculiar thirst for knowledge quelled his impulse to push the other away. Yes, just like that. Feel it. Guide it. Abraxas's voice was deep and guiding. Tom attempted once more. This time, he cast aside all distractions, entirely immersed in the sensation of magic. The quill quivered, hovering erratically a few inches above the table for approximately 2 seconds before it fell dejectedly. Though brief, it was a success. A faint, almost imperceptible thrill coursed through Tom's heart. He looked up to meet Abraxas's approving gaze. See, I told you, you possess talent. Abraxas straightened, patting Tom's shoulder in a manner so natural it suggested they were the closest of friends. Continue to practice, and you will master it faster than most. Yet, his tone shifted, becoming more sardonic. Of course, if you could manage to levitate Pruitt's quill and drop it into his pumpkin juice next time, I would be even more pleased. That would indeed be quite amusing. Tom ignored the jibe, fixating on the quill, his heart filled with a yearning for greater power. This fleeting sense of control over magic captivated him far more than any perfect score in potions. At that moment, the tranquility of the library was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps and excited whispers. Several Ravenclaw students rushed in, gathering around the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, chattering animatedly. Hey, look, the Montague family has announced they will cease supplying the Pruitt family's joke shop. Merlin. Why? The paper didn't specify, only mentioning a business strategy adjustment. But who doesn't know Montague is the largest supplier of magical joke materials? This is disastrous for the Pruitt family. They rely heavily on that joke shop. Tom abruptly glanced at Abraxas. The latter was leisurely organizing his books, a knowing, serene smile gracing his face. The business world is rather capricious, is it not? Abraxas remarked softly, as if speaking to himself, yet each word resonated clearly in Tom's ears. A minor decision could alter a family's fate. Thus, you see, Riddle, power is not always manifested in the loudness of an explosion spell. Sometimes, a single letter, a mere phrase, suffices. He picked up the weighty tome, resembling an ancient text, and nodded at Tom. Today's practical lesson concludes here. Continue to practice, my dear boy. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your further progress. With an elegant turn, he departed, leaving Tom seated by the window, his heart tumultuous with a storm of thoughts. To seek revenge on Hufflepuff was one matter. To disrupt the legacy of his family was an entirely different realm. Abraxas Malfoy, a second-year student, wielded such formidable power and ruthless methods. Tom gazed out at the dark waters of the Black Lake, for the first time gaining a clear understanding that the world he inhabited, a game of power and influence, was far more intricate and perilous than magic itself. And Abraxas Malfoy was, without a doubt, a natural master of this game. He lowered his gaze to the wand in his hand, the very instrument that bestowed upon him strength. He recognized that he must learn at an accelerated pace, not only the art of magic, but also the unspoken rules hidden beneath smiles and elegance. He aimed to become powerful enough to require neither protection nor investment from others, powerful enough to set his own rules. He grasped the wand once more, directing it at the feather quill, his gaze colder and more resolute than ever before. Chapter 7. A friendly reminder. The Hogwarts Great Hall on Saturdays was always a touch more boisterous. suffused with the sweet aroma of pumpkin juice and the relaxed banter of students. Tom selected a position near the end of the Slytherin table, where it was relatively quiet, allowing him to enjoy his breakfast while perusing the silent charm booklet Abraxas had given him. After several days of practice, he had managed to keep the feather quill suspended for over 10 seconds, a progress that filled him with a secret sense of satisfaction. However, tranquility is often fleeting. Look who it is. Our model Slytherin student, Riddle, a sardonic voice echoed overhead. Tom looked up to find Hufflepuff. He appeared more haggard than in potions class, his red hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes, evidently troubled by distressing news from his family. Two similarly tall Gryffindors loomed behind him, resembling two dim-witted mountains. I hear you scored full marks in potions again. Pewitt leaned over the table, peering down at Tom, attempting to exert an intimidating presence with his height. Did you secretly slip Slughorn a love potion? Or perhaps employ some sordid trick learned from the gutter? He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of several Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws nearby, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Tom set down the booklet, his dark eyes calmly meeting Pewitt's, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This air of indifference evidently provoked Pewitt further. I'm talking to you, he snarled, reaching for Tom's collar. Mr. Pewitt, a cold, elongated voice interjected, slithering through the air like a serpent gliding over smooth ground. Abraxas Malfoy had appeared at Tom's side, not even glancing at Pewitt as he gracefully lifted Tom's untouched cup of pumpkin juice, taking a delicate sip before grimacing in distaste. The flavor is, as always, rather mediocre. Only then did he turn his gaze to the frozen Pewitt, his gray-blue eyes devoid of warmth. I assume that during breakfast, no one wishes to be disturbed by rude noise. Especially, he paused, his voice chilling further, by someone who may still carry the stench of the swamp. Pewitt's face instantly flushed to a deep shade of crimson. Malfoy, it must be you behind this. Our family, your family? Abraxas interrupted, arching an eyebrow with just the right amount of feigned confusion. What of your family? Oh, you mean that joke of a shop? How unfortunate. It appears that market competition is indeed fierce. I hope you manage to find new suppliers, or perhaps consider a transformation. For instance, starting a company dedicated to swamp cleaning? You seem quite experienced in that regard. His tone was light, as if discussing the weather, yet each word was like a poisoned needle, pricking at Pewitt's sore spots. A few suppressed chuckles erupted from the surrounding students, particularly from the Slytherin table. Pewitt trembled with rage, pointing at Abraxas before gesturing toward Tom. You insidious snakes. You're in cahoots together. Cahoots? Abraxas feigned amusement at the absurdity of the term, chuckling softly as he casually placed a hand on Tom's shoulder. Tom's body tensed involuntarily. I am merely instructing my junior on how to navigate a, well, uncertain environment, better protecting oneself from unnecessary troubles. For example, how to identify and steer clear of those who might bring swamp and misfortune. His gray-blue eyes glanced pointedly at Pewitt. Isn't that what a diligent upperclassman ought to do? The hand resting on Tom's shoulder tightened slightly, as if conveying some unspoken signal, or perhaps a silent declaration. Tom felt a wave of discomfort, yet he remained still, merely observing the spectacle unfolding before him, one that had arisen because of him. You wait for me, Malfoy. Pewitt, having lost the verbal battle, could only storm off in impotent fury, flanked by his two lackeys, leaving behind a flurry of murmurs. Abraxas withdrew his hand, as if he had merely brushed away a fallen leaf. He leaned toward Tom, a playful smile gracing his features. It seems your breakfast has been disrupted. Would you like me to have someone fetch you another cup of pumpkin juice? Though the taste is rather uninspiring, it is certainly better than none. No need, Tom replied curtly. He despised feeling like a pawn, thrust into the spotlight, even if Abraxas had come to his aid. Don't mention it. Abraxas seemed oblivious to Tom's dismissal, seating himself beside Tom, signaling to a first-year Slytherin who promptly offered a fresh cup of pumpkin juice with utmost respect. You see, Riddle, he said, stirring his oatmeal with a silver spoon, adopting a conversational tone. Sometimes troubles are akin to the tentacles of a giant squid. If you do not provoke them, they will entwine themselves around you. The key lies in whether you possess sufficient strength to sever them. He spooned a mouthful of porridge delicately into his mouth, then turned to Tom, his gray-blue eyes profound as the depths of the Black Lake. The booklet I provided you is merely the foundation. True power lies buried deeper. For instance, how to instill fear in your opponent before they even utter a word. How to render those tiresome provocations utterly meaningless. He set down his spoon, leaning slightly toward Tom, his voice lowered, imbued with a beguiling allure. What you wish to learn is not just how to make a feather quill soar, is it? You aspire to make individuals like Pewitt, upon seeing you, instinctively fall silent and take their leave. Tom's heart raced. Abraxas had precisely pinpointed his innermost, most clandestine longing. He yearned for power, for respect, for the chance to make those who belittled and insulted him pay a price. Can you teach me? He heard his own voice inquire, tinged with a hint of urgency unbeknownst to him. Abraxas smiled, a grin reminiscent of a cold diamond glinting in the sunlight, brilliant, yet perilous. That depends on what you are willing to offer, my dear boy. He extended a finger, lightly tapping the silent charm booklet before Tom. Investment is reciprocal. I provide resources, and you must demonstrate commensurate value and sincerity. He rose, adjusting his robes. Enjoy your breakfast, Riddle, and ponder what truly matters to you, a pitiful sense of pride or genuine power. He departed once more like a gust of wind, leaving Tom alone to confront the icy glass of pumpkin juice and the myriad of inquisitive gazes surrounding him. Tom clenched his fists, his nails once again embedding into his palms. Abracadabra Malfoy had once again painted a grander illusion before him, an irresistible temptation he could not resist. Yet he was acutely aware that to attain such desires, one must pay a price. What that price entailed was left unspoken by Abracadabra, and therein lay the most disquieting aspect. He gazed up at the twinkling stars on the ceiling of the Great Hall, feeling for the first time that Hogwarts was not merely a school of magic, but rather a vast, intangible chessboard. And he, Tom Riddle, stood on the precipice of this board, gradually being maneuvered by a player named Abracadabra Malfoy toward the center of an unknown, perilous, yet alluring game. Chapter 8. The Invitation from the Room of Requirement. In the ensuing days, Tom devoted nearly all of his spare time to practicing the silencing charm and studying that little booklet. His progress was swift. He had already mastered the art of making a book levitate steadily and even attempted basic movement. This enhancement of his control over power captivated him, temporarily overshadowing his suspicions regarding Abracadabra's intentions. After Friday's charms class, Professor Flitwick assigned an essay on the principles of the joy charm. As Tom gathered his belongings, preparing to head to the library for research, a figure obstructed his path. It was Chris Selwyn, Abracadabra's exuberant companion. "Hey, Riddle," Chris exclaimed cheerfully, giving Tom's shoulder a hearty pat. "Abracadabra asked me to pass along a message. Tonight at 8, on the 8th floor of the castle, across from the tapestry depicting the troll attempting to teach the dim-witted Barnabas to dance ballet. He mentioned their south an intriguing place that might assist you with your essay dilemma." Tom frowned. "The library's resources are sufficient." "Oh, come on," Chris waved dismissively. "Those dusty old tomes in the library? Abracadabra is talking about something intriguing. I assure you it's far more exhilarating than the library. Plus," he leaned in closer, lowering his voice and wearing a mysterious expression, "there are things there that you definitely won't find in the library. About more practical applications." More practical applications? Tom's heart skipped a beat. He immediately associated this with the silencing charm, or perhaps even more potent magic. Why wasn't he being explicit? Tom remained on guard. Chris shrugged. "Abracadabra enjoys this cryptic game. Whether you choose to go or not is up to you. I've delivered the message." He winked at Tom and skipped away to catch up with Theonot, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Tom remained rooted in place, grappling with his inner turmoil. He understood that this could very well be another trap, a step meticulously orchestrated by Abracadabra. Yet the allure of an intriguing place, of things unattainable in the library, of more practical applications, was a siren's call that held a deadly allure for him. At precisely 7:50 that evening, Tom found himself on the 8th floor of the castle, standing before the immense tapestry depicting the troll's ballet lesson gone awry. The corridor was deserted, save for the flickering shadows cast by the torches on the walls. Following Chris's vague hints, he paced back and forth before the empty wall opposite the tapestry, concentrating intently on his thoughts. "I require a place to study quietly. A sanctuary housing special magical tomes." On his third pass, a smooth, heavy wooden door materialized in the wall, devoid of any markings. Tom inhaled deeply and pushed it open. The sight beyond the door took his breath away. This was not merely a room. It resembled a grand, ancient library, rivaling even the main hall of Hogwarts Library. Yet the atmosphere was entirely distinct. The shelves soared to the star-patterned ceiling, and the air was thick with the scent of aged parchment, dragonhide covers, and a subtle, enigmatic aura of magic. Thousands of books were meticulously arranged, many adorned with strange runes or inscribed in ancient languages unknown to Tom. Softly glowing orbs of light floated in the air, illuminating this sanctuary of knowledge. In the center of the room, behind a massive oak desk intricately carved with entwined serpents, sat Abracadabra Malfoy, leisurely ensconced in a high-backed chair, holding a thick tome with a black cover and silver-edged pages. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of surprise, replaced instead by the familiar smile of someone who possessed complete mastery over the situation. "Welcome, my dear Riddle," Abracadabra said, setting his book aside and spreading his arms wide as if unveiling his kingdom, one of Hogwarts' best-kept secrets, the Room of Requirement. "Of course, this is one of my preferred forms." Tom stepped into the room, his eyes greedily sweeping over the shelves. Titles such as Revealing the Dark Arts, Mysteries of the Soul, Ancient Numen Practices, and the Complete Compendium of Forgotten Curses sent his heart racing. These were rare treasures difficult to find even in the restricted section. How about that? Abracadabra approached him, a hint of pride in his tone. Far superior to that dusty library, with its watchful Madam Pants, don't you think? Everything here belongs to those capable of finding it. Do you visit here often? Tom inquired, striving to keep his voice steady. When I require some extracurricular reading. Abracadabra replied nonchalantly, casually plucking a slender booklet from the shelf and handing it to Tom. For instance, this one, Unconventional Applications and Countercharms of the Joy Charm, should prove far more engaging than the nonsense recommended by Professor Flitwick. Perhaps it will provide a unique perspective for your essay. Tom accepted the booklet and flipped through it. Indeed, it contained some unconventional and even perilous techniques for employing and countering the Joy Charm. This was precisely what he needed. Why bring me here? Tom asked, fixing his gaze on Abracadabra, posing the most crucial question. Abracadabra met his stare, his gray-blue eyes appearing particularly profound in the glow of the magical orbs. I have said before, investment is reciprocal, Riddle. I see your potential, your yearning. Yet in this world, mere potential is insufficient. You require resources, guidance, a space where you can thrive undisturbed. He gestured around the vast library. This is a portion of the resources I can offer you. He strolled to the window, which revealed not the Hogwarts courtyard but a swirling, starlit abyss. I can unlock this door for you, granting access to knowledge that the mundane can never attain. I can teach you how to learn more efficiently, how to discern which magic holds true value, and even assist you in clearing unnecessary obstacles from your path, such as that nuisance, Pruitt. His voice dripped with seduction, each word resonating deeply within Tom's heart. So, Tom's voice was somewhat hoarse. What is the price? Abracadabra turned to face him, wearing a countenance of almost cruel candor. The price is you, Tom Riddle. He stepped closer, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Tom. Your loyalty, of course, not the foolish, unreserved kind, but rather a strategic preference for partnership. Your growth must unfold within my purview, aligned with the direction I, envision. He leaned slightly, meeting Tom's eyes at eye level, his voice lowered, laced with a chilling warning yet tinged with thrilling anticipation. In simple terms, I desire you to become my magnum opus, Riddle, a testament to my vision, a perfect creation that transforms base materials into gold. You shall gain power and knowledge, while I shall derive satisfaction and a formidable alliance for the future. What are your thoughts on this transaction? A chill coursed up Tom's spine, while a torrent of warmth surged within his chest. Abraxas had stripped away all masks of hypocrisy, laying the transaction bare for scrutiny. To him, it was merely an investment, a toy, a work of art to be sculpted according to his whims. This was a profound insult. Yet, concurrently, what was offered was everything he had ever yearned for: power, knowledge, and opportunity to transcend his current existence. He gazed into Abraxas's eyes, which seemed to penetrate the very essence of reality, surveyed the library around him, brimming with infinite possibilities, and clutched the tome in his hand, chronicling unconventional magic. His pride screamed in rejection, yet his ambition, his insatiable thirst for power, roared in fervent acceptance. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. Tom Riddle stood at the first significant crossroads of his life, one path leading to a pitiful self-respect and mediocrity, the other to formidable strength shackled by chains. He gripped the book on the unconventional applications of the Joy spell and counterspells tightly, his knuckles blanching from the pressure. Ultimately, he lifted his gaze, suppressing all internal turmoil within his dark eyes, leaving only a cold, almost cruel resolution. He looked at Abraxas Malfoy and, with clarity and deliberate enunciation, declared, I accept. Chapter 9, The Quidditch Stance. The autumn air at Hogwarts was crisp, imbued with the unique dampness of the Scottish Highlands and the scent of withering foliage. On Saturday morning, the Quidditch pitch thrummed with excitement, with green and silver banners fluttering in the stands, resembling a surging tide of serpents. The season's opening match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff was about to commence. Tom Riddle did not find himself among the throngs of first-year students, eagerly craning their necks in anticipation. Instead, he chose a relatively secluded spot high up near the teacher's box, offering a broad view while evading the cacophony below. In his hands lay a copy of Introduction to Transfiguration Theory, though his gaze was predominantly fixed on the players warming up below, especially the one clad in a pristine Seeker-S uniform, whose platinum hair shone even under the gloomy daylight, Abraxas Malfoy. Abraxas hovered effortlessly on his comet broom, conversing with the captain, his face adorned with his habitual, somewhat languid smile of confidence. He seemed born for such attention, surrounded by cheers and glances. Tom's fingertips unconsciously traced the edges of the pages. He harbored little interest in Quidditch itself, this sport, reliant on teamwork and a modicum of luck, paled in comparison to the allure of precise spells or profound magical theories. Nevertheless, he could not deny that witnessing Abraxas navigate the air with such ease, as if the entire world were merely his backyard, stirred within him a complex emotion, a mixture of disdain and something else. It appeared that he was not alone in his disinterest regarding this amiable exchange between the badger and the serpent. A familiar voice emerged beside him, laced with a hint of mockery. Tom snapped his book shut, knowing without turning that it was Abraxas Malfoy, who had silently detached himself from the warm-up squad and now stood beside him, bringing with him the crisp outdoor air and a faint, expensive pine-scented fragrance of some hair product. He wore no team jacket, merely a silver-green sweater, appearing both casual and out of place. Shouldn't Mr. Malfoy be down there preparing for the match? Tom's voice remained flat, his gaze redirected to the pitch to avoid eye contact. Warm up? That's for those who require repeated practice to avoid falling off their brooms, Abraxas replied nonchalantly, elegantly seating himself in the space beside Tom as if it were his designated spot. And I've discovered a spectacle far more intriguing than watching our team's batsman attempt to score a goal into his own net. A first-year student engrossed in Introduction to Transfiguration at a Quidditch match. Honestly, Riddle, are you attempting to embody the ultimate definition of a bookworm through your actions? His tone brimmed with benevolent sarcasm. Tom felt a flush creeping to his ears, not from embarrassment, but from indignation. I am merely utilizing my time. Utilizing your time? On this precious morning when I have procured for you a temporary escape from my suffocating protection to breathe the fresh air of the Quidditch pitch? Merlin, I should truly feel sorrowful. He feigned a dramatic sigh, yet a gleam of delight flickered in his gray-blue eyes. Tom refrained from responding, acutely aware that any rebuttal would only elicit further, more irksome jests from the other. He observed in silence as the Hufflepuff team entered, met by a relatively mild applause. Look over there, Abraxas suddenly nudged him with his elbow, directing his attention to the opposite side of the Slytherin stance. Our dear Mr. Pruitt seems to have learned nothing from the dual punishments of detention and family business. He remains as boisterous as ever. Tom followed his gaze, spotting Hack Pruitt mingling with several Gryffindors, loudly jeering at the Slytherin team with exaggerated expressions in an attempt to garner attention. Yet most of the Slytherins responded with indifferent disdain, like a clumsy toad attempting to scare away a hippogriff with its croaks. Pitiful and laughable, wouldn't you agree? Abraxas remarked, his tone dripping with contempt as though assessing a flawed specimen. He isn't even worth my wasted glance. However, he pivoted his focus back to Tom. I presume you would relish witnessing him humiliate himself personally, perhaps by causing his trumpet to suddenly transform into a slippery eel, just in time for it to plummet into his pumpkin juice. Tom's heart tightened slightly. Abraxas was probing, enticing him, in a casual tone discussing pranks. He hinted at something far more dangerous, aligning with the darker inclinations of Tom's psyche. That would be a violation of school rules, and utterly pointless. Tom replied stiffly, forcing himself to concentrate on the book once more, though he could not absorb a single word. School rules? Abraxas chuckled softly. Dear Tom, rules are meant for those ordinary individuals who require constraints to govern their behavior. For those of true talent, rules are merely obstacles to be cleverly circumvented. As for meaning, he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice, laced with temptation, to publicly humiliate an annoying individual and relish in their disarray. Wouldn't that be the most direct and satisfying meaning? His breath brushed against Tom's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Tom instinctively shifted slightly to create distance. I am not you, Mr. Malfoy. I do not derive amusement from such base pleasures. Oh, certainly not. Abraxas reclined back into his seat, wearing an expression that conveyed, I see right through you. With a knowing smile. You seek a more refined pleasure, such as mastering the very essence of power. I understand. He paused, observing Tom's taut profile, as if suddenly recalling something. Speaking of power, how is your practice on that section about magical locking from the little tome? Have you attempted to use it to, say, silence a certain noisy individual temporarily? Tom clenched his fists. Abraxas had an uncanny ability to pinpoint his deepest interests and casually evoke them, as if merely inquiring about his academic progress. Yet Tom knew this was coupled with relentless scrutiny and control. Still practicing, he replied tersely, Need a sparring partner? Abraxas eagerly proposed, I could begrudgingly offer myself as your target. Of course, on the condition that you ensure not to accidentally render my tongue non-existent. While that might render the world significantly quieter, it seems Mrs. Pomfrey would find herself rather occupied. At that moment, the whistle for the match sounded. The players soared into the air, the golden snitch and the bludgers were unleashed, and the game officially commenced. However, Abraxas appeared to have lost interest in the fierce competition unfolding on the field. His gaze remained fixated on Tom, as if Tom were the sole focal point worthy of attention in this Quidditch match. You know, Riddle. He drawled lazily while observing Tom's evident restlessness as he attempted to concentrate on the game. Sometimes I find watching you struggle to maintain that icy facade far more entertaining than a dozen Quidditch finals combined. Your mind must be racing, calculating the implications behind every word I utter, strategizing how to respond without losing face, all the while fearing which of my verbal traps you might stumble into. Am I right? Tom's jaw tightened. He abhorred being so blatantly dissected. Relax, dear boy, Abraxas chuckled lightly. I'm merely relishing the pleasure of observing a promising junior evolve. After all, I, too, am keen to witness the progress of my creation. I am not your creation, Tom finally snapped, turning to face him. Dark eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. Abraxas met his gaze, his smile unwavering, even more radiant. Is that so? He replied teasingly, his gray-blue eyes glimmering with mischief. Then why are you here, Tom? Why accept my assistance? Why, despite your disdain for me, can you not completely extricate yourself from my influence? The question struck like a cold dagger, piercing Tom's most conflicted and reluctant sentiments. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to articulate a compelling response. Just then, a tremendous cheer erupted from the stands. A fifth-year seeker from Slytherin executed a magnificent dive, narrowly evading a bludger, her fingertips almost grazing the golden glimmer of the snitch. Finally, Abraxas shifted his attention from Tom and directed it toward the field, lazily clapping. Almost there. If it were me, I would have employed a Ronsky feint from that angle. Not only would it have captured the snitch, but it would have also sent the opposing chasers into a cold sweat. He critiqued, his tone laced with professional scrutiny. Tom watched his profile, the unnamed fire within him still smoldering, yet a sense of powerlessness began to rise. Abraxas Malfoy was like an elegant mist. Just when one thought they had grasped his essence, he could effortlessly dissipate, only to coalesce again in unexpected places. Continuing his infuriating game. As the match progressed, Tom found himself barely engaged. Abraxas would occasionally comment on tactics or greet passing students from other houses, mainly scions of esteemed pure-blood families, with a nod of acknowledgement, as if his earlier sharp words had never been uttered. It was not until the final whistle blew, signaling Slytherin's narrow victory and the capture of the golden snitch, that Abraxas rose, dusting off non-existent particles. Well, the entertainment is over, he remarked, glancing down at the still-seated Tom with a lingering smile. It appears our little bookworm is feeling rather unstable today and may require some time alone to digest. Not to worry, I possess an abundance of patience. He turned to leave, but paused, as if recalling something important. Oh, by the way, for next week's Charms class quiz, Professor Flitwick seems particularly fond of the silent levitation charm. You know, the one that makes quills obediently float. Practice diligently, Mr. Riddle. I hope to see my guidance bears satisfactory fruit. He winked at Tom before striding away, merging into the jubilant sea of silver and green below, quickly vanishing from sight. Tom remained seated in the stands, surrounded by the deafening roars of cheers and songs. Yet, he felt as though he were on a frigid, isolated island. The book on elementary transfiguration theory in his hands felt unbearably heavy. Malfoy had triumphed once again. Tom understood he must grow stronger. And swiftly, not only in magic but also in mind. He needed to learn to navigate the web woven by this golden-haired devil until the day he could reverse roles and become the weaver himself. Drawing in a deep breath of the icy air, he rose and departed from the clamor of the stands. Chapter 10. The Practicality of the Room of Requirement. On Tuesday evening, Tom once again stood before the enormous tapestry on the 8th floor of the castle. After a moment of internal struggle, he followed the method from before, pacing back and forth 3 times in front of the blank wall, silently wishing for a place to practice magic undisturbed. The smooth wooden door materialized once more. He pushed it open, and this time, the room's shape differed slightly from last. It resembled an ancient, small dual chamber, surrounded by towering shelves brimming with various magical tomes, while the center was an open space with a dark wooden floor. Several gargoyle statues stood in the corners, serving as targets, and torches burning with blue flames illuminated the room, casting a bright, yet eerie glow. Abraxas was already waiting there, dressed in a deep green robe that accentuated his fair complexion. He was languidly directing a silver origami crane to circle through the air with his wand. Upon noticing Tom's entrance, he flicked his wrist, and the crane gracefully landed on Tom's shoulder, dissipating into specks of silver light. Being punctual is a commendable habit, Mr. Riddle. Abraxas smiled as he stowed his wand. I'm pleased you weren't impeded by Filch or his wretched cat. You mentioned practical lessons. Tom cut directly to the chase, dismissing the lingering magical sensation on his shoulder. He noticed 2 steaming cups of drink on a small table to one side of the room, not pumpkin juice, but rather a refreshing tea infused with mint and some unknown spices. Relax, relax, Abraxas said as he approached the table, handing him 1 cup. Before we begin tormenting these poor gargoyles, we should replenish some energy. Try it. It's specially sourced from Malfoy Manor, impossible to find elsewhere. He took the other cup for himself and elegantly sipped. Tom hesitated before accepting the cup. The warmth seeped through the porcelain. He took a small sip, and the crisp, slightly sweet flavor unfurled on his palate, undeniably more refined than any beverage he had previously tasted. How is it? Far superior to Hogwarts' glowingly sweet pumpkin juice. Wouldn't you agree? Abraxas observed his expression, pride evident in his tone. This was brought by my father during his last visit. He claimed the cuisine at Hogwarts lacked standards, though don't let the house elves hear that. They might be so heartbroken as to turn all the Yorkshire puddings to stone. Tom refrained from commenting, merely taking another sip. He had to admit, it was rather delightful. Yet, he was more wary of the implications behind Abraxas's seemingly amiable sharing. He was revealing his world, one starkly different from Tom's past, a realm filled with privilege and refinement. All right, enough of the small talk. Abraxas set down his cup, clapping his hands and moving to the center of the space. Let us see if my precious little booklet has truly inspired our future great wizard. He drew his wand, pointing it at one of the gargoyles. The silent levitation charm. The goal is to have it leave its pedestal and float for 30 seconds. The standard isn't too high, is it? Tom stepped into the center of the space, distancing himself a few paces from Abraxas. He drew his wand, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to clear his mind, focusing entirely on the gargoyle. He recalled the key points from the pamphlet, feeling the flow of magic within him, attempting to weave them around the target as delicately as silk threads. The gargoyle shifted slightly, the base scraping against the floor with a faint sound, yet it remained grounded. Your will is sufficient, but the output of your magic is too forceful, my dear boy, Abraxas remarked, his tone devoid of mockery, resembling that of a discerning coach. Imagine lifting it with a gossamer thread rather than tugging it with coarse twine. Subtlety, you must embrace subtlety. Tom furrowed his brow and attempted again. This time, he focused intently on control, tempering the output of his magic. The gargoyle trembled, lifting a few inches from its base, suspended in the air but exceedingly unstable, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest. Maintain it. Abraxas commanded, feel it. Your magic is an extension of yourself. You can sense every resistance it encounters in the air. Adjust it. Tom's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Sustaining such precise control was far more challenging than casting a spell with brute force. He could feel the threads of magic tightening in the air. The weight of the gargoyle feedbacking through this invisible connection, testing his spirit and will. 15 seconds, 20 seconds, the gargoyle began to sway violently, on the verge of plummeting. Focus. Abraxas's voice resonated again, imbued with a peculiar, stabilizing power. Tom gritted his teeth, gathering his nearly dissipated resolve. Finally, as he approached 30 seconds, the gargoyle's trembling subsided, though it remained far from stable, barely managing to hover in the air. As the 30-second mark struck, Tom almost instantaneously withdrew his magic, causing the gargoyle to thud back onto its base. He breathed heavily, feeling mentally fatigued, yet a profound sense of achievement surged within him. He had succeeded. Mediocre, Abraxas approached, lightly tapping the gargoyle with his wand. Considering you've only been practicing the silent spell for less than 2 weeks, it's quite commendable. A genuine glimmer of appreciation sparkled in his gray-blue eyes, though he had deliberately masked it with a critical tone. Next, he turned to Tom, a sly smile curving his lips. Let us raise the stakes. Move it, and let it fly around this room. Tom stared at him in disbelief. That's impossible. A silent spell combined with movement. Impossible? Abraxas arched an eyebrow. Who decreed that? Professor Flitwick and his standard spellbook for beginners? Spare me, Riddle. Rules are meant to be broken. Just think, if you could silently compel an object to move according to your will, the possibilities would be endless. He winked suggestively. For instance, causing someone's essay notes to accidentally drift out the window? Or making the floor beneath an obnoxious blabbermouth suddenly give way? Tom's heart raced anew. Abraxas had this uncanny ability to present dangerous yet alluring possibilities with a casual air. Of course, Abraxas added languidly, if you find it too daunting, you may relinquish now. After all, gradual progress is crucial. He cast Tom a look that conveyed his understanding of Tom's limitations. This effectively ignited Tom's competitive spirit. He ceased his hesitance, raising his wand once more, aiming at the gargoyle. This attempt proved substantially more arduous. Not only did he have to maintain its levitation, but he also had to divert his focus to control its direction and speed. The gargoyle careened through the air erratically, resembling a drunken reveler, narrowly avoiding the bookshelves several times, only to be deftly redirected by Abraxas's silent protective charm. Direction. Mind the direction. Do you wish to cram it into the bookshelf alongside the comprehensive guide to toxins? Too slow. Is it taking a leisurely stroll? Magic fluctuations. Rein in your magical ebbs. Do you want the entire castle to be aware of our clandestine practice of advanced magic? Abraxas incessantly directed from the sidelines, his tone oscillating between sternness and jest. Tom pressed his lips together, stubbornness and focus gleaming in his dark eyes, sweat dampening the black hair on his forehead. He detested Abraxas's commands, but couldn't deny that some of his reminders struck at the heart of the matter. After nearly colliding the gargoyle with the ceiling, Tom finally managed to control it, albeit precariously, as it completed a wobbly circuit around the room. When the gargoyle finally settled back onto its base, Tom felt utterly drained. Leaning on his knees as he panted slightly, "Merlin's beard," Abraxas exclaimed, observing the battered gargoyle with exaggerated dismay. "It appears our Slytherin pride has a considerable journey ahead in mastering precise control." Nonetheless, he approached Tom, offering a clean handkerchief. "As for your inaugural attempt at movement, I shall reluctantly deem it passable." Tom did not accept the handkerchief, merely wiping his sweat on his sleeve and straightening up. "What is next?" he inquired, his voice slightly hoarse from fatigue, though his gaze remained sharp. Abraxas observed his defiant demeanor and suddenly smiled. This was not the usual smile laced with cunning or mockery, but rather one more genuine and bright, as if he were truly pleased. "Do not bite off more than you can chew, my dear Tom." He tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket. "Today's practical lesson concludes here. Your stamina is nearing its limit. If you continue, I fear you may transform Professor McGonagall's glasses into a fluttering moth in Transfiguration class tomorrow." He moved to a small table, grasping the now slightly cold cup of tea, offering it to Tom. "Drink this, it will help restore some energy. Then, return and rest well, digesting what you have learned today." Tom accepted the teacup and drank it down in one go. The crisp liquid slid down his throat, seemingly alleviating some of his exhaustion. Next Wednesday, same time, same place, Abraxas continued as he gathered his belongings, his tone reverting to its usual languor. "I hope by then you can make this pitiful gargoyle perform a respectable waltz rather than the spastic cant and it just executed." Tom remained silent, merely watching him. Abraxas Malfoy was like the most exacting of instructors, imparting knowledge he yearned for through the most challenging of methods, while never forgetting to remind him who was the true authority. Yet, Tom could not deny that under this high-pressure, vexing tutelage, his progress far exceeded that of solitary exploration. The palpable growth of his power was akin to the sweetest poison, rendering him unable to resist. He watched Abraxas stride toward the door, that graceful, composed silhouette, as if the earnest mentor he had just encountered was merely a figment of his imagination. "Why?" Tom suddenly spoke, his voice echoing oddly in the cavernous room. Abraxas halted, not turning back. "Why what? Why teach you? Or why choose you? Both." Abraxas fell silent for a moment, then slowly turned, wearing that complex smile which Tom found inscrutable. "I relish the process, Riddle." His gray-blue eyes bored deeply into Tom's, as if to absorb every ounce of ambition and darkness lurking within his soul. "Because I believe the returns you might yield could surpass the imagination of all, including my own." He chuckled softly, saying no more, and turned to push open the door, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Tom stood alone in the silent, dueling classroom, the air still tinged with the lingering aroma of tea and the subtle scent of ozone from the magic that had surged. He gazed down at his hands, the wand that resonated so perfectly with him firmly clasped in his grasp. Returns? Of course, he would offer recompense. However, the question lingers, will Abraxas Malfoy still be able to relish this perilous game with the same composure as he does now? A cold and indistinct smile curved Tom's lips. Chapter 11. An Encounter by the Black Lake. On a rare sunny weekend afternoon, despite the pale and feeble sunlight filtering through the clouds, many students were drawn to the grounds outside the castle for a leisurely stroll. Tom opted for a secluded path, walking along the edge of the Black Lake toward the forbidden forest fringes. He sought solitude to untangle his recent tumultuous thoughts and to practice the increasingly perilous magical techniques imparted by Abraxas. The lake's surface rippled gently in the breeze, while a colossal squid occasionally extended its tentacles, disrupting the water's tranquility. Tom paused beneath an ancient beech tree where the view was unobstructed, allowing him to evade the gaze of most passers-by. He drew out his wand and began practicing the levitation charm in silence. After intensive training at the Room of Requirement, he had mastered the ability to keep a fist-sized stone levitating steadily and executing simple movements. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. His ambition was to manipulate heavier and more complex objects with greater speed. As he intently focused on making the stone trace a perfect circle in the air, a voice filled with mirth rang out from nearby. "It appears someone has dedicated their splendid weekend to the noble pursuit of magic." How touching! Tom's hand trembled, nearly dropping the stone into the lake. He steadied himself, guiding the stone to the ground before turning to face the source of the voice. Abraxas Malfoy leaned casually against a tree a few yards away, arms crossed, his expression radiating evident delight. Today he eschewed his school robes, instead donning a tailored dark gray turtleneck and black trousers, resembling someone taking a leisurely walk at his estate rather than by the shores of Hogwarts. "Mr. Malfoy," Tom replied, his tone devoid of emotion, yet his grip on the wand tightened slightly. He despised these uninvited encounters. "Relax, I'm not here to assess your homework," Abraxas said, sauntering closer, his gaze sweeping over the stone on the ground, which, by first-year standards, had been manipulated with only moderate skill. He halted before Tom, his gray-blue eyes scrutinizing him as if he were a captivating artifact. "Practicing alone? How industrious. Should I feel gratified for Slytherin's house cup in advance?" "I simply dislike squandering time," Tom replied coldly, retracting his wand into his sleeve, preparing to depart. He had no desire to continue his practice under Abraxas's watchful gaze, which felt akin to being laid bare beneath a magnifying glass. "Squandering time? Is conversing with me considered a waste of time? How disheartening. I had thought that after our intimate tutoring sessions, our rapport had grown more profound," Abraxas countered, raising an eyebrow. Tom's lips twitched slightly. "Unless you have something else to discuss, of course I do," Abraxas interrupted, suddenly adopting a more serious demeanor. "I've noticed you seem particularly intrigued by the defense against the dark arts." Tom's heart raced. He had indeed been discreetly researching related texts, particularly those concerning dark magic, or at least those in morally ambiguous territories. However, he believed he had concealed this well. "It's a required course," he answered cautiously. "Oh, come now, Riddle," Abraxas scoffed. "Bin's history of magic is also a required subject. Yet I haven't seen you perusing his tome until its pages are on the verge of disintegration. I'm referring to the more practical aspects. For instance, how to effectively defend oneself, or," he lowered his voice, laced with a conspiratorial allure, "how to ensure those insufferable individuals learn to keep their distance." Tom gazed at him in silence, his dark eyes fathomless. Abraxas had an uncanny ability to detect his innermost desires. "I know a few minor spells," Abraxas said casually, retrieving his wand from his pocket, twirling it deftly between his fingers, not the sort that leaves noticeable marks on a person, which would attract the attention of the professors. "More intricate, more Slytherin. Care to see?" Tom neither affirmed nor denied his interest, yet his gaze remained fixed on Abraxas's wand, betraying his curiosity. Abraxas smirked, his gaze sweeping over a cluster of dense, spiky nettles by the lake. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he pointed his wand at the nettles, his lips moving silently. In the next instant, the nettles withered at a visible speed, turning dark as if their life force had been instantaneously siphoned away, ultimately transforming into a small pile of ashes, whisked away by the wind. Tom held his breath. A silent curse. Moreover, one imbued with a palpable dark essence. He couldn't even identify the spell, yet its effects were chilling. "Withering curse," Abraxas remarked nonchalantly as he stowed his wand, as if he had merely extinguished a candle. A rather practical little trick, effective against bothersome plants or certain uncouth lower beings. The key lies in the momentary explosion of magical output and precise targeting, akin to puncturing a bubble with the tip of a needle. He turned to Tom, a glimmer of challenge flickering in his gray-blue eyes. "Care to learn?" Tom's heart thudded violently in his chest. The dark nature of this spell was undeniable, and its power far exceeded any magic he had encountered thus far. Learning it would mean officially stepping into that treacherous, forbidden realm that the school had expressly prohibited. Yet, the allure of power was intoxicating. "Why teach me this?" Tom's voice emerged hoarse. "Why?" Abraxas echoed, stepping closer, the distance between them so slight that they could feel each other's breath. "Because it pleases me, Riddle. I enjoy witnessing your ability to protect yourself, to see you grow stronger and more aligned with my expectations." His voice was low, imbued with an almost intimate threat. "And I believe you will relish it, the sensation of wielding life itself." Tom could smell the cool scent of pine emanating from him, mingled with the aroma of sunlight. He felt a wave of dizziness, torn between the yearning for power and the resistance against Abraxas's almost hypnotic influence. Of course, Abraxas stepped back, creating distance once more, resuming his nonchalant demeanor. "If you're afraid or feel this contradicts your model student principles, just pretend I said nothing. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to touch what lies beyond the boundaries." It was yet another provocation. Tom was well aware of this, yet he found himself unable to resist. "Teach me," he heard himself say, his voice barely above a whisper, yet remarkably resolute. A satisfied smile, akin to that of a hunter who had ensnared his prey, spread across Abraxas's face. "Excellent. Now, first and foremost, abandon that brutish approach of trying to force everything into submission. This spell demands utmost subtlety and precision. Like the venom of a serpent, not the club of a troll." For the next half hour, Abraxas meticulously elucidated the workings of the withering curse and the focal points of mental concentration. His instruction remained rigorous, his words sharp, occasionally mocking Tom's clumsiness. Yet the explanations were clear and profound, delving to the core of the matter. Tom absorbed every word with intense focus, acutely aware of the spell's complexity and peril. A slight misstep could lead to a painful backlash of magical energy. He attempted several times, initially managing only to cause the edges of the nettle leaves to turn a faint yellow, but gradually he succeeded in withering parts of the plant. Stop! Abraxas halted him after his fourth attempt. Your magical energy is nearly depleted. If you continue down this path during the next potion class, you might find yourself tossing your fingers into the cauldron like porcupine quills. Tom paused, feeling a wave of mental fatigue wash over him, more intense than during his practice of silent spells. The toll of dark magic on the caster was evidently greater. Remember this feeling, Abraxas observed, his gaze fixed on Tom's slightly pallid visage, his tone unusually grave. Dark forces resemble the fiercest flames. They can provide warmth and strength, yet they can easily scorch the wielder. Learn to master it, lest you be mastered by it. He withdrew a small silver vial from his pocket and tossed it to Tom. Drink this. It will help restore your vigor. Tom caught the vial, uncorked it, and a refreshing aroma wafted forth. After a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank it down. A gentle warmth instantly spread through his limbs, dispelling much of his weariness. What is this? A mere pick-me-up, a Malfoy family recipe, Abraxas replied nonchalantly. Far more effective than the ghastly concoctions of Madame Pomfrey. Tom returned the empty vial, murmuring, "Thank you." "Not at all," Abraxas replied, accepting the vial with a smile that bore that infuriating hint of mockery. "After all, I am your protector, little Riddle." He glanced skyward. "It's getting late. I believe I shall return to my rare afternoon tea, untroubled by your spells. Remember what I taught you, practice diligently, but refrain from practicing near the greenhouse or Professor Slughorn's herbology garden, unless you wish to become the next ingredient for a potion." He waved at Tom, turning to depart along the lakeshore, humming a dissonant tune that resembled an aria from some opera. Tom watched his retreating figure, the lingering chill of the silver vial still palpable in his hand. He cast his gaze downwards at the patch of nettles that had been reduced to ashes, filled with a sense of satisfaction regarding the immense power he wielded, along with a deeper unease. Abraxas Malfoy was guiding him step by step down a perilous yet potent path. He had bestowed upon Tom irresistible resources and knowledge, while firmly securing him within his camp. Tom understood that he was dancing with the devil, yet he felt he had no other choice. The flame of ambition within him made such a partnership tantalizing. This path was his to choose, and it was one he must traverse alone, until he amassed sufficient power to redefine the rules of this game. Chapter 12. The Invitation to the Slug Club. On Monday evening, having just concluded his astronomy tower observation class, Tom descended the spiral staircase, clutching a hefty star chart, when a shimmering silver creature, resembling a miniature toad conjured from mist, suddenly leaped into his path, emitting a voice that Tom had grown somewhat accustomed to, smooth and effusive. "Dear Mr. Riddle, if you have no other engagements this evening, might you consider gracing my office for a glass of mead and a sampling of some freshly baked lemon cake by my house elves? I would like to discuss your splendid paper on the properties of Moonstone from last week. Horace Slughorn." The miniature toad twirled elegantly in the air before vanishing in a puff of silver smoke. Tom was not surprised by Professor Slughorn's invitation. His potion class performance had always been exemplary, and he had indeed invested considerable effort into the Moonstone paper, referencing several advanced texts, and even alluding to some obscure theoretical applications. He knew the head of Slytherin, an aficionado of potential, would eventually take notice of him. However, he did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly, nor in such an ostentatious manner. Clutching the star chart, he lingered for a moment in contemplation. Accepting the invitation would mean stepping into Slughorn's spotlight, granting him access to individuals of greater stature and resources, and perhaps extracting some useful information from the well-informed headmaster. Yet, it also implied a greater exposure to Abraxas Malfoy's sphere of influence. Everyone knew that within Slughorn's Slug Club, the heir of the Malfoy family held significant sway. To go or not to go? With scarcely a moment's hesitation, Tom made his decision. He required any opportunity to ascend, and he could not relinquish this chance due to apprehension of Abraxas. Moreover, he had a nagging suspicion that the golden-haired demon had anticipated this very step and might even have played a role in orchestrating it. At precisely 8 o'clock, Tom donned his most immaculate robes and knocked promptly on the ornate wooden door of Slughorn's office. The door swung open, and a warm breeze, mingled with the aromas of mead, cigars, various perfumes, and delectable food, wafted over him. Inside, a dozen students had already gathered, spanning from 2nd to 7th years, all impeccably attired, exuding the characteristic poise and superiority of pure-blood families. They conversed in small groups, glasses in hand, or delicately nibbling on exquisite hors d'oeuvres. Tom's arrival sparked a slight stir and scrutiny. Many eyes fell upon him, imbued with curiosity, appraisal, and perhaps a trace of barely concealed disdain. An underclassman, shabby and of unclear background, appeared distinctly out of place in such company. "Ah, our young potion prodigy has arrived." Professor Slughorn's booming voice broke the momentary awkwardness. He waddled over, his rotund belly leading the way, a rosy glow on his face as he affectionately draped an arm around Tom's shoulder. Tom's body stiffened imperceptibly as he was ushered into the throng. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Tom Riddle, our new star from the first year of Slytherin. His talent in potions has even astonished this old man." Slughorn introduced him with enthusiasm, as if Tom were a newly unearthed treasure. Polite, yet lukewarm applause arose from the crowd. Tom nodded expressionlessly, his gaze sweeping across the room, and, unsurprisingly, he found the familiar figure nestled in the coziest group of sofas nearest the fireplace. Abraxas Malfoy lounged languidly on the sofa, a glass of golden mead in hand, flanked by Theonot and Chris Selwyn. He did not acknowledge Tom, seemingly engrossed in the conversation of a seventh-year girl beside him, a charming smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yet Tom could feel the faintest gaze upon him, locking him in from the moment he entered the room. Slughorn guided Tom to a small round table laden with delicacies, warmly encouraging him to help himself before attending to the other newcomers. Tom selected a modest piece of lemon cake and retreated to a relatively quiet corner, observing silently. He overheard discussions about the latest Quidditch League scores, complaints regarding the OWL's difficulty, and murmurs among a few upperclassmen about recent personnel changes within the Ministry of Magic. This was a small, elite social circle, and he felt like an intruder. "How does it taste?" Professor Slughorn's house elf is reputed to be a master baker of lemon cake. A voice beside him spoke, laced with that familiar, irritatingly languorous tone. Tom did not need to turn around to know who it was. He slowly swallowed the cake, which was indeed soft and sweet, far exceeding the desserts provided in the Great Hall. "Quite good," he replied flatly. Abraxas positioned himself beside Tom, standing shoulder to shoulder, his gaze also directed towards the bustling crowd. "Welcome to the Slug Club, Mr. Riddle. How do you feel? Is it a refreshing experience?" His tone was laced with unabashed mockery. "Quite amusing," Tom replied succinctly. "Indeed," Abraxas chuckled lightly, "for here congregate some of the most promising individuals from Hogwarts." Naturally, the definition of promise varies from person to person. He took a sip of mead, his gray-blue eyes glancing sideways at Tom. "For you, promise may signify knowledge and power. While for others," he gestured toward a nearby Hufflepuff boasting loudly about his father's newly acquired antique broom, "it might merely translate to additional pocket money and a fancier broom." Tom remained silent, merely savoring his cake. "Professor Slughorn holds you in high regard," Abraxas continued, as if engaging in casual conversation. "He mentioned your paper on Moonstone yesterday, calling it quite enlightening. Such praise from Horace is not easily earned." Tom's heart stirred slightly. Indeed, Abraxas was closely aligned with Slughorn. "I merely consulted some resources," he replied cautiously. "Resources?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow. "Magical stones under moonlight? The properties of rare minerals and their applications in advanced potions? These tomes are hardly what Madame Pants would casually lend to a first-year student." He cast a meaningful look at Tom, indicating that the pass to the restricted section I lent you has proven quite useful. Tom tightened his grip on the cake. So it was. That pass he had fortuitously discovered in the library, and signed, was indeed Abraxas's doing. He should have deduced it sooner. "It was you." Tom's voice turned cold. "A trifling act," Abraxas readily admitted, a grateful expression on his face. "After all, a genius confined to basic textbooks is akin to a phoenix trapped in a cage. What a pity. Wouldn't you agree?" At that moment, Professor Slughorn's voice rang out again, calling for quiet, announcing a little game of potion ingredient guessing. He produced a sealed crystal vial containing a viscous substance that shimmered with an eerie purple glow. "Whoever can accurately identify more than 3 ingredients within this vial will be rewarded with this precious Felix Felicis," Slughorn declared, his round face beaming with excitement. The students gathered around, chattering animatedly as they speculated. Bicorn horn, African tree snake skin, pufferfish eyes. The guesses flowed, but Slughorn continued to shake his head. Tom stood on the periphery, calmly observing the color, viscosity, and sheen of the purple liquid. In his mind, he swiftly recalled the contents of a certain book in the restricted section, Concealed Materials in Advanced Potion Making. The secretion of a mooncalf, a clear voice emerged, tinged with undeniable certainty, stored for at least 50 years. Additionally, sleep beans soaked in whomping willow sap, and a dash of corpse moss. The room fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, Tom Riddle. Professor Slughorn's mouth fell open in astonishment, soon erupting into even greater laughter. "Merlin. Absolutely correct. Mooncalf secretion, 52 years. Sleep beans treated with whomping willow sap. And corpse moss. A genius. Truly a genius." How did you know, my child? Tom replied calmly. From its layered hue and magical fluctuations, mooncalf secretion, when stored for over 50 years, emits a unique purple fluorescence. Sleep beans soaked in whomping willow sap neutralize their inherent drowsiness and attain a certain viscosity, while corpse moss imparts that chilling magical essence. He spoke eloquently, citing all from that obscure tome. The surrounding students, including several upperclassmen, wore expressions of astonishment, even disbelief. Abraxas stood behind Tom, a look of near-indulgent satisfaction gracing his face, akin to a gardener witnessing the bloom of a carefully nurtured flower. Splendid, splendid. Professor Slughorn excitedly thrust the small vial of Felix Felicis into Tom's hands. This is yours. Dear child, 20 points to Slytherin for your extraordinary observation and breadth of knowledge. Tom accepted the potion, feeling the complex gazes of those around him. Surprise, jealousy, scrutiny. He nodded slightly, his expression remaining neutral, yet deep within, a sensation of recognition and being in the limelight surged forth. It seems my judgment remains as impeccable as ever. Abraxas's voice whispered in his ear, warm with a hint of intimacy. Well done, Tom. However, next time you seek the limelight, remember to check if there are any you cannot afford to offend. Though spoken in jest, his words carried a faint warning. Tom turned his head, meeting his gray-blue gaze. Behind that seemingly pleasant depth, he perceived an unyielding desire for control. I merely answered a question, Tom replied calmly. Of course, you merely answered a question, Abraxas chuckled lightly, brushing off non-existent dust from Tom's shoulder in a seemingly affectionate gesture. Yet it sent a chill down Tom's spine. Continue to shine, my dear creation. The brighter you glow, the more you affirm my exceptional vision. With that, he turned away, blending back into the crowd, resuming his effortless socializing. Tom remained standing alone, the vial of Felix Felicis in his hand seeming to radiate a burning warmth. He had earned the reward, gained points, and won Slughorn's favor. Yet all of it appeared to unfold within Abraxas Malfoy's foresight and control. He felt like a mere pawn on a chessboard, growing ever stronger and more significant. Yet the hand guiding the pieces remained that golden-haired demon. He needed to grow faster, to become powerful enough to upend the board, to make that player his pawn in turn. The festivities continued, laughter and merriment echoing around him. Yet, Tom's heart had already soared to the 8th floor of the castle, to the room that could fulfill any request, to the tomes chronicling even greater and more perilous powers. His path lay long ahead. Chapter 13, A Halloween Surprise. On the final day of October, Hogwarts was cloaked in a lively yet eerie festive atmosphere. In the Great Hall, live bats flitted about beneath the enchanted ceiling. Jack-o'-lanterns grinned with hollow mouths, emitting a dim glow, and the air was thick with the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin and icing. For the majority of students, this signified a bountiful feast, delightful pranks, and a temporary respite. Yet for Tom Riddle, it was merely an ordinary evening. Save for the cloying sweetness in the air and the cacophony of voices, he sat at the Slytherin table near the end, methodically slicing a piece of roast beef, oblivious to the surrounding gossip about Peeves using magical water balloons to ambush first-year students and nearly headless Nick attempting to turn his head into a balloon. His thoughts lingered on a rather complex binding spell he practiced yesterday in the Room of Requirement, which Abraxas had deemed barely sufficient to ensnare a sluggish goblin. It seems even Halloween cannot distract our diligent Mr. Riddle from his magical pursuits. That incessant voice returned. Tom looked up to see Abraxas standing beside his table, holding a glass of bubbling, juice-like concoction. Tonight, he wore a deep green velvet robe, adorned with a serpent-shaped brooch set with emeralds, which sparkled captivatingly under the flickering lights of the hall. Mr. Malfoy. Tom set down his knife and fork, dabbing at the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Don't be so serious, Tom. Abraxas seated himself in the empty chair beside him, pushing a cup towards Tom. Try this, the Witch's Kiss, a kitchen specialty. It is said to allow one to see their most desired person. He winked, adding, of course, I suspect it's merely a ploy to trick children into drinking honey mead with excessive sugar. Tom regarded the strangely colored concoction without making a move. What? Afraid I might poison you? Abraxas raised an eyebrow, taking a generous sip from the cup himself and squinting in delight at the taste. Rest assured, I have no interest in poisoning the future light of Slytherin. That would be quite unprofitable. At that moment, a raucous group of Gryffindor students passed their table, led by Hackwit. He appeared even more sullen than before and glared at Tom and Abraxas with palpable disdain, muttering something indecipherable that was just audible enough for those nearby to catch. A pair of scheming miscreants. Abraxas' smile faded slightly, but he did not immediately react. He leisurely set down his cup, his gray-blue eyes sweeping over Hackwit's retreating figure like a frozen lake. It seems our dear Mr. Pewitt has yet to learn the rudiments of courtesy. Despite his family's predicament, he remarked quietly, his tone calm, yet tinged with an ominous undercurrent. Tom clenched his hands tightly on his lap, detesting such public affronts, and even more the notion of needing Abraxas to defend him. No need to pay him any mind. Tom replied coldly. Oh, I certainly won't pay heed to a buzzing fly. Abraxas turned back to Tom, a smile returning to his face, albeit with an added layer of mischief. But it is Halloween. After all, one must have a bit of thematic surprise, wouldn't you agree? He suddenly leaned closer to Tom, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper audible only to the two of them. Care to witness a grand spectacle? Right after tonight's dinner. Tom regarded him warily. What sort of spectacle? A little fable about recklessness and its consequences, Abraxas replied with an enigmatic smile. Of course. You may choose not to watch. After all, good children ought to return to their dormitories for a timely slumber. Once again, that patronizing tone that treated him like a child needing provocation. Tom pressed his lips together. The feast concluded after Professor Dumbledore delivered a few humorous holiday remarks. Students bustled out of the hall, making their way to their respective common rooms. Tom followed the flow of students, internally grappling with a fierce conflict. He knew that Abraxas' promised spectacle would not be a harmless prank, yet he could not suppress his curiosity. He desired to witness what Abraxas would orchestrate. To see Hackwit pay the price, even if that price was exacted by Abraxas himself. He deliberately slowed his pace, falling behind the crowd. As he approached a secluded corridor leading to the dungeons, a hand emerged from the shadow of the nearby armor, gently pulling him aside. It was Abraxas. He gestured for silence, his gray-blue eyes sparkling in the dim light. Follow me, he whispered, grasping Tom's wrist and swiftly leading him into a concealed passageway. The passage was narrow and dark, filled only with the sound of their quiet breaths and the faint scent of pine that clung to Abraxas. Where are we going? Tom could not help but ask, feeling uneasy at the cool touch of Abraxas' fingertips on his wrist. To a prime vantage point, Abraxas replied succinctly, his voice laced with excitement, ensuring a clear view while remaining undetected. They traversed the darkness for several minutes, ascending a narrow spiral staircase, until Abraxas pushed open a trapdoor camouflaged as a wall, revealing a space reminiscent of an abandoned attic. It was cluttered with old tables and chairs, thick with dust. But a large window, half boarded up, framed a perfect view of a main corridor leading back to Gryffindor Tower from the hall below. Perfect. Abraxas clapped his hands to dust them off, motioning for Tom to crouch and peer through the gaps in the boards. Below, students were passing in groups. Soon, Tom spotted Hackwit's unmistakable red hair. He was animatedly boasting to his friends about how he had successfully ambushed a Slytherin armor with dung bombs. Watch closely. Abraxas whispered in Tom's ear, drawing out his wand. His expression blurred in the dim light, but his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brightness. Without uttering a spell, he aimed his wand at the corridor below, his wrist flicking with an intricate precision. Tom held his breath, fixated on Hackwit. At first, nothing happened. Hackwit continued his boastful chatter with his friends. Then, the bizarre began to unfold. An armor on the wall clanked to life, awkwardly turning around to raise its sword, not aimed at anyone in particular, but instead commencing a stiff, ridiculous dance. The students passing by froze for a moment before erupting into laughter. Hackwit and his friends were momentarily taken aback. Then, a series of previously motionless banners hanging above began to writhe as if animated, twisting and entwining until they formed a chaotic, enormous knot. The laughter intensified. Hackwit, sensing something amiss, began to glance around warily. At that instant, the solid floor beneath him transformed into a marshy, viscous trap. Hackwit let out a startled yelp as one foot sank into the muck up to his knee. He struggled to extricate himself, only to become ensnared deeper, flailing helplessly. His friends attempted to assist him but were rendered helpless, only eliciting more laughter from the onlookers. Merlin, what is happening? Who did this? Go fetch a professor. The corridor descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Hackwit, stuck in the mire, flailed his arms like a foolish creature caught in a snare. Above, in the attic, Abraxas lowered his wand. A cold, satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How do you find this impromptu performance of armors dancing, entwined banners, and localized marshland, Mr. Riddle? Tom observed Hackwit's disheveled state below, a surge of intense, almost cruel delight coursing through him. He loathed Hackwit. Seeing him humiliated brought him genuine pleasure. Yet, simultaneously, he was astounded by Abraxas' precise, covert, and efficient method of revenge. Without employing any overtly aggressive spells, he had wrought maximum chaos and humiliation, nearly impossible to trace back to its source. How did you achieve this? Tom's voice was somewhat hoarse. The effects were clearly not the result of a single spell. A bit of silent spell manipulation, combined with clever guidance of certain inherent magics of the castle, Abraxas replied nonchalantly, as if explaining how to replace a quill's nib. Remember, Tom, The most effective revenge is often not the most violent, but that which leaves the opponent feeling powerless, bewildered, and shamed. He turned to Tom, and in the dim light, his eyes glimmered like two ghostly flames. Power takes many forms. Sometimes, watching your enemy dance like a fool before a crowd is far more satisfying than delivering a direct, piercing blow, and it is infinitely safer. The unmistakable, furious roar of Filch, accompanied by Professor McGonagall's stern inquiries, echoed from below. Finally liberated, Pruitt emerged, his entire being smeared with a gooey substance reminiscent of mud. And with his head hung low, he departed under the escort of the professor and Filch. The performance had reached its conclusion. Abraxas rose, gracefully brushing off his robes. For it appeared that the evening's entertainment had come to an end. It was time for us to return before dear Mr. Filch decided to turn the entire castle upside down in search of the culprit. He took Tom along, retracing their steps. As they exited the secret passage and returned to the well-lit corridor, he seemed to revert to the languid, somewhat cynical Slytherin prince. The earlier figure who had calmly cast spells in the shadows and orchestrated a flawless act of revenge felt like a mere figment of Tom's imagination. As they neared the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Abraxas suddenly halted, casting a casual yet undeniable glance at Tom. "This is our little secret, I assent it? I do not wish to hear any mention of armor or swamps from a third party." Tom met his gaze and nodded. "I understand." "Excellent." Abraxas smiled, a charm that seemed particularly enchanting and perilous under the dim green light of the common room. "Happy Halloween, my dear Tom. I trust you are satisfied with the surprise I have prepared." He turned, spoke the incantation, and the stone door slid open, allowing him to meld into the silver-green glow. Leaving Tom alone in the cold stone corridor, Tom gazed at the slowly closing stone door, the echoes of Pruitt's terrified cries and the laughter of the crowd still reverberating in his ears. While the peculiar scent of dust mixed with Abraxas' pine fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Was he satisfied? Yes. He found pleasure in witnessing the provocateur's comeuppance. Yet, more than that, there was a chilling awareness. Abraxas Malfoy was far more dangerous and elusive than he let on. He was akin to a poison coated in sugar, a deceptively sweet allure that could prove fatal. Chapter 14, The First Snow. On the first weekend of November, the Scottish Highlands were graced with their first snowfall of the winter. Delicate snowflakes tapped against the windows of Hogwarts Castle, swiftly accumulating a thin layer of white upon the panes. The surface of the Black Lake had yet to freeze, but against the backdrop of the leaden sky and swirling snow, it appeared even deeper and colder. On Saturday morning, as was his custom, Tom prepared to head to the library to complete his history of magic essay. Upon stepping out of the dormitory and into the common room, he noticed a livelier atmosphere than usual around the fireplace. Abraxas Malfoy was encircled by a group of Slytherin students, seemingly engrossed in passing around some document. Their low whispers filled with excitement and eager anticipation. Initially, Tom intended to disregard them and make his exit, but Abraxas's gaze had already pierced through the crowd, locking onto him with precision. "Ah, our diligent scholar is about to immerse himself in the sea of knowledge once more." Abraxas' voice dripped with familiar mockery as he parted the throng and strode towards Tom, holding a parchment adorned with ornate calligraphy. "Don't rush off just yet, Riddle. I have a piece of news that might pique your interest." Tom halted, watching as Abraxas extended the parchment toward him. It bore the clear inscription, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Junior Dueling Club, inviting exceptional students keen on enhancing their practical skills and refining their spell applications to join. First meeting, Wednesday night at 8 o'clock in the Great Hall. Hosted by Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. A dueling club? Tom's heart skipped a beat. Dueling was not merely a contest of spells. It was a battle of will, reflexes, and tactics. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to test his recent studies, particularly the extracurricular knowledge he had acquired. "What do you think?" Abraxas observed his expression, smiling. "Doesn't it make Professor Bin's ancient tales seem rather dull by comparison?" Tom swiftly masked the fleeting interest that had crossed his features, returning the parchment. "It sounds intriguing," he replied flatly. "Intriguing? Merely intriguing?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow. "My dear Tom, this is personally hosted by Headmaster Black. While his droning about pure-blood glory has nearly worn my ears raw, one cannot deny that he possesses considerable skill in dueling." He lowered his voice, laced with temptation. "Moreover, this is an excellent practical venue. Under the watchful eyes of the professors, one can legally test out some less conventional spells." Tom immediately grasped the implication. Under the guise of the dueling club, employing spells bordering on dark magic or unconventional incantations would entail significantly less risk. "Will you participate?" Tom inquired. Of course, Abraxas shrugged nonchalantly. "As the representative of Slytherin, it is my duty to uphold the honor of the house." The sarcasm in his tone was almost palpable, clearly indicating that the so-called house honor mattered far less to him than the prospect of amusement. Besides, I am rather curious to see how certain individuals fare when faced with a genuine wand confrontation, whether they tremble with fear or rise to the occasion, he said, glancing meaningfully at Tom. At that moment, Theonot approached, a hint of concern etched across his face. Abraxas, have you seen the list? It seems a few fifth years from Gryffindor have signed up, including that Avery fellow and the Shacklebolt. Rumor has it they're quite skilled. Abraxas scoffed dismissively. Avery? Aside from bellowing like a troll and smashing the explosive spell, what else can he do? Shacklebolt, while possessing some brains, is far too timid. Nothing to worry about. He turned back to Tom, a glimmer of mischief in his gray-blue eyes. Speaking of which, I heard that Gryffindor's new seeker. What's his name, Tobias Avery, is related to that Hufflepuff, Pruitt. Seems they're on rather close terms. Following the Halloween incident, he appears to be spreading word that he wants to make things right for his inept cousin. Tom's gaze sharpened instantly. He sensed trouble brewing. Oh, don't fret. Dear Tom, Abraxas patted his shoulder, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. In the dueling club, everything must adhere to the rules. Of course, within those rules, there is ample room for flexibility. He leaned in closer, his voice laced with icy amusement. For instance, accidentally making your opponent's wand fly out of their hand or unintentionally using a tripping charm to send them sprawling, so long as no serious harm is inflicted. Headmaster Black typically turns a blind eye. After all, accidents will happen. He straightened up, his demeanor reverting to that of casual indifference. So, think it over, Mr. Riddle. This is a splendid opportunity to enhance your skills while simultaneously addressing a few minor inconveniences. Of course, if you fear a direct confrontation with those, overly energetic Gryffindors, simply pretend I never mentioned it. Another instance of baiting, an approach that never failed. Tom met Abraxas's gaze, which seemed to pierce through to his very soul, knowing full well that the other had already discerned his thirst for power and his defiance against provocation. Abraxas was akin to a masterful angler, deftly casting a hook adorned with the most tantalizing bait, waiting for Tom, the eager fish, to take the bait. I will participate, Tom declared resolutely. Abraxas's face broke into a radiant smile, one that was entirely unsurprising. Wise choice. Then, we shall meet in the Great Hall next Wednesday night. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your dazzling performance. He placed particular emphasis on the word dazzling. He turned back to his group of friends, resuming their discussion as if the previous exchange had been nothing of consequence. Tom observed his retreating figure before departing from the common room. The cold stone corridor echoed solely with the sound of his footsteps. Snowflakes continued to assault the high stained glass windows, producing a delicate patter. Yet, Tom's heart felt colder and more resolute than this early snowfall. Abraxas had opened the door to the dueling club for him, thrusting him onto a stage that could potentially be rife with hostility. Talbot Avery, the cousin of Pruitt, would undoubtedly not provide an easy experience. However, he had no alternative. He needed this platform, a means to test his strength, to hone his skills through practical engagement. He also needed to demonstrate to Abraxas and all who belittled him that he, Tom Riddle, was certainly not a soft fruit to be easily manipulated. He approached a tall window, pausing to gaze at the blurred world outside, shrouded in snow. The cold glass reflected his pale, yet determined visage, and within his black eyes lay a resolute defiance. Next Wednesday, the dueling club. He anticipated it. He remained vigilant. Chapter 15, The Dueling Club. At 7:50 on Wednesday evening, the Hogwarts Great Hall had transformed remarkably. The longhouse tables had been magically removed, leaving a vast space in the center. A gilded stage rose, adorned with a deep crimson carpet. Beneath the lofty ceiling, thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall as bright as day, yet imbued with an additional solemnity. The surrounding tiered seating was filled with students, their chattering resembling a multitude of excited bees buzzing. Students from the four houses sat intermixed, yet an invisible boundary still lingered among them. The silver-green and gold-red colors of Slytherin and Gryffindor inevitably emerged as the most conspicuous and opposing hues. Tom Riddle selected a position at the edge of the Slytherin gathering, slightly towards the back. This vantage point allowed him to observe the entire scene without drawing excessive attention. Clad in a faded old robe, his back remained straight, hands resting quietly on his knees, and his black eyes calmly scanning the stage and the crowd. He spotted Hagrid Pruitt from across the hall, seated with a tall, robust boy boasting similarly rugged red hair, presumably his cousin, the seeker Talbot Avery. Upon noticing Tom's gaze, Avery shot back a fierce glare, his eyes brimming with unabashed animosity. Tom expressionlessly averted his gaze. His attention ultimately fell upon the center of the Slytherin throng. Abraxas Malfoy, surrounded as if by a constellation of admirers, wore a meticulously tailored dark green robe, the cuffs intricately embroidered with the Malfoy family crest in silver thread. His platinum hair shimmered under the candlelight, almost metallic in its luster. He leaned slightly towards Theonate, whispering something with a languid, confident smile, as if the impending dueling club meeting were merely a leisurely diversion. At precisely 8 o'clock, the doors of the great hall slammed shut. All discussions ceased instantaneously. Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black, a tall, imposing figure with a stern visage and a black goatee, strode onto the stage. Dressed in a formal black robe, his gaze swept the hall with the sharpness of a hawk, emanating an air of authority even in silence. Silence. His voice rang out, resonating with the ancient, proud tone characteristic of pure-blood families, echoing throughout the quiet hall. Welcome to the Hogwarts Dueling Club. Here, you will learn the ancient and noble art of dueling among wizards. Remember, dueling tests not only your spellcasting abilities, but also your wisdom, courage, willpower, and decorum. He paused, his gray-white eyebrows arching as his keen eyes scrutinized the youthful faces before him. The rules are simple. Only spells within the permitted range may be used, aimed at disarming your opponent or unbalancing them. The use of any dark magic or dangerous spells that could cause severe harm is strictly forbidden. Wands at the ready, bow, and then commence, until one party is disarmed, knocked to the ground, or willingly concedes. Is that understood? A chorus of uneven affirmations echoed from the audience. Very well. Headmaster Black appeared satisfied. Now, to demonstrate, I require 2 volunteers. His gaze searched the crowd. Almost instantaneously, Talbot Avery abruptly stood from the Gryffindor seats, bellowing, Headmaster, I, Talbot Avery of Gryffindor's 5th year, request to demonstrate first. Headmaster Black inclined his head slightly, seemingly acknowledging Avery's enthusiasm. Excellent, Mr. Avery. Now, your opponent. His gaze swept over to Slytherin. Many instinctively averted their eyes or lowered their heads. For most younger students, to duel against a 5th year, especially a Quidditch seeker, would be tantamount to self-humiliation. Just as Black's gaze was about to shift, a clear, calm, and even somewhat youthful voice broke through the silence, not loud, but curiously penetrating the quiet hall. I would like to give it a try, Headmaster. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, filled with astonishment, disbelief, and even a hint of pity. Tom Riddle. He stood up calmly, descending the steps towards the stage with deliberate strides. His movements were steady, and his black eyes betrayed no emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely walking to his seat. The old robe seemed somewhat loose on him, yet it accentuated his upright figure. A murmur of suppressed whispers arose from the stands. Merlin, is he Riddle from the 1st year? Has he lost his mind? Avery will tear him to shreds. Is there no one left in Slytherin, letting a 1st year take the stage? Perhaps Malfoy is afraid? Abraxas Malfoy remained at his seat, a cryptic smile on his face, his gray-blue eyes with keen interest following Tom's ascent to the stage, as if he were savoring a long-anticipated performance. Tom reached the stage, standing before Headmaster Black, and bowed slightly. Tom Riddle, Slytherin 1st year. Black's sharp gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, seemingly surprised. But he refrained from further comment and merely nodded. Commendable courage, Mr. Riddle. Please take your position. Tom moved to one side of the stage, facing off against Talbot Avery, who was cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin on the opposite side. Avery towered over him, an imposing wall of muscle. Kid, Avery hissed in a low voice. So only the 2 of them and the nearby headmaster could hear. For the good deed you've done for my cousin, I will make sure you learn a proper lesson. Tom offered no response, calmly retrieving his wand. The smooth, pale phoenix feather wand felt exceptionally fitting in his grasp. Headmaster Black stood between them, raising his hand. Wands at the ready. Tom and Avery raised their wands simultaneously, as if wielding swords. Bow. Avery performed a dismissive, mocking bow. Tom's bow, however, was precise and restrained, his posture remaining erect. The duel begins. Almost as soon as the words left Black's mouth, Avery swung his wand with vigor, shouting, Expelliarmus. A robust red beam shot toward Tom with remarkable speed, in a quintessential Gryffindor manner, relying on sheer strength and speed to overpower. Tom deftly evaded the attack, deftly sliding to the side, narrowly avoiding the disarming spell. The crimson light grazed the hem of his robe, striking the protective barrier at the edge of the stage and sending ripples coursing through it. What a swift dodge. Avery spat in frustration, casting his wand once more. Locomotor Wibbly. A beam of purple light shot forth. This time, Tom did not entirely evade the attack. With a flick of his wrist, his wand traced a subtle arc before him, conjuring an invisible barrier, a rudimentary yet impressively rapid manifestation of the shield charm. Bang! The purple beam collided with the barrier and dissipated. Tom staggered back half a step, his wrist tingling, yet he had successfully defended himself. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. A 1st-year student, capable of executing the shield charm with such swiftness, far surpassed his peers. Avery's composure faltered. He unleashed a series of stunning and binding spells, all of which Tom deftly blocked or dodged with agile movements and precise shield charms. Like a slippery fish, Tom darted across the stage, never engaging Avery in a direct confrontation. Is dodging like a rat all you can do, Riddle? Avery bellowed, panting. His attacks grew frantic and disorganized. Tom remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently on Avery, meticulously observing every subtle movement and magical fluctuation. He was biding his time, awaiting the perfect opportunity. At that moment, Avery, overexerting himself with a vigorous wand motion, briefly lost his balance. Now's my chance. Tom refrained from uttering any incantation aloud. With a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, the tip of his wand pointed at the ground beneath Avery's feet at a cunning angle. Silencio. The once solid floor beneath Avery transformed into a surface as treacherous as if coated in invisible frost. He slipped, letting out a startled cry, and his massive frame lost equilibrium. Staggering backward, Petrificus totalis. Almost synchronously with Avery's loss of balance, Tom enunciated the spell clearly. A beam of white light struck true, hitting Avery mid-fall. His body stiffened in midair, frozen in a comically exaggerated pose as he tumbled backward onto the stage with a thud, resembling a toppled statue. With only his eyes still darting in terror, the hall fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene on stage. A first-year student had triumphed over a fifth-year seeker using a silent spell combined with a precisely executed full-body bind? It was utterly inconceivable. After a fleeting pause, the Slytherin stands erupted into fervent applause and cheers, filled with a sense of vindication. Even the upperclassmen, who had scorned Tom's humble origins, could not help but applaud his impressive counterattack. The Gryffindor side, however, was engulfed in disbelief and derisive hisses. Headmaster Black stepped forward, pointing his wand at Avery to reverse his petrification. Avery clumsily rose, his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of the audience. The outcome was clear. Headmaster Black's voice rang out with authority, though there was a hint of inscrutable interest in his gaze as he looked at Tom. The victor is Slytherin, Tom Riddle. Tom calmly stowed his wand, offering a slight nod to Headmaster Black and the audience below, his expression remaining impassive, as if the remarkable duel had no bearing on him. He turned, preparing to descend the stage. "Wait, Mr. Riddle," Headmaster Black called out to him. Tom halted and turned back. "Did you just use a silent spell?" The headmaster's tone was inquisitive. Tom hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, sir. A simple application of a lubricating charm." He refrained from mentioning Abraxas's instruction, attributing the accomplishment solely to his adeptness with fundamental spells. Headmaster Black regarded him with a penetrating gaze. An exceptional demonstration of practical application and spell control, particularly for a first year. Slytherin earns 20 points. The applause from the audience renewed, this time even more fervent. Tom inclined his head once more before descending the stage, returning to the Slytherin section. As he passed through, Slytherin students cast mixed looks of surprise, admiration, and even a hint of trepidation, parting to create a path for him. He did not return to his original spot, but instead moved to a sparsely populated rear row. He sensed a burning gaze, one that exuded unabashed admiration and intrigue, following him intently. Without turning, he already knew who it was. Abraxas Malfoy did not approach. He remained encircled by friends, laughing and conversing with Chris Selwyn. Yet those gray-blue eyes pierced through the crowd, firmly locked onto Tom, as if to say, "See, I knew you could do it." Tom did not look at him, merely standing in silence, feeling the slight acceleration of his heartbeat from the intense confrontation and the depletion of magical energy, alongside an indescribable satisfaction in wielding power. He understood that from this day forth, he would no longer be the overlooked oddity from the Muggle orphanage at Hogwarts and Slytherin. With his wand, he had earned his first respect and garnered more attention, along with potential complications. He gazed at the stage, where Headmaster Black was already organizing the next duel. However, his thoughts had soared far beyond. This was merely the beginning. He craved more, stronger power. He intended for everyone, including that golden-haired demon currently regarding him with the predatory gaze of appreciation, to ultimately gaze up at his retreating figure. Chapter 16, The Gift. The aftermath of the dueling club's debut rippled through Hogwarts like stones cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves of intrigue. The name Tom Riddle was no longer merely associated with a taciturn potions prodigy or as Malfoy's protege. It now bore the enigmatic aura of a combat expert who triumphed against the odds. As he traversed the corridors, he could feel an increased scrutiny, inquiry, and even a hint of reverence directed towards him. Some younger Slytherins began to greet him, their tones imbued with cautious flattery. Even Professor Slughorn displayed a newfound warmth during potions class, as if validating his astute investment. Tom remained unperturbed by this subtle shift, even relishing it slightly. Yet deep within, he maintained a cold clarity. He understood that the foundation of it all lay in the value and potential he had demonstrated. Sustaining this momentum would require even greater power. On Friday night, the snow fell more heavily than before. Fluffy flakes blanketed the castle and courtyard in a thick layer of pristine white. The common room was warmer and more crowded than usual, the crackling fire in the hearth creating a cozy atmosphere. As students gathered to play gobstones or engage in idle chatter, enjoying the leisurely weekend, Tom sat alone in a corner by the window, perusing a copy of Elementary Analysis of Ancient Rune Language that he had borrowed from the Room of Requirement. Frost patterns adorned the window pane, while outside lay a pitch-black snow-laden night, illuminated only by the distant flickering lights from the castle's tower windows amidst the swirling snow. Such a splendid wintry night. Yet it accompanied these ancient symbols that felt colder than ice. What a waste, my dear Tom. Abraxas's voice echoed like a specter. He approached at an indeterminate moment, bearing 2 steaming cups that exuded a rich aroma of chocolate. Tom lifted his gaze as he set one of the cups upon the small table before him. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, he replied, his tone remaining neutral, though it bore less of the sharp resistance it had earlier held. Abraxas settled into the armchair opposite him, elegantly crossing his legs as he took a sip of the hot chocolate. Not at all. You truly shone at the dueling club. I must extend my congratulations, mustn't I? His gray-blue eyes sparkled with a warm glow in the firelight, yet Tom understood that this warmth was but an illusion. I merely seized an opportunity, Tom remarked, closing his book and grasping the cup of hot chocolate. The warmth of the porcelain dispelled the chill from his fingertips, while the sweet aroma filled his nostrils. Opportunity only favors the prepared, Abraxas smiled, and your preparation is evidently quite thorough. The silent incantation and the intricate application of the lubrication charm were remarkably tactical. Even Old Black has taken notice of you. He paused, a hint of teasing in his voice. I imagine Avery now has nightmares at the sight of a polished floor. Tom did not laugh, silently sipping his hot chocolate. The sweet, warm liquid slid down his throat, indeed alleviating some of the winter night's chill. However, Abraxas shifted his tone to a more serious note. You have also successfully made yourself a more conspicuous target. Avery will not relent. He has his share of acquaintances among Gryffindor and the Quidditch team. Moreover, the talent you have displayed will attract more attention, and not all of it will be friendly. Tom regarded him. Such as certain upperclassmen intrigued by exceptional talents, or other factions, Abraxas said meaningfully. Hogwarts has never been a sanctuary, Tom. Beneath the surface, currents run deep. Tom remained silent, aware that Abraxas spoke the truth. The attention he garnered was both an opportunity and a risk. Thus, Abraxas leaned forward, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial manner. You require more aces up your sleeve. Merely relying on what is taught in class, and the trinkets I have given you, is far from sufficient. Tom's heartbeat quickened. He knew the crux of the matter was approaching. Abraxas produced a rectangular, flat object wrapped in black silk from the inner pocket of his robe. It was not large, resembling a small booklet, yet its texture seemed extraordinary. This is a rather intriguing piece from my personal collection. Abraxas placed the object on the table, pushing it towards Tom. I believe it may assist you in comprehending another facet of magic more profoundly. Tom set down his cup and unwrapped the silk. Inside lay an exceedingly ancient book, its cover crafted from some dark metal. The spine bore no title, only a dim, seemingly rotating deep purple gem embedded within it. It felt cold to the touch, exuding an ominous quality. The shadow whispers, Abraxas murmured, as if fearful of disturbing something. A compendium on the resonance between emotions and magic, and how to amplify magical effects through negative emotions. The private research of an anonymous predecessor. Amplifying magic through negative emotions? Tom's breath hitched. This sounded exceedingly perilous, yet irresistibly enticing. He was acutely aware that his heart never lacked negative emotions such as anger, hatred, and ambition. Is this dark magic? Tom's voice was somewhat dry. Dark magic? Light magic? Abraxas scoffed, reclining back in his chair, resuming his previously nonchalant demeanor. The boundaries have always been nebulous, Tom. Power itself bears no color. It depends upon the wielder and their intent. What is chronicled in this book resembles more of a technique, a method of unearthing one's potential. Of course, his gray-blue eyes sharpened as they fixed upon Tom. If your inner strength is insufficient, leaving you vulnerable to emotional backlash, it could indeed become a poison. But I believe you are different. He seemed to be wagering, placing his bets on Tom's willpower and ambition. Tom's fingers brushed over the cold metallic cover. Feeling as if faint, seductive whispers lingered in his ear. He understood that accepting this book would lead him into a more perilous realm, binding him further to Abraxas. Yet he could not refuse. His thirst for power overshadowed any fear of the unknown dangers. What must I give in return? Tom raised his gaze, locking eyes with Abraxas, his black irises seemingly unfathomable in the firelight. Abraxas smiled, a genuine expression of delight. Your growth shall serve as the finest reward, my dear Tom. He added with a light-hearted tone, as if jesting. Of course, should you ever achieve something monumental with it, do remember to mention that your mentor was I. That would be splendid. Tom did not smile. He clutched the shadow whispers tightly, the cold sensation creeping through his fingertips. I shall study it with caution, he declared solemnly. I trust you will. Abraxas stood, adjusting his robes. Well then, having enjoyed the warmth of the fire and delightful chocolate, I must now attend to those tiresome social invitations. May your night be filled with inspiration, Tom. He winked at Tom and gracefully departed, swiftly merging into the bustling crowd at the far end of the common room. Tom remained seated by the window. The shadow whispers in his hand felt like a shard of ice, yet radiated an irresistible warmth. Outside, the snow continued to fall incessantly, enveloping the world in an illusion of purity. And he, Tom Riddle, held a key to the dark and powerful paths, seated in the warmth of light. Yet his mind began to scheme on how to utilize this winter and shadows to nurture his own flower of power, one capable of overturning everything. He understood that from this moment forth, the path beneath him would grow steeper and far more exhilarating. He gently opened the metallic cover, and on the first page, inscribed in ancient runes, was a single line: Power stems from within. Darkness is but the other side of light. Chapter 17. The Quilda classroom for Monday's charms lesson was filled with a cacophony of incantations and the occasional burst of magical light. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, sharply instructing the students as they practiced a somewhat complex summoning charm, Accio. Your wrist movements must be precise, and your will must be focused. Envision the object you wish to summon. Imagine the sensation of it flying into your hand. Professor Flitwick shouted. The classroom was chaotic, with books, quills, and ink bottles wobbling through the air, occasionally colliding and falling or veering off course, eliciting gasps and laughter. Tom Riddle stood at his position, his expression focused. Before him lay his copy of Introduction to Transfiguration Theory. He took a deep breath, recalling the key points of the spell, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, he pronounced clearly and steadily, Accio textbook. The hefty book soared into the air, tracing a smooth arc before landing precisely in his hand, without even displacing the glass of water beside him. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Professor Flitwick squeaked, nearly tumbling from his perch. Look at Mr. Riddle. His wrist is steady, the incantation clear, and his control of magic precise. 10 points to Slytherin. Surrounding him were sounds of envy and disbelief. Tom expressionlessly returned the book to its place. As if it were merely a trivial feat, his gaze casually drifted across the classroom to the other side, where Abraxas Malfoy stood alongside his partner, Chris Selwyn. It appeared that Abraxas was not engaged in practice. Instead, he stood with his arms crossed, observing Chris's clumsy attempts to summon his quill, which danced in the air like a tipsy performer tracing lazy loops. Sensing Tom's scrutiny, Abraxas lifted his head, his gray-blue eyes locking onto Tom's. Rather than exhibiting his usual mocking smile, he tilted his head slightly, his expression imbued with an ineffable curiosity and interest. As if reassessing the worth of a prized artifact, Tom calmly averted his gaze. After the dueling club, there seemed to be something more in the way Abraxas looked at him. All right, now form pairs and practice summoning the items designated by each other, Professor Flitwick announced. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chaos. Students began to designate bizarre objects to one another, laughter and the sounds of failed spells echoing throughout. Tom's partner, a reticent Slytherin boy, timidly designated the ink bottle on Tom's desk. Tom effortlessly succeeded on his first attempt. When it was Tom's turn to designate, he glanced at his partner's empty desk, surveyed the classroom, and ultimately settled his gaze on Abraxas. Chris Selwyn had just succeeded in summoning his quill and was laughing triumphantly. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Tom's lips. He raised his hand, directing his wand towards Abraxas, more specifically, towards the exquisite silver quill embedded with tiny sapphires nestled in Abraxas's chest pocket. Accio silver quill, Tom's voice rang out clearly and steadily. An invisible wave of magic surged forth instantaneously. Abraxas, engaged in conversation with Theonot, seemed utterly unprepared. The ornate silver quill suddenly broke free from his pocket, as if seized by an invisible hand, and with a swift whoosh, it soared towards Tom. The speed was remarkable, the trajectory precise. Abraxas's words were abruptly cut off. He spun around, and a flash of astonishment flickered in his gray-blue eyes, quickly transforming into a profound expression of mixed surprise and amusement. Just as the quill was about to land in Tom's grasp, Abraxas's wrist flicked almost imperceptibly. No incantation, no overt movement. The swiftly flying silver quill abruptly halted midair, as if colliding with an unseen, elastic barrier. Then, with even greater speed, it traced a graceful arc. Landing with a soft thud atop the bewildered Chris Selwyn's head, quill tip pointed downwards, resembling a ludicrous tuft of hair. The entire classroom fell momentarily silent before erupting into uproarious laughter. Merlin's beard. Selwyn, you have a quill growing from your head. The laughter rang out, deafening in its intensity. Chris Selwyn, bewildered, reached up to touch the cold quill, freezing in place, his face turning crimson. Professor Flitwick could not stifle his laughter but quickly assumed a serious demeanor to restore order. Quiet, quiet. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Selwyn, what is the meaning of this? Abraxas's face had returned to its languid, self-assured smile, as he gracefully approached and removed the quill from the petrified Chris's head, delicately brushing the quill's surface as if dusting it off. A minor mishap, Professor, Abraxas replied casually, his gray-blue eyes fixed on Tom with unabashed admiration and a hint of provocation. It seems Mr. Riddle's summoning spell possesses considerable power, albeit with a slight lack of precision. Or perhaps, he paused, his smile deepening, his target was rather ambiguous from the outset. Tom stood rooted in place, the grip on his wand tightening slightly. He knew full well that it was not merely a matter of precision. In the final moment of the quill's flight, a powerful and intricate force had altered its trajectory. Abraxas had deftly neutralized his provocation with a silent spell, cleverly mocking Chris and transforming a potential conflict into a harmless spectacle. This fellow's speed of reaction and control over magic was undeniably formidable. So it was. Professor Flitwick seemed to accept this explanation, turning to Tom. Mr. Riddle, while the power of a summoning spell is vital, precision is equally crucial. Do take heed next time. Tom nodded slightly, offering no rebuttal. Abraxas, holding the quill, returned to his place, and as he passed Tom, he leaned in, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. A commendable attempt, Tom. Both power and control have seen improvement. However, he chuckled softly, his tone laced with a familiar threat. You'll need to practice more if you wish to summon anything from me. He returned to Theo, resuming their quiet conversation as if nothing had transpired. Chris Selwyn, still rubbing his head, wore a glum expression, clearly disheartened by his role as the unwitting victim of this silent rivalry. Tom gazed at Abraxas's composed figure, a tumult of anger, humiliation, and excitement surging within him once more. He understood that Abraxas was reminding him in this manner, I remain above you. I still control the situation. Yet, from this encounter, Tom also gleaned a clearer understanding of the disparity between himself and Abraxas in terms of practical experience and magical finesse, as well as the latter's unfathomable strength. He required more practice, and above all, real combat experience. Lowering his gaze to his wand, he felt a cold flame ignite within his dark eyes. Next time, he would not falter. Chapter 18. The potion competition in November, Hogwarts was gripped by an icy chill. The snow outside reached knee-deep, while the howling winds assailed the windows with relentless icy pellets. Yet, within the confines of the potions classroom, a lively scene unfolded. The air was thick with a rich, pungent aroma, a melange of bizarre ingredients simmering and mingling, with dozens of cauldrons bubbling with steam of varying colors and intensities, resembling countless slumbering beasts whispering in their dreams. Professor Slughorn, with his characteristic rotund figure, moved through the steam and students like a jovial, spice-laden hovercraft, his round voice cutting through the din with palpable excitement. Attention, attention, children. A crucial step. Moonstone powder must be added while stirring clockwise 7 times. But only when the potion exhibits a stable mother-of-pearl sheen. One too many or too few could turn your invigorating potion into a dubious sleeping draught. This will directly affect your scores on next week's surprise test. The surprise test he referred to was, in fact, a small-scale competition. Slughorn had selected what he deemed the most promising students from the 4 houses for a high-stakes challenge on Saturday morning, an advanced version of the invigorating potion. The victor would not only earn significant house points, but was rumored to also receive a rare potion notebook from Slughorn's private collection. Naturally, Tom Riddle was among the invited, having already demonstrated remarkable talent in potion making as a first-year student, with Slughorn practically treating him as the latest star of his slug club. Tom was assigned to a position close to the podium, illuminated by the best light. In his cauldron, a potion was exhibiting an almost perfect, iridescent silvery hue, with steam spiraling upward in a steady motion, exuding a refreshing aroma of mint and bay leaves. His movements were precise, akin to the most intricate of instruments. Every step, measuring, grinding, stirring, and temperature control, was executed with meticulous attention, imbued with a cold, almost artistic beauty. His face bore no expression, only a serene focus, as if the surrounding clamor was entirely irrelevant to him. However, this concentration was soon disrupted. Oh, Merlin's beard. Mr. Knott, your fire lizard blood. The temperature is too high. It should be dripped in, not poured. Professor Slughorn's voice rang out nearby. Tom glanced slightly to the side and observed Theo not frantically attempting to salvage his potion, which had begun to emit dubious yellow-green bubbles, his complexion paling. He was evidently struggling with a challenging operation. Steady now, Not. Think through the steps, Slughorn urged anxiously, though he himself seemed uncertain about how to rectify the situation. Just then, a languid yet clear voice interjected with a hint of perfectly measured concern. Professor, perhaps we could have young Riddle assist? His understanding of fire lizard blood temperature control appears to surpass that of some textbooks. The speaker was Abraxas Malfoy, who had somehow made his way into this elite area, leaning casually against the lab table beside Theo, toying with a smooth black stone. Dressed simply in a black robe, his platinum hair impeccably arranged, he exuded an air of unruffled calm amidst the surrounding chaos, even appearing somewhat ostentatious. Professor Slughorn paused momentarily, then, as if struck by a revelation, slapped his shiny forehead. Of course. A brilliant idea, Abraxas. Riddle, my dear boy, could you come over and assist Mr. Knott? Though, this may slightly delay you. Tom's hand, which had been gripping the stirring spoon, stilled. He raised his gaze, first meeting the anxious eyes of Slughorn, then shifting to the smiling lips of Abraxas, before finally resting on the embarrassed countenance of Theo Knott. It was a trap, a conspiracy. To decline would appear selfish and unsociable in front of Professor Slughorn and the numerous upperclassmen, jeopardizing the excellent reputation he had painstakingly built. To acquiesce, however, would mean interrupting his nearly flawless potion-making process to address a failing concoction. This not only tested his potion-making skills, but also his ability to adapt under pressure and manage time effectively. Was Abraxas eager to witness his fluster? Or was he testing whether he truly possessed the composure he seemed to exhibit? Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Tom could feel several curious eyes upon him, scrutinizing, perhaps even anticipating a spectacle. He inhaled deeply. The air, laden with various potion aromas, seemed to carry the challenge presented by Abraxas. Of course, Professor. Tom calmly set down his stirring spoon, ensuring the flame beneath his cauldron remained at the most stable simmer, and then stepped forward to Theo Knott's workstation. In Knott's cauldron, the potion had transformed into a murky yellow-green, bubbles roiling violently, emitting a noxious, sulfurous odor. The situation was dire. Tom did not hastily intervene, but rather observed calmly for a few seconds, his gaze swiftly scanning the materials and instruments on Knott's desk. Your extraction time for the moonlight grass juice was insufficient, Tom stated flatly, devoid of any inflection, as if presenting an objective truth, resulting in instability of the potion. When the fire lizard blood was added, the temperature at the cauldron's edge was too high, triggering localized charring. Knott opened his mouth to retort, but under Tom's cold, unwavering gaze, he swallowed his words. A flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. What should we do now? He asked, his confidence wavering. Tom did not respond, but instead seized the unprocessed moonlight grass from Knott's table and drew his wand. He did not use a mortar. Instead, he held the wand's tip above the moonlight grass, his lips moving as he recited an extremely rapid, low incantation, not a standard spell for processing moonlight grass, but a technique Tom had gleaned from a notebook in the restricted section, employing subtle vibrations and magical guidance for rapid low-temperature extraction. Before their eyes, the moonlight grass visibly withered, exuding a clear liquid speckled with starlight, dripping into a small crystal bowl Tom had prepared. The entire process took merely seconds, far exceeding conventional methods in efficiency. The upperclassmen who noticed this spectacle displayed expressions of astonishment. Abraxas's amusement deepened as he idly tossed the black stone in his hands, seemingly enjoying a captivating performance. Tom swiftly and evenly sprinkled the extracted juice into Knott's boiling potion. Simultaneously, he grasped the stirring rod with his left hand and began to stir quickly in a counterclockwise rhythm, while his right hand adjusted the flames beneath the cauldron. His movements were quick, precise, and steady, devoid of any hesitation. Incredibly, the potion, which had been murky and foul-smelling, began to settle under Tom's control. The yellow-green hue gradually faded, revealing a somewhat muted yet stabilizing pale silver, the acrid odor replaced by a more subtle herbal fragrance. Though far from perfection, it was at least acceptable. Theo Knott stared, dumbfounded. Professor Slughorn rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face beaming with delight. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. You have turned the rotten into the miraculous. Mr. Riddle, you are truly a genius. Slytherin receives 20 points for your selfless assistance and exceptional skill. Tom paid no heed to the professor's praise. He glanced at the potion in Knott's cauldron, now relatively stable, and stated coolly, maintain a low flame. Stir counterclockwise for 3 minutes, then add the remaining moonstone powder. It should barely reach passing standards. With that, he turned away, returning to his own workstation. His own invigorating potion, having been briefly unattended, bore a slightly disheveled steam spiral and dimmed iridescence, yet the foundation remained intact, showing no significant deterioration. Without a moment's pause, Tom resumed his work. He meticulously timed the addition of the moonstone powder, adjusting the stirring speed and flame temperature. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if the earlier dramatic rescue had never transpired. Abraxas, having approached Tom's workstation at some point, stood silently observing, arms crossed, his slate-blue eyes keenly following Tom's every action. "It appears my judgment was correct," Abraxas murmured in a volume only the two could hear. "You are not only a genius, but also a very pragmatic one. Unflappable and highly skilled. Not owes you quite a favor." Tom did not lift his gaze, fixated on the potion in his cauldron, which was now radiating a brilliant iridescence once more, his voice calm and unwavering. "I merely did what was necessary." "What was necessary?" Abraxas chuckled softly. "Are you referring to maintaining Slytherin's unity, or proving to me that you are entirely capable of managing multiple troubles simultaneously?" Tom's stirring motion faltered imperceptibly. He chose not to respond. "Regardless," Abraxas straightened, his tone reverting to its usual languor, "that was quite a performance, my dear Tom. It seems that my tome, Whispers of the Shadows, has not allowed your mind to be consumed by darkness. Rather, it has rendered you more alert and efficient. I am curious. The incantation you employed for the moonlit grass earlier, where did you acquire it?" Tom finally lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Abraxas, his black eyes fathomless. "The library. A rare compendium on the efficient handling of magical flora." He told no lies, yet he withheld the entirety of the truth. That very tome was borrowed using the access pass provided by Abraxas to the restricted section. Abraxas's smile widened, as if Tom's response delighted him. "Excellent. Maintain this thirst for knowledge and your ability to wield it with dexterity," he remarked meaningfully. "It shall ensure your value continues to appreciate." At that moment, Professor Slughorn announced that time was up. The students extinguished their flames and bottled their concoctions. Tom's invigorating potion shimmered in its utmost perfection, resembling liquid moonlight in its silvery hue, iridescent and exuding a pure, rich fragrance, undoubtedly claiming the title of the best in the room. Though Theonot's potion appeared dull and mediocre, it ultimately succeeded, sparing him the embarrassment of public failure. He cast a complex glance towards Tom, one mingled with gratitude, shame, and perhaps a subtle hint of envy. Professor Slughorn presented Tom with an ancient-looking, leather-bound notebook as a reward, bestowing upon him further commendation. Tom calmly accepted the notebook, expressed his gratitude, and maintained an impassive expression. As he departed the potions classroom alongside his peers, Abraxas seamlessly fell in a step beside him, as if they were destined companions. "A minor commotion, a flawless demonstration," Abraxas commented lightly. "You have not only preserved your victory, but have also garnered a favor, while once again proving your potential to me. A trifecta of achievements. Well done, Tom." Tom halted, turning to face Abraxas. The cold light filtering through the corridor windows reflected off the snow, illuminating his pale, chiseled features. "Did you already foresee that Theonot would falter?" Tom inquired directly, his tone low. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence with a sly expression. "Me? My dear Tom, I am merely an ordinary second-year student who cares for my classmates and is eager to offer reasonable suggestions to the professor. How could Theonot's lack of skill and poor timing be attributed to me?" Mischief sparkled in his gray-blue eyes. Tom regarded him, aware that he would not extract the truth from his lips. Abraxas was like a swirling mist. One could never discern which of his words were genuine and which were false, nor could one fathom the layers of calculation concealed behind his seemingly casual actions. About that notebook, Tom pivoted the conversation, raising the prize bestowed upon him by Slughorn. "Did you hint to Professor Slughorn that it should be awarded as a prize?" Abraxas chuckled, his laughter dazzling and perilous beneath the corridor's icy light. "I merely mentioned to Horace that you appeared intrigued by the unique theories of the 17th century potion master, Moonshadow Hunter. Coincidentally, he just happens to possess some of Hunter's original manuscripts." He shrugged elegantly. "You see, I merely facilitated a delightful occurrence. Do you fancy this gift?" Tom clutched the weighty notebook tightly. Once again, Abraxas had precisely gauged his desires, presenting him with that which he yearned for most, in a manner that seemed fortuitous and reasonable, rendering it impossible for him to refuse, while simultaneously binding him deeper to Abraxas' chariot. "I greatly appreciate it," Tom replied, his voice dry. "Not at all," Abraxas nodded with satisfaction. "Investment requires timely augmentations to yield greater returns. I look forward to seeing you unearth more intriguing insights from this notebook." He patted Tom on the shoulder and turned to stride in the opposite direction of the dungeons. Likely en route to a weekend tea party hosted by a pureblood family, Tom stood alone in the desolate, frigid corridor, the ancient notebook seeming to retain the lingering warmth of Abraxas's fingertips, as well as an invisible, suffocating shackle. He had triumphed in the competition, acquired invaluable knowledge, garnered deeper favor from Slughorn, and perhaps even secured a potentially advantageous favor for the future. Yet he understood that the true victor remained the elegantly aloof Abraxas Malfoy, who appeared to have everything under his control. Tom inhaled deeply, the cold air filling his lungs, clutching the notebook tightly against his chest as he strode towards the Slytherin dungeons. The snow crunched softly beneath his feet, responding to his ambition while warning of the perils that lay ahead. Chapter 19. The Christmas Gift. Hogwarts in December was completely enveloped in the spirit of Christmas. Every few days, new decorations adorned the castle, singing suits of armor, angel statues that magically sprayed snowflakes, and enchanted garlands exuding the scents of pine and cinnamon. Even the typically cold and damp Slytherin common room boasted a silver and green holly wreath above the fireplace, while silver serpents, conjured by magic, slithered among the branches, shimmering with a cold light. For most students, this was a long-awaited holiday, signifying a reunion with family, indulgence in sumptuous feasts, and the unwrapping of towering piles of gifts. However, for Tom Riddle, Christmas merely accentuated his profound disconnection from others. He had no home to return to, no relatives to send him gifts. In previous years, he either remained alone in the empty castle or wandered the streets of London, feeling the sharp contrast between the festive gaiety and his own solitude. This year, however, seemed somewhat different. On the eve of the holiday, owls delivered a mountain of packages and letters. The great hall erupted with cheers and gasps of delight as gifts were unwrapped. Tom sat at the Slytherin long table, in his accustomed spot near the end. Before him only a glass of clear water. He observed the surrounding merriment with calm detachment, as if he were an outsider. What is this? Our industrious Mr. Riddle has not received any festive greetings from admirers? Abraxas Malfoy's voice rang out, laced with his usual mockery. Today, he wore a silver-gray turtleneck adorned with dark patterns, exuding an air of affluence. He held a beautifully wrapped, narrow box of dark green with silver stripes and naturally settled into the empty seat next to Tom. Tom did not look at him, his gaze remaining fixed on the emptiness of his table. I did not expect anything, Senior Malfoy. No expectations often yield the greatest surprises. Abraxas replied, placing the narrow box before Tom. Merry Christmas, my dear investment. Tom's eyes finally fell upon the box. The wrapping was of luxurious silk, tied with a perfectly crafted, intricate silver bow. This was clearly far superior to the common wrapping paper found in the school essolery. What is this? Tom did not reach for the box, his voice tinged with caution. A small holiday greeting, Abraxas propped his chin on his hand, a glimmer of delight sparkling in his gray-blue eyes. Consider it a reward for your recent exemplary performance? Or perhaps, I merely thought you should possess a tool befitting your potential. Do open it. Tom hesitated. Accepting Abraxas' gift meant a certain degree of compromise, signifying his tacit approval of their patronage-like relationship. Yet curiosity, along with a deep-seated yearning he was reluctant to acknowledge, propelled him forward. He extended his hand and deftly untied the exquisite silk ribbon, then meticulously peeled away the wrapping paper. Inside lay a dark, hard case, its surface adorned with a delicate, velvety texture. He lifted the lid of the box. Upon the black velvet lining rested a quill pen, but this was no ordinary quill. The shaft was carved from a deep, enigmatic wood that seemed to encapsulate the cosmos, polished to a mirror-like sheen. The nib shimmered with a peculiar, dark golden metallic luster, elegantly shaped and sharply defined. Intricate, almost imperceptible ancient runes adorned the pen's shaft, subtly glowing with a faint magical radiance. The entire pen exuded an aura of antiquity, mystery, and formidable power. Tom held his breath. Even with his limited experience, he could discern the pen's exceptional nature. This is the feather of Knight's Steed, Abraxas introduced nonchalantly. As though he were presenting a mere pencil, the shaft is crafted from the core of a knight's steed tail feather over a century old, treated through a special process. The nib incorporates a blend of mystic silver and a touch of other intriguing materials. The writing produced with it is said to carry enhanced magical potency, making it easier to channel the practice of silent spells. Of course, that is merely legend. He paused, adding, I believe it is far more befitting your stature than the second-hand pen you currently possess. It was yet another attempt to provoke him, but this time, it was laced with a more straightforward challenge to Tom's pride. Tom fell silent for a moment, then closed the box, cradling it in his hands. Thank you for your gift, Mr. Malfoy. He neither expressed his fondness nor disapproval. He simply accepted it. Abraxas wore a satisfied smile. Excellent. I hope it aids you in your pursuit of knowledge. He stood, straightening his attire. Well, my obligations for the holiday have been fulfilled. I must now endure the tedium of family Christmas dinners. Wishing you a peaceful holiday, Tom. With a nod to Tom, he turned and glided away, swiftly disappearing into the throngs of students heading towards the entrance, preparing to leave the school. Tom sat alone in the bustling hall, cradling the heavy box. The laughter and merriment around him felt as if separated by an invisible barrier. He had acquired his first truly personal, precious possession. Yet this acquisition bore the profound imprint of Abraxas Malfoy. He felt an urge to reciprocate. This thought crystallized in his mind, not out of mere politeness, but from a desire for equality, even a hint of retribution. He could no longer remain in a position of passive acceptance. He needed to convey to Abraxas that he, Tom Riddle, was not merely reliant on his charity. But what could he offer in return? He was devoid of funds and possessed nothing of value. His gaze fell upon his wand. A thought, like a bolt of lightning slicing through darkness, illuminated his mind. He knew precisely what to gift, a present only he, Tom Riddle, could bestow. The holiday Hogwarts was vast and tranquil. Few students remained, rendering the castle more desolate than usual. Tom spent most of his time in the library or the room of requirement. Aside from studying Slughorn's manuscript on Hunter and Whispers of Shadows, he secretly engaged in a unique creation, utilizing exceedingly obscure magical techniques learned from the restricted section and theories regarding emotional resonance from Whispers of Shadows. He cautiously began to guide and extract a fragment of his own magic that was not ordinary, but a blend of his fierce will, cold fury, and a hint of complex feelings toward Abraxas. This process was perilous and mentally exhausting. He needed to firmly encapsulate this minuscule yet uniquely marked magic. He chose the most mundane object, a brass compass shell, slightly scratched, found in a corner of an abandoned classroom. He cleared its internal mechanisms and, using the most precise magic he could muster, etched minuscule runes on the interior walls, designed to stabilize and conceal magical fluctuations. Then, on the last night of the Christmas holiday, he performed the final step in the room of requirement. He meticulously guided the carefully refined and compressed magic, imbued with his unique mark, into the brass compass shell and sealed it with a complex, silent binding spell. Once completed, the compass appeared ordinary, even somewhat antiquated. Yet Tom could feel within it a faint, cold source of magic intricately connected to himself. It could not point north or south, but it would eternally direct toward Tom Riddle. No matter the distance, as long as he wished, he could vaguely sense its position and, under certain conditions, transmit faint messages or emotional fluctuations through it. It was a monitor, a beacon, and a declaration. When the new term commenced and students returned, Tom seized an opportunity. After a crowded history of magic class, as the throng surged toward the exit, he silently slipped the brass compass, simply wrapped in plain brown paper, into the outer pocket of Abraxas Malfoy's extravagant dragon hide satchel. He attached no card or note. He was aware that, with Abraxas's keen perception, he would soon discover this gift. Moreover, he knew Abraxas would undoubtedly sense the unique magical signature contained within. Days later, in the Slytherin common room, Abraxas encountered Tom again as he was reading. He toyed with the brass compass, a complex expression of surprise, amusement, and genuine pleasure gracing his features. A most intriguing return gift, Tom. Abraxas's voice was lower than usual, his gray-blue eyes penetrating deeply into Tom's, as if re-evaluating the soul of this dark-haired boy, unique, reserved, and imbued with his distinct flair. Should I express my gratitude? Tom closed his book, meeting his gaze with calm composure. Merry Christmas, Mr. Malfoy. He neither affirmed nor denied. Abraxas regarded him, suddenly breaking into a low laugh, his mirth tinged with the excitement of discovering treasure. It seems my investment not only holds great potential, he remarked, tossing the compass lightly before catching it deftly, storing it in the inner pocket of his robe, close to his heart, but also begins to understand how to reciprocate. Very good, indeed. He uttered no further words, turning to depart, yet Tom sensed that their relationship had undergone a subtle and irrevocable transformation at that moment. He was no longer merely a passive creation or object of investment. He had cast his own piece. Though small, it was a clear signal. This game was bidirectional. Tom watched Abraxas's retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously caressing the smooth shaft of the nightsteed feather quill. The cold touch mirrored the icy demeanor reflected in his eyes at that moment. He understood that this game had only just begun. Chapter 20, Rumors. In January, Hogwarts found itself besieged by the first snowstorm of the new year. The castle resembled an isolated island, cut off from the world. As the outside transformed into a vast expanse of white, with fierce winds whipping up snowflakes that howled relentlessly day and night. The warmth within the castle felt particularly precious. Yet it also fostered the breeding of various rumors that fermented in the confines of such a small space. Tom Riddle's remarkable performance in the dueling club and potions competition was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that had not yet settled. As time passed, various versions of gossip began to circulate among the four houses, particularly within Slytherin. Some suggested that he was, in fact, the illegitimate child of a reclusive pureblood family, endowed with an ancient and powerful lineage. Others claimed he had received a secret inheritance from a dark arts master before his enrollment. The more outrageous rumors connected him to a series of bizarre, unresolved incidents within the castle, insinuating that he possessed some unknown dark secrets. These whispers were as pervasive as the chill of winter, infiltrating every corner. Tom could sense the gazes upon him, more complex than before, intermingled with curiosity, speculation, and even a hint of latent fear. He remained indifferent, even somewhat amused by it all. Mystery and intimidation could sometimes be more advantageous than affability. However, there was one particular rumor that pierced him like a subtle poison, attempting to strike at his most cherished vulnerabilities. It was a Tuesday afternoon, outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. As Tom prepared to enter, he overheard several upperclassmen from Slytherin whispering conspiratorially in the corner of the corridor. Their voices were hushed, but in the empty stone hallway, they reached Tom's keen ears with clarity. Ultimately, it was merely due to Malfoy's patronage. Indeed, were it not for Malfoy keeping him close and providing him with resources, he would be nothing. Shoo, quiet. He has coming. What's there to fear? Just someone reliant on others' charity. The conversation abruptly ceased. The students, upon noticing Tom, exhibited a flicker of panic before feigning calm as they dispersed. Tom's stride did not falter. He entered the classroom with an impassive expression. Yet those words pierced him like icy needles, striking at the most sensitive and untouchable nerves in his heart. Reliant on others' charity. He gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He could endure scorn for his origins, could tolerate doubts about his abilities, but he could not bear for all his efforts and accomplishments to be attributed to Abraxas Malfoy's benevolence. This provoked a rage and humiliation deeper than any direct insult. During the subsequent Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, Professor Rowell instructed on identifying and defending against the attacks of a red cap, but Tom absorbed not a single word. His mind was consumed with the contemptuous gazes and murmurs of those upperclassmen. A cold fury seethed within him, nearly shattering his customary calm facade. He knew where the source of such rumors lay: jealousy and an instinctive aversion to his rapid rise as an outsider. Yet he also understood that allowing these rumors to fester would severely undermine the independent authority he sought to establish. He needed to take action. However, confronting those individuals directly would only betray his insecurity and desperation. After class, Tom, with a grim expression, hastened through the corridor, eager to return to the room of requirement to vent his pent-up anger through practicing magic. At a secluded corner of the staircase leading to the dungeons, he nearly collided with someone. It was Abraxas Malfoy, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Seems someone did not enjoy today's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Abraxas assessed Tom's taut features, his gray-blue eyes glinting with understanding. That grim countenance. Were you frightened by the red cap, or did you overhear some unflattering gossip? Tom abruptly lifted his head, a tempest contained within his black eyes. This is none of your concern. Oh, Abraxas arched an eyebrow, stepping closer, his voice lowered, imbued with a chilling quality. When rumors pertain to my investment, it becomes my concern, dear Tom. I would hate to see my carefully chosen endeavor sullied by trivial chatter. His words poured oil on the flames of Tom's anger. I am not your endeavor. Tom nearly spat, the words escaping his lips with a quiver of fury. I do not need you to defend me. Not need. Abraxas chuckled lightly, devoid of warmth. And what do you plan to do? Challenge those fools spreading rumors to a duel? Use your newly learned spells to silence them? That would only cement your reputation as someone reliant on Malfoy and quick-tempered. Quite foolish, wouldn't you agree? Tom glared at him, his chest heaving with suppressed rage, yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. What Abraxas spoke was precisely his concern. See, therein lies the problem, Tom. Abraxas's tone softened slightly, adopting an almost mentor-like cadence. You possess power, you possess talent. Yet you do not yet grasp how to wield them most effectively. Sometimes, the most potent rebuttal is not one of direct confrontation. He tilted his head slightly, gesturing to the upper staircase. For instance, just now, I happened to overhear the heir of the Ebor family making some rather unkind remarks about the Avery family's inappropriate investments at the Ministry of Magic. And conveniently enough, the Avery family is related to one of those gossips you just encountered. Tom was taken aback. He instantly comprehended Abraxas's intent. He was not advising a direct confrontation with those students. Rather, he suggested indirectly striking at their family's reputations and interests. It was a more sophisticated, more Slytherin approach. Rumors are like marsh gas. The more you flail, the more they surface. Abraxas stated leisurely. The best method is to find their source and gently plug it. Alternatively, let those who produce the gas taste the foulness for themselves. He regarded Tom, his gray-blue eyes gleaming with calculation and coldness. I have already dealt with the source on the Avery side. As for the others, I trust they will learn to mind their tongues after this. After all, no one wishes to embroil themselves and their family in unnecessary trouble over a few idle words, do they? Tom fell silent. He observed Abraxas's demeanor, exuding an air of control, and the fire within him gradually transformed into a more complex emotion, a blend of resentment, resignation, and a hint of acknowledgement of the effectiveness of this method. Once again, Abraxas had aided him during a predicament, albeit in a manner he had never envisioned. Yet this assistance only deepened his awareness of Abraxas's dominance and the delicacy of his own position. He remained ensnared in Malfoy's shadow. "You need not thank me." Abraxas seemed to see through Tom's thoughts, offering a faint smile. "Preserving the value of an investment is an investor's instinct. I merely fulfilled my duty." He extended his hand as if to pat Tom's shoulder, but ultimately brushed away non-existent dust from his sleeve. "Remember this lesson, Tom." He turned to leave, his voice lingering in the air. In Slytherin, in this world, true power often does not lie in the strength of the explosions you can conjure, but in how many people you can silently compel to act according to your will. His figure vanished into the shadows beneath the staircase. Tom stood alone on the cold stone steps. The howling of the blizzard outside seemed to grow ever more distinct. His tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Yet his gaze was colder and more resolute than before. Abraxas had imparted another lesson to him, about power, about means, about how to survive and rise in an environment rife with conspiracy and calculation. He despised the sensation of being taught and maintained like this. However, he would transform all this anger, humiliation, and the ruthless tactics learned from Abraxas into fuel, feeding the furnace within him named ambition. One day, he would possess enough power to no longer require anyone's support. One day, he would make those who spread rumors, as well as that ever-superior investor who seemed to control everything, gaze up at his silhouette in awe. Tom inhaled a breath of air, tinged with the chill of the stone walls, and stepped downwards. Chapter 21, The Frost Cup. In mid-January, Hogwarts was gripped by the harshest cold wave of the winter. The Black Lake was completely frozen over, its surface blanketed by a thick layer of ice that glimmered with an eerie blue sheen, resembling a vast and frigid tombstone. The temperature within the castle plummeted to freezing, and even though the torches on the walls burned incessantly day and night, they struggled to dispel the pervasive chill. Students wrapped tightly in thick woolen scarves and cloaks hurried through the corridors, their breath crystallizing into frost in an instant. In such weather, even the most spirited students appeared somewhat listless. However, the Slytherin common room buzzed with a suppressed excitement, anticipating an upcoming traditional event, the Interhouse Frost Cup Spell Duel. This was not an official competition, but an informal contest spontaneously organized by the upperclassmen, aimed at selecting promising candidates from the lower years. The outcome often influenced the allocation of resources and attention among the younger students within the house. Tom Riddle naturally received an invitation, or rather, a notification. He found it utterly uninteresting. To him, this competition, limited to the confines of the house and laden with cumbersome rules, paled in comparison to the duel club, which truly tested his limits. Yet, he was acutely aware that refusing to participate would be perceived as cowardice or a lack of camaraderie, especially at a time when he was already in a precarious situation due to the gossip surrounding him. The duel was scheduled for Saturday evening, to take place in the Room of Requirement, envisioned as a circular classroom akin to a Roman amphitheater, with a circular dueling platform at its center, laid with black marble. Surrounding it, tier upon tier of seats were already filled with Slytherin students, predominantly upperclassmen who had come to spectate, whispering among themselves as their gazes roamed over the lower years about to take the stage, akin to assessing the bloodlines and potential of racehorses. Abraxas Malfoy occupied the front row, the prime position for viewing, resembling a young emperor presiding over his arena. Dressed in a deep blue velvet robe, a silver brooch shaped like an ice crystal adorned his collar, complementing his slate blue eyes. Unlike the others, he did not engage in hushed conversations, but leaned languidly against the back of his seat, his fingertips idly tapping the armrest, his gaze calmly resting on the empty dueling platform, as if awaiting the commencement of a drama whose outcome he already knew. Tom was scheduled to compete in the third match, facing a second-year student named Cassius Warrington, known for his strength, but somewhat lacking in finesse. Clad in his worn, faded robe, Tom silently stood in the competitor's preparation area, his black eyes scanning the faces in the stands, some curious, some scrutinizing, others tinged with veiled hostility, before briefly locking eyes with Abraxas. Abraxas nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, as if to say, "Let me see your performance." Tom expressionlessly averted his gaze. He loathed the sensation of being observed and evaluated, particularly detesting Abraxas's air of omnipotence. The first two matches concluded swiftly, with the upperclassmen claiming unchallenged victories. As Tom and Warrington stepped onto the dueling platform, a murmur of ambiguous whispers rippled through the stands. They bowed to each other. Warrington towered over Tom, his face betraying unabashed contempt, evidently aware of the rumors suggesting Tom's reliance on Malfoy. "Begin," commanded the seventh-year referee. Warrington unleashed his attack almost immediately. Bellowing, stupefied, a stout red beam hurtled toward Tom's face, a typical display of brute force. Tom did not choose to absorb the blow. He didn't even conjure a shield charm. Instead, his body glided to the left like a specter, the red beam grazing the hem of his robe before striking the protective barrier at the edge of the platform. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist ever so slightly, his wand aimed at Warrington's feet with a silent spell. The smooth black marble beneath Warrington's feet instantaneously became coated with a nearly imperceptible layer of slick ice crystals. As Warrington prepared to launch a second attack, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance, tumbling forward in alarm. "Expelliarmus." Tom pronounced the incantation clearly, a precise red beam striking Warrington's wrist as he fell. His wand flew from his grasp, arcing through the air, only to be deftly caught by Tom. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, merely 3 to 4 seconds from start to finish. Warrington had not even had the chance to cast a second spell before he found himself sprawled on the ground, disarmed. A brief silence enveloped the stands. Too swift, too precise. There were no grand incantations exchanged, no fierce clashes of magic, only a calm, razor-sharp judgment, a speed akin to the wind, and a simple yet remarkably effective combination of a silent spell with a basic disarming charm. This was far from the fighting style typical of lower-year students. It resembled the playful mockery of a seasoned duelist toying with a novice. Moments later, applause and murmurs erupted like thawing river water. The Slytherins, especially the upperclassmen, regarded Tom with transformed eyes. The previous scorn and skepticism were supplanted by astonishment and reevaluation. This efficient, ruthless, and nearly elegant manner of victory aligned perfectly with Slytherin's aesthetic. Warrington, his face flushed with embarrassment and fury, clambered to his feet, but after the head boy announced the result, he could only glare at Tom in dismay, reclaim his wand, and exit the platform in disgrace. Tom calmly tucked his wand back into his sleeve, nodding slightly to the referee, his face devoid of any expression, as if the clean and decisive victory bore no relation to him. He turned and descended from the dueling platform, returning to the preparation area. He felt a searing gaze, filled with unabashed admiration and a deeper excitement, trailing after him. Without needing to look, he knew who it was. In the subsequent matches, Tom easily defeated 2 more opponents, both distinguished first years. He scarcely employed magic beyond the realms of silent levitation charms, trip jinxes, and disarming spells, yet his mastery over timing, distance, and spell combinations reached astonishing heights. He resembled a calculating chess player, always able to corner his adversaries with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. Ultimately, he advanced to the finals without contest. His opponent was another second year, a girl renowned for her nimbleness. Before the final match commenced, there was a brief intermission. Tom sat on a bench in the preparation area, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts and regulate his breathing and magical energy. He could hear the fervent discussions rising from the stands, more animated than before and with noticeably fewer doubts. Unbelievable, he was merely a first year. Such control over silent spells. It was said that Malfoy valued him highly. It seemed the rumors were true. At that moment, a figure settled into the vacant seat beside him, bringing with it a refreshing scent of pine. "It seems that my tome, Whispers of Shadows, was not read in vain." The voice of Abraxas resonated in his ear, imbued with a hint of delightful depth, showcasing a nuanced command of magic, an astute sense of timing, and a newfound ability to leverage the environment. The icy surface moments ago bore a striking resemblance to the elemental assistance theory within the Moonlit Hunter's doctrine, albeit merely a rudimentary application. Tom opened his eyes and gazed at him. Abraxas's slate blue eyes sparkled with unabashed satisfaction, akin to a sculptor admiring the most intricate detail of his nearing completion masterpiece. "I merely triumphed in the contest I was destined to win," Tom stated flatly. "The contest you were destined to win?" Abraxas chuckled lightly. "You are?" In the most Slytherin fashion, conveying to all that your success stems not from anyone's charity, but from your own prowess and intellect. "I hold great admiration for such understated boasting, Tom." Tom refrained from responding. Abraxas possessed an uncanny ability to see through the intentions behind his actions. "As for your opponent in the finals, the girl named Rogier," Abraxas shifted his tone to one slightly more serious. "Her family is renowned for producing cunning duelists and politicians. She excels in deceptive spells and rapid movements. Do not allow her superficial rhythm to dictate your actions. Identify her core intentions, and then strike with precision." "Is this considered pre-match guidance?" Tom glanced at Abraxas, who wore that inscrutable smile, as if merely offering casual advice while simultaneously planting another test. "I shall heed your counsel." Tom replied succinctly. The break was over. Tom and the girl named Rogier ascended to the dueling platform. As expected, Rogier was as Abraxas had described, agile and wielding intricate spells. She continuously unleashed a myriad of colorful, ambiguous lights and smoke, attempting to disrupt Tom's vision and judgment while her feet danced in a deceptive, elusive manner. Tom did not rush into offense. He stood like a frigid reef at the center of the dueling stage, his dark eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on Rogier's figure, indifferent to the flamboyant spells exploding or dissipating around him. He was observing, calculating, searching for that core intention and flaw. The audience in the stands held their breath. This confrontation was distinctly different from Tom's previous matches, rife with cunning and uncertainty. Finally, at the moment Rogier attempted to conjure a duplicate with an illusion spell, Tom detected an incredibly subtle fluctuation in her magical aura, one that emerged to sustain the illusion. Now was the time. He did not employ any offensive spells. His wand, moving with an almost imperceptible swiftness, pointed toward a small area just ahead of Rogier's anticipated landing, casting a silent spell. This time, it was not ice. The black marble floor instantaneously transformed into a viscous mire, yet the area was exceedingly narrow, perfectly covering the spot Rogier was about to land. Rogier, engrossed in maintaining her illusion and preparing the next confusing spell, was utterly unprepared for such a precisely laid trap to emerge beneath her feet. Her ankle sank into the invisible mire, her body jolting as she lost her balance, and the illusion shattered along with it. Expelliarmus. Tom's incantation struck like a venomous viper. Precise and swift, Rogier's wand flew from her grasp. She stared incredulously at her empty hand, then glanced at the still impassive Tom, her face etched with disbelief. The arena fell silent once more, only to erupt into an even more fervent applause and gasps of astonishment. If Tom's previous victory showcased his skill and composure, this match revealed his formidable insight, patience, and tactical brilliance. He had scarcely engaged in any direct spell confrontations with his opponent, with merely 2 exceptionally precise, terrain-controlling silent spells. He had dismantled all of her offensives and claimed victory with ease. The victor is Tom Riddle, the headmaster declared loudly. Tom offered a slight bow as he descended from the dueling stage. He could feel the gazes from the stands shift from astonishment and scrutiny to genuine awe, even a tinge of fear. In his own way, he had utterly shattered the tedious rumors, establishing undeniable authority within Slytherin. When he looked back at Abraxas, the latter had already risen, smiling as he clapped softly. That smile held not only admiration and satisfaction, but also an indescribable, almost fervent quality. Abraxas made his way through the crowd towards him. A flawless performance, Tom. His voice was low yet resonated clearly in Tom's ears. Calm, precise, lethal. You have not only won the contest, but also earned respect and fear. This is true power. He extended his hand, seemingly intending to touch Tom's shoulder, yet halted at the last moment, merely gesturing a light pat in the air. I eagerly anticipate. Abraxas's slate blue eyes bored deep into Tom's, as if to absorb all the darkness and ambition residing within his soul, the surprises you will unveil next. With that, he did not linger but turned to exit the bustling dueling arena. Tom stood alone amidst the crowd, absorbing the myriad of complex emotions reflected in the gazes around him. The taste of victory was indeed sweet, especially one earned through sheer talent. Yet, he understood the implications of Abraxas's words. He had garnered respect and fear, but he had also exposed himself more clearly to the scrutiny of all, including those potential adversaries and that dangerous, alluring ally who viewed him as the prime investment. Beneath the frozen depths of the Black Lake, the undercurrents would only grow more turbulent. Tom tightened his grip on his wand, feeling the barely contained magic within him simmering from the continuous casting. He did not care. He craved challenge, conquest, and the urge to trample upon all who obstructed, underestimated, or even admired him. This included the platinum-haired demon who was now departing with a satisfied smile. His path was fated to be paved with thorns and frost, and he relished it. Chapter 22, Serendipitous Encounter in the Bathroom. The lingering aftermath of the Frost Cup surged through Slytherin like the hidden currents beneath the lake's icy surface, continuing to ripple for an entire week. The name Tom Riddle was no longer merely associated with talent and the attention of Malfoy. Lower-year students regarded him with awe, while upper-year students approached him with a newfound sense of equality and latent apprehension. Tom accepted this shift with poise, even deriving some enjoyment from it. He needed this aura of intimidation. It would spare him many unnecessary troubles. Yet attention remained taut within him. He understood that reputation was a double-edged sword. It could yield convenience, but also invite fiercer storms. He must grow stronger more swiftly. The relentless intensity of his studies and magical practice, compounded by the toll of the Frost Cup, left Tom feeling a profound mental fatigue. Although his magical prowess was increasingly formidable, The mental strain of precise control far outweighed the mere growth of his magical capacity. On a particularly frigid Friday night, as the common room buzzed with students discussing their weekend plans, Tom resolved to temporarily escape the irksome clamor. He recalled the head boy casually mentioning at the start of the term that students with special contributions or those granted permission by the headmaster could occasionally utilize the head boy's bathroom, hidden behind a statue on the 6th floor of the castle. Uncertain if he met the criteria, Tom decided to test his luck. He yearned for a moment of true solitude and relaxation. With the aid of memory and a stroke of fortune, he discovered the concealed, polished mahogany door. There was no keyhole, only a silver serpentine door knocker. Tom hesitated for a moment, attempting to hiss softly in parcel tongue. Silence is required. To his surprise, the door glided open soundlessly. The sight beyond the threshold momentarily left him taken aback. It was an extraordinarily spacious bathroom, more akin to a miniature Roman bath than a mere bathing facility. The entire room was constructed of white marble, with opulent wall sconces embedded within, radiating a gentle golden glow. At the heart of the chamber lay a bathing pool comparable to a small swimming pool, its waters crystalline, exuding a pearlescent sheen, wreathed in steam infused with a rich fragrance. Along the edge of the pool stood several ornate golden spouts, evidently designed for various magical bath elixirs. The air was imbued with a soothing essence, a blend of mint, camphor, and an enigmatic floral scent. The bathroom was devoid of any occupants, save for the soft sound of water lapping against the pool's walls. Tom released a sigh of relief. This was precisely what he needed. He closed the door behind him, shedding his robe and attire, neatly folding them upon a long bench draped with a thick plush mat, before slowly stepping into the warm waters of the pool. The perfectly tempered heat enveloped him, dispelling the chill of the cellar and the fatigue accumulated over recent days. Leaning against the smooth wall of the pool, he closed his eyes, relishing the warm currents massaging his aching muscles, the magical bath elixir seemingly revitalizing his somewhat drained spirit. He allowed his thoughts to drift, momentarily casting aside the machinations of magic, power, and Abraxas. However, tranquility is often fleeting. After about 10 minutes, the bathroom door once again slid open silently. Tom abruptly opened his eyes, his body instantly tensing into a state of alertness, despite his nakedness in the water. The intruder was Abraxas Malfoy. He too appeared taken aback by the presence of another, pausing momentarily at the threshold. Clad in a deep purple silk bathrobe, its belt loosely tied, revealing his elegantly sculpted collarbone and a small expanse of chest. His platinum hair was slightly damp, a few rebellious strands clinging to his smooth forehead, as if he had just engaged in some activity. In his hand, he held an exquisite glass vial containing a golden liquid. Upon seeing Tom in the pool, a fleeting look of surprise flickered in Abraxas's slate blue eyes, swiftly replaced by a deeper, more intriguing gleam of amusement and curiosity. It seemed that the illustrious Hogwarts had encountered a minor overlap in its allocation of resources. Abraxas's voice carried a slight rasp, a departure from his usual languid tone. He sauntered to the pool's edge, looking down upon Tom from a superior vantage point. Tom's body instantly tensed, a surge of indignation at the invasion of his privacy mingling with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Instinctively, he sank deeper into the water, revealing only his shoulders, his dark eyes cold and vigilant, fixed on Abraxas. Yet, his gaze involuntarily flitted, albeit briefly, over the exposed skin beneath the bathrobe's open collar and the long, straight legs emerging from its hem. An unfamiliar tension, distinct from the alertness of battle, crept up his spine. "I didn't know you frequented this place as well," Tom remarked. His voice edged with defensiveness, forcing himself to maintain eye contact with Abraxas's face, suppressing the allure of his physique. Occasionally, Abraxas replied casually, settling at the edge of the pool, placing the glass vial aside, his long legs crossed. This posture caused his robe to part even more, particularly after Quidditch practice. The rejuvenating bath elixir here works wonders for alleviating muscle fatigue. He gestured towards the water. "It seems you are indulging in the Tranquil Thought series? Quite fitting for you. Dear Tom, you indeed need to unwind." His tone bore a teasing intimacy, as if they were chance acquaintances in a salon rather than occupants of a steam-filled, subtly awkward private space. Tom noticed the movement of his Adam's apple as he spoke, the scent of pine mingling with a faint trace of sweat from his exertion, intertwining with the bathroom's fragrant ambience, creating an odd, unsettling atmosphere. Tom remained silent, merely regarding him with a cold stare, attempting to mask the unexpected ripples within with his customary icy demeanor. The warmth of the water seemed to dissipate, replaced by an intangible pressure that was both discomforting and laced with a peculiar stimulation. Abraxas appeared unfazed by Tom's silence, nonchalantly loosening the ties of his robe, which slipped away to reveal his equally well-toned, perfectly proportioned form. His complexion was even fairer than Tom's, glistening softly under the hazy steam and the golden wall sconces. The lines of his muscles smooth and defined, exuding a restrained strength characteristic of youth, unlike Tom's lean and youthful frame. Tom's breath hitched imperceptibly. He quickly averted his gaze, staring into the swirling steam, yet the corner of his eye could not entirely escape the sight of that luminous body illuminated by light and mist. A tumultuous blend of disdain, jealousy, and a numinous attraction he refused to explore churned within him. He loathed this uncontrollable shift in attention, and more so Abraxas's nonchalant demeanor. As if he were destined to be the center of attention, Abraxas elegantly stepped into the water, halting a few feet away from Tom. Leaning against the pool's wall with a satisfied sigh, he picked up the glass vial, uncorked it, and poured the golden liquid into the water. A richer aroma, infused with sunshine and citrus, enveloped the air, mingling with the original scent of tranquil thoughts, creating a curious, exhilarating chemical reaction. "Try this, golden morning dew," Abraxas suggested, his slate blue eyes appearing somewhat dreamy amidst the steam, his gaze seemingly infused with tangible warmth as it swept over Tom's submerged shoulder. "They say it awakens the body's vitality, even sparks a hint of inspiration. I believe it suits you far better than that soporific tranquil thoughts." His words bore the weight of both a suggestion and an ambiguous insinuation. Tom pressed his lips together, feeling an inexplicable warmth creep to his ears. Abraxas was always attempting to influence him, permeating his thoughts from magic to resources, even to the very fragrance of the bath, and now this irksome, intangible allure. "I am quite well," Tom brusquely retorted, his voice deeper than he had anticipated. "Don't be so tense, Tom," Abraxas chuckled lightly, scooping a handful of water infused with golden morning dew, allowing it to cascade through his fingers, droplets rolling over his smooth skin, refracting the light and tracing alluring patterns. "There are no spectators here, no rivals, only warm water and a hint of an atmosphere that invites earnestness." He turned his gaze directly towards Tom, his eyes seeming to penetrate the mist, delving into the depths of his soul, unraveling the calm facade he desperately sought to maintain. "How does it feel after the frosted cup? Do you relish being enveloped in such odd gazes?" Tom diverted his eyes, focusing on the swirling steam, striving to dispel the flickering platinum and the shadows of Abraxas's form from his mind. "Nothing particularly special," he attempted to sound as cold as usual. "Liar." Abraxas's voice was low and certain, laced with a knowing amusement. "I can sense it. You do enjoy it. You revel in the sense of control that power grants you, in silencing those who once belittled you. There is no shame in admitting it, Tom. The desire for power is inherent in Slytherin's nature." He paused, his voice a devil's whisper, warm vapor brushing against Tom's ear, as if yearning for something primal and direct, an instinct. Tom's fingertips curled slightly beneath the water. He felt his defenses being gradually eroded by this damned atmosphere and Abraxas's penetrating words. "However, power requires a foundation," Abraxas continued, like a subtle mentor. Yet his gaze lingered with a barely perceptible aggression, tracing the sharply defined lines of Tom's collarbone, taut with tension. "You have gained respect through your personal prowess, which is commendable and forms a solid base. Yet, it is insufficient. You need more allies, or rather, forces to command. You must begin to cultivate your own circle." At last, Tom turned his head to face him, attempting to discern any hint of mockery in those captivating gray-blue eyes, but all he saw was a profound depth, as if it could swallow him whole. "Like you?" Abraxas chuckled, the smile blurred yet strikingly clear in the mist, imbued with a lethal allure. "Like me? No, Tom. The path you must tread may diverge from mine. My circle is built upon the Malfoy name and the network of interests it commands. And you," he paused, a strange light flickering in his gray-blue eyes, as if admiring a unique work of art. "Your allure lies within yourself. Your strength, your intellect, your unpredictability. You will attract those who yearn to follow the strong, those who wish to dismantle the existing order." He leaned forward, the distance between them diminishing, and Tom could vividly see the tiny droplets of water clinging to his long, thick silver lashes. Could smell the mingling scent of golden morning dew and his own cool pine fragrance, warm yet fiercely aggressive, nearly rendering him breathless. "Not willing. Even that Riddle. Perhaps they harbor apprehension or even resentment towards you now. But if you can demonstrate a power compelling enough to sway them and offer sufficient benefits, they may yet become your instruments." Abraxas's voice flowed like the most beguiling incantation. "Consider it, Tom. A core group led by you, concealed in the shadows of Slytherin, loyal only to you, that would wield more power than any ostensible prestige." Tom's heart raced, not solely due to the tantalizing prospect, but also because of the proximity between them and the palpable tension in the air. The vision Abraxas painted resonated with the deepest ambitions within him. He had never been content with mere personal strength. He craved control, influence, the establishment of an order that belonged to him. And at this moment, the one guiding him toward this path was drawing near in a way that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Why tell me this? Tom's voice was hoarse, struggling to maintain his composure under the weight of Abraxas's oppressive gaze and breath. Why? Abraxas leaned back against the pool wall, resuming his languid pose as if the provocative words and dangerous closeness were mere chit-chat, yet the lingering heat in his eyes betrayed him. I have said before, investment requires vision and patience. I wish to see you go further, to grow stronger. Your success is my most fruitful investment. And he turned his gaze back to Tom, his eyes growing inscrutable, laden with a near-naked scrutiny and expectation. And I believe we might become true partners in the future, rather than merely investor and investment. Partners? Tom's heart jolted. Was Malfoy proactively elevating their relationship, transforming from an aloof benefactor to a relatively equal collaborator? Was it because he had demonstrated value beyond this harsh Slytherin prince's expectations? Or was it something else? Tom's thoughts became muddled, the heat and breath emanating from the other, along with those soul-piercing eyes, rendered him incapable of conducting a calm analysis as he usually would. The bathroom fell into silence, the only sounds being the flow of water and their seemingly quickened breaths. The steamy haze enveloped them, blurring boundaries between reality and illusion, reason and impulse. After a long pause, Tom finally spoke, his voice striving to maintain its usual calm, yet betraying a subtle tension. I will consider your suggestion. He neither promised nor rejected. At this moment, he needed space to untangle his chaotic thoughts, and this unfamiliar, stirred emotion. Abraxas's face broke into a knowing, satisfied smile, which seemed to carry the weight of something more complex. Excellent. He rose, water cascading from his body, creating small ripples, his perfect physique laid bare before Tom, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Savor the moment. A tranquil mind may be more conducive to your forthcoming reflections. His tone bore an unmistakable teasing quality, as if he could see through Tom's current embarrassment. He donned a bathrobe nonchalantly, leaving it unfastened, exposing his chest as he strode toward the door. Just before it slid open, he paused, casting a glance back at Tom, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, imbued with a meaningful, almost provocative air. By the way, Tom, he murmured, his gaze deliberately sweeping over Tom's submerged form, you appear much more animated when anxious than behind your usual cold facade. With that, he vanished beyond the door, leaving Tom alone in the gradually cooling water, his mind a tempest of emotions, unable to find peace. Abraxas's final words and that expression grazed his nerves like a feather, stirring a mixture of irritation, shame, and a hint of secret exhilaration. This encounter unsettled him far more than any duel or competition, igniting a vigilance over his own lack of control. Abraxas Malfoy, like the water in this pool, appeared warm and welcoming, yet concealed treacherous currents, unfathomable depths, and was dangerously attempting to draw him into that enchanting whirlpool. Chapter 23. An Encounter in the Quidditch Stands. On the first weekend of February, the weather was unexpectedly clear. Although the air still held a crisp chill, the sun generously bathed Hogwarts's grounds, mingling the scent of thawed earth and fresh air. The Quidditch pitch buzzed with excitement, silver green and gold red banners clashing in a fierce display, like two surging tides. The pivotal match of the season between Slytherin and Gryffindor was about to commence. Tom Riddle remained disinterested in Quidditch. To him, this sport, reliant on flying broomsticks, teamwork, and a dash of luck, was fraught with uncontrollable variables, far less captivating than the precision of spells or the predictability of potions. He had initially planned to retreat to the Room of Requirement to continue his studies on the book he had borrowed from the restricted section. Mind Barriers, Advanced Techniques in Brain Cloaking. However, as he passed through the entrance hall, he overheard several excited lower-year students discussing how the heir of the Malfoy family would be starting as the Seeker today. His footsteps came to an involuntary halt. Abraxas Malfoy, the golden flash on a broomstick, the prince of Slytherin Quidditch. Tom could almost envision that fellow clad in a perfectly tailored team uniform, soaring through the air, basking in the attention of the crowd, wearing an expression of nonchalant arrogance. A peculiar blend of repulsion and curiosity compelled him to alter his course, following the throng towards the Quidditch pitch. Instead of mingling with the raucous Slytherin crowd, he opted for a relatively secluded vantage point near the teacher's stand. From this elevated position, he enjoyed an unobstructed view of the entire field while evading the cacophony of noise. He tightened his robes around him, unfurling the mind barrier upon his lap. Yet his gaze frequently drifted to the players below who were warming up. It was not long before he spotted Abraxas. He hovered effortlessly on his Comet 260, engaged in conversation with the captain, wearing his signature, slightly languorous smile brimming with confidence. The sunlight danced upon his platinum hair, as if bestowing upon him a gilded aura. He appeared destined to grace such a spotlighted occasion. Tom's fingertips unconsciously traced the edges of the pages. He watched as Abraxas executed a splendid maneuver in the air, eliciting gasps of awe from the girls in the stands, and the inexplicable irritation within him surged once more. That fellow resembled a peacock, perpetually flaunting his resplendent plumage. The match commenced with Madame Hooch's whistle. The quaffle was immediately tossed into the air, and the seekers shot forth like arrows released from a bow. The bludgers whizzed between the players, while the chasers swung their bats with vigor. The two seekers, Abraxas and a fifth-year Gryffindor, circled high above, akin to hawks poised to strike, seeking that flickering golden glimmer. Tom forced himself to redirect his focus to the book, yet the tumult of the pitch, the excited voice of commentator Lee Jordan, and the chorus of cheers or gasps from the audience crashed against his concentration like relentless waves. Especially when Abraxas executed a daring evasive maneuver or attempted to approach the golden snitch from an exceptionally acute angle. He felt his gaze drawn uncontrollably towards him. Evidently, someone found this match lacking in interest. A familiar voice broke through beside him, tinged with a hint of breathlessness from exertion and a customary mockery. Tom snapped the book shut, knowing without turning that it was Abraxas Malfoy who had silently joined him, carrying the brisk air of altitude and a faint scent of sweat. He hadn't even donned the team's outer robe, merely wearing a silver-green sweater with a few damp strands of hair clinging to his smooth forehead. His cheeks, flushed from exertion, appearing more vibrant than usual. Shouldn't Mr. Malfoy be competing down below? Tom's voice remained devoid of emotion, his gaze shifting back to the pitch to avoid making eye contact. Gryffindor had just scored, and a raucous cheer erupted from the stands. Taking a brief respite, Abraxas declared nonchalantly as he settled into the empty seat beside Tom, as if it were his designated spot. Moreover, I have discovered a spectacle more intriguing than watching our team's chasers attempt to score against their own goal. A first year engrossed in the mind barrier at a Quidditch match. Honestly, Tom, are you attempting to exemplify the ultimate definition of a bookworm through your actions? His tone dripped with good-natured sarcasm. Tom felt his ears flush, not from shame, but from annoyance. I'm merely utilizing my time. Utilizing your time? Abraxas arched an eyebrow. While I toil in the cold winds for the honor of our house. Merlin, I ought to feel sorrow. He feigned a dramatic sigh, yet his slate-blue eyes sparkled with delight, fixated intently on Tom's profile. Tom chose not to respond. He understood that any retort would invite further, more exasperating jests from Abraxas. He remained silent, observing the Gryffindor chasers organizing yet another offensive below. Look over there. Abraxas suddenly nudged him with his elbow, gesturing towards the opposite side of the Slytherin stance. Our dear Pruitt appears to have not learned the virtue of silence despite his family's troubles. Tom followed his gaze to find Hack Pruitt mingling with several Gryffindors, vocally deriding the Slytherin team with exaggerated expressions. Like a Cornish pixie, pitiable yet laughable, wouldn't you agree? Abraxas commented dismissively. Tom pressed his lips together. He harbored no fondness for Pruitt, yet he found Abraxas' incessant attempts to manipulate his emotions even less palatable. Just then, the situation on the pitch took a dramatic turn. The golden snitch had appeared. It darted like a lightning bolt past the Slytherin goalposts. Instantly, Abraxas' languid demeanor vanished, akin to a cheetah spotting its prey, as he sprang to his feet. He did not utter a word to Tom, vanishing down the stands like a gust of wind, nimbly vaulting over the barrier and leaping onto the Comet 260 that had been delivered by his teammates unbeknownst to him. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, leaving Tom unable to comprehend how it had happened. Abraxas soared into the air like an unleashed arrow, his speed astonishing, his platinum hair trailing behind him like a comet's tail. The Gryffindor seeker had also spotted the target and was chasing fervently. The entire crowd rose to their feet, erupting in a deafening roar. Lee Jordan's voice grew sharp with excitement. Malfoy has spotted the snitch. He is off. Such speed. Like a silver-green flash. Gryffindor S. Davis is in hot pursuit. Who will catch it? Tom found himself rising instinctively, his gaze unwaveringly following the figure racing through the air. His heart raced as a tension he had not realized he possessed seized him. He watched Abraxas execute a perilous dive, nearly brushing against the bludger that the Gryffindor chaser swung towards him, his movements fluid and precise, exuding an almost cruel elegance. The distance closed rapidly. Abraxas extended his hand, his fingertips mere inches from the golden glimmer. Suddenly, the Gryffindor seeker, Davis, made a reckless move, abruptly propelling his broom sideways to collide with Abraxas. Foul! That's an obvious foul, Lee Jordan shouted. An uproar erupted from the stands. Abraxas clearly hadn't anticipated such blatant disregard for the rules. His broom was knocked askew, and he lost his balance. Yet he reacted swiftly, gripping the broomstick with one hand and tracing a perilous arc in the air, barely stabilizing himself. But the golden snitch had already darted away. The Gryffindor seeker seized the opportunity to pursue. The Slytherins erupted in furious boos. Tom watched as Abraxas regained his composure in the air. He could not discern the expression on his face, yet he sensed the sudden surge of icy anger. Even from such a distance, he felt a pulse of anxiety from the earlier harrowing moment. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, storming towards the offending Davis, brandishing a red card and awarding Slytherin a penalty shot. However, it seemed that none of this concerned Abraxas. He hovered in midair, not casting a glance at the penalized opponent, nor paying heed to the outcome of the penalty. His gaze, as sharp as an ice pick, pierced through the clamorous crowd, locking onto Tom in that secluded stand. Tom froze. He felt as though Abraxas was indeed looking at him. That gaze was no longer playful or mocking, but rather cold and probing, as if offended and seeking to confirm whether he had witnessed that earlier, precarious moment. Tom instinctively averted his eyes, only to feel an inexplicable urge to return his gaze, locking back onto Abraxas once more. Abraxas had turned his gaze away, maneuvering his broom to descend slowly amidst the Slytherin players. He accepted the water bottle offered by a teammate and took a sip, the sharp lines of his profile betraying an air of cold resolve. The ensuing match was charged with tension following the recent foul. Slytherin had leveled the score with a penalty shot, but the golden snitch, seemingly spooked, had vanished without a trace. The game had descended into a stalemate. Tom had ceased to peruse his book. He sat there, observing the platinum-haired figure on the pitch, now languid once more, as if nothing had transpired moments before. And a tumult of emotions stirred within him. He loathed Abraxas's influence, despised how he found himself swayed by the other's emotions. The anxiety and exhilaration of that fleeting moment were both foreign and achingly real. Ultimately, the match concluded in a draw, with neither side having captured the snitch. The crowd began to disperse. Tom rose, preparing to depart, sensing that fortune had not favored him today. Abraxas's voice rang out again. He had inexplicably returned to the stands. His expression once again dawned with an air of nonchalance, though a lingering chill resided in his eyes. Yet, witnessing the consternation of certain individuals, perhaps he had not left entirely empty-handed. He tilted his head, gazing at Tom with a knowing smile that hinted at deeper meanings. Tom's heart raced. "I wasn't worried," he retorted awkwardly. "Oh, is that so?" Abraxas stepped closer, the warmth from his exertion mingled with the scent of sweat wafting toward Tom. "Then was your pale visage fixed upon me as you stood, merely a prayer for my downfall?" Tom faltered, unable to articulate the instinctive reaction he had just experienced. "Think what you will," he muttered, turning to hasten away from the vexing presence. "Wait," Abraxas called after him, retrieving a small, somewhat misshapen, gold-red object from his robes and tossing it to Tom. Instinctively, Tom caught it. It was a cheap Honeyduke's candy shaped like a Gryffindor lion, its wrapper already torn. "What is this?" "One of the absurd candies that fell from that fool's broom," Abraxas remarked casually, brushing off his hands. "It looks rather unpalatable. Consider it a memento of this rather ill-fated afternoon." He smiled lightly, turning back toward his assembling team and waving goodbye without looking back. Tom stood still, clutching the incongruous candy from his rival's house, watching Abraxas's retreating figure, rooted in place for an extended moment. The sunlight fell upon him, yet he felt no warmth. What was this fellow's intention? He glanced down at the incongruous candy in his palm, for the first time realizing that Abraxas Malfoy's thoughts were far more inscrutable than any book on dark magic. Chapter 24, An Incident in Potions Class. In the potions classroom on Monday, the atmosphere was palpably more tense than usual. The air was thick with not just the strange aromas of various ingredients, but also an intangible, suffocating pressure of competition. Professor Slughorn, his rotund figure prominent, bore a rare expression of seriousness rather than his customary joviality. "Today, we shall endeavor to brew a potion that is exceptionally intricate and perilous." Slughorn's voice echoed in the hushed classroom, the shrinking solution. A wave of muted gasps rippled through the room. The shrinking solution was a potion of OWLS level difficulty, presenting a formidable challenge for most first and second year students in the mixed class. "The recipe and instructions have been distributed." Slughorn indicated the parchment filled with meticulous notes that had appeared on each desk. "I must remind you, precision is of the utmost importance. Measurements must be flawless. The stirring direction and frequency must be strictly adhered to. Temperature control is paramount. Any minor miscalculation could lead to, well, rather unpleasant consequences." A strained smile forced its way onto his round face. "However, I have faith that our Slytherin students can rise to this challenge. Let us begin. Merlin bless you all." Tom Riddle swiftly perused the recipe, his mind racing as he calculated the optimal timing and magical energy for each step. He relished this challenge, as it allowed him to forget other burdens and immerse himself entirely in the realm of logic and precision. His partner was a second-year Slytherin named Hector Folly, a quiet boy with steady hands, proving to be a commendable collaborator. Across the room, Abraxas Malfoy was paired with Chris Selwyn, Abraxas appeared distracted, idly using a silver knife to slice a ginger root into perfect but unnecessary little discs, while Chris scrambled to handle the more troublesome shrivelfig. Tom returned his focus to the cauldron before him. He was tasked with the finer ingredients, such as daisy roots and caterpillar slices, while Folly constructed the foundational potion framework and managed the temperature. Progress was smooth. Tom's movements were as precise as clockwork, each measurement and cut executed flawlessly. The potion in his cauldron was stabilizing into a reassuring pale yellow. However, tranquility was short-lived. "Merlin, Mr. Selwyn, your fire," Professor Slughorn exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, flames erupted beneath Chris's cauldron, causing the potion within to boil violently, releasing ominous purple smoke and a pungent, acrid odor. "I just wanted it to heat faster," Chris stammered, his face ashen. Abraxas sighed, setting down his pile of ginger discs, and languidly waved his wand in an attempt to stabilize the flames, but it seemed too late. The potion was on the verge of complete ruin. Professor Slughorn paced anxiously toward them. "The shrivelfig will release corrosive gases when exposed to sudden high temperatures. That batch is ruined. Clean it up, quickly." At that moment, perhaps due to sheer panic, Chris inadvertently collided with the desk of a nearby Hufflepuff girl, who was carefully balancing a bowl of freshly measured ginger powder. The bowl toppled, sending the white powder swirling into the air like snowflakes, much of it landing in her cauldron and, by a twist of fate, a small portion cascading into Tom Riddle's nearly perfect pale yellow potion. The events unfolded too swiftly for Tom to react. He watched as the specks of white powder settled into his cauldron, mingling with the pale yellow liquid. Sizzle. A faint sound, akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, resonated. The potion's once stable hue morphed from pale yellow to a murky, mottled gray-green, bubbling ominously with a disconcerting effervescence. All eyes in the classroom turned toward him. Professor Slughorn, having just dealt with the chaos from Selwyn's mishap, turned to witness the calamity unfolding. "Oh no, Tom, your potion," he lamented, his voice steeped in dismay. Tom stood frozen, watching his hour's labor dissolve in mere moments. A cold fury ignited within him, threatening to consume him whole. He clenched the stirring rod tightly, his knuckles whitening. His gaze, sharp as a poison dagger, shot toward the Hufflepuff girl, who stood petrified, then to the innocently bewildered Chris Selwyn, finally landing on the culprit, Abraxas Malfoy, who was idly tapping his fingers on the desk beside him. Abraxas met his gaze, his slate-blue eyes devoid of remorse or schadenfreude, merely observing with a bemused interest, as if awaiting his reaction. "I am so sorry," the Hufflepuff girl exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. "It was an accident, purely an accident." Chris Selwyn quickly waved his hands in dismissal. Professor Slughorn approached briskly, inspecting Tom's cauldron, shaking his head in dismay. "It's finished, utterly finished." The unexpected addition of ginger powder had caused an unpredictable reaction with the daisy roots. This potion was beyond redemption. "Tom Flit, I regret to inform you that you must start anew. Time may not be on your side." Start anew? With less than half an hour remaining until class concluded, this meant they were almost certainly unable to complete the shrinking potion. For Tom, who pursued perfection and had never faltered in potions class, this was undeniably a heavy blow. His usual grades would be severely impacted. Hector Flit sighed in frustration. Tom stood there, feeling the blood rush to his head. The calm facade he had painstakingly maintained was cracking. He fixed his gaze on the cauldron of gray-green, bubbling failure, as if he could ignite it with sheer will. At that moment, Abraxas leisurely spoke, his voice cutting through the murmurs and sighs in the classroom with clarity. "Professor," he said nonchalantly, as if suggesting what to have for afternoon tea, "perhaps the situation is not as dire as it appears." All eyes turned to him. Professor Slughorn furrowed his brow. "Abraxas, I appreciate your desire to assist, but Mr. Riddle's potion is, I am aware, Professor." Abraxas interrupted, moving to Tom's workstation, scrutinizing the failed concoction as a connoisseur would assess a damaged antique. While it was true that the standard shrinking potion was beyond salvation, he recalled reading in a very old potions notebook that when ginger powder was inadvertently added during the daisy root phase, accompanied by a slight magical surge, it could, if handled correctly, potentially transform into a variant with similar effects, albeit with less stability. Let us tentatively label it as an emergency shrinking potion. A hush fell over the classroom. Even Professor Slughorn displayed a look of astonishment and skepticism. "An emergency shrinking potion?" Slughorn echoed. "I have never heard of such a thing." "That notebook is a private collection of the Malfoy family, Professor." Abraxas smiled faintly, with just the right touch of restraint. "The author was a relatively obscure medieval alchemist. It contains many such intriguing accidents and remedies." He turned to Tom, his slate-blue eyes gleaming with a challenging light. "Mr. Riddle, would you care to give it a try? Of course, the risk is yours to bear. Should you fail, your cauldron may explode even more thoroughly. But if you succeed..." It could salvage at least some of your marks, could it not? Tom glared at Abraxas. He had no faith in some purported family-kept notebook or emergency shrinking potion. This was undoubtedly a fabrication by Malfoy. This fellow merely wished to see him cornered, to test his adaptability under pressure, or perhaps to derive amusement from his predicament. To refuse? That would mean acknowledging defeat and accepting a poor grade. To accept? That would entail following this rogue's guidance into a high-stakes gamble. Failure would result in dire consequences, while success would leave him indebted to Abraxas. The formula? Tom squeezed the words through clenched teeth. Abraxas's smile deepened. He leaned closer to Tom and, in a volume only they could hear, rapidly articulated a series of astonishing steps. Stir counterclockwise 7 times. Add 3 drops of your freshly collected saliva. Yes, saliva. Then instantly raise the flame to its highest setting for 5 seconds, and quickly introduce an untreated sage seed. Finally, recite this incantation over the cauldron. He whispered a strange sequence of hissing syllables, reminiscent of serpentine sounds. Tom's brow furrowed in concentration. This sounded nothing like potion making. It resembled some sort of nefarious dark magic ritual. Saliva? Sage seeds? And that bizarre incantation? Are you certain? Tom questioned, his tone icy as he regarded Abraxas with suspicion. Abraxas innocently blinked. It is written in the notebook. Believe it or not, dear Tom, the choice is yours. He stepped back, gesturing for Tom to proceed. The entire classroom was watching him. Professor Slughorn opened his mouth, seemingly to speak, but ultimately remained silent, his expression filled with curiosity. Hector Flit swallowed nervously. Tom gazed at the bubbling gray-green failure, then at Abraxas's expectant and mocking eyes. He realized this fellow relished this moment, delighting in cornering him and watching him grapple with a difficult decision. Damn Malfoy. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself, Tom grasped the stirring rod. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he did not follow Abraxas's instructions. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, he accurately inserted the stirring rod into a specific node of the flame control runes beneath the cauldron, while his other hand seized the prepared daffodil root powder from the table, swiftly sprinkling it into the potion. This was not any of the steps Abraxas had outlined. The flame beneath the cauldron flickered violently due to the stirring rod's interference, its color becoming unstable. The added daffodil root powder made contact with the gray-green potion, producing a soft pop and a large cloud of purple smoke. Mr. Riddle, what are you doing? Professor Slughorn exclaimed. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Tom's complete deviation from his prescribed plan. Tom ignored everyone. He focused intently on the cauldron, seizing a crystal vial meant for bottling, and swiftly waved it through the rising purple smoke, as if capturing something, then immediately corked the bottle. Once this was accomplished, he extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron. Silence enveloped the classroom. All eyes were fixed on the crystal vial in Tom's hand. It was empty, save for a trace of lingering purple smoke, which quickly dissipated. What did you create, Mr. Riddle? Professor Slughorn inquired, cautiously approaching, as if the vial contained some dangerous creature. Tom calmly placed the crystal vial on the table. His voice steady and clear. Nothing, Professor. What? I produced nothing. Tom raised his gaze to Slughorn, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. The potion had utterly failed and was beyond redemption. Any attempts to salvage it would only heighten the danger. Thus, I chose to terminate the reaction and utilize the resulting smoke to conduct a small, harmless neutralization experiment. He gestured toward the empty vial, adding, "It seems the effect is acceptable." He then turned to Abraxas, his tone unperturbed. As for the emergency shrinking potion mentioned by Senior Malfoy, I regret to inform you that I have not encountered any credible references regarding such a concoction. Perhaps that private Malfoy family notebook requires more rigorous scrutiny. Abraxas stood stunned, staring at Tom, the smile on his face faltering for the first time. He clearly had not anticipated Tom's direct rejection of his assistance, nor the manner in which he had defended his independence and judgment with such a near slap in the face. The classroom remained hushed. Hector Flit was left speechless. Professor Slughorn glanced between Tom and Abraxas, his expression transitioning from confusion to contemplation, ultimately nodding slowly. A wise decision, Mr. Riddle. Slughorn's voice resonated with genuine appreciation as he made a decisive concession upon realizing the irretrievable nature of the situation, promptly taking measures to avert further repercussions, qualities essential for an exemplary potion master. Although your shrinking potion was unsuccessful, your composure and discernment are commendable. Slytherin gains 15 points. This outcome once again took everyone by surprise. Tom inclined his head slightly, beginning to quietly tidy up his chaotic workstation, as if the recent tumult had no bearing on him. Abraxas stood rooted in place, observing Tom's diligent efforts, and after several seconds, he suddenly chuckled softly, shaking his head. There was no trace of anger in that laughter. Rather, it was imbued with a burgeoning interest. How increasingly fascinating, he murmured to himself, his slate blue eyes sparkling with an unprecedented glimmer, akin to a collector who has stumbled upon an unexpectedly exquisite and spiky treasure. He approached Tom, watching him dispose of the failed potion into a designated waste bin, and casually remarked, "You know, Tom, your manner of rebuffing others is far more enchanting than your charming wand care techniques." Tom paused momentarily, refraining from turning around, and replied coldly, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Malfoy. Your assistance, as always, is rather unique." Abraxas erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of the entire class. He patted Tom on the shoulder, his mood seemingly elevated. "I adore your prickliness, dear Tom. Do keep it up." He hummed a tune as he returned to his own, equally unsuccessful workstation alongside Chris. As if he had not just faced a setback, Tom regarded his retreating figure, the pent-up frustration within him finally exhaling slowly. This time, he had not fallen into Malfoy's trap. He had maintained his boundaries. Though he had lost a cauldron of potion, he felt rather unperturbed. He lowered his gaze to continue tidying up, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corner of his mouth, unseen by anyone. Chapter 25, An Owl's Greeting. In the Great Hall on a Monday morning, the ceiling displayed a somber, leaden gray, as if it might drip with rain at any moment, starkly contrasting with the gleaming gold plates and goblets adorning the long tables. The owl swooped in as usual, bringing letters and parcels, resembling a noisy cloud flapping its wings. Tom Riddle was quietly enjoying his bowl of oatmeal, endeavoring to ignore the raucous chatter emanating from the Gryffindor table regarding a ludicrous spelling quiz from the weekend. Habitually, he sidestepped the brown envelopes plummeting from the air, keenly scanning above the Slytherin table, hoping for the timely arrival of the Daily Prophet, or, more importantly, the reserved copy of Medieval Magical Theory revisited from the library. However, what flew towards him was neither a familiar school owl nor the fierce gray owl belonging to Mrs. Pants. A remarkably striking snowy owl, adorned with a silver leg band, hovered gracefully before him, dropping a flat package wrapped in dark green velvet. It did not depart immediately, but instead tilted its head, scrutinizing Tom with amber eyes that mirrored its master's discerning gaze, as if evaluating whether this recipient was worthy of its delivered goods. Several Slytherin students nearby were drawn to the spectacle. The quality of the owl and the clearly valuable packaging suggested the parcel originated from an extraordinary source. Tom's heart sank momentarily. He needed no contemplation to ascertain the sender's identity. With an impassive expression, he picked up the package, his fingertips registering the hard material beneath the velvet. There was no letter, no signature, only a tiny, almost imperceptible M embroidered in silver thread at one corner of the package. "Ah, it seems our industrious Mr. Riddle has finally received a token of care from afar." A voice dripped with unmasked mockery behind him. Abraxas Malfoy had somehow sauntered to his side, a cup of milk in hand, his platinum hair still radiant even in the dim light. He appeared particularly sprightly today, his slate blue eyes glinting with a mischievous spark. Tom did not turn around, nor did he immediately open the package. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy." His voice was flat, akin to stating an objective fact. "Oh, do not be so aloof, Tom." Abraxas effortlessly took a seat beside him as if it were his designated place. "I presume you haven't quite had your fill of Hogwarts monotonous toast? Do try this, freshly baked from my home kitchen this morning. Made with a honey sourced from the south of France, said to make one's taste buds dance." With a flourish, he produced a small, oil paper-wrapped croissant from his sleeve, pushing it toward Tom, its aroma enticing. Tom regarded the croissant, then glanced at the velvet-wrapped parcel, remaining motionless. He recognized this as yet another ploy. Accepting the food would imply he acquiesced to the unexpected kindness, making it seem only natural to open the package thereafter. "I'm quite full," Tom replied, pushing the croissant back toward Abraxas, simultaneously shoving the velvet parcel into the depths of his tattered backpack, his movements swift, as if concealing contraband. Abraxas raised an eyebrow but did not insist. Instead, he took the croissant himself, elegantly tearing off a small piece to savor. "What a pity. Your taste buds have missed a delightful little revelry." After swallowing, he gently tapped Tom's backpack with his fingertip. "So what of that small gift? Not inclined to take a peek? I assure you, it is far more intriguing than the cloying honey." "I shall examine it at the appropriate time," Tom replied stiffly, beginning to pack up his belongings, preparing to extricate himself from this vexing circle. He felt the curious gazes surrounding him prickling against his back. "The appropriate time?" Abraxas chuckled softly, lowering his voice with a familiar, infuriatingly intimate sense of coercion, perhaps in some secluded corner. "Ensuring no one witnesses you receiving a gift from an anonymous admirer? Fear not, dear Tom. I harbor no interest in safeguarding the privacy of my investments. In fact, I would relish the opportunity to witness any expression that might cross your face upon seeing your gift." Tom abruptly rose, swinging his backpack onto his shoulder with a dull thud. "Unless you have other matters to attend to, I shall be heading to the library. Of course, of course. The ocean of knowledge calls. Abraxas raised his milk cup in salute, wearing that increasingly familiar, all-knowing smile. May you find something more interesting than my little gift amidst the piles of paper. Though I doubt it. Tom disregarded him, striding directly across the long table and exiting the hall. He could feel the snowy owl's gaze, along with Abraxas's amused, almost tangible stare, following him until he vanished behind the stone door. Throughout the morning, the velvet package lay like a red-hot ember in his backpack, radiating an intangible heat that disrupted his concentration. During History of Magic class, Professor Binns droned on about the details of the Goblin Rebellion, while Tom's fingertips unconsciously brushed against the coarse fabric of his bag multiple times, speculating on what lay within. Was it a more perilous forbidden tome? Another trinket imbued with dark magic? Or something more personal, intended to further unsettle his thoughts? During lunch, he abandoned his plans for the library, opting instead to ascend to the 8th floor of the castle. He required absolute safety and privacy. Within the confines of the room that grants every wish, he paced back and forth thrice, fervently yearning for a sanctuary where he could examine his personal belongings unperturbed. As the sleek wooden door materialized, he swiftly slipped inside. This time, the chamber morphed into a structure reminiscent of the interior of an ancient Egyptian tomb, surrounded by frigid stone walls etched with unfamiliar hieroglyphics. At its center stood a simple stone pedestal and a stone chair. The air was thick with the scent of dust and ancient magic, so silent that he could hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. Tom approached the stone pedestal, inhaled deeply, and retrieved a dark green velvet-wrapped package. He untied the silver ribbon and lifted the velvet covering. Inside lay a book, a tome that appeared exceedingly ancient, its cover fashioned from some deep brown leather, devoid of a title. Yet, what captivated Tom's gaze was a gem shaped like an eye. Nestled at the center of the cover, a deep purple stone that seemed almost alive. In the dim light, an ethereal mist appeared to swirl within it, giving rise to the illusion that it was gazing back at him. He cautiously turned to the first page. On the blank parchment, inscribed in archaic runes, were the words, "The Eye of Insight, on the expansion of vision and the value of information." Tom's heart raced. This was a volume about reconnaissance magic, scrying techniques, and perhaps even the foundational theories of mind reading. Undoubtedly, this was yet another irresistible bait cast by Abraxas, one he could not refuse. Mastering the knowledge within this book would grant him the ability to discern the intentions of others, unearth hidden truths, and perhaps even surveil the one who perpetually watched him. But what would be the price? Accepting this tome would mean venturing further down the path laid out by Abraxas, delving deeper into the murky realms of gray and even black magic. Moreover, Abraxas gifting him this book was a clear signal. I am aware of your thirst for knowledge and power. I know you desire to see through everything, including me. Tom's fingers brushed against the cold, seemingly pulsating purple gem, a tumult of overwhelming desire and profound unease engulfing him. At that moment, beneath the ancient runes, a new line of ornate script emerged, the ink still glistening P.S. I hope this keeps you more alert than Professor Binns' lectures. Also, that owl named Snowstar seems quite fond of you. Perhaps next time, you could try feeding it instead of avoiding its owner like the plague. It was Abraxas's handwriting. Tom could almost envision that golden-haired scoundrel's smug, mischievous grin as he penned those words. He could even sense the pine-scented aura wafting over the page. An inexplicable fury surged within him. He slammed the book shut, as if that could sever the pervasive influence of that wretch. A wave of suffocation washed over him, and the familiar feeling of being a mere puppet in someone else's hands returned with a vengeance. Yet, simultaneously, his curiosity about the contents of the book burned more fiercely, like a flame doused in oil. He stared at the book, quietly resting on the stone pedestal, its eye-shaped gem glinting like a tantalizing promise. As if it were an embodiment of Abraxas Malfoy himself, dangerous, alluring, and acutely aware of all his vulnerabilities. Damn Malfoy, Tom muttered under his breath, the sound echoing eerily in the empty tomb. Ultimately, he extended his hand and grasped the book once more. He knew he had succumbed yet again. Chapter 26, A Considerate Tutor. During Wednesday's charm class, Professor Flitwick announced news that sent most first-year students into lamentations. There would be a quiz next week on the Joy Charm and its counter-charm, requiring pairs for practical demonstrations. Remember, children, Professor Flitwick squeaked, precariously balanced atop a stack of books. The key to the Joy Charm lies in channeling positive emotions, while the counter-charm demands a resolute will to dismantle it. The synergy between partners is crucial. Chaos erupted in the classroom as students scrambled to find partners. Tom Riddle stood still, his brow furrowed. He was not concerned about the quiz itself. With his understanding and control over charms, mastering the Joy Charm and its counter would be effortless. His dilemma lay in the matter of partnership. He was accustomed to studying alone, ill at ease and disdainful of collaborating with those he deemed intellectually inferior. His gaze swept across the classroom. Several lower-year Slytherins, who typically regarded him with awe or flattery, quickly averted their eyes, seemingly too fearful to team up with him. The prospects from other houses were even bleaker. Just then, a buoyant voice chimed in his ear, brimming with unabashed enthusiasm. "It seems our future Master of Charms has encountered a slight predicament, unable to find a suitable partner to dance this joyful dance." Abraxas Malfoy had somehow sidled over, clad in a silver-gray knit sweater that accentuated his pale complexion, wearing that insufferable smile that Tom instantly recognized as sinister. Tom cast a cold glance at him. "No need for your assistance, senior." "Oh, don't say that." Abraxas feigned ignorance to Tom's dismissal, surveying the classroom with a look of mock surprise. "Merlin, I just discovered that my dear friends Theo and Chris seem to have already paired up. How unfortunate." The faux regret etched on his face was so exaggerated it made Tom want to punch him. Tom tightened his jaw. He was well aware Abraxas was acting. Theo Nate and Chris Selwyn had no intention of selecting this course. "It appears," Abraxas continued, spreading his hands in a mock gesture of reluctance, "that to prevent our Slytherin pride from suffering embarrassment due to a lack of a partner for the quiz, I must sacrifice my precious after-class time to personally tutor you. My dear Mr. Riddle, I do not require tutoring." Tom's voice was as frosty as if it had emerged from a crypt. "Teaming up with Malfoy? He would rather practice in front of a mirror. Do not require?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, mischief flickering in his slate-blue eyes. "Are you certain? I have heard that Professor Flitwick has particularly emphasized the role of emotional resonance in the joy charm. And based on my, extensive social experience," he prolonged the phrase, his gaze pointedly sweeping over Tom's impassive face. "Some individuals may possess a slight gap in that area." A vein throbbed at Tom's temple. Was this scoundrel insinuating that he lacked emotion, portraying him as a cold-blooded monster? "My charm skills are sufficient to pass the quiz," he retorted stiffly. "Pass the quiz? Of course, I believe that would be a walk in the park for you." Abraxas leaned in closer, lowering his voice, laced with seduction. "But merely passing, would that suffice? Imagine, Tom, if you could demonstrate a joy charm that far exceeds mere expectations, a masterful display that could effortlessly dismantle an opponent's more potent joy charm. How surprised would Professor Flitwick be? And how utterly humiliated would those who gossip about your cold, emotionless spells feel?" Once again, he had struck at Tom's vulnerable spot with precision. Tom's aspirations had always transcended mere passing. He craved perfection, dominance, the silencing of all doubters. Seeing the flicker of uncertainty in Tom's eyes, Abraxas smiled with satisfaction. "Then it's settled. Tonight at 8, the library, that window seat in the East Wing. I shall bring along my wealth of emotional experience, and," he winked, "a few extracurricular readings on emotional magic resonance. I guarantee they will be far more intriguing than Professor Flitwick's top 10 points of the joy charm." Having spoken, he afforded Tom no opportunity for further refusal. Gracefully turning on his heel like a cat that had just completed a mischievous prank, and sauntered back to his group of friends who were eagerly observing, leaving Tom standing alone, a storm of pent-up frustration brewing in his chest. By 8 o'clock that evening, Tom ultimately made his appearance in the library's East Wing. By the window, he reassured himself that he was merely there for the extracurricular readings, solely to secure an undisputed top score on the upcoming quiz. And certainly not due to Abraxas' nonsensical chatter. Abraxas was already there. Sprawled before him were several hefty tomes, alongside a seemingly ancient leather-bound booklet. Upon spotting Tom, he flashed a dazzling grin that, in Tom's eyes, was exceedingly infuriating. "Ah, punctuality. What an admirable habit. It seems your thirst for knowledge has triumphed over that trivial shyness." Tom ignored him, seating himself directly across, his gaze fixating on the leather booklet. "Is this what you refer to as extracurricular reading?" One of them, Abraxas pushed the booklet towards him. Titled The Strings of Emotion, How to Manipulate Your Own and Others' Moods, a private notebook by an anonymous author, containing practical tips on utilizing memory and imagination to enhance specific emotions to aid in magic. Tom picked up the booklet and began to peruse its contents, which indeed captivated his attention, far surpassing the dry theories found in textbooks. "Well, you can explore the theoretical aspects later." Abraxas closed the hefty tome before him, leaning forward, hands clasped on the table, adopting a tone of earnest mentorship. "Now, let us delve into some practical application. Cast the joy charm on me." Tom paused, lifting his head. "Here? Of course," Abraxas replied with an air of nonchalance. "True understanding comes from practice. Do you wish to practice in front of the shelves?" He elongated his tone, his gray-blue eyes glimmering with mischief. "Are you worried that your joy charm might be too joyous, compelling me to break into song in the quiet library? Fear not. I have faith in my own composure." Tom pressed his lips together. He recognized Abraxas was provoking him. He drew out his wand, aiming it at Abraxas, inhaling deeply. Striving to concentrate, and recall some pleasant memories. Yet, what flashed through his mind were the dreary walls of the orphanage, the scornful gazes of other children, and Abraxas' ever-mocking visage, hardly conducive to feelings of joy. Ridiculous. He attempted to utter the incantation, a faint, nearly invisible pink light shot from the tip of his wand, dissipating before it could reach Abraxas. Abraxas didn't even raise an eyebrow. Quite promising, he commented earnestly, as though Tom's failed charm was a remarkable achievement. At least you successfully transformed your magic into pink. Now, let us see if you can make it connect with me. Tom felt his ears flush, irritated. He raised his wand once more, striving to ignore the infuriating smile on Abraxas' face, forcing himself to envision the sensation when he first successfully cast the levitation charm. Picturing the moment, Slughorn praised him in potions class ridiculous. This time, a somewhat brighter pink beam struck Abraxas' chest. He swayed slightly, a fleeting expression of what might have been pleasure flickering across his face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by an intensified curiosity. Progress. I did indeed feel a hint of a faint joy akin to sipping half a cup of watered-down pumpkin juice, Abraxas remarked. His tone as serious as one critiquing fine wine. Now it's my turn. Prepare your countercharm. Without waiting for Tom's response, Abraxas elegantly raised his wand. His motion casual, as though merely brushing away dust. Ridiculous. A warm, bright, golden beam, akin to summer sunlight, struck Tom instantly. An overwhelming, irresistible sense of elation surged through him, crashing over his defenses like a tidal wave. He felt as if he were hearing the most melodious music, inhaling the most fragrant flowers, witnessing the most vibrant fireworks. He nearly lost control of his smile. No. Tom abruptly bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. He strained to concentrate, envisioning the darkest, coldest things, imagining Abraxas' face when he faltered finite incantatem. A silver light shot from his wand, barely dispelling the golden warmth enveloping him. He gasped slightly, feeling beads of sweat forming on his brow. What a potent joy charm. Does this fellow imagine himself a recipient of the Order of Merlin? Abraxas observed Tom's flustered state, chuckling softly, his voice brimming with delight. Quick reflexes, and your willpower is commendable. However, dear Tom, your countercharm appears rather gridded. Dismantling joy does not necessitate conjuring a blizzard. Try to be more graceful. Imagine you're dusting a fine porcelain piece, rather than smashing a troll's skull. Tom shot him a fierce glare. This fellow had no idea of the struggle. Once more, Tom defiantly raised his wand. For the next hour, bursts of pink and gold light intermittently illuminated the quiet corner of the library. Under Abraxas' attentive guidance, Tom's joy charm gradually became more stable and potent, though it still fell short of the warmth and joy that seemed capable of melting icebergs. Nevertheless, it surpassed the level expected of a first year. His countercharm, too, grew increasingly swift and precise, bolstered by the onslaught of that powerful joy. Naturally, this process was punctuated by Abraxas' various acerbic yet vivid critiques. Oh, this time it resembled something, like receiving a packet of fizzing honey sweets, rather than being doused in cold water. Countercharm. Countercharm. Don't leap up like a cat with its tail stepped on. Remain calm, composed. Picture your favorite book? Goodness, Tom. Your favorite book isn't that beginner's guide to transfiguration, is it? No wonder your joy charm carries the scent of musty parchment. When Madame Pants could no longer endure the disruption, brandishing a feather duster to admonish them to maintain silence, their tutoring session finally concluded. Tom felt mentally exhausted, but was imbued with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He had indeed learned something, deepening his understanding of emotional magic. It seems my tutoring has proven effective, Abraxas proclaimed proudly while tidying his belongings. You now appear well, at least like a normal human who occasionally smiles. Rather than a walking iceberg, Tom, disinclined to retort, stuffed the strings of emotion into his bag, preparing to depart. Don't forget, Abraxas called after him, his voice laced with amusement. For the next quiz, if Professor Flitwick inquires about your rapid improvement in emotional resonance, you may attribute it to the inspiration of a helpful upperclassman. Tom paused momentarily, not turning back, and hastened out of the library. As he traversed the cold stone corridor back to the dungeon, Tom reflected on the glimmer in Abraxas' gray-blue eyes when he cast the joy charm, reminiscent of sunlight glinting off gold and the powerful, warm magic. He abruptly shook his head, attempting to dispel the inexplicable images that intruded upon his mind. It must be the fatigue from practice, he reassured himself. Chapter 27, An Unexpected Incident in the Greenhouse. Thursday's herbology class was attended by both Slytherin and Hufflepuff. The warmth of the greenhouse stood in stark contrast to the frigid air outside the castle, while the damp atmosphere, infused with the earthy essence of plant life, provided a welcome respite for Tom, whose mind had been racing following the conclusion of his charms lesson. if one could overlook the unpredictable antics of the boy beside him. Professor Sprout had tasked them with repotting a plant known as the shriek bark, which, true to its name, emitted an ear-piercing scream akin to that of a mandrake seedling if mishandled. While not fatal, the sound was sufficient to give anyone in the greenhouse a splitting headache for the entire day. Be gentle, children, be very gentle. Professor Sprout, adorned in her patched-up thick hat, emphasized with a tone that was both soft and serious. Feel its root system, treat it as you would an infant. If it begins to tremble, you must stop immediately and soothe it. Tom and his partner, a Hufflepuff girl named Eleanor Blanston, worked meticulously. Although Tom was not as passionate about herbology as he was about charms or potions, his precise technique and strict adherence to instructions allowed them to progress smoothly. The shriek bark in his hands quivered slightly, but emitted no sound. However, the opposite end of the greenhouse was anything but tranquil. Merlin's pants. Chris Selwyn's shriek mingled with a sudden eruption of high-pitched screams. It bit me. Professor, this thing bit me. Chris held a pot in which the shriek bark writhed violently, emitting a sound that was grating to the teeth, while several tiny, blood-seeping bite marks adorned his fingers. Evidently, he had been too rough in attempting to separate the entangled roots, angering the typically docile plant. Professor Sprout hurried over to assist, causing a stir within the greenhouse. Tom glanced at the source of the chaos and caught sight of Abraxas Malfoy standing beside Chris. The fellow held his own shriek bark, but appeared completely unaffected, calmly tending to the soil in his pot with a silver trowel, his movements elegant as if arranging afternoon tea. He even had the audacity to offer a reassuring smile to a nearby Hufflepuff girl who had been startled by the screams. Tom averted his gaze, focusing intently on his work. He had no desire for any interaction with Malfoy, especially in such a precarious environment. Yet trouble seemed to seek him out. Just as he and Eleanor were on the verge of successfully relocating the shriek bark into its new pot, a faint, familiar scent of pine wafted towards them. Abraxas had somehow wandered over to their side, still cradling his remarkably docile shriek bark. Progressing quite well, Riddle, Abraxas remarked, his eyes glancing over their nearly completed task. It seems that steady hands are indeed suited for handling these sensitive little creatures. His tone, though sounding complimentary, carried an undertone of mockery that Tom could detect. Eleanor Blanston's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cast a nervous glance at the esteemed Slytherin student. Tom remained silent, carefully adding the final handful of nutrient soil to the new pot. However, the basic nutrient soil you're using may yield slow results, Abraxas continued, as if recalling something. Retrieving a small crystal vial containing a shimmering golden powder from the pocket of his exquisitely tailored dragonhide robe, which seemed entirely out of place in the greenhouse. Perhaps you should try this? Sunlight Essence, a special supply from our Estate-S greenhouse, will help the plants adapt more swiftly to their new environment and bloom more beautifully. He extended the vial towards Tom, his slate-blue eyes glimmering with genuine intent to assist. Tom regarded the evidently valuable powder but refrained from taking it. Thank you. But we'll manage according to Professor Sprout's instructions. Oh, do not mention it. Abraxas placed the crystal vial on the edge of their workbench. Consider it a gesture of friendly cooperation within the school. I would be delighted to see the overall herbology marks of our Slytherin house improve. He shot a smile at Eleanor, whose face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Tom furrowed his brow, preparing to decline once more. Yet Abraxas suddenly leaned in closer to examine their recently repotted shriek bark, as if scrutinizing it with great care. The root system appears to have been handled quite cleanly, but it seems there is a small broken root here. He reached out with his dragonhide-gloved fingers, seemingly intent on touching the plant. Tom's heart raced. What was this guy up to? Just as Abraxas's fingers were about to make contact with the shriek bark's roots, his wrist subtly shifted, and his fingertip accidentally brushed against the nearby vial of Sunlight Essence. Oh dear! The vial toppled over, and the golden powder erupted like a cluster of miniature fireworks, splattering predominantly onto Tom and Eleanor's freshly repotted shriek bark, with a small portion landing on Chris Selwyn's, which had only just calmed down and was still gently sobbing. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Almost immediately, both shriek barks underwent a remarkable transformation at a visible pace. Tom and Eleanor's shriek bark appeared to be infused with an excess of vitality, its leaves and stems growing wildly, flowers blooming at an astonishing rate, shifting from a pale lavender to a blinding golden red, and exuding an overwhelming, dizzying sweetness. Conversely, Chris's plant abruptly ceased its whimpering upon contact with the golden powder, beginning to sway wildly, as if intoxicated, and releasing puffs of golden pollen mist that carried the same cloying fragrance. "Oh, Merlin!" Professor Sprout exclaimed, having just finished tending to Chris's wounds. She turned to witness the scene unfolding before her, a look of alarm spreading across her face. The other students in the greenhouse turned their attention to the spectacle. Tom's shriek bark continued to grow uncontrollably, nearly bursting its new pot, the sweet aroma filling the air, causing several nearby students to begin sneezing. Chris's plant, meanwhile, swayed and sprayed golden pollen like a miniature fog machine, quickly enveloping their area in a golden haze, accompanied by Chris's renewed coughing and complaints. What on earth is happening? Eleanor gasped, her face pale. Abraxas stood upright, wearing an expression of perfectly measured surprise tinged with a hint of innocent regret. I am terribly sorry. I had no idea the sunlight essence was so potent. Perhaps it resonated unexpectedly with the magical fields of the other plants in the greenhouse. He glanced at Professor Sprout, his tone filled with remorse. Professor Sprout hurried over, waving her wand in an attempt to control the two frenzied plants, though with little success. She frowned, sniffing the air, which was thick with the sweet scent. This aroma resembles that of a love potion's base, but the effects are entirely different, more akin to a powerful stimulant. The greenhouse erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Love potion? Stimulant? Tom glared at Abraxas, who returned his gaze with an expression of helplessness, yet his gray-blue eyes sparkled with the delight of a successful prank. In an instant, Tom understood. What utter nonsense regarding the sunlight essence. This was undoubtedly some sort of magical catalyst of uncertain origin that Malfoy had procured. He had deliberately orchestrated this chaos, either to see him humiliated or simply for amusement. Mr. Riddle, Miss Blanston, Professor Sprout, while attempting to use the freezing charm to slow the plant's growth, addressed them sternly. I believe you owe us an explanation regarding this special fertilizer. Eleanor waved her hands in a flurry. Professor, it wasn't us. It was Senior Malfoy it was I who brought them, Professor. Abraxas immediately interjected, his demeanor so sincere that it was beyond reproach. I merely sought to assist my fellow students. I had no inkling that such an incident would occur. I am willing to assume full responsibility. He paused momentarily and added, of course, I also did not anticipate that Riddle and his companions would react so vehemently to the potion. Perhaps it was due to the unusual ingredients in the nutrient soil they had previously used. With a deft maneuver, he shifted a portion of the blame back onto Tom. Tom, infuriated, felt a laugh bubbling up from his anger. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He longed to cast a silent binding spell to ensnare this grinning fox-like figure before him and toss him into the compost heap. Ultimately, this small mishap concluded with Professor Sprout deducting 10 points from Slytherin and instructing Tom and Eleanor to stay after class to help tidy the greenhouse and calm the two frenzied plants. As Tom emerged from the greenhouse, covered in dirt and a cloying sweetness, he found the sky had darkened. Abraxas awaited him outside, leaning against the cold stone wall, his expression devoid of remorse, exuding a semblance of leisure. You've worked hard, my dear Tom, he said cheerfully. It seems our herbology practical was far more exhilarating than anticipated. Tom halted in his tracks, casting a cold gaze upon him, his dark eyes glimmering like two cold stars in the twilight. Is it amusing, Malfoy? Abraxas stepped closer, disregarding the unpleasantly sweet scent that clung to Tom, scrutinizing his dirt-streaked face, and suddenly chuckled lightly. To be honest, the reflection of the castle's first lights in your slate-blue eyes is almost innocently wicked. It is indeed quite amusing to see that typically expressionless face of yours display such a vibrant irritation due to my little gift. He reached out, seemingly intending to brush a blade of grass from Tom's hair, but Tom recoiled sharply, evading his touch. Abraxas's hand hovered in the air for a moment before he casually withdrew it, shrugging nonchalantly. Don't be so angry, he said with a smile. At least you smell quite unique now, like a walking, overly enthusiastic candy shop. I wager Peas would thoroughly enjoy your new scent. Tom could no longer contain himself and growled through clenched teeth, Step aside, Malfoy. With that, he turned and strode away, his back rigid, as if each step crushed Abraxas's face beneath his heel. Abraxas watched his retreating figure, a smile deepening on his face, which ultimately transformed into a low, delighted chuckle that echoed softly in the chill of dusk. This is becoming increasingly entertaining. Chapter 28, Midnight Fright on Saturday night. The Slytherin common room buzzed with more noise than usual. A group of 7th years had somehow procured a magical radio, playing the latest single from the Weird Sisters. Several upperclassmen swayed to the music, while younger students gathered around the chessboard or gobstone game, shouting exuberantly. Tom Riddle detested such meaningless clamor. He returned to the dormitory early, attempting to complete his parchment on the practical insights of the joyous charm and its countercharm. The other two first years had not yet returned, leaving only the scratching of his quill against the paper and the muffled sound of water flowing from the depths of the black lake outside. However, he found it difficult to concentrate. The farcical events from the greenhouse earlier in the day, along with Abraxas's smirking visage, continually intruded upon his thoughts. The cloying fragrance seemed to linger at the tip of his nose, causing him distress. And then there were those final words from that insufferable boy, It is indeed quite amusing to see that typically expressionless face of yours display such a vibrant irritation due to my little gift. Vibrant irritation? Tom furiously crossed out a misspelled word. What right did he have to assume he should be cold and unfeeling? What made him think he had the authority to provoke him? That condescending tone, as if toying with a pet, that air of complete control. Tom abruptly set down his quill, feeling a heaviness settle in his chest. He approached the window, gazing at the dark, profound waters of the Black Lake, attempting to cool his overheated mind with the frigid vista. Yet the occasional glowing, mysterious creatures swimming in the depths only served to remind him of Abraxas's gray-blue eyes, which seemed to catch the faint light even in dim surroundings. He must have been driven mad by that scoundrel. Deciding to wash up and retire for the night, Tom hoped sleep would dispel these chaotic thoughts. He donned his nightclothes, climbed into his cold four-poster bed, and drew the emerald green curtains. Isolating himself from the external clamor and internal turmoil, time slipped away, and he soon fell into a shallow slumber. His dreams were surreal. At one moment, he was being chased by a wildly growing, sweet-scented chrysanthemum, and at another, Abraxas wore Professor Sprout's patched hat, feeding him golden sunlight essence with a pure silver spade, all while cheerfully proclaiming that consuming it would make him very happy. He jolted awake, a thin layer of cold sweat coating his forehead. The commotion from the common room had long since ceased, and the dormitory lay in eerie silence, broken only by the steady breathing of the other two beds. Moonlight streamed through the depths of the Black Lake, casting flickering, ghostly green patterns across the room. He turned over, attempting to drift back to sleep. But his heart thudded uncontrollably, heavy with an unfamiliar, bittersweet warmth. The sensation of Abraxas's touch on his wrist during the day, the cool scent of pine that accompanied him, and the subtle curve of his eyes when he smiled. These details haunted him, becoming painfully vivid in the darkness of his wakefulness. Why did he remember so clearly? Why did he care so much about that insufferable boy's every move? Tom irritably pulled the covers over his head. He told himself that this was merely because Malfoy represented the most challenging obstacle he had encountered thus far, thus warranting heightened scrutiny of his actions for better defense and retaliation. Yes, it must be that. The tightness in his chest, the disquiet stirred by a mere glance or a word from him, was undoubtedly fueled by overwhelming anger and humiliation. He, Tom Riddle, would never allow himself to experience any superfluous emotions because of a Malfoy. At that moment, a faint sound, almost imperceptible, echoed from outside the dormitory door. It was not the steady footsteps of a prefect. Those were far more assured. This tread was light, imbued with a cautious stealth. Tom instinctively held his breath, all errant thoughts replaced by vigilance. He quietly grasped the wand resting beside his pillow, silently parting the curtain, directing his keen gaze towards the crack beneath the door. A narrow beam of faint light swept through the gap and then paused. It seemed someone was standing outside their dormitory door. Who could it be? Filch? Or perhaps Peeves? Tom stealthily slid out of bed, crouching like a leopard, inching toward the door, his ear pressed against the cold wood, straining to listen. Outside lay an eerie stillness, interrupted only by the muffled echoes of the Black Lake's waters. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic knock sounded, an almost secret signal. Tom's heart raced. He tightened his grip on his wand, mentally cycling through several offensive spells. The person outside waited a few seconds, and upon receiving no response, uttered a familiar sound of confusion. That voice was unmistakably Abraxas Malfoy. In the dead of night, what could possibly compel him to disturb the dormitory of a first-year student? Was he concocting yet another prank? Tom felt the embers of his recently quelled anger flare up once more, mingling with the irritation of being roused from slumber. He yanked open the dormitory door. Outside stood Abraxas, brandishing his wand, the tip emanating a soft glow that illuminated his face, which bore a hint of surprise that quickly morphed into his customary teasing expression. Clad in a dark green silk nightgown, he casually draped a silver-embroidered robe over his shoulders. His platinum hair appeared tousled, as if he had just risen from bed. "Oh, you're awake," Abraxas remarked with the nonchalance of someone greeting an acquaintance at an afternoon tea. "I thought I might need to resort to more effective means to rouse you. What do you want, Mr. Malfoy?" Tom's voice was low, frigid, tinged with suppressed fury. He took note of the empty corridor, illuminated only by the flickering light of torches nearing extinction on the walls. "Don't be so tense, dear Tom," Abraxas said, dimming the glow of his wand slightly. His slate-blue eyes appeared particularly profound in the subdued light. "I simply recalled that a small item might have inadvertently found its way into that copy of the Strings of Emotion I lent you this afternoon." He waved a silver object that resembled a bookmark in front of him. Tom furrowed his brow. "I didn't see any bookmark." "It might be tucked away between some of the more obscure pages," Abraxas shrugged. "That was a keepsake from my great-grandfather, imbued with quite an amusing little charm to ward off drowsiness." Quite useful for someone like me who tends to burn the midnight oil with extracurricular reading. He winked knowingly. Tom was utterly unconvinced by his fabrications. This fellow was deliberately seeking trouble. We can discuss this tomorrow, Tom stated, attempting to close the door. Wait, Abraxas interjected, pressing his hand against the door. His fingers, icy to the touch, grazed Tom's hand, causing him to recoil as if struck by an electric shock. I'm afraid I might forget by morning. Besides, he lowered his voice, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Aren't you curious about the sort of charm that can keep a person awake while poring over tedious magical theories? I wager it's far more invigorating than that cup of cold pumpkin juice you have. Once again, he was employing the same tactics, luring him with knowledge and curiosity. Tom glared at him, the heat rising in his chest accompanied by an accelerated heartbeat. In the silence of the midnight corridor, with only the two of them present, Abraxas's presence became overwhelmingly pronounced. His audacity to intrude upon another's slumber with such brazen aplomb was utterly infuriating. Find it yourself, Tom replied coldly, stepping aside. He was curious to see what tricks this fellow had up his sleeve. Abraxas strode into the dimly lit dormitory without reservation, the light from his wand illuminating Tom's excessively tidy desk, nearly devoid of personal belongings. The strings of emotion lay open upon its surface. Abraxas approached, ostentatiously flipping through the pages while muttering, nothing here, nothing there. Strange, could it have fallen on the way? Tom crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, observing his theatrics with a dispassionate gaze. Suddenly, Abraxas exclaimed, extracting the silver bookmark from the center of the book. Found it. It appears to have been lodged in the chapter regarding the enhancement of magical potency through the emotion of anger. He turned to Tom, brandishing the bookmark before him, its surface gleaming under the wand's light. It seems to have quite the knack for hiding. Tom maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. Abraxas tucked the bookmark into the pocket of his robe, but showed no intention of departing. He wandered over to Tom's bed, his gaze sweeping over the meticulously arranged blankets and the impeccably drawn curtains, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What a tidy space, he remarked. I assume you even dream according to a schedule? If you're finished searching, kindly leave. Tom's voice carried an unmistakable note of dismissal. Abraxas turned to face him, the light from his wand casting ambiguous shadows across his face. Don't be so hasty, the night is still young. Perhaps we could engage in some intriguing conversation? For instance, what are your thoughts on the greenhouse revelry from earlier? You certainly seem to be cleaning up with fervor. Tom clenched his fists at his sides. Thanks to you, I've developed a profound understanding of the term unexpected. I'll take that as a compliment. Abraxas chuckled lightly, stepping closer, thus narrowing the distance between them. Given the dormitory's limited space, his movement brought Tom into proximity with the faint, warm scent of high-end silk and the residual warmth of sleep, mingled with an unshakable hint of pine. You know, Tom. Abraxas's voice was lowered to a near whisper, imbued with an inexplicable magnetism in the stillness of the night. The sight of your anger is more vivid than all the portraits of ancient wizards in Hogwarts combined. Tom's heart jolted as if struck by an unseen force. Missing a beat, he felt a flush creep to his ears, grateful that the darkness concealed his embarrassment. He compelled himself to meet the penetrating gaze that seemed to see right through him, striving to maintain his composure. If you ventured here in the middle of the night merely to utter these trivialities, trivial? Abraxas interrupted, inching closer still, their noses nearly touching. Tom could feel his warm breath brushing against his cheek. I find it utterly fascinating, observing you seethe with rage while desperately attempting to feign calm. Witnessing your vehement resistance to my assistance, yet being unable to refuse the benefits it brings. This is undoubtedly Hogwarts' finest entertainment, bar none. His gaze lingered over Tom's taut features, finally settling on his tightly pressed lips for a full 2 seconds. In that moment, Tom's mind went blank, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar, intense impulse. He wanted nothing more than to shove this loquacious, self-assured nuisance away or to silence him entirely, by any means necessary. Just as Tom teetered on the brink of losing control, Abraxas suddenly stepped back, his expression reverting to that of languid confidence, as if their dangerously intimate proximity had never transpired. Well, the bookmark has been located, and our midnight chatter has come to a close, he said breezily. I wish you sweet dreams, my dear Tom. May your slumber be free from any nipping daisy flowers or overly enthusiastic upperclassmen. He winked at Tom before gliding out of the dormitory like an elegant specter, gently closing the door behind him. Tom stood alone, gasping in the now dark and silent dormitory. His heart thundered within his chest, pounding against his ribs with a dull ache. The place where Abraxas's breath had brushed against him still felt as if it were on fire. He raised a hand to touch his lips, which felt cold to the touch. Damn Malfoy, Tom muttered under his breath, delivering a punch against the cold stone wall. The pain in his knuckles jolted him back to some semblance of clarity. He must be mad to have felt his heart race in that fleeting moment. It was undoubtedly anger, nothing but anger. He climbed into bed, forcefully drawing the curtains shut, burying himself in darkness. Yet the laughter-laden voice of that golden-haired imp, along with those exceptionally bright slate-blue eyes, remained etched in his mind, indelible and unshakable. This night, Tom Riddle was fated to remain sleepless. Chapter 29, A Friendly Quidditch Suggestion. On a Sunday morning, following a nocturnal downpour, the sky over Hogwarts revealed a pristine, azure hue, washed clean by the elements. The sun shone brightly, yet the air retained a crisp chill. The surface of the Black Lake glimmered under the sunlight, casting dazzling reflections, while the edges of the Forbidden Forest were adorned with glistening frost flowers. Tom Riddle had awakened early, or rather, he had hardly slept at all. The unexpected midnight visit from Abraxas had intruded upon his mind like a bizarre dream, yet it felt strikingly real. With dark circles under his eyes, he resolved to seek solace in the library, immersing himself in profound theories of magic to drown out the unwelcome distractions. However, as he clutched a few tomes as thick as bricks and traversed the entrance hall, preparing to ascend the marble staircase to the library, he was met with a raucous group clad in silver-green Quidditch uniforms, bursting in from outside, bringing with them the chill of the outdoors and a vibrant energy. At the forefront was Abraxas Malfoy. His golden hair shimmered almost ethereally in the sunlight, his face flushed with the health of a recent morning workout, and his gray uniform slightly dampened by perspiration, accentuating the youthful and powerful contours of his physique. He was engaged in a tactical discussion with one of the beaters, gesturing with precision and focus. Tom instinctively sought to evade the group, but it was too late. Abraxas's gaze had already pierced through the throng, locking onto him with uncanny accuracy, and he promptly abandoned his teammates, striding towards Tom with a buoyant step. "Good morning, Mr. Riddle." His voice boomed, infused with the vigor of sport. "Studying so early? You put us brutes, who only know how to ride broomsticks and enjoy the wind, to shame." A few of his teammates chuckled amiably, their eyes flitting between Tom and the pile of books in his arms, tinged with curiosity and subtle disdain. Tom tightened his grip on the tomes, expressionless, nodding curtly in acknowledgement, intent on continuing his ascent. "Wait," Abraxas interjected, stepping directly into his path, the mingled scent of sweat, leather, and brisk air overwhelming Tom, who wrinkled his nose in discomfort. "I have a question I'd like to pose to our Slytherin brain." Tom halted, eyeing him warily. "About what?" "About tactics," Abraxas replied earnestly, though a mischievous glint flickered in his gray-blue eyes. "We are to face Ravenclaw next week. You know, those fellows are as cunning as a den of foxes, particularly their Seeker, who excels at exploiting visual blind spots and subtle movements. I was wondering, is there any unconventional magic that could slightly disrupt his line of sight? Or perhaps make his broom slip just a tad?" Tom could hardly believe his ears. A Quidditch player was seeking advice from a first year on how to cheat with magic. "Magical interference during a Quidditch match is strictly prohibited, Mr. Malfoy," Tom coldly reminded him, "unless you wish to be disqualified." "Oh, don't be so rigid, Tom." Abraxas waved dismissively. "Rules are static, but we are dynamic. I'm talking about interference, not outright stunning him. Perhaps a subtle distortion of light, or a well-timed gust to dazzle his eyes. Such minor mishaps are difficult to attribute blame in high-speed scenarios." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his tone laced with temptation. "Just think, if we could best Ravenclaw. The House Cup would be within our grasp. This is for the honor of the house." He paused meaningfully, "with your unique understanding of magic. I am confident you could devise some exquisitely subtle techniques, nearly undetectable." Tom regarded his face, which was inscribed with the eagerness of someone trying to entice him into mischief, and a surge of indignation welled within him. This scoundrel, so steeped in nefarious thoughts, sought to drag him into his schemes. "I have no interest in violating the rules," Tom firmly rejected, "and I believe your flying skills as a senior are more than adequate to handle Ravenclaw as Seeker without resorting to such underhanded tactics." "Underhanded tactics?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, feigning a hurt expression. "My dear Tom, this is called tactical innovation and resourcefulness. It seems my book, The Eye of Insight, was wasted on you. You have entirely missed the importance of information and opportunity." He sighed, as if profoundly disappointed by Tom's lack of initiative. At that moment, his teammates beckoned him from the doorway to join them for breakfast. Fine. It seems our brain today has no intention of contributing any gray matter for the honor of the house." Abraxas shrugged, turning to leave, but after a couple of steps, he seemed to recall something and turned back to Tom with a radiant, mischievous smile. "Oh, by the way, Tom, did you sleep well last night? Did you dream of anything special? Perhaps a handsome upperclassman knocking at your door in the middle of the night?" His voice was low, yet in the spacious hall, it was loud enough for his teammates to hear distinctly. They erupted into a greater fit of laughter, exchanging knowing glances. Tom's expression darkened instantly, but his ears betrayed him, flushing with heat. He glared at Abraxas, his dark eyes nearly smoldering with fury. Abraxas, unfazed by the ire directed at him, cheerfully waved goodbye and joined his teammates, who were chattering animatedly as they made their way toward the great hall, leaving behind a trail of joyful laughter. Tom stood alone on the cold staircase, the weight of the books in his arms feeling unbearably heavy. He sensed the portraits on the walls casting their scrutinizing gazes upon him, whispering and mocking. Damn Malfoy. He was certain it had been deliberate. He had intentionally uttered that ambiguous remark in front of his teammates, seeking to humiliate him. Tom clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. The all-too-familiar sensation of his heart being tightly gripped, mingled with anger and a hint of shame, resurfaced vividly. He inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, forcing himself to regain composure, and stepped up the stairs. He could no longer allow that scoundrel to influence him. He needed power that surpassed Abraxas Malfoy by leagues. By the time he achieved that, he would ensure that this golden-haired devil, who always regarded him as a mere plaything, would pay dearly for today's affront. Absolutely. Chapter 30. The New Lesson of the Room of Requirement. On Monday afternoon, with no classes, Tom returned to the 8th floor of the castle. He sought solitude, and more importantly, needed to test some new ideas gleaned from the eye of insight and the string of emotions. He paced 3 times before the tapestry, silently reciting, "I need a place to safely practice perception magic and emotional control." The door materialized. He entered to find the room transformed into an enclosed space reminiscent of a sensory deprivation chamber. The walls, ceiling, and floor were composed of a soft, light-absorbing black material, devoid of any adornments, and not a whisper of external sound penetrated. Only a centrally suspended crystal orb emanating a gentle white light remained. Tom approached the orb, following the guidance from the texts, gently placing his palm upon it, closing his eyes, and attempting to extend his magical essence to perceive the emotions of the room. Or rather, the subtle fluctuations of the magical field. Initially, there was only chaos. An absolute silence and darkness enveloped him. He patiently guided his magic, spreading it like fine threads, in search of sensation. Suddenly, he detected an exceedingly faint magical fluctuation that did not belong to this room. The sensation was familiar. Imbued with the cool essence of pine, Tom abruptly opened his eyes, scanning the empty space around him. The room remained devoid of presence, save for himself and the glowing crystal orb. Was it an illusion? Was it yet another side effect from that accursed book? He closed his eyes once more, concentrating intently on his perceptions. This time, the foreign magical resonance was markedly clearer, slithering like a cunning serpent, entwined with the very fabric of the room's magical aura. Seemingly attempting to connect with the threads of his own magic that extended outward, alarm bells rang in Tom's mind. He promptly severed his magical output, stepping back to draw his wand. "Come forth," he commanded, directing his voice at the vacant, sound-absorbing walls. The room remained eerily silent. Moments later, the black wall before him rippled like water, and then, the figure of Abraxas Malfoy appeared with a leisurely grace, as if stepping forth from a mirror. A smug smile graced his features, one that bore no hint of surprise, even a touch of pride. "Quite perceptive, aren't we, Tom?" Abraxas remarked, brushing dust from his immaculate black robes as though he had merely passed through an ordinary door. "It seems that your reading of the Eye of Insight was not in vain. You detected the intruder rather swiftly." Tom aimed his wand at him, his voice as cold as iron. "How did you get in? The room of requirement is supposed to be utterly private." "Oh, that." Abraxas shrugged nonchalantly, producing the brass compass Tom had gifted him, twirling it on his fingertips. "Thanks to this delightful little trinket, my connection to your magic proved to be far more intriguing than I anticipated. I merely borrowed its directional properties and combined that with a smidgen of understanding regarding the castle's magical ley lines to find my way here." Mischief danced in his gray-blue eyes as he added, "It appears your chosen sanctuary is not as secure as you believed." A chill crept up Tom's spine. He had never imagined that his own magical artifact, designed for reverse tracking, could be exploited by Abraxas in such a manner. The depth of his understanding and application of magic was truly frightening. "Get out." Tom's wand tip pointed unwaveringly at Abraxas's chest, his tone rife with undeniable menace. "Do not be so agitated, dear Tom." Abraxas stepped closer, disregarding the wand aimed at him. "I did not come to disturb your practice. In fact, I am here to supplement your lessons." "Supplement my lessons?" Tom furrowed his brow. "Indeed." Abraxas strolled about the room with the ease of one touring their own estate. "Perception of magic, especially that which pertains to emotions and intentions, cannot be honed merely by practicing with a cold, unyielding crystal ball. You require a living, breathing subject who knows how to conceal and disguise themselves." He halted, turning to face Tom, wearing that infuriatingly charming smile Tom knew all too well. And I believe no one is better suited for that role than I. Tom glared at him, nearly laughing in disbelief. This audacious intruder dared to invade his personal space and brazenly offered to augment his lessons? I do not need that, he replied, each word carefully enunciated. Really? Abraxas raised an eyebrow. Then why were you so easily disrupted just now? Why did your magical tendrils retreat like a startled rabbit at the mere brush of mine? He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, his gaze sharp. A true master of perception should flow like water, feeling the presence of rocks while gently navigating around them, even permeating them, rather than collapsing entirely at the first sign of an unexpected encounter. His words pierced Tom's heart like needles. Though reluctant to admit it, Abraxas spoke the truth. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed been thrown into disarray upon sensing the other's presence. Come, give it a try, Tom. Abraxas's voice lowered, imbued with an eerie allure. Attempt to perceive my current emotions. Cast aside your anger and prejudice. Simply use your magic to feel. Tom pressed his lips together. He recognized this as yet another trap, yet he could not resist the challenge. He yearned to discover just how far he could go. Slowly, he lowered his wand, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, and placed his palm back on the crystal ball, closing his eyes to extend his magic once more. This time, he deliberately overlooked the strong magical pulse that belonged to Abraxas, striving to delve deeper into the emotions it concealed. At first, everything remained a blur. Abraxas's emotions seemed veiled by a thick, ornate curtain, elusive and difficult to grasp. Tom patiently probed, recalling the teachings from the strings of emotion regarding empathy and intuition, no longer attempting to collide with magic, but rather to resonate with it. Gradually, he began to capture fragments. A flicker of delight, like the satisfaction of a successful prank. A hint of curiosity, as if observing an intriguing experimental reaction. And a very faint, well-concealed thrill, similar to the sensation a hunter feels upon discovering a worthy quarry. Just as Tom sought to delve deeper into that flicker of excitement, a formidable magical barrier surged forth, laden with a clear sense of rejection, abruptly rebuffing his probing tendrils. Tom grunted, stepping back and opening his eyes. Abraxas stood before him, still smiling, yet his gray-blue eyes held an inscrutable depth. Well, what did you see? He inquired softly. Tom gasped for breath, calming his tumultuous magic, choosing not to respond. He wished to conceal his findings from Abraxas. The latter offered no further inquiries, merely smiling. You've made progress. At least this time, you didn't leap up and point your wand at me immediately. He paused, adding, however, your interpretation of excitement may be somewhat askew. It resembles more an anticipation of an evenly matched, engaging game than a predatory desire. Tom's heart sank. He had indeed been discovered. Abraxas was aware of what he had perceived. This realization sent a wave of unexplainable panic through Tom, as if his most secret corners were being scrutinized. Very well, our lesson concludes here for today. Abraxas clapped his hands together, as if nothing were amiss. Remember this feeling, Tom. Next time, endeavor to persist longer and see more clearly, even in the face of my defenses. He turned towards the wall, which shimmered like rippling water, preparing to depart. Before his figure vanished entirely, he glanced back at Tom, a meaningful smirk gracing his lips. By the way, you appear far more endearing when you are focused on your perceptions than when you are grinding your teeth. With that, his silhouette vanished behind the wall, and the room returned to an absolute silence, as if he had never existed. Tom stood alone in the empty, dark chamber, the solitary crystal ball in the center casting a lonely glow. He slowly lowered his hand from the orb, feeling a chill in his palm. Why had his heart raced uncontrollably when he sensed Abraxas's hidden thrill just moments ago? This damned, inexplicable resonance. Tom firmly shut his eyes, striving to expel the image and essence of that blonde imbecile from his mind, along with the tumultuous emotions that accompanied it. Yet he knew this would be a formidable task. Abraxas Malfoy had embedded himself into the very fabric of his life, his thoughts, and even his magical perceptions like an incurable virus. Chapter 31. The Prisoner and the Visitor of Midsummer. The summer at Hogwarts was a castle ruled by both heat and silence. The sunlight in the Scottish Highlands is a rare and blazing spectacle, streaming through the towering stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of languid hues along the corridor. Most classrooms and common rooms lie deserted. Even the portraits appear listless, occasionally dozing within their frames. Tom Riddle, however, resembles a reptile accustomed to the chill of shadows, feeling a slight discomfort as he is forced into the harsh brightness. He loathes this interminable holiday of idleness, despising his classmates who bask in the warmth of family at home. The few remaining souls within the castle seem like forgotten specks of dust in the corners of time. Yet, he vows not to squander this precious time. The Room of Requirement has become his bastion against the tedium and heat. He dedicates countless hours to the tomes and notes acquired from Abraxas Malfoy, far exceeding the curriculum of a first-year student. Titles such as Whispers of Shadows, The Eye That Sees, and The Strings of Emotion are perilous texts that allure him like intoxicating fruits, ensnaring his senses. He voraciously devours them, aiming to assimilate this dangerous knowledge in solitude, to wield a more formidable power. He yearns to become powerful, powerful enough to seize control of his own fate, powerful enough to render that insufferable blonde scoundrel who flits in and out of his life, unable to regard him as mere prey to toy with. Nevertheless, absolute silence can be as unbearable as cacophony, particularly in the knowledge that this quietude could be shattered at any moment. Such as now, he is attempting to silently cast a complex confundus charm upon a training dummy, aiming to disrupt its trajectory. This demands an extraordinary level of focus and precise magical control. Sweat trickles down his temples, not from the heat, but from the strain of his concentration. Just as he feels the threads of magic poised to entwine the core of the target, a drawn-out, infuriatingly leisurely voice, like an ill-timed melody, resonates behind him. My dear Mr. Riddle, does the summer accommodation service provided by Hogwarts house elves not include ventilation? Or do you particularly relish this rather self-punishing, stifling atmosphere? Tom's wrist quivers imperceptibly, the threads of magic snap instantly, and the target merely wobbles slightly, failing to exhibit the anticipated chaos. He need not turn to know who it is. Only one person could infiltrate his room of requirement so stealthily and speak in such a tone. He slowly turns, finding Abraxas Malfoy leaning against the doorframe, which has inexplicably morphed into an elegantly arched style, as if leading to a courtyard of a Mediterranean villa. Clad in a lightweight white linen shirt with its collar casually undone, revealing a sculpted collarbone, his platinum hair glimmers with an almost blinding brilliance under the simulated summer sunlight. He idly twirls a brass compass in his hand, his expression a familiar blend of boredom and curiosity. Mr. Malfoy, Tom's voice emerges low, strained from mental exertion and interruption. Is the vast courtyard of Malfoy Manor and its endless summer soirees not sufficient for your entertainment, that you must come to inspect my living conditions in this sweltering chamber? Oh, the manor is indeed grand, and the parties plentiful, Abraxas replies, stepping in with a lightness that suggests a stroll through his own garden. His gaze sweeps over the barely quivering target, and he raises an eyebrow. But you must understand, listening to distant relatives boast about their newly acquired flying broomsticks, or fending off inquiries from uncles about my father's latest investments, is as tedious as enduring Professor Binns reciting an entire volume of a history of medieval magic. He approaches Tom, bringing with him a faint, crisp scent of citrus cologne, which starkly contrasts with the sight of a small snake diligently attempting to alleviate its own boredom through magic during the summer. I am not your source of amusement, Tom retorts coldly, retracting his wand into his sleeve to mask the slight tremor in his fingers, born of fatigue. Are you not? Abraxas chuckles lightly, plucking a glass of chilled lemonade adorned with mint leaves from a small table that has seemingly materialized from thin air. He takes a sip and continues. Then why do you always act like a cat whose tail has been stepped on when I appear? Or is my mere presence an intriguing stimulus? His slate blue eyes glint with mischief, reminiscent of a sunlit lake, both captivating and concealing hidden currents. Tom finds little inclination to engage in this futile verbal sparring. Arguing with Abraxas is akin to trying to catch a slippery fish. One only ends up soaked. If you have nothing further to say, he turns back to gather his scattered notes, then your sentiments have been duly expressed, and you may leave. Leave? Back into that tiresome social whirl. Abraxas feigns a dramatic sigh, stepping in front of him to block his path. My dear Tom, you are utterly lacking in sophistication. I have come specifically to rescue you from your depths of despair. He rattles the glass in his hand, the ice clinking melodically. Look at you, drenched in sweat, and as pale as if you've endured 3 days and nights of screaming from a mandrake in a greenhouse. A sure sign of overexertion, I wager. Tom feels a pang of apprehension. Abraxas always seems to see through to the heart of his condition. I can manage, Tom states stiffly, avoiding the penetrating gaze that seems to pierce into his very being. Manage? Abraxas scoffs, setting down the glass and letting his fingertips glide delicately over the cover of Whispers of Shadows resting on the table, his gesture tender as if caressing a lover's cheek. What does Chapter 7, Section 2 say? Power ebbs and flows like the tide. To force it is to drown. The confundus charm you attempted to cast requires a finesse of magic far exceeding your current abilities. To force it would only stretch your mental faculties like an overstrained rubber band. He snaps his fingers in a mimicking gesture, and that is a most uncomfortable sensation. My dear hedgehog, Tom presses his lips tightly together. He knows Abraxas is right. His earlier failures stemmed from impatience and an inflated sense of self. Yet he despises being so bluntly reminded, especially by Abraxas. No need to fret. He attempts to maintain an air of indifference. though a trace of vulnerability seeps into his voice. Oh, but I must fret. Abraxas steps closer, narrowing the distance between them, the invigorating scent of citrus becoming more pronounced. As your, shall we say, forward-thinking investor, I have a responsibility to ensure my rising star does not falter due to mismanagement. His gaze rests on Tom's slightly damp forehead, laced with a hint of mockery, yet perhaps something more. Behold, the summer is meant for relaxation, yet you confine yourself here, sharpening your claws. Such a touching yet futile diligence. A wave of irritation washes over Tom. Abraxas possesses an uncanny ability to wield a tone that seems caring yet controlling, leaving him feeling adrift. If you have nothing else. Of course I do, Abraxas interrupts, performing a sleight of hand to produce a beautifully wrapped slender box from behind him. I have come to deliver your summer supplies. Gelato from Florence, freshly airlifted by house elves. Said to make one forget all worries, though I suspect it may not work on Professor Binns. He thrusts the box into Tom's hands, its surface cool to the touch. Tom stares at the exquisite box in his hand, unmoving. What? Afraid I've poisoned it? Abraxas raises an eyebrow. Rest assured, poisoning you would serve no benefit to me. My investment has yet to yield returns. He pauses, adding, do hurry and taste it. Once it melts, it will lose its appeal. Consider it a trivial encouragement for your diligent practice. Tom hesitated for a moment before ultimately unfastening the box. Inside lay 3 scoops of ice cream, each exuding an enticing sweetness. He picked up the accompanying petite spoon and scooped a bit of the vanilla flavor into his mouth. The cool, silky texture instantly melted on his tongue, dissipating some of the summer's swelter and the turmoil within. Abraxas observed the subtle shifts in his expression and smiled with satisfaction. It seemed the flavor was quite agreeable. Then I shall not intrude upon your continued honing. Remember, little hedgehog, a string pulled too taut may snap. The summer vacation stretches long ahead. He turned gracefully, gliding silently towards the archway, pausing only at the threshold to toss down a small silver vial. A refreshing draft. An improved version with a hint of mint, perfect for the summer. Of course, whether you use it is entirely your choice. The door quietly closed behind him, restoring silence to the room, leaving only the chill emanating from the ice cream box and the faint citrus aroma lingering in the air. Tom stared at the glimmering silver vial on the floor, then glanced at the cold, sweet ice cream in his hand, a wave of inexplicable frustration constricting his chest. Once again, he felt seen. Once again, he felt cared for, and shamefully, he acknowledged that the ice cream was indeed delightful. He bent to retrieve the vial, its cool touch slightly clarifying his muddled thoughts. He twisted off the cap and downed the minty liquid in one gulp. A refreshing wave of coolness swiftly spread through him, easing his mental fatigue. Reinvigorated, Tom's gaze returned to the training target. He needed to learn control more swiftly, to master true command. He had to prove to Abraxas that he, Tom Riddle, would never be the rubber band easily snapped. He inhaled deeply and raised his wand once more. In the quiet room, only the image of the boy, stubborn and focused, remained, along with the silent, flowing, perilous magic, separated from the reality of the sweltering summer outside by an invisible barrier. Chapter 32. Heatstroke. The summer at Hogwarts was so intense that even the castle's thick stone walls could barely contain the heat. The sunlight outside was blindingly white, and insects chirped tirelessly at the edge of the forbidden forest. Tom Riddle's summer training intensified to a frenzied pace. He spent nearly all his waking hours immersed in the room of requirement, challenging increasingly complex spells, the layering of silent incantations, the intricate guidance of emotional magic, and the initial mastery of dark powers gleaned from whispers of the shadows consumed him like an insatiable whirlwind, driven by the whip of ambition, spinning at breakneck speed. He was acutely aware of the danger. His notes had explicitly warned against the risks of excessively invoking negative emotions and dark magic. Yet he could not cease. The surge of power was intoxicating, and beneath it all, perhaps there lingered an urgent desire to escape the shadow of that golden-haired figure. Abraxas would occasionally appear like a capricious breeze, bringing with him chilled beverages, exquisite snacks, and his ever-changing, acerbic critiques. Sometimes he mocked Tom's magic control, likening it to that of a drunken siren, swaying and unsteady. At other times, he would conveniently leave behind a relevant book, one that delved deeper into the subject. Tom continued to respond with cold retorts, yet he accepted those provisions in silence. He needed them, even knowing the cost was a deeper entanglement. That afternoon, Tom resolved to attempt an exceedingly perilous exercise. He intended to maintain a high-intensity protective charm while simultaneously distracting himself with a spell requiring strong emotional drive. One that would subtly enchant and cause several crystal spheres at the opposite end of the room to manifest intricate patterns of his choosing. This demanded a partitioning of his willpower, balancing extreme calm with extreme emotion, pushing his mental endurance to unprecedented heights. His initial attempts ended in failure. Either the protective charm collapsed, or the patterns within the crystal spheres twisted into chaos, or both occurred simultaneously. Sweat soaked through his robes, and his breath quickened. Sharp pains throbbed at his temples, signaling the overexertion of his mental faculties. Not enough. Tom wiped the sweat, threatening to trickle into his eyes and grit his teeth, urging himself onward. If Malfoy could accomplish it, then he must as well. He summoned his magic once more, this time drawing more recklessly from the techniques within whispers of the shadows. The coldness of the orphanage, the longing for power, and all memories and thoughts that could invoke negative emotions and dark magic from Abraxas's mocking gray-blue eyes coalesced within him, filling him with a chilling yet potent energy. The glow of the protective charm darkened and solidified, emanating a foreboding stability. Gradually, the crystal spheres began to illuminate in succession, the patterns within emerging clearly and as anticipated. Success. A torrent of mixed emotions, weakness and exhilaration, surged within him. However, at the moment the last crystal sphere's pattern was about to stabilize, a searing pain erupted deep within his brain, as if his skull were about to shatter. The scene before him was instantly consumed by a blizzard of black and white. The magical link sustaining both spells snapped with a deafening crash. He could not even utter a complete cry of pain. The wand slipped from his grasp, and his body crumpled forward, as if deprived of all its bones. Just before darkness completely engulfed his consciousness, he thought he heard the door crash open and a voice, seemingly devoid of its usual languid tone, call out in a mixture of alarm and anger. Riddle. Tom felt as if he were violently oscillating between a scorching desert and a frigid deep sea. His head throbbed, his throat felt parched as if on fire, and every muscle in his body protested with aching soreness. He struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. The familiar white curtains of the infirmary, the scent of antiseptic and calming potions, and Madame Pomfrey's face, etched with seriousness and discontent, came into focus. Awake? Madame Pomfrey touched his forehead, then lifted his eyelid to examine him. Severe heat stroke, accompanied by magical exhaustion and mild mental burns. I knew it. Every summer, a few overzealous little giants end up here. If it weren't for Mr. Malfoy's timely intervention, you might have turned into a human raisin. Mr. Malfoy? Abraxas? Tom's heart constricted sharply. It was really him. He had sounded quite anxious at that moment. He laboriously turned his stiff neck to look at the bedside. Abraxas Malfoy was seated in a nearby chair, still clad in his delicate white linen shirt, though it appeared somewhat disheveled, strands of his platinum hair falling haphazardly across his forehead. He held a book in his hands, yet his gaze was fixed intently upon Tom, his gray-blue eyes devoid of their usual mockery, replaced instead by a profound and complex emotion, perhaps lingering anger. I believe our diligent gentleman has received quite the lesson. Abraxas spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Meeting Tom's bewildered gaze, he instinctively attempted to curve his mouth into a teasing smirk, but it appeared somewhat strained. It seems my previous metaphor regarding the rubber band did not resonate with you. Did it? Must you stretch yourself to the breaking point, only to snap? Tom wished to retort, but his throat was too dry to produce sound. Only a hoarse breath escaped his lips. I need to speak with the patient privately, Mr. Malfoy. Madame Pomfrey addressed Abraxas, her tone softened. It was indeed thanks to you this time. Merely a coincidence. Abraxas rose, adjusting his shirt in an attempt to restore his usual elegance, though his movements appeared slightly hurried. Now, I leave this disobedient little creature, who nearly turned himself into a dried snake, in your capable hands, Madame Pomfrey. He hoped that the next time he practiced self-destruction, he would choose a location with better ventilation. He cast a final glance at Tom, his expression seeming to yearn for the familiar playfulness. Yet beneath it lingered traces of anger and a hint of concern, still vaguely perceptible. He turned away from the infirmary, his steps betraying an unusual urgency. Madame Pomfrey began her incessant admonishments to Tom, insisting on rest, a prohibition on the use of magic for at least a week, and a substantial increase in hydration. Tom listened absently, his mind echoing with Madame Pomfrey's words. If it weren't for Mr. Malfoy's timely intervention, how had he discovered it? Just passing by? That brass compass? A familiar wave of humiliation and anger surged within him. Once again, he had been witnessed in his most disgraceful moment by this person, who had even come to his rescue. Yet this time, in addition to those feelings, there seemed to be a faint, more elusive emotion burgeoning. Had he truly been furious at that moment? Not in jest, but genuinely enraged? The thought made Tom's heart skip a beat, only to be forcefully suppressed. It must be an illusion. He simply did not want his investment to be rendered inexplicably wasted over the summer. He closed his eyes, feeling the weakness and headache deep within his body, along with the burning thirst in his throat. However, the air still seemed to carry a lingering crisp scent of citrus. standing in stark contrast to his current disheveled state. Chapter 33, Lemon Iced Tea. Tom spent a heavy and uncomfortable night in the infirmary. The dizziness and nausea from heat exhaustion, compounded by the profound fatigue from overexertion of magic, rendered his sleep exceedingly restless. His dreams were filled with scorching deserts and endless thirst, occasionally flashing with Abraxas' angry, slate-blue eyes. The following morning, he was awakened by the more intense sunlight and the cheerful chirping of birds outside. He felt somewhat better than the previous night, yet his throat remained painfully dry, and his body was weak. Madame Pomfrey provided him with copious amounts of water and some oddly flavored, invigorating potions. "You need to rest, Mr. Riddle, absolute rest," Madame Pomfrey declared solemnly. "Magic is prohibited, and vigorous activity is forbidden. I do not wish to deal with a first-year student who collapses due to practicing magic before the school year begins. That would be quite an embarrassing record." Tom nodded in silence. Frustration and agitation spread within him. The lost time and slow recovery were unbearable. The door to the infirmary was gently pushed open, and Abraxas Malfoy's figure reappeared. Today, he donned a light blue silk shirt, appearing considerably fresher, his face adorned with the familiar blend of concern and mockery, though his eyes still bore a trace of barely perceptible fatigue. "Ah, it seems our little patient today does not resemble a boiled lobster as much," he remarked, striding in with a light step, carrying a tray that held a pitcher of chilled beverage adorned with lemon slices and mint leaves, alongside several seemingly crisp and delectable croissants. "I thought Madame Pomfrey's potions must have made your days feel like years, so I brought something that can truly quench your thirst and awaken your taste buds." Tom regarded him coldly, remaining silent. He lacked the energy for a verbal sparring match. Abraxas, however, was undeterred, pouring himself a glass of iced lemon tea and offering it to Tom. "Care to try? A house elf's special brew. Absolutely 100 times better than the infirmary's lukewarm water." When Tom did not accept, he raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Do you need me to feed you?" "I would not mind." A faint flush of anger crept onto Tom's pale face as he snatched the cup, the cool touch eliciting a comfortable sigh. He drank deeply, the sweet and tart liquid flowing down his parched throat, bringing a fleeting sense of relief. Abraxas watched him with satisfaction, pouring himself a glass, savoring it leisurely. "That's better. When one is ill, one must obediently follow the rules, replenishing fluids and energy." He set down his cup, leaning slightly forward. His gaze focused on Tom's still pale countenance. "By the way, that new trick you performed yesterday, maintaining both the protective charm and multiple emotional illusions? A commendable creativity. My dear Tom, alas, it only further proved that your skills do not match your ambition." He pointed to Tom's still aching temple. "Was yesterday's experience not more fervent than the Scottish sun?" Tom gripped the cold cup tightly, his knuckles whitening. He had once again been seen through, once again chastised. "I can control it," he hoarsely repeated, his voice weak. "Control?" Abraxas scoffed, breaking open a croissant with elegance, the rich aroma of butter wafting through the air. "You haven't even learned the basics of knowing your limits. How can you speak of control? What do you think power is? Something you can endlessly exploit as long as you are stubborn enough, disregarding your own well-being?" He shook his head, his tone carrying a coldness uncharacteristic of his age. "Power is a partner, Tom. You must understand its limits, respect its rules, rather than treating it as a slave that can be freely drained, ultimately leading to self-destruction." His words poured over Tom like ice water, cooling the restless turmoil within him. He had to admit, despite their harshness, Abraxas' words struck a chord once more. "And you?" Tom lifted his gaze, his black eyes locking onto Abraxas', tinged with a hint of probing. "How did you become a partner with your power?" Abraxas seemed taken aback by the question, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He reclined back into his chair, crossing his legs. "Me? My dear Tom, I am a Malfoy," he replied languidly, imbued with a natural superiority. "We are born knowing how to dance with power. It flows in our veins, as natural as breathing." He paused, observing Tom's slightly furrowed brow, and added, "Of course, proper family education and guidance are indispensable. For instance, I was taught from a young age to listen to the voice of magic, to sense its emotions, rather than simply forcing it." As he spoke, his slate-blue eyes were deep and clear, reminiscent of a summer sky, vast yet unfathomable. Tom remained silent, once again realizing that the chasm between him and Abraxas was not merely one of lineage and resources, but also of a profound understanding of the essence of power cultivated in a magical environment from childhood. This was a gap he could not bridge in the short term. Thus, Abraxas shifted the conversation, a teasing smile returning to his face. "Before you can proficiently distinguish between diligence and self-harm, I suggest you set aside those perilous extracurricular readings." "Of course," he said, handing over half of the croissant he had broken apart. "During this recuperation period, you might as well eat a bit more." You look thinner than my house elf's frail form. Who wants to compare with your house elf? Tom exploded, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his feeble body making the action appear somewhat comical. Abraxas burst into laughter, his mirth ringing crisply and joyfully through the quiet infirmary. Just a joke, my dear hedgehog. Seeing you still have the energy to be angry puts my mind at ease. He stood, brushing off non-existent dust. Well then, visiting hours are over. Madame Pomfrey is probably urging me with her eyes again. Rest well, drink water on time, he added, moving to the door, turning back to wink at Tom. And refrain from attempting tricks you are not yet capable of mastering, at least not while I am unaware, lest you worsen your condition. He left behind a meaningful smile. Turning to depart, Tom gazed at the closed door, still clutching the half croissant. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of lemon tea and the buttery aroma of the croissant, mingling with the citrus fragrance left by Abraxas. He was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Each encounter with that insufferable blonde seemed to yield no advantage for him. His adversary effortlessly discerned his intentions, dismantling his facade with ease, and then, with that infuriatingly aloof demeanor, left him in a state of disquiet. He cast his gaze down at his feeble hands. A partner? He closed his eyes, stuffing the remnants of the croissant into his mouth, savoring each bite slowly. He would learn. He would undoubtedly master the art of dancing with power and becoming its rightful master, including that unpredictable partner, Abraxas Malfoy. Chapter 34, Summer Greetings and Reciprocity. Under the stringent supervision of Madame Pomfrey and the punctual, acerbic visits from Abraxas bearing icy refreshments, Tom's symptoms of heatstroke and magical exhaustion recovered more swiftly than anticipated. A few days later, he was finally permitted to leave the infirmary. Yet he was once again strictly forbidden from engaging in any complex magical practices and was advised to take leisurely strolls in the shade and replenish his fluids. As he walked through the castle's somewhat desolate corridors, feeling the coolness emanating from the stone walls, Tom experienced a sense of regained freedom. However, he did not allow himself to relax. The time lost must be compensated. He headed straight to the library, intent on seeking theoretical texts that required minimal magical exertion for his study. Yet, as he settled into a cool spot by the window, where a gentle draft flowed through, an open magical theory, a familiar and strikingly elegant white owl, Snow Star, flapped its wings and gracefully landed on the table before him, drawing curious glances from a few students lingering at a distance. Snow Star tilted its head, surveying Tom with its amber eyes, before dropping a small, deep blue box wrapped in silver star-patterned paper onto his open book. Tom's heart sank. Here we go again. With a stoic expression, he picked up the box, feeling its lightness. Snow Star did not depart immediately. Instead, it leisurely preened its feathers, seemingly waiting for a response. Under the scrutiny of those inquisitive gazes, Tom unwrapped the package. Inside lay a black velvet box. He lifted the lid, revealing a tie clip that was shaped like a sleek, minimalist silver serpent. Its body polished to an exquisite sheen, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, save for two tiny sapphires, as deep blue as the ocean, embedded where the serpent's eyes would be, glinting with a calm and profound radiance in the library's light. The tie clip exuded an understated elegance, embodying a subtle luxury. There was no accompanying note, but Tom immediately understood its significance. This was a magical item. He could sense the cool and stable currents of magical energy within it, seemingly designed to soothe the spirit, fend off mental disturbances, and even assist the wearer in concentrating to some extent. Was this a gesture of sympathy for his heatstroke? Or yet another more obscure mark of acknowledgement? Seeing him accept the gift, Snow Star let out a low trill before pecking at a small piece of parchment that had appeared beside the box. Tom picked up the parchment, which bore Abraxas's ornate cursive. I hope this shade of blue helps you maintain your composure this summer, rather than flailing about like a headless fly. P.S. The gems assist in focusing your mind. Do not lose yourself again. A.M. Tom crumpled the parchment in his grasp, his fingertips pressing down hard. He always did this. With the most understated tone, he presented the most precisely fitting and perplexing gifts. The value of this tie clip was evident. It not only promised to aid in the restoration of his mental strength, but also provided support for his future studies and practices. Accepting it meant incurring a deeper debt of gratitude. To refuse? He needed it, especially after experiencing such mental exhaustion. Snow Star continued to observe him with its head tilted, displaying remarkable patience. Tom paused in silence for a moment, extracting the tie clip from its box. The cool touch of the silver and sapphires coursed through his fingertips, and the soothing magical energy seemed to permeate his skin, gradually calming his still weary mind. He could feel that donning it indeed alleviated some of the lingering agitation left by his recent ordeal. Ultimately, he fastened the tie clip to the inner collar of his old robe, while it remained unseen from the outside. Its presence and the soothing magic were ever palpable to him. He recalled Abraxas's previous suggestion about feeding Snowstar and instinctively sought something to offer, only to realize he had nothing but books and a quill on him. Thus, he picked up the quill and swiftly scribbled 2 words on the back of the parchment. Received. Still no thanks. He rolled the note up and handed it to Snowstar. The owl grasped the note in its beak and took flight, leaving Tom seated alone. Feeling the cool touch of the tie clip at his collar and the tranquil magic that flowed from it, he reached out, gently grazing the tie clip hidden beneath his robe, feeling the faint chill of the sapphire through the fabric. Damn Malfoy, he muttered under his breath, but this time, his tone carried an irritation that was less pure, tinged with an acceptance he had not even recognized within himself. He redirected his focus back to magical theory. Yet the weight at his collar and the cool currents of magic incessantly reminded him of the intricate entanglement of debts between himself and Abraxas Malfoy, which was becoming increasingly difficult to untangle. Chapter 35, A Gift Beneath the Starry Sky. That night, after receiving the tie clip, Tom found himself once again sleepless. It was not due to the aftereffects of heat stroke. The sapphire serpent-shaped tie clip seemed to work wonders, allowing him to feel more focused and stable than ever before. What troubled him was the precise, almost infuriating care and control that Abraxas demonstrated behind this gift. Lying on his 4-poster bed, the curtains drawn back, he gazed out at the clear summer night sky over Hogwarts. The vast expanse of stars could not quell the tumult within him. He could distinctly sense the cool outline of the tie clip at his collar and the subtle flow of magical energy. It felt as though Abraxas's gaze lingered on him, shadowing him even in the darkness. He despised this feeling of passive acceptance. He had to do something. Even a symbolic counterattack would signify his stance. He, Tom Riddle, was not merely a passive recipient of bestowed weakness. But what could he give in return? He was still devoid of possessions. An idea, inspired by the starlight, quietly took shape. He rose once more and ascended to the 8th floor of the castle. The room of requirement responded to his need, transforming into a dome room resembling an astronomical observatory, its transparent ceiling revealing the resplendent summer starry river above. He was to craft a reciprocal gift, one that harmonized with the essence of summer and the starry sky. He recalled a passage from some obscure notes on ancient magic and celestial connections, detailing how to channel and encapsulate the faint magical essence of starlight within a specific medium to create a charm with minor prophetic or calming effects. This was far more challenging than crafting the compass, requiring an exquisitely delicate perception of cosmic energy. He selected a smooth, pigeon egg-sized black pebble as the base, its hue better suited to absorb and contain starlight. Under the watchful gaze of the countless stars, Tom focused intently. He summoned the faintest magical energies he could perceive, attempting to establish a connection with the starlight cascading through the dome. This was not a forceful grasp, but a gentle guiding and resonating touch. He reminisced about the grandeur of the summer night sky, the yearning for the unknown realm of magic, and the dazzling golden hair of Abraxas glistening in the sunlight, coupled with those gray-blue eyes that seemed to reflect the cosmos. A complex amalgamation of awe, ambition, and an ineffable flutter of emotions was carefully distilled and infused into the cool, celestial magic that cascaded down, slowly permeating the stone's core. As the last wisp of starlight merged, a fleeting silver glimmer akin to a shooting star flickered across the stone's surface, only to recede, returning to its ordinary black hue. Yet, within his grasp, a sense of tranquil profundity emanated, as if it harbored the secrets of the night sky. He had succeeded. Tom gazed at the stone in his hand, which seemed to possess a connection to the heavens, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his weary face. This time, he had not set any traps or tricks. It was merely a genuine gesture, infused with his unique essence, a serene offering belonging to the summer night. The following evening, the setting sun bathed the castle in a golden red hue, the air still sweltering. Clutching the cool stone, Tom chanced upon Abraxas, who had just returned from outdoors. Appearing as if he had engaged in some vigorous activity, his cheeks flushed with health. It seems the cool air of the infirmary has finally released you? Abraxas, clad in casual Quidditch training attire, his hair dampened with sweat, yet showing no signs of disarray, teased. I hope you Haven T immediately sought out that troublesome crystal ball upon your return. Tom disregarded his banter, directly retrieving the stone wrapped in soft velvet from his robe and extending it towards Abraxas. The latter was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the stone, then at Tom's impassive countenance, genuine surprise flashing in his gray-blue eyes, soon replaced by a deeper intrigue. What is this? A token of gratitude, Tom replied calmly. Thank you for the tie clip. Abraxas's astonishment swiftly transformed into a radiant smile, imbued with curiosity. Accepting the seemingly ordinary black stone, he felt an unmistakable wave of its unique, tranquil magic the moment his fingertips brushed against it, along with the distinct mark of Tom's essence. cold yet hiding the vastness of the starry sky. A stone? He raised an eyebrow, his tone playful, yet his gaze astonishingly bright. My dear Tom, while I know your gifting style is rather singular, he remarked, his fingers tenderly caressing the stone's smooth surface, absorbing its soul-cleansing tranquility. It can aid in calming your mind at night, perhaps even grant you sweet dreams. Tom averted his gaze from the intensity of Abraxas's stare, looking instead at the resplendent sunset outside. You may choose to decline. Of course not. Abraxas immediately tightened his grip on the stone as if it were a priceless treasure, his face lighting up with a near-radiant smile, rich with genuine joy and deeper significance. This is the second token crafted by our diligent Mr. Riddle himself, and it seems even more thoughtful than the first. He leaned in closer, his gray-blue eyes glowing like embers in the sunset, fixating on Tom. I am quite curious as to what inspired this latest creation. Was it the summer night sky, or something else? Tom's heart quickened involuntarily. Yet he forced himself to remain composed, meeting Abraxas's penetrating gaze. What do you think? Abraxas chuckled softly, his laughter melodic and magnetic, reverberating through the warm evening corridor. I believe. He carefully stowed the stone in the inner pocket of his training robe, pressing it against his chest with a near-reverent seriousness. I am looking forward to the new term, Tom. I anticipate the multitude of surprises you shall bring me. He regarded Tom with an intense gaze, complex and inscrutable, filled with admiration, curiosity, profound interest, and an unmistakable satisfaction from this unique gesture. Then, he turned, humming a tuneless melody, departing with a light step. Tom remained rooted in place, watching the spirited figure of Abraxas disappear around the corner, feeling the cool magical aura emanating from the tie clip at his collar and the subtle emptiness in his pocket where the stone had once rested, along with a vague, faint sense of anticipation. He had fulfilled his gesture of gratitude, seemingly maintaining a delicate balance. But why did he feel that the silent game between himself and Abraxas Malfoy had not only not concluded, but was on the brink of entering a more intricate and unpredictable new phase with the approaching term? The summer evening breeze, heavy with warmth, swept through the corridor, heralding the impending bustle and clamor. The new academic year was about to commence. Chapter 36. The new academic year. The Hogwarts Express in September exhaled thick white steam once more, resembling a weary metal serpent returning home, gradually coming to a stop at the familiar Hogsmeade platform. The air of the Scottish Highlands had taken on the briskness of early autumn, yet the lively commotion on the platform was sufficient to dispel any chill. The hooting of owls, the mewling of cats, the stubborn croaking of toads, and the exuberant cheers of students reuniting intertwined to form a vibrant prelude to the new school year. Tom Riddle stood at the edge of the bustling crowd, clad in a slightly oversized yet immaculately laundered second-hand robe. After a summer apart, he seemed to have grown taller. Though still slender, his posture had become increasingly upright, akin to a fir tree resiliently flourishing against adversity. The usual mask of indifference remained firmly affixed to his face, yet upon closer inspection, one might discern that the depths of his black eyes held a little less of the vigilant solitude that had characterized him a year prior, replaced instead by a serene composure befitting a master. He was now a second-year student in Slytherin, no longer the fledgling in need of guidance. He did not rush to board the carriage, but instead surveyed the platform with a calm gaze, as if evaluating the battleground of the new academic year. A summer's separation had sufficed to alter many circumstances and to complicate certain entanglements further. Look who it is, our model student from Slytherin, seemingly having learned to walk without skirting the walls like a frightened niffler after a summer apart. A familiar voice, laced with a languid smile that instinctively tightened Tom's stomach, rang out behind him. Tom turned slowly. Abraxas Malfoy stood a few paces away, seemingly conjured from the surrounding haze of steam and light. A summer in France appeared to have cast some wondrous enchantment upon him. He had grown slightly taller, his form more relaxed, clad in a meticulously tailored dark green travel cloak, his platinum hair flowing under the cool sunlight with an almost icy brilliance. The contours of his face seemed to have sharpened, losing some of the boyish roundness, gaining a refined edge, while his gray-blue eyes sparkled like the sky after rain, clear yet unfathomably deep, shimmering with a mix of delight and mischief that Tom knew all too well. Yet something had changed. The innate air of nobility surrounding him seemed to have been tempered into something more radiant, an effortless charm bordering on beguilement, enveloping him like an invisible halo. Simply standing there, he naturally commanded attention. Malfoy, Tom's voice remained steady, betraying no emotion, merely stating a fact. He noted the silver badge on Abraxas's chest. Emblematic of the top Slytherin third year, the serpent-encircled emerald seemed larger than before. Abraxas sauntered forward, scrutinizing Tom with a meticulous gaze that traveled from his impeccably groomed black hair down to the faded collar of his robe, and finally resting upon his fathomless black eyes. He elongated the sound, as if savoring a fine piece of art. Rising slightly in stature, not bad. It seems the house elves at Hogwarts have finally remembered to add a hint of growth serum to your pumpkin juice. However, with a playful expression, he extended a finger to lightly tap Tom's cheek, causing Tom to feel a breeze stirred by that fingertip, akin to the sharpness of a particularly sour lemon. Haven't you had a pleasant holiday, my dear Tom? Without my careful guidance. Do you find the days particularly dull and tedious? His tone was intimate, as though they were the closest of friends. Yet each word delicately scratched at Tom's nerves like a feather. My summer was quite fulfilling. Thank you for your concern, Tom replied, avoiding the proffered finger with a detached tone. He would never admit that, for a fleeting moment, he had been momentarily dazzled by Abraxas's infuriatingly fresh allure. Fulfilling? Hiding in some shadowy corner, devouring half the restricted section? Abraxas chuckled, withdrawing his hand and crossing his arms as he regarded Tom. I should report you to Madame Pants for your abuse of literature. But considering your industriousness. He suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. I brought you a little gift from France. Not a book, rest assured. Something far more practical. Tom's heart raced uncontrollably for a moment. Not again, he thought, as Abraxas wielded his irresistible temptation to entice him. He forced himself to maintain his composure. You are too kind, but I do not require it. Oh, do not be so hasty to refuse, Abraxas interrupted, his gray-blue eyes gleaming with mischief. Wait until you see what it is before you decline. I assure you, it will enable you to navigate the upcoming, minor troubles with ease. He winked meaningfully, and then glanced past Tom at the younger Slytherins who were cautiously observing them. It seems your reputation is on the rise, Tom, he remarked, a subtle satisfaction lacing his tone. Do keep it up. A commendable partner always requires a few followers of their own, even if they are merely timid little ones. At that moment, the thestral-drawn carriages began to transport students away. Abraxas clapped Tom on the shoulder with a pressure that was neither too light nor too heavy, causing Tom to stiffen. All right, enough of this nostalgia. I believe my luggage has been thoughtfully delivered to the dungeon. He mimicked the tone from the previous year, slightly wrinkling his perfect nose. The air here is still rife with various uncertainties. Especially you, my dear Tom. You are the greatest uncertainty of all. He smiled, turning to stride toward the most elaborately adorned carriage at the front, his platinum hair glinting as it arced brilliantly in the wind. Tom watched his retreating figure, feeling that familiar mix of irritation and an indefinable fluttering sensation rise within him once more. After a summer, Abraxas Malfoy had not only failed to temper his brilliance, but had grown more dazzling, more malicious, and more adept at deftly plucking at his heartstrings. Drawing a deep breath of the cool air, he picked up his still tattered trunk, which might contain some secrets, and made his way to another carriage. The new academic year had commenced, and he knew that his game with Abraxas Malfoy had entered a new round. This time, he would not fall into every trap so easily. Chapter 37. The care of the prefect. The Slytherin common room remained steeped in the eerie green glow emanating from the depths of the Black Lake. A blend of damp chill and the scent of ancient magical dust creating a uniquely atmospheric ambience. During the first assembly of the new term, the younger students were filled with nervous anticipation, while the older ones displayed their customary reserve and scrutiny. Abraxas Malfoy naturally occupied the most comfortable velvet armchair by the fireplace, resembling a young monarch seated upon his throne. Dressed in a brand-new dark green robe adorned with intricate silver-threaded patterns, the badge of third-year prefect shimmered on his chest. He did not adopt an overtly authoritative demeanor. Instead, he languidly crossed his legs, idly twirling a steaming cup of tea served by a house elf. Nevertheless, an invisible aura enveloped him, causing the entire common room to revolve around his presence. The prefect dutifully recited the new term's notices and house rules, his voice echoing against the stone walls. Tom Riddle stood in the second-year section, deliberately choosing a position towards the back to avoid direct contact with the faint yet persistent gaze that lingered around him. Even amid the crowd, he could feel Abraxas's eyes upon him like the most precise detection charm, occasionally landing on him. Once the prefect concluded his speech, Abraxas leisurely set down his teacup and rose. He didn't even need to utter a word. That simple action refocused the previously relaxed attention of the room. Welcome back, everyone. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within each ear, exuding an undeniable sense of control, especially to our new members. I hope you have begun to grasp the uniqueness of Slytherin. He smiled slightly, a charming yet cold expression. Here, strength, bloodline, and intellect are all indispensable. He paused, his gray-blue eyes scanning the room meaningfully. Of course, there is also. His gaze seemed to linger on Tom for an almost imperceptible moment, so fleeting it could have been mistaken for an illusion. Wisdom. As your third-year prefect, he continued, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. I have the responsibility to ensure Slytherin's glory is maintained, to oversee the fair distribution of resources, and a subtle smile graced his lips, to assist those who may have strayed off course or possess untapped potential in finding the right path. A few upperclassmen exchanged knowing chuckles, their gazes flickering, almost imperceptibly, towards Tom. Tom maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, alarm bells rang. He understood that Abraxas was about to begin his performance. For instance, Abraxas appeared to suddenly remember something, his gaze honing in on Tom. Mr. Riddle. The entire room's attention shifted to Tom in an instant. He felt his spine tense slightly, yet his face remained impassive. I have observed, Abraxas remarked in an academic tone, that Mr. Riddle exhibited extraordinary talent in potions and charms last term, particularly in the application of the silencing charm, which, for a first-year student, was nothing short of astonishing. His tone of admiration sounded incredibly sincere, yet Tom recognized this was merely a prelude. However, as expected, Abraxas swiftly shifted his tone. As a Slytherin, excelling in isolated domains is far from sufficient. Holistic development, especially the cultivation of interpersonal networks, is equally crucial. He paced toward Tom, slightly bending forward, adopting a seemingly concerned yet inherently oppressive posture as he inquired, I am curious, Mr. Riddle. Aside from the library and perhaps some lesser-known corners, would you be willing to contribute to the collective activities of the house? For instance, representing the second years in the upcoming Inter-House Potions Tournament's preliminary selection? A low murmur of discussion arose around them. The Inter-House Potions Tournament was a prestigious event at Hogwarts. And though the preliminary selection involved only the younger years, it was an excellent opportunity to showcase one's abilities and gain attention. Being personally nominated by the prefect was undoubtedly both an honor and a pressure. Tom immediately grasped Abraxas's intention. This was yet another meticulously crafted scenario. If he were to refuse, it would portray him as timid or ungrateful. If he were to accept, it would signify that he would once again be thrust into the spotlight, performing under the watchful gaze of Abraxas. Moreover, he could almost certainly anticipate a series of Malfoy-esque surprises throughout this process. He lifted his gaze to meet Abraxas's amused gray-blue eyes and responded clearly, if this is the Academy's need, I am willing to participate in the selection. There was no excitement, no hesitation. His demeanor was as calm as if he were accepting a mundane task. A flicker of anticipated delight passed through Abraxas's eyes, quickly transforming into a deeper intrigue. Excellent. He straightened up and clapped his hands with a sense of authority. I shall look forward to your performance in the selection. Of course, he added, his tone laced with a hint of wicked jest, should you encounter any theoretical challenges during your preparation, feel free to consult me. After all, as a senior, I would be delighted to share some, modest experiences. Once again, he affixed the label of assistance and guidance upon Tom in front of the onlookers. Thank you, senior. I will do my utmost. Tom nodded slightly, maintaining a neutral tone while skillfully sidestepping any direct commitment to seek counsel. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Tom's nonchalant evasion, and his smile deepened. Very well. Maintain this confidence, Tom. He turned to face the crowd, concluding the discussion about Tom and shifting to matters concerning other houses. As the assembly drew to a close and the crowd began to disperse, Tom prepared to leave when Chris Selwyn approached, draping an arm over Theonot's shoulder, wearing a grin that suggested he was relishing the spectacle. Hey, Riddle. The head boy certainly has you under his wing, Chris said with a wink. The Potion Championship selection? What a splendid stage for showcasing, and a prime opportunity for cauldron mishaps. Theonot, with his keen hazel eyes, scrutinized Tom and commented in a flat tone, Malfoy never makes meaningless investments. He has high hopes for you, Riddle. Quite the pressure, isn't it? Tom regarded them, his expression inscrutable. I will be prepared. Prepared? Chris scoffed. Prepared to deal with those envious lot, or prepared for our charming head boy? Tom said nothing, merely running through the possible tricks Abraxas might employ in his mind. He understood that this selection would not simply be an ordinary potion competition. Just then, Abraxas's voice resonated behind him, laced with a hint of languor after concluding discussions with other upperclassmen. Discussing tactics, gentlemen? He approached Tom, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. The gesture appeared affectionate, yet bore an undeniable force, causing Tom's body to stiffen instantly. Relax, Tom. Just a minor selection. I believe your talents are ample enough to silence any skeptics. His voice was a whisper near Tom's ear, warmth brushing against him, of course. If you inadvertently set Professor Slughorn's beard ablaze, I would be more than willing to testify that it was purely a delightful accident. Tom turned his head, clearly seeing Abraxas's profile so near, his long, thick silver lashes, and the wickedly charming curve at the corner of his mouth. His heartbeat hastened uncontrollably, warmth flooding his ears. He forcibly suppressed this unfamiliar emotion and replied stiffly, I will not allow such an accident to occur. Oh, I truly adore your confident demeanor. Abraxas chuckled softly. retracting his arm as though the previous intimacy had merely been a figment of Tom's imagination. "Well then, good luck, my dear creation. Remember, I am rooting for you." He winked at Tom before departing with Theon and Chris, their laughter echoing as they made their way towards the boys' dormitory. Tom remained rooted in place, the lingering weight and warmth of Abraxas' arm still palpable on his shoulder. He clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. He understood that Abraxas relished this sense of control, deriving pleasure from watching him struggle and grow within this invisible web. Yet he, Tom Riddle, would never remain merely a pawn for observation. Taking a deep breath, he set off towards the library. He needed to prepare for the selection and, more importantly, be fully equipped to contend with Malfoy's surprises. The preliminary selection for the Potion Championship was scheduled for Saturday morning in the Potions classroom. It would be personally overseen by Professor Slughorn, with a dozen students from the second and third years participating, either self-nominated or recommended. Required to complete a designated potion, the notoriously challenging energizing draft, within an hour, known for its stringent demands on the order of ingredient handling and heat control. The atmosphere in the classroom was so tense it felt almost palpable. Cauldrons bubbled ominously, steam swirled, and the air was thick with a complex medley of potion ingredients. Tom Riddle was entirely focused, his movements fluid and precise. He had chosen a spot by the window, where the light was optimal and he could slightly distance himself from potential distractions posed by other competitors. His workstation was meticulously organized, like a battalion awaiting inspection. Within his cauldron, the potion was exhibiting a textbook-perfect, crystalline blue-green hue, steam rising steadily, exuding a refreshing aroma of mint and bay leaves. Everything pointed towards a successful conclusion. Professor Slughorn ambled about the classroom, his ample belly leading the way, occasionally exclaiming in delight, "Oh, perfect, Mr. Riddle. Just look at that color. 5 points to Slytherin for your impeccable start." Tom displayed no hint of pride, merely nodding slightly as he continued to concentrate on the next ingredient. His gaze occasionally drifted to the doorway, where Abraxas Malfoy lounged, arms crossed, wearing an expression of leisure as if he were watching an entertaining play unfold. He did not enter, merely observing from a distance, yet his presence was undeniably strong, making it impossible for Tom to ignore. As time passed and Tom's energizing draft neared completion, he was only one step away from adding a precisely measured amount of shrinking solution for neutralization. He lifted the small cup containing the liquid, preparing to pour it into the cauldron. Careful! A sudden cry erupted from the back of the classroom, followed by the jarring sound of a toppled cauldron. A nervous third-year Hufflepuff had clumsily knocked over his cauldron, the thick, bubbling, failed potions spilling out and splattering onto the workstations of several nearby students, inciting a flurry of chaos and complaints. Tom's movements faltered imperceptibly at the unexpected commotion. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of Abraxas leaning against the doorframe, a fleeting smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Something was amiss. Tom's heart plummeted. He immediately halted his pouring motion, placing the measuring cup back onto the table with steady hands. He scrutinized the contents of his measuring cup. The shrinking solution appeared unaltered. Yet he did not trust in mere coincidence, especially with Malfoy in attendance. Quietly, he picked up a clean glass stirring rod and gently stirred the contents before bringing it closer to his nose for a sniff. Aside from the slightly bitter scent of the shrinking solution itself, there lingered an almost imperceptible, slightly sweet aroma that seemed out of place. Had he not been on high alert, he would have easily overlooked it. Was it some sort of flavoring agent? Or something else entirely? What was the intent? To render his potion ineffective? Or to produce a more disastrous effect? Tom's mind raced. He had no time to meticulously analyze the composition of this unknown substance. He had to make an immediate decision, to risk using the potentially tampered ingredient, or... His gaze swiftly scanned his workstation. The reserve of sleeping draft was depleted. If he were to retrieve more from the materials cabinet now, time might not suffice. Just then, a languid voice resonated beside him. "Encountering difficulties, Mr. Riddle?" Abraxas had seemingly materialized in the classroom, standing beside his workstation with a perfectly measured expression of concern. Professor Slughorn was preoccupied with the chaos in the back, unable to offer assistance. Tom lifted his head, his dark eyes regarding Abraxas with cool indifference. "A minor mishap, Mr. Malfoy." "Oh." Abraxas raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the measuring cup. "Is there an issue with the ingredients? Do you require assistance? I happen to have some excess supplies." He made a gesture as if to retrieve something from his robe. "No need to trouble yourself," Tom interrupted, his tone resolute. He would never accept any goodwill from Malfoy, particularly at such a critical juncture. Taking a deep breath, he made a bold decision. He grasped the measuring cup, not pouring its contents into the main cauldron, but instead took a spare small cauldron, igniting a small flame beneath it, and poured all the liquid from the measuring cup into it. "What you are doing is..." A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Abraxas's face. Tom disregarded him, his focus entirely on the small cauldron. He recalled the snippets of magic guidance and material decomposition from whispers in the shadows, as well as the emergency procedures mentioned in some obscure potion notes. He extended his wand, its tip hovering above the small cauldron, channeling a faint surge of magic, akin to the most delicate scalpel, attempting to separate and disperse the unusual substance. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver, demanding extraordinary control and a profound understanding of potion principles. A slight misstep could not only ruin the sleeping draft, but might also provoke a minor explosion. Abraxas ceased speaking, merely crossing his arms and watching Tom's actions with unwavering intensity, his gray-blue eyes filled with unabashed curiosity and a hint of exhilaration. Time ticked away. Beads of perspiration formed on Tom's brow. He sensed the strange substance subtly resisting and transforming under the influence of magic. Finally, as the liquid in the small cauldron began to simmer, emitting a significantly more pronounced, sweetly acrid aroma, Tom abruptly withdrew his magic and swiftly extinguished the flame. He used a stirring rod to extract a small fragment of the remaining, now solidified, crystal. Success. He had isolated and expelled the unknown impurities from the liquid. He promptly poured the purified sleeping draft into the main cauldron, stirring counterclockwise 3 times. The potion instantly transformed into the expected invigorating elixir, a clear, pale, golden hue, exuding a pristine and revitalizing fragrance. At that moment, Professor Slughorn, having resolved the chaos at his end, strolled over. "Time's up," he declared, then gazed in astonishment at Tom's cauldron, Merlin's beard. "Mr. Riddle, you have completed it, and flawlessly. Remarkable work. To manage such a potion amidst that distraction. Slytherin earns 20 points. For your exceptional skill and composure under pressure." Other students cast astonished and admiring glances in his direction. Tom calmly bottled his creation and affixed a label. He felt Abraxas's gaze fixed upon him. Turning to face Abraxas, he extended the stirring rod, now adorned with traces of the peculiar crystal, towards him, and in a voice barely above a whisper, yet crystal clear, asked, "Senior, with your vast knowledge, can you identify what this is? I accidentally contaminated it while handling the materials. It seems to be something not included in the standard formula." Abraxas examined the crystal fragment, and for the first time, a subtle fissure appeared in his otherwise leisurely demeanor. He stared at Tom, his gray-blue eyes swirling with emotions, surprise, intrigue, perhaps even a trace of annoyance at being outmaneuvered, but ultimately, these feelings transformed into a deeper, more fervent interest. He chuckled softly, declining to take the stirring rod. "It seems," he remarked languidly, his gaze sweeping over Tom's face as if it were a tangible entity, "that I, as your senior, must occasionally tread carefully, lest I be outsmarted by a particularly clever junior." He leaned closer to Tom, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Well done, Tom. You never cease to amaze me." With that, he turned away from the crystal and smiled at Professor Slughorn. "Professor, it appears Slytherin has promising prospects in the junior division this year." Then, like a fleeting breeze, he departed the classroom, leaving Tom holding the stirring rod, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had successfully evaded a trap, secured his selection, and even managed to best Abraxas slightly. Yet why did he feel no relief, but rather a sense that their entanglement had deepened? Chapter 38, Defense Against the Dark Arts. On the Monday Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the second-year Slytherins and Ravenclaws convened. The new term was under the tutelage of a new professor, a supposedly experienced yet stern old Auror, Wims Macmillan. The atmosphere in the classroom felt more solemn than usual, with walls adorned with depictions of seemingly perilous magical creatures and several conspicuous slogans urging vigilance. Professor Macmillan's murky brown eyes swept across every student in the classroom, sending chills down many spines. His opening remarks were brief and direct. "Defense against the dark arts is no trifling matter. Here, you will learn how to protect yourselves, recognize danger, and retaliate decisively when necessary. Enough with the pleasantries. Today, as practical lesson, we'll have you pairing up to practice the basic shield charm, both in defense and countering." A chorus of moans erupted throughout the classroom. The shield charm posed considerable difficulty for second years, let alone the added challenge of practicing its counter. "Form teams freely. Begin now." Professor Macmillan barked gruffly. The students immediately stirred, seeking familiar partners. Tom stood still, his brow furrowed. He was unconcerned about the spell itself, but he preferred to practice alone or with those quiet classmates who wouldn't hold him back. Just then, a figure weaved through the crowd, directly approaching him. "It seems we must team up again, Mr. Riddle," Abraxas Malfoy said, wearing that familiar smile that Tom recognized as anything but sincere. Dressed in a well-fitted black robe, the third-year prefect's badge prominently displayed, he appeared to have just concluded their year's classes. "Professor Macmillan's style is quite impressive, I assent to it," I believe our pairing of top students will surely add some excitement to this lesson. Tom regarded him, alarms ringing in his mind once more. Practicing defensive spells with Abraxas? That felt as reliable as cleaning with a poltergeist. I recall that third years should have their own defense against the dark arts class, Tom calmly pointed out. Oh, our class just finished, Abraxas shrugged. I specifically stayed behind to observe the second year's instructional level. He added, his gray-blue eyes blinking, and to see if any juniors need assistance. After all, a poorly cast shield charm could knock out a front tooth. At that moment, Professor Macmillan turned his gaze towards them, scrutinizing them closely. You two, once you've formed a team, find a spot to begin practicing. No dawdling. With no alternative, Tom acquiesced to the assigned partnership. They found a relatively secluded corner. Abraxas drew his wand, encrusted with tiny gems, and gracefully twirled it between his fingers. Who shall defend first? He inquired. His tone as casual, as if deciding who would make the first move in a chess match. Your choice, Tom replied, retrieving his wand, steadying his breath, and bracing himself for the challenge. He was acutely aware that Abraxas would never diligently practice the fundamental spells. Then I shall not hold back, Abraxas remarked with a slight smile, flicking his wrist, Expelliarmus. A swift crimson beam shot directly at Tom. This was far beyond mere practice. Almost instinctively, Tom swung his wand. Protego. An invisible barrier materialized before him just in time, and the red light collided with it, producing a muffled thud before dissipating. Tom staggered back a half step, his wrist tingling. What formidable force. Not bad on the reflexes, Abraxas commented, his expression betraying no surprise. However, the shield charm is not merely a static shield. One must learn to guide and dissipate the energy. Before he could finish, he waved his wand again. Impedimenta? An unseen force surged toward Tom like an advancing tide. This time, Tom chose not to withstand it. He sidestepped gracefully, his wand tracing an arc as he attempted to deflect the incoming resistance. The spell grazed the hem of his robe, crashing against the wall and leaving a faint mark. Progress. Abraxas seemed quite pleased, yet it was still insufficiently agile. Imagine your shield charm as flowing water rather than frozen ice. For the next few minutes, Abraxas subjected Tom to an intensive regimen of various basic spells, Stupefy, Immobilis, and even the mildly stinging Jelly Legs Jinx. His angles of attack were cunning, his speed remarkably swift, and the force far exceeded that of a second-year student, clearly meant to challenge Tom. Fully concentrated, Tom began to master the shield charm, evolving from initial passive defense to occasionally managing slight deflections and guidance. Beads of sweat adorned his brow, his breath grew rapid, yet a fierce flame of determination burned in his dark eyes. Excellent. Just like that, Abraxas exclaimed after Tom cleverly deflected a stunning spell. A glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, but then he donned that familiar mischievous grin. However, mere defense will not win a duel. Care to attempt to break my shield charm? Without waiting for Tom's response, he cast a shield charm upon himself. The invisible barrier shimmered around him, radiating a more robust magical aura than Tom's. Taking a deep breath, Tom recalled the key points of the spell and focused intently, finite incantum. A silver light struck Abraxas's shield charm, causing it to ripple, yet it did not vanish immediately. Insufficient power. Abraxas shook his head. Concentrate your will. Envision not a wall to dismantle, but a delicate bubble. Tom attempted once again, this time channeling more magical energy, his will focused like a sharpened spear, finite incantum. The silver light intensified, and Abraxas's shield charm began to quiver violently, akin to a stone thrown into water, until it finally shattered with a soft pop. Splendid. Abraxas genuinely praised, but in the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, a silent, faint glow shot toward Tom's ankle like a serpent, an unseen leglocker curse. Tom had just dispelled the shield charm, his energy waning and new strength not yet replenished, and he was on the verge of being caught. In that electrifying moment, Tom, almost instinctively, twisted his wrist at an incredible angle, pointing his wand downward. Protego. A miniature shield charm formed just in time to protect his ankle, blocking the ambush of light. Both were momentarily taken aback. Abraxas stared at Tom, astonishment filling his gray-blue eyes. A localized shield charm? In second year? You, Tom, slightly panting, gazed at his successful defensive position, equally stunned. His reaction had been purely instinctual. He had not anticipated success. Professor Macmillan's gaze swept over once more, tinged with interest. Localized defense? Not a bad instinctive reaction, lad, but rather showy. The fundamentals are paramount. Continue practicing. Abraxas sheathed his wand, his surprise gradually morphing into an exceedingly complex expression as he approached Tom, scrutinizing him as if truly seeing him for the first time. I take back my previous words. Tom. His voice was low, imbued with a genuine seriousness devoid of mockery. You are not merely full of potential. You are a prodigy. Tom met his gaze, speechless. He could feel his heart racing wildly within his chest, not solely from the recent thrill, but also due to the glimmer in Abraxas's eyes, no longer merely amusement and curiosity, but tinged with a hint of wariness, or perhaps recognition of an equal opponent. I find myself increasingly intrigued, Abraxas murmured, a familiar yet somehow more profound smile curving his lips. I look forward to seeing how far you will go. He clapped Tom on the shoulder, an action that felt less like teasing and more laden with an unspoken weight. Be cautious, do not rush too hastily, my dear partner. With that cryptic remark, he turned and exited the classroom. Tom stood alone, feeling the surge of magic within him and the quickening of his heartbeat. He understood that from this day forth, his status in Abraxas Malfoy's eyes may have quietly transformed. He was no longer merely an intriguing investment or project. He was becoming a rival worthy of serious consideration. And this realization sent a thrilling tremor of danger and excitement coursing through him. Chapter 39, We Are of the Same Kind. On Wednesday afternoon, Tom finally found a rare moment devoid of classes or the sudden appearance of Abraxas Malfoy. Clutching several books borrowed from the restricted section on ancient runes and advanced magical control, he entered the library, instinctively heading toward the secluded spot by the window on the east side. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting dappled light upon the dust-covered bookshelves and ancient desks. The air was imbued with the unique scent of parchment, ink, and old tomes, serene and comforting. Tom set down the books, letting out a long sigh, ready to relish this moment of solitude. However, just as he opened the first book, a shadow loomed over him. TSK, TSK, once again these spine-tingling ancient symbols. Abraxas's voice echoed like a specter, laced with his habitual lazy mockery. My dear Tom, can't you find something more, age-appropriate to read? Perhaps a bestseller like I Can Do Magic? Tom's fingers tightened around the pages, knuckles turning slightly white. He did not raise his gaze, his voice squeezing through clenched teeth. If you've come to disturb my reading, then by all means. Disturb? What a hurtful term. Abraxas unabashedly took a seat across from Tom, tossing a flamboyantly covered book that resembled a French fashion magazine onto the table. I am here to share in this tranquility. By the way, he propped his chin on his hand, his gray-blue eyes curiously observing Tom's tense profile. I thought I might glean some secrets of ancient runes from you. You know, one must prepare for the OWLs. Tom finally lifted his head, giving him a cold stare. I assume the Malfoy family would have private tutors for such matters. Indeed, we do, Abraxas readily admitted, but listening to those old codgers drone on is hardly as entertaining as consulting our walking dictionary of ancient runes here at Hogwarts. He deliberately elongated the word dictionary, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Tom resolved to ignore him, lowering his head once more in an attempt to refocus on the obscure symbols. Yet the presence of Abraxas was akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, incessantly disturbing his thoughts. He could detect the cool, pine-scented aroma of the other, laced with a hint of French perfume, and feel that focused gaze upon him. You know, Tom, Abraxas suddenly spoke again, his voice lowered slightly. Adopting a tone of casual conversation, when I was in France, I came across an intriguing notion. Ancient runes, such as those of the runic script, are not merely symbols of writing. They themselves are imbued with mystical power. Specific arrangements and combinations can even evoke subtle shifts in the surrounding magical fields. Tom's action of flipping through his book abruptly ceased. This was precisely one of the topics he had been researching. How could Abraxas know? He cast a wary glance at him. Abraxas wore an innocent yet cunning expression. What? Surprised? Do not forget, the Malfoy family's library is perhaps a tad more colorful than the restricted section of Hogwarts. He gently tapped the table. For instance, I know that overlaying the runes representing binding and light at a certain angle can produce a fascinating, localized distortion of light. Perfect for creating a bit of harmless chaos, like making a particularly irritating professor's lecture notes suddenly become blurred. Tom's heart skipped a beat. The effect Abraxas described bore a striking resemblance to a complex array of runes he had been attempting to decipher. Was he flaunting his knowledge, or testing him? It sounded like a laborious prank. Tom forced himself to respond in a flat tone, lowering his gaze once more to conceal the shock in his eyes. Oh, come now, Tom. Abraxas chuckled lightly. Don't tell me you've never contemplated using a bit of clever trickery to add some color to the mundane school life. Especially when a certain someone constantly intrudes upon your reading. He glanced at Tom with a knowing look. Tom felt a flush creeping up his neck. He had indeed entertained a few ideas for traps targeting Malfoy, based on the principles of runes, though he had never acted on them. I have no interest in juvenile pranks, he replied stiffly. Juvenile pranks? Abraxas raised an eyebrow. I would call it a creative release of pressure. Moreover, I believe deep down, there resides a much more mischievous little imp within you than meets the eye. He leaned in closer, his voice laced with temptation. Admit it, Tom. You actually relish this intellectual rivalry. You enjoy testing the boundaries of rules, enjoy uncovering those hidden powers. We are of the same ilk, merely differing in our expressions. Tom abruptly slammed the book shut, producing a loud sound that drew disapproving glances from several Ravenclaw students in the distance. We are not of the same kind, Malfoy. He glared at him, his dark eyes suppressing both anger and a hint of vulnerability exposed. You manipulate everything, including hearts. Whereas I pursue only power. Power? Abraxas seemed to have heard a delightful joke, reclining against the chair, elegantly crossing his legs. My dear Tom, controlling hearts is one of the utmost forms of power, is it not? Look at Slughorn, look at Old Black, even Dumbledore. Are any of them not like this? His gray-blue eyes bored deeply into Tom's. You hunger for power, and I believe you will eventually reach that point. The difference lies in whether you wish to become a mere tool driven by power or the master who wields it. He stood up, picking up a fashion magazine, as if their profound discussion had been mere chit-chat. Well then, philosophy class concludes here. It seems today as tranquility shall not be achieved. He flashed Tom a smile, one that appeared almost blinding in the sunlight. Continue your rendezvous with your ancient symbols, my dear Tom. But remember, sometimes, looking up at the real world around you is far more captivating than burying yourself in dusty tomes. He turned and left, his steps light, leaving Tom alone, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Abraxas Malfoy always had a knack for casting the most pointed questions in the most nonchalant manner, stirring the deepest recesses of his thoughts. Are we of the same kind? Tom gazed out at the bright sunlight, for the first time experiencing a minuscule tremor in his unwavering resolve. Chapter 40, Awakening. In the dead of night, within the Slytherin dormitory, Tom Riddle jolted awake, a thin sheen of cold sweat covering his forehead. The muted sound of the Black Lake's waters echoed through the silent room, eerie green reflections dancing upon the walls and ceiling, akin to the remnants of a strange dream. He had dreamt of the library scene from earlier that day. Abraxas Malfoy, with that knowing smile, proclaiming, "We are of the same kind," his gray-blue eyes glimmering like the purest of gems in the sunlight, yet unfathomably deep, as if they sought to draw his very soul in. Then the scene shifted to defense against the dark arts class, where Abraxas gazed at him with surprise as he successfully cast the partial shield charm, admiration and trepidation flickering in his eyes. Finally, all images shattered, leaving only the memory of Abraxas departing the library, his delightfully mischievous smile, gleaming in the sunlight, replaying incessantly in his mind. Tom sat up, rubbing his temples forcefully, attempting to dispel the chaotic imagery. Yet a strange, oppressive pain throbbed in his chest, as if something were tightly gripping his heart, making it difficult to breathe. He instinctively pressed his hand to his chest, furrowing his brow. What was happening? Was it the result of overexerting his magic while practicing the shield charm earlier? Or was it the vexation induced by Abraxas' cryptic words? He recalled the cool scent of pine that enveloped Abraxas when he leaned close, the seemingly casual yet irresistibly firm touch when he patted Tom's shoulder, the way his heart raced uncontrollably each time that lazy, taunting voice called him my dear Tom. An absurd, panic-inducing thought began to creep into his mind like tendrils of darkness. Was he developing feelings for that blonde imbecile? No. Impossible. Tom immediately dismissed the notion. How could he possibly harbor such ridiculous emotions for Abraxas Malfoy, who delighted in tormenting him, constantly attempting to dominate him, arrogant and flamboyant like a peacock? It must be anger. It is humiliation. It is the frustration of being unable to completely escape his influence. It is the disdain for someone who can so easily see through him, upheaving his emotions. Yes, it must be that. He was merely infuriated. Infuriated that the other could pinpoint his weaknesses with such precision. Infuriated that even after returning from France, he had become even more insufferably radiant. Infuriated that this complete jerk possessed everything he yearned for: heritage, looks, talent, and an innate demeanor, as if the entire world were his backyard. Tom clenched the bedclothes beneath him, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. That constricting pain in his chest persisted, accompanied by a strange, acrid heat that spread through his torso. He loathed this sensation, loathed this lack of control, loathed how easily his emotions could be stirred by another person, especially by Abraxas Malfoy. He inhaled several deep breaths of the cold, damp air, tinged with the mustiness of the cellar, attempting to steady his erratic heartbeat and breath. He reassured himself that this was merely another weakness to conquer, another emotion to master. Much like he had learned to control his magical powers and harness the arcane arts, he needed to cultivate a greater composure, a greater strength. Strong enough to be impervious to external influences, powerful enough to instigate unrest in Abraxas Malfoy with every move he made. Yes, that was it. Tom reclined once more, tightening the drapes, completely enveloping himself in darkness. He closed his eyes and began to mentally recite the intricate syllables of ancient runes and the pathways of magical currents. attempting to dispel the persistent image of that golden-haired figure, adorned with a malevolent grin, and the unsettling ache in his chest with sheer, frigid rationality. However, just as his consciousness began to plunge into the abyss, Abraxas's earlier words from the library resurfaced, uninvited. "Admit it, Tom. You actually relish this intellectual contest." Tom's eyes snapped open in the dark, a flicker of confusion and struggle passing through his obsidian gaze. Relish? Did he truly relish it? The answer to that question unsettled him even more than the earlier flutter of his heart. Chapter 41, The Pendant Box. A few days later, Tom found himself once again before the tapestry depicting the giant troll battering the hapless Barnaby on the 8th floor of the castle. He needed to validate an idea. A notion regarding the practical application of ancient runes, which was evidently unsuitable for the library or the dormitory. He paced back and forth in front of the blank wall 3 times, fervently yearning for a space where he could safely experiment with ancient runic arrays. One capable of isolating magical fluctuations. A smooth wooden door appeared in response. He pushed it open and discovered that the room had transformed into a chamber reminiscent of an ancient Egyptian priest's study. Towering bookshelves lined the walls, filled with papyrus scrolls and stone-carved tomes, while at the center stood a sleek black stone altar, etched with intricate grooves, seemingly designed to channel magical energy or liquids. The air was thick with the ancient scents of myrrh and cinnamon, serene and solemn. Tom approached the altar, retrieving several smooth black pebbles he had prepared earlier from his pocket. He took out the feather quill gifted to him by Abraxas, a knightsteed's plume, and had to concede that it was indeed unparalleled for guiding magic in delicate operations. Dipping it into a specially concocted magical ink infused with his own power, he began to meticulously etch the runic combination he had long envisioned upon the stones. He inscribed a small array that combined the concepts of confusion, weakening, and energy dissipation. If successful, when activated, this array would create a brief area of distraction and slight magical sluggishness within a limited range. Not an attack, but rather an enhanced prank prop, a little gift tailored for someone who was always elusive and fond of surprises. He focused intently, his fingertips steady, as magic flowed through the quill into the etchings with precision. Just as he was about to complete the final symbol, the entire array began to emit a faint glow. On the brink of activation. "It seems my quill has finally been put to some creative use." Abraxas's voice rang out in the room, laced with unmistakable delight. Tom's hand jolted, causing a minute deviation at the end of the last symbol. The array upon the altar flickered momentarily before extinguishing, a failure. Tom inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising tide of anger, and slowly turned around. Abraxas stood at the entrance, still clad in that elegant school robe, wearing a smile that Tom knew all too well, the one that suggested he had just discovered a splendid new toy. He was toying with a brass compass in his hands. "How did you get in here?" Tom's voice was as cold as ice. He had explicitly requested a space insulated from magical fluctuations. "Oh, that." Abraxas waved the compass. "Its connection to you, combined with my slight speculation regarding the operational rules of this room. It seems I was correct." He sauntered closer, his gaze falling upon the half-etched stones and the failed array, an immense interest glimmering in his gray-blue eyes. A confusion array, combined with energy interference? What a brilliant design. Tom, though it failed, the idea was audacious. He picked up one of the half-etched stones, scrutinizing the runes inscribed upon it. Which unfortunate soul is this intended for? Peeves, or perhaps some ever-intrusive upperclassman? Tom remained silent, merely casting a cold look at him, his mind racing as he devised a strategy. He understood that to acknowledge would be to concede defeat. Abraxas set the stone down and stepped before Tom, leaning slightly closer to meet his gaze. "You know, Tom, your secretive scheming to trip me up is far more endearing than if you were to simply confront me with your wand." His voice was low, tinged with a mischievous intimacy, signifying that he had begun to take Tom's retaliation seriously. "Should I feel honored?" Tom felt the heat rise to his ears. He forced himself to meet the proximity of those piercing eyes. "You're overthinking it. I'm merely practicing the application of runes." "Practicing?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "Using such a targeted array for practice? Come now, Tom, there is no need for us to engage in such wordplay." He straightened up and retrieved a small, oval pendant box from his dragon hide pocket, secured with a silver chain. The pendant box was crafted from a dark metallic material, its surface smooth and unadorned, appearing remarkably plain, in stark contrast to the usual opulence associated with the Malfoys. "Since you are preparing a return gift," Abraxas extended the pendant box towards Tom, his expression a curious blend of testing and anticipation. "Then this belated gift for the start of term seems to have arrived at just the right moment." Tom eyed the pendant box warily, making no move to take it. "What is this?" "Just a trinket," Abraxas replied nonchalantly. "Why not open it?" "Rest assured, this time there are no surprise effects attached. I, in the name of Malfoy, guarantee it." He paused, adding, Well, perhaps. Tom hesitated. Reason told him this was undoubtedly another trap. Yet curiosity, combined with an obstinate refusal to appear timid before Abraxas, compelled him to extend his hand. He accepted the pendant box, feeling its coldness against his palm. Cautiously, he undid the latch. Inside, there were no photographs or items. Only a profound darkness that seemed to harbor the cosmos within. As Tom gazed into that void, he felt a subtle tug on his magical essence, as fleeting. Blurred fragments of ancient runes flashed through his mind before vanishing. What is this? Tom inquired, bewildered, lifting his gaze. A blank canvas, Abraxas replied with a smile. It is said to absorb the magical traits of its bearer, providing vague insights or fragments of knowledge related to them. Quite mysterious, I assent it. I won it from an old wizard in France. His gray-blue eyes bored deeply into Tom's. I believe it may assist you in better understanding your own powers, or perhaps inspire some of your creative endeavors. Tom closed the pendant box, cradling it in his palm. He sensed it was far from ordinary. The magical principles contained within likely exceeded his current comprehension. Yet again, he found himself unable to refuse such a gift. Why give me this? Tom asked, his voice slightly hoarse. Why? Abraxas echoed, taking a step closer, so near that Tom could discern the flutter of his eyelashes. Because it delights me, Tom. Because I am intrigued to witness how far you can progress. He paused momentarily, his voice resonating deep and clear. And I believe that your future reciprocation will justify my investment today. He extended his hand, gently brushing against Tom's fingers that clutched the pendant box. His fingertips icy yet imbued with a searing sensation. Use it wisely, my dear adversary. With that, he lingered no longer, turning to stride towards the door, his figure vanishing abruptly from the air as he had arrived, as if he had never existed. Tom stood alone in the ancient study, clutching the cold pendant box, the familiar, dull ache in his chest resurfacing faintly. Adversary. Abraxas had finally chosen this term to define their relationship. Tom gazed down at the pendant box, then glanced at the failed runes array upon the stone table. This game had entered a new phase, and he would not concede defeat. He stowed the pendant box away, cleared the stone table, and turned to depart the room of requirement. He required more potent power, deeper knowledge, and a more exquisite gift to repay that haughty Malfoy. Chapter 42, The Potion Championship. The results of the preliminary selection for the Hogwarts Potion Championship were announced, with Tom Riddle undoubtedly securing a place on the Slytherin team. Set to compete alongside the finest from other houses for glory. The official competition was scheduled for a month hence, which meant Tom would need to dedicate substantial time to preparation, mastering not only standard potions, but also potential obscure formulas. Professor Slughorn was positively elated. As if he could already envision another potion prodigy rising within his slug club, he generously granted Tom access to his private storeroom, even permitting him to utilize a small, better-equipped private potion practice room at specific times. Tom spent nearly all his free hours immersed in that practice room. The air was perpetually infused with the intricate aromas of various ingredients, the bubbling of cauldrons becoming his most familiar background sound. He relished this almost absolute sense of control, enjoying the process of transforming chaotic materials into perfect potions through precise steps. Here, he could momentarily forget the prying gazes in the cellar, forget the troubles brought by that blonde scoundrel. However, tranquility is always fleeting. One Tuesday evening, as Tom meticulously added the final few drops of fire lizard blood to a nearly complete vitality elixir, the door to the practice room was silently pushed open. It seems our diligent candidate has even sacrificed dinner time for the noble pursuit of potion making. Abraxas Malfoy leaned against the doorframe, toying with a gold-green apple in his hand. Dressed in casual robes, his platinum hair appeared particularly soft under the dim evening light, exuding a languid air as if he had just risen from leisure. Tom's hand steadily dripped the fire lizard blood into the cauldron, watching as the potion instantaneously transformed into a perfect, shimmering amber hue. Before finally lifting his gaze to the doorway, his expression impassive. Is there something you need, senior? Just passing by. Thought I'd check if my investment hasn't inadvertently blown itself to smithereens. Abraxas strolled in, his gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged materials on the workbench and the successful elixir, raising an eyebrow. I suppose I worried needlessly. As precise as ever, Tom. If Slughorn were to see this, he might just be moved to tears. He approached Tom, unceremoniously picking up the notes set aside by him for inspection. They were densely filled with various potion formula improvements, precautions, the handwriting neat and clear, logic impeccable. A suggestion for accelerating the antidote for the babbling beverage? Quite intriguing. However, he tapped a specific point with his fingertip, the pre-treatment temperature for moonstone powder. If lowered by another 5 degrees, it might better preserve its calming properties, avoiding slight conflicts with armadillo bile. Of course, this is merely my insignificant experience. Tom's heart raced. The point Abraxas had highlighted was precisely where he had been experimenting repeatedly, feeling a slight sluggishness yet unable to pinpoint the exact issue. This fellow's understanding of potions was far deeper than he let on. Thank you for the suggestion, Senior. Tom's voice remained steady, yet a tumult of complex emotions churned within him. He loathed Abraxas's ever-present, seemingly casual superiority, yet could not deny the occasional accuracy of his insights. Don't mention it. Abraxas set down the notes, taking a bite from the apple. Its juice is abundant. To be honest, Tom, do you not find it stifling to confine yourself here, surrounded by these vials and jars? The world outside is quite splendid. For example, that new Quidditch seeker from Gryffindor is attempting to construct a castle out of mashed potatoes with a levitation charm in the Great Hall, and ended up with a head full of it. Quite comical. I have no interest in childish antics. Tom began to cleanse the cauldron in preparation for the next round of practice. Childish. Abraxas chuckled. Dear Tom, a bit of entertainment is essential for keeping the mind alert. If one remains too tense, the string will snap. He leaned in closer, observing Tom's taut profile. Or is it that you only feel secure when confronting these potions alone, feeling as if you have everything under control? Tom's movements to wash the cauldron halted abruptly. Abraxas's words pierced through the calm facade he had endeavored to maintain. Like a fine needle. Yes, he indeed relished this sense of control, for in this realm, there were no sudden surprises, no elusive conversations, no pair of gray-blue eyes that perpetually disturbed his thoughts. I am merely doing my utmost to bring honor to the house. Tom replied stiffly. Honor for the house. Abraxas seemed to find this an amusing jest. Come now, Tom. We both know you seek not the glimmering trophy. What you pursue is validation. To prove that you are stronger than anyone else. To affirm that you, Tom Riddle, can ascend to the pinnacle without relying on anyone. His voice deepened, imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality, and I, for one, would relish witnessing that day. Tom spun around abruptly, locking eyes with Abraxas. Why? He blurted. Why are you so eager to see it? What benefit does it hold for you? Abraxas regarded him, his gray-blue eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. He remained silent for a few seconds before slowly breaking into a smile, one that lacked the usual mockery, infused instead with an ineffable quality. Perhaps it is because, he murmured, to witness a unique masterpiece, sculpted by my own hands. Well, my involvement in its crafting, culminating in a brilliance surpassing all imagination, the process itself is utterly captivating. He reached out, seemingly intending to touch Tom's cheek, but at the last moment redirected his hand to take a small piece of pumice from the workbench for cleaning. Continue your safe practice, my dear masterpiece. He turned to stride towards the door, his tone reverting to its usual languor, but do not forget. The true test has never resided within these quiet chambers. Once he departed, silence enveloped the practice room once more, save for the lingering warmth of the cauldron and the rhythmic dripping of the faucet. Tom stood rooted in place, Abraxas's final words echoing in his ears. Unique masterpiece. He caressed the skin of his cheek, where Abraxas's fingertip had nearly grazed, as if an invisible heat still lingered there. A strange amalgam of irritation, resentment, and a hint of secret thrill at being treated as something special quietly burgeoned within him. He despised how Abraxas regarded him as a mere work of art, something to be sculpted and admired at will. But why, when Abraxas spoke of his uniqueness with an almost reverential tone, did Tom's heart skip a beat uncontrollably? He shook his head vigorously, attempting to suppress the absurd emotion that threatened to surface. He needed to focus. He needed to win the tournament. He needed to prove to Abraxas Malfoy that he was far more than merely a work of art. Chapter 43, Shared Silence. The Quidditch pitch was once again enveloped in a cacophony of voices on Saturday. This time, it was the match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Tom had not intended to attend. He had a paper on the connection between ancient runes and protective magic that demanded his attention. Yet, inexplicably, as he traversed the entrance hall with a stack of heavy tomes, he overheard students animatedly discussing how the Malfoy Seeker was in remarkable form today. Having thwarted several critical Hufflepuff attacks, his feet involuntarily turned toward the pitch. He did not squeeze into the raucous Slytherin stands, but opted instead for a secluded vantage point near the teacher's box. From here, the view was expansive, allowing him to clearly observe the dynamics of the entire field, particularly the dazzling platinum figure darting through the air. Abraxas was indeed exceptionally lively today. He soared through the skies like a silver-green falcon, each dive, swoop, and turn imbued with a grace akin to dance, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. At one point, while evading the bludger, he executed a thrilling maneuver that nearly formed a right angle with his broomstick, his platinum hair billowing in the wind, sunlight casting a golden hue around him, rendering him almost blindingly radiant. Tom watched, his fingers instinctively tightening, clutching the pages of his book. He had to concede that, aside from his unpleasant demeanor, Abraxas Malfoy possessed a breathtaking allure on his broom. It was a brilliance that emanated from a blend of talent, skill, and an almost arrogant confidence. As the match progressed, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and fine rain began to fall. Students in the stands raised umbrellas or donned hoods, the noise diminishing slightly beneath the patter of raindrops. Tom remained still, allowing the cool droplets to cascade onto his hair and robes. He was unconcerned with the dampness. Rather, he found the sound of the rain brought a rare tranquility. At that moment, a figure wove through the thinning crowd, reappearing beside him in the empty seat. It seems someone else shares my taste for watching the game in the rain. Abraxas's voice carried a breathless note from exertion. He too was without an umbrella. His platinum hair dampened by the rain, strands clinging to his smooth forehead, droplets trailing down his elegantly chiseled jawline. His team jacket was carelessly draped over his arm, revealing a silver-green sweater beneath, appearing less restrained and more authentically relaxed than usual. Tom did not look at him, his gaze remaining fixed on the blurred pitch through the downpour. The match was not yet over, and the upperclassman had abandoned his post. The situation was settled. Abraxas lounged against the back of his seat, tilting his head back to let the rain wash over his face, the Hufflepuff seeker nearly cowering in fear from their batters. The rest could be left to his teammates. He glanced sideways at Tom's open book, filled with the obscure symbols of runes. "Aren't you worried about straining your eyes in this light, Tom? My vision is excellent. No need for concern," Tom replied, closing his book, the chill of the rain seeming to seep into his voice. Abraxas paid little mind, redirecting his attention to the rain-soaked pitch. An unusual silence enveloped them. There were no sharp exchanges, no deliberate provocations, just the gentle patter of rain, distant cheers from the field, and the sound of broomsticks slicing through the air. This silence was markedly different from the absolute quiet of solitude or the stifled silence that came with being amidst a crowd. It felt like a thin, damp veil draped around them, insulating them from the clamor of the outside world, leaving only the sound of each other's breathing close at hand. Tom could smell the mingling scents of rain, grass, sweat, and that distinctive aroma of pine emanating from Abraxas. He could sense the fervent warmth radiating from the other, freshly invigorated from intense exertion. This silent, intimate presence stirred a disquiet within him more profound than any words could convey. He should leave. This was far too strange. Yet, he remained motionless. Abraxas seemed to revel in the moment of stillness, not attempting to break the silence with his usual banter, merely gazing at the pitch, his gray-blue eyes appearing somewhat hazy in the rain. After what felt like an eternity, as the rain began to lessen and the sky brightened, Abraxas finally spoke softly, his voice notably deeper than usual. "Sometimes, it's quite nice to just be quiet, isn't it?" Tom did not respond. He could not deny that sitting alongside Abraxas in this rain-enshrouded silence, enveloped in an almost peaceful atmosphere, was indeed pleasant. In fact, it brought with it a peculiar sense of comfort. But this feeling was perilous. It was far more dangerous than direct confrontation. At that moment, a tremendous cheer erupted from below the pitch as Slytherin captured the golden snitch, signaling the end of the match. Abraxas rose, stretching languidly, his movements fluid and graceful, akin to a cat awakening from slumber. He looked down at Tom, who remained seated, and flashed a smile that appeared particularly refreshing in the post-rain sunlight. "Well, the entertainment is over. It seems my fellow connoisseur of ambience must return to accompany his ancient symbols," he remarked, lightly patting Tom's shoulder. A gesture so gentle it felt like a mere whisper. "Don't forget to dry your hair. I wouldn't want my investment to catch a cold from a little rain. That would be most unwise." With that, he turned and descended the stands with a sprightly step, merging into the jubilant silver-green throng below. Tom sat alone on the gradually emptying stands, the rain-soaked fabric of his robes bringing a refreshing chill. Yet, within his chest, there seemed to be a warmth, a strange and unfamiliar sensation pressing against him. Shared silence. Connoisseur of ambience. Abraxas had an uncanny ability to define relationships that left Tom's heart in disarray with the most casual of phrases. He lifted his hand, lightly touching the shoulder that Abraxas had just patted, where a faint, lingering warmth seemed to remain. He realized that Abraxas Malfoy had become more than just a rival or a nuisance to him. This person was seeping into every corner of his life in a manner that was both incomprehensible and uncontrollable, even encroaching upon the silence he had once deemed solely his own. Chapter 44. The Test of the Slug Club. Professor Slughorn's Slug Club convened for its first gathering of the new term, still hosted in his warm and inviting office, brimming with an array of peculiar treasures and delectable treats. The theme this time was to celebrate the commencement of the new term and to welcome new members, with invitations extended to familiar faces as well as a few newcomers like Tom, who were beginning to shine in their respective fields. Dressed in the finest robes he could muster, Tom arrived punctually at the door. He was not particularly fond of such social gatherings, but he understood that this was a vital venue for acquiring information and expanding his network. Professor Slughorn was astute and well-connected, maintaining close relationships with numerous ministry officials and notable figures. The office was already bustling with attendees, the air thick with the melons of mead, baked pastries, and various perfumes. Professor Slughorn, as ever, exuded warmth and enthusiasm, drawing him into the throng and introducing him to several upperclassmen and an official from the Department of Magical Sports, proclaiming, "Here is our Slytherin's new potion prodigy, Tom Riddle." Tom offered a polite nod, responding with grace, his countenance adorned with a perfectly measured, slightly bashful smile, embodying the diligent and humble role of an exemplary student. He sensed a myriad of gazes upon him, some curious, some admiring, and others subtly scrutinizing, particularly from those hailing from pureblood families. He navigated the crowd with ease, occasionally sharing well-considered insights that demonstrated his knowledge without appearing ostentatious, earning him repeated commendations from Professor Slughorn. Like a keen spider, he silently wove his web of information. However, the figure he most cared about did not arrive until the gathering was well underway. Abraxas Malfoy, akin to a silvery green streak, glided gracefully into the room. He donned a deep green velvet robe, a new, elegantly designed serpent brooch adorning his collar, and his platinum hair shimmered under the light with a cold brilliance. Upon his arrival, he naturally became the center of attention, effortlessly engaging in conversation with the official from the department, maintaining a tone of respect while exuding the characteristic superiority of the Malfoy lineage. Tom deliberately maintained his distance, focusing instead on conversing with a seventh-year Ravenclaw girl who held a keen interest in ancient runes. Yet, he could feel Abraxas' gaze, like the most precise detection charm, occasionally sweeping in his direction. After a while, Professor Slughorn proposed a game involving the blind guessing of potion ingredients. He produced a sealed crystal vial containing a viscous liquid that shifted in color. Whoever can correctly identify more than 3 of the ingredients within shall receive this precious vial of Felix Felicis as a reward, Professor Slughorn proclaimed, his round face beaming with excitement. The students gathered around, speculating with fervor. Glowworms, phoenix tears, mooncalf hair. Voices rose in a cacophony. But Professor Slughorn continued to shake his head. Tom stood at the periphery, calmly observing the liquid's chromatic fluctuations, viscosity, and magical resonance. A flurry of obscure magical biomes and rare plant characteristics flashed through his mind. Amid the tumult of guesses, a clear and composed voice emerged, not Tom's, but rather Abraxas Malfoy's. The tears of the augury, at least a century old, mixed with the juice of the lightning-struck willow and a trace of ground mermaid scales. Abraxas declared, arms crossed, his tone unwavering, his steely blue eyes regarding Professor Slughorn with a hint of understanding. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to him. Professor Slughorn's mouth fell agape in astonishment, before erupting into a louder round of laughter. Merlin's beard. Absolutely correct. Augury tears, 120 years old. Lightning-struck willow juice. And mermaid scale powder. A genius. Abraxas, how did you know? This recipe is quite rare. Abraxas smiled slightly, exuding just the right amount of humility. I chanced upon a similar description in a travelogue within my family's library, Professor. It detailed the color cycle of this mixture under specific lighting. He had precisely articulated the last ingredient Tom had just identified in thought, even down to the year and method of preparation. Tom's heart sank. Abraxas was deliberate. He had clearly seen Tom observing as well, yet he had preemptively spoken the answer. This was not merely for the Felix Felicis. It was a declaration, a proclamation that Abraxas Malfoy, in terms of knowledge and insight, still towered over Tom. Splendid. Splendid. Professor Slughorn eagerly thrust the vial of Felix Felicis into Abraxas' hands, affirming the profound knowledge of the Malfoy family. 20 points to Slytherin. Abraxas accepted the vial, but his gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon Tom. In his eyes, there was neither triumph nor provocation, only a profound depth, as if to say, see, I know what you know. Tom met his gaze steadily, his expression devoid of emotion, yet deep within, a cold fury surged. He loathed this sensation of being seen through, of being suppressed, especially in a realm where he excelled. As the gathering concluded and the crowd gradually dispersed, Tom prepared to leave when Abraxas' voice resonated behind him. It seems we are of one mind, Tom. He waved the vial of Felix Felicis. Alas, the prize is singular. Tom halted, turning around. Mr. Malfoy, your knowledge is admirable. Oh, spare me. Abraxas stepped closer, lowering his voice with a hint of playfulness. Do not speak to me in that tone. I know you recognized it. The unique refractive effect of mermaid scale powder is not one that would be detailed in that tome, Rare Magical Materials. Unless you've perused my family's annotated first edition. He gazed meaningfully at Tom. I suspect your access to that restricted section pass is higher than I had imagined? Tom's heart tightened. Abraxas knew even this. Was he testing him, or had he already confirmed his suspicions? I do not comprehend your meaning. Tom maintained his composure. Do not comprehend? Abraxas chuckled lightly, placing the vial into Tom's palm. Then let it be. This is for you. Tom stood stunned, staring at the golden elixir in his hand. Why? Why? Abraxas tilted his head, a complex glimmer in his gray-blue eyes. Consider it a prelude to your success in the potion championship? Or perhaps, a consolation for the little fellow who is slightly miffed at having his thunder stolen by me? He reached out, gently brushing aside a rebellious strand of Tom's dark hair, the motion so swift that Tom had no time to react. Remember, Tom. His voice dropped to a near whisper, imbued with a tender cruelty. I know far more than you think. Your abilities, your ambitions, and all your hidden little secrets. He withdrew his hand, turning away, leaving Tom standing alone, clutching the vial of seething Felix Felicis, his heart awash with shock, anger, and a chilling fear of being utterly seen through. Just how much did Abraxas Malfoy know? What troubled Tom even more was that when Abraxas regarded him with that all-seeing gaze, when he made that almost intimate gesture, he felt, beyond anger and fear, an inexplicable, shuddering thrill. It was as if he were traversing a dark labyrinth, while Abraxas held the only torch, illuminating all paths, yet leisurely trailed behind, relishing his exploration. This realization left him feeling unprecedentedly powerless, igniting within him an even stronger desire to surpass Abraxas, to seize control of the situation. Chapter 45. Good students should not be here. In preparation for the potential obscure recipes that might surface in the potion championship, Tom sought a rare ingredient known as moonlight dew. This dew only condenses upon the leaves of the moonshadow plant during a full moon night. And within the confines of Hogwarts, records of its growth exist solely in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Despite the school's strict regulations prohibiting students from entering the Forbidden Forest, for Tom, rules have always been a matter of weighing pros and cons rather than absolute adherence. On a night when the moonlight flowed like silver, Tom stealthily slipped out of the castle, making his way toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest at night is far more sinister than during the day. Eerie calls and rustling sounds reverberate through the darkness, while grotesque branches cast claw-like shadows in the moonlight. Tom gripped the wand concealed within his sleeve, acutely attuned to the magical fluctuations surrounding him. He meticulously searched for the damp, shaded areas where moonshadow grass might thrive, as described in his texts. The deeper he ventured, the colder the air became, an invisible pressure enveloping him. He could even sense the malevolent gazes of magical creatures lurking in the shadows. Just as he cautiously parted a dense thicket of thorny bushes, a small clearing emerged, revealing several silver-hued plants that swayed gently in the moonlight, their veins seemingly infused with lunar luminescence. Pray tell, our diligent potions master, are you not out for a moonlit stroll? A mocking voice, so familiar it sent Tom's heart racing, emanated from the shadows behind him. Tom spun around, his wand swiftly aimed at the source of the sound. Abruptly, Abraxas Malfoy stepped out from behind a colossal, gnarled yew tree. He was clad not in robes, but in a dark turtleneck sweater and trousers, his platinum hair shimmering in the moonlight as if it were luminescent, his face adorned with a smile that Tom instantly recognized as sinister. What are you doing here? Tom's voice emerged hoarse with tension. Taking a leisurely stroll, Abraxas replied nonchalantly, sauntering closer, his gaze sweeping over the moonshadow grass, while also assessing for any disobedient trolls that might have ventured out at this hour to serve as snacks for centaurs or acromantulas. He halted before Tom, his slate-blue eyes strikingly bright in the moonlight. It seems luck is on my side. Tom tightened his grip on the wand, his vigilance unwavering. I'm merely here to gather materials. Oh, I'm well aware. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, the moonlight accentuating his features. Moonshadow grass, is it? A fundamental ingredient for concocting advanced perception-enhancing potions. It appears Slughorn's list for the tournament contains some rather intriguing items. He seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of Tom's intentions. At that moment, the temperature plummeted suddenly, a bone-chilling cold sweeping through the air without warning. The moonlight seemed to dim, and the distant sounds of the Forbidden Forest faded into an eerie silence, replaced by a chilling stillness that felt as though it could siphon away all joy. Dementors. Tom's complexion drained of color. He could feel that familiar sense of despair and cold beginning to invade his consciousness, unbidden memories of the orphanage's darkest, most helpless moments flickering through his mind. Expecto Patronum. A clear, steady voice, imbued with formidable willpower, rang out. A dazzling, silvery light erupted from the tip of Abraxas's wand, so intense that it nearly dispelled the surrounding darkness and chill. The light swiftly coalesced into a long, elegant creature, radiating pure silver, a serpent. Yet, It was not an ordinary python. Its form was slender and fluid, moving with a lethal grace. Its silvery body seemingly cloaked in invisible scales that glimmered with a chilling sheen. The triangular head rose slightly, exuding an air of both nobility and danger. This was a silver tree viper. The Patronus, an ethereal serpent of silver light, glided gracefully around Tom and Abraxas, dispelling the cold and restoring warmth and an uncanny sense of serenity. It raised its gem-like, silver-glinting eyes and cast a chilling glance towards a direction in the darkness, where an inaudible hiss echoed as if scorched, and the terror brought by the Dementors swiftly retreated, returning the forbidden forest to its former state. The Patronus completed its task, dissolving into motes of silver light that faded into the air. Tom panted softly, gazing at Abraxas, his heart filled with an indescribable astonishment. The Patronus charm. It is an advanced form of magic that many adult wizards fail to successfully conjure. Yet, Abraxas, a third-year student, had not only succeeded, but his Patronus took such a unique and fitting form. The tree viper, graceful and beautiful, gliding through the foliage with a seemingly languid restraint, yet harboring deadly venom. This was the perfect embodiment of Abraxas Malfoy. Abraxas sheathed his wand, showing no signs of fatigue from wielding such powerful magic. Instead, a contemplative expression graced his features. He looked at Tom, his gaze profound. "It seems," he murmured, breaking the silence, "that certain unpleasant memories are rather stubborn." Tom abruptly averted his gaze, not wishing for Abraxas to witness his moment of vulnerability. He despised the feeling of being seen through, especially in front of Abraxas. "Thank you," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "Don't mention it," Abraxas replied in a flat tone. "Protecting my investment is the least I can do. After all, should you be kissed by a Dementor, my initial investment would be utterly wasted." He paused, moving to the side of the moonshadow grass and kneeling down, producing a crystal vial from seemingly nowhere, deftly collecting the dew from the leaves. "Moreover, it's not particularly safe here on your own." Tom watched him, the moonlight outlining his perfect profile as he focused on gathering the dew. In that fleeting moment, when the Patronus' silvery light illuminated Abraxas' face, Tom felt not only shock, but also an ineffable sense of security. The sensation of being shielded in dire straits, enveloped by formidable power, was terrifyingly alien, yet strangely alluring to him. Why was he here? Was it truly just a simple stroll and a preventative measure against trolls being devoured? "Do you frequent the Forbidden Forest?" Tom could not resist asking. Abraxas did not look up, continuing his task. "Occasionally. It's quiet here, and there are many intriguing things not found within the castle." Having collected the dew, he sealed the vial and stood up, offering it to Tom. "Here. Perhaps next time you need such perilous materials, consider finding a partner? Perhaps a rather bored upperclassman who just happens to understand the Patronus charm?" Tom accepted the still cool vial, gazing at the crystalline liquid within, a swirl of emotions churning in his heart. Abraxas had once again aided him, in a manner he could not refuse. Yet this time, the assistance felt more complex than the usual machinations and manipulations. He had indeed protected him. "Why?" Tom asked once more, this time laced with deeper confusion. Abraxas met his gaze, the moonlight flowing through his slate-blue eyes, resembling two unfathomable, cold pools. He paused for a moment, then slowly lifted a faint smile, almost imperceptible. Perhaps because his voice was as soft as the night breeze. One occasionally feels a twinge of misplaced sympathy for a proud little dragon attempting to face the entirety of the dark world alone. He extended a hand, this time refraining from touching Tom, merely brushing through the air above Tom's brow, as if to sweep away non-existent dust. "Return now, Tom. The Forbidden Forest at night is no place for good students." With that, he turned and, like a shadow, seamlessly melded back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, as if he had never been there at all. Tom stood alone, clutching the vial of cold moonlight dew, yet his chest seethed with tumultuous emotions. Sympathy? Abraxas Malfoy could possess such a thing? He lifted his gaze towards the direction in which Abraxas had vanished, moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light. He was acutely aware that tonight's encounter was far from mere coincidence. Abraxas's words, which deviated from the decorum expected of a diligent student, resonated with a tacit understanding between the two of them, one that encompassed boundaries and rules in a manner only they could fathom. It was a dangerous, unsettling accord, yet it inexplicably imbued a sense of uniqueness. Chapter 46. Some boundaries, once crossed, are irrevocable. Since that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, Tom Riddle had discerned subtle transformations taking place within him. He remained steadfast in his pursuit of power and knowledge, determined to establish his footing at Hogwarts and ultimately ascend to a grander stage. He continued to flit between the library, the potions practice room, and the room of requirement like an indefatigable automaton. He still played the role of the humble overachiever in Slughorn's club, showcasing impeccable talent in class. However, something had changed. When he encountered Abraxas Malfoy in the corridor once more, the latter's habitual teasing greeting, "My dear Tom," seemed to lack its usual playful mockery, infused instead with an inexplicable familiarity. As Tom felt Abraxas's gaze upon him again, it appeared no longer merely an assessment of an investment's worth, but rather a complex blend of inquiry, anticipation, and even a modicum of secretive concern that Tom himself was reluctant to confront. What unsettled Tom even more was his own response. He found himself instinctively searching for that platinum figure amidst the crowd. He felt competitive over Abraxas's seemingly offhand remarks on potions or ancient runes, and his pulse quickened at the latter's latest display of prowess on the Quidditch pitch. He even recalled that night in the Forbidden Forest, the moment when the Patronus shone silver, revealing the focused and formidable expression on Abraxas's face, along with the strange emotional turmoil stirred by that unwarranted empathy. This transformation filled him with trepidation. How could he harbor such feelings for Abraxas Malfoy, the arrogant, cruel pureblood prince who delighted in manipulating him? It must be an illusion. A stress response born from prolonged exposure to the other's formidable gaze, a distorted sense of identification with a powerful adversary. He attempted to numb himself with heavier studies and practice, striving to dissect this anomaly with cold logic. Yet, every night, in the solitude of his four-poster bed, those images and sensations would surge uncontrollably. He felt agitated, infuriated, and profoundly powerless over his own unruliness. He had to act. He needed to shatter this increasingly passive situation. He could not allow Abraxas Malfoy to wield such profound influence over his emotions and thoughts. He recalled the gifts Abraxas had bestowed upon him: the pass for the restricted section, Whispers of Shadows, the Eye of Insight, the Nightmare Feather Quill, and that enigmatic pendant box. Each gift seemed a bait, drawing him deeper into the web woven by Abraxas. He needed to reciprocate, not with some childish prank aimed at embarrassing the other, but with a true gift that would catch Abraxas off guard, even perplex him. For several nights, he immersed himself in research within the room of requirement, combining the theories from Whispers of Shadows regarding emotional and magical resonance, the perceptual magic techniques from the Eye of Insight, and his own unique understanding of ancient runes. He refrained from employing any dangerous or malicious magic, focusing instead on resonance and reflection. Ultimately, he crafted a brooch. The base was fashioned from ordinary silver, yet set within it was not a gem, but a small piece of obsidian that he had meticulously enchanted, harboring a faint trace of his own magical signature. This obsidian was intricately carved with a nearly imperceptible array of runes, its purpose not to attack or surveil, but to emit a gentle warmth when the wearer experienced significant emotional fluctuations, particularly those induced by Tom himself, subtly reflecting the strongest corresponding emotions in color. This was not a prank. Rather, it served as a silent declaration and a test. It announced that Tom was not entirely passive. He too was observing, perceiving. It probed the extent of Abraxas's interest in him. On an ordinary morning, as the owls once again flooded into the great hall, Tom instructed one of the school's owls to deliver a small box wrapped in plain parchment to the front of the Slytherin table, directly before Abraxas Malfoy. There were no signatures, no notes. Abraxas, engaged in discussion with Theonate, raised an eyebrow at the simple parcel, curiosity flickering across his face. He elegantly unwrapped it, revealing the simplistic yet subtly extraordinary obsidian brooch within. He toyed with the brooch between his fingers, his gray-blue eyes scrutinizing the intricate carvings and the seemingly flowing darkness within. Initially, confusion marred his features, but then, as if he sensed something, his gaze sharpened. He attempted to channel a hint of magic into the brooch, and upon sensing something, his action stilled. He lifted his gaze, locking onto Tom, seated at the far end of the long table. Tom met his gaze evenly, his expression devoid of emotion, though his heart raced violently in his chest. Abraxas regarded him for a long moment, a slow smile curving at the corners of his mouth. It was not a smile laced with mockery or mischief, but one imbued with depth and complexity, mingled with surprise, admiration, and a hint of genuine intrigue. He said nothing, merely affixing the brooch with care to the left lapel of his dark green robe, just beneath the badge of head boy. Then, directing a nearly imperceptible nod toward Tom, he acknowledged him. In that instant, Tom understood that his gift had been received. The silent, perilous, yet strangely charged game between him and Abraxas Malfoy had entered a new phase, one that even he could not anticipate. He gazed at the obsidian brooch glimmering subtly in the hall's light, feeling the acceleration of his heartbeat and the unfamiliar, searing thrill within his chest. He realized that some boundaries, once crossed, could never be reclaimed. His distinct interest in Abraxas Malfoy had transcended the realms of rivalry and inconvenience, evolving into something far more intricate, indefinable, and perilous. Chapter 47, The Silent Confrontation. During Monday's Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall maintained her usual stern demeanor. Today's lesson focused on the advanced application of the vanishing spell, aimed at making more complex, inanimate objects disappear, such as a stack of parchment or a set of quills. The vanishing spell tested not only the precision of the incantation and the strength of one's magical ability, but, more crucially, one's understanding of the essence of the object and the resolute will to render it null. McGonagall's sharp gaze swept across the classroom. Any hint of hesitation or attachment to the object would result in failure. Now, form pairs and supervise each other in practice. The classroom erupted with the sounds of moving desks and students seeking partners. Tom was about to seek out a quiet classmate who would not disrupt him, when he noticed Abraxas Malfoy had effortlessly settled into the empty seat beside him. "It appears we are to be partners once again, Mr. Riddle." Abraxas drew his wand, adorned with that familiar smile that Tom had grown accustomed to, a blend of sincerity and mockery, hoping that this time he would not have to sacrifice himself to elicit Tom's emotions as he had during their practice of the joyous charm. Tom disregarded the jibe, placing a stack of parchment in the center of the table. "Let us commence." They took turns casting the vanishing spell upon the parchment. Tom's incantation was precise and unwavering. The parchment vanished repeatedly beneath the tip of his wand, with hardly a misstep. Abraxas was equally at ease, his vanishing spell imbued with a certain effortless elegance, as if the disappearance of the object were the most natural occurrence. Professor McGonagall roamed the classroom, occasionally pausing to guide other students. Upon witnessing the near-perfect performance of this duo, a hint of satisfaction flickered across her otherwise stern countenance. Midway through their practice, Abraxas suddenly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, audible only to Tom. "Do you know, Tom? I've recently discovered an intriguing phenomenon." As Tom prepared for his next spell, he paused imperceptibly at the words, not raising his gaze. "What phenomenon?" "Regarding that brooch." Abraxas lightly tapped the obsidian brooch pinned to his collar, noting its occasional subtle reactions. For instance, when someone successfully modified a complex potion in the potions classroom, it would emit a faint warmth. When another individual in the library illuminated with understanding of an exceedingly obscure ancient text, its internal hues seemed to deepen. Tom's heart raced suddenly. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Abraxas, whose smile hinted at an unsettling awareness. How could he perceive so clearly? The design of that brooch was supposed to be exceedingly obscure. "Your imagination is quite vivid." Tom forced himself to maintain composure, though his voice betrayed a hint of tension. "Is it?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, perhaps amused. "What intrigues me more is," he leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, "the way it conveys a blend of annoyance, vigilance, and a tinge of embarrassment when someone, like now, attempts to feign calm after their thoughts have been uncovered. It is remarkably vivid." A rush of warmth surged to Tom's cheeks. He gripped his wand tightly, nearly losing control and casting a silent binding spell upon Abraxas. His carefully crafted response, intended to probe the other, had inadvertently transformed into a tool for Abraxas to scrutinize his emotions. "It seems my little gift has led Mr. Malfoy to develop a rather tedious misconception," Tom managed to utter through clenched teeth. "Misconception?" Abraxas chuckled softly, reclining against his chair, the glimmer in his gray-blue eyes betraying a spark of delight. "My dear Tom, we both know this is no mere illusion. It is a resonance." He regarded Tom meaningfully. "You feel my attention, and I can now perceive your reactions with greater clarity. This is quite fair, is it not?" "Fair?" Tom nearly laughed in anger. This had never been a fair game. From the outset, this insufferable platinum-haired scion had possessed all the resources and the upper hand. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted their silent skirmish. "Mr. Riddle, Mr. Malfoy, if your private conversation has concluded, please resume your practice. The other groups need to observe and learn." Tom snapped back to reality, realizing many classmates were curiously observing them. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury in his chest and the damned accelerated heartbeat ignited by Abraxas's words, refocusing his attention on the parchment before him. "Evanesco." The parchment vanished instantly, clean and decisive. Abraxas regarded him, a deeper smile gracing his lips. He raised his wand to a new stack of parchment, effortlessly uttering the incantation. The parchment similarly disappeared. In the ensuing practice, an eerie silence enveloped the two. No words exchanged, only the movements of wands and the vanishing of objects. Yet, an invisible, taut tension hung between them, more suffocating than any heated argument. Tom could distinctly sense Abraxas's gaze upon him. It was no longer merely scrutinizing or playful, but bore the quality of an intrigued observer admiring a captivating moving tableau. He, in turn, could not help but perceive Abraxas's presence, noting every subtle motion and change in expression. He could even feel the pendant box, gifted by Abraxas and nestled within his robe's lining, seemingly emanating a faint warmth that resonated with his current turmoil. This mutual, Silent awareness and influence stirred within him an unprecedented agitation, coupled with a peculiar, morbid intimacy. When the class bell rang, Tom almost immediately gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. "Wait, Tom." Abraxas called out to him. Tom halted, not turning back. Abraxas approached his side, walking alongside him toward the classroom door, amidst the bustling crowd. His voice clearly reached Tom's ears. "Thank you for your gift. I quite like it." Tom turned his head, casting a frosty glance at him. Abraxas met his gaze, his gray-blue eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, yet within them, there seemed to lie a hint of seriousness he might not have even recognized himself. "It makes me feel," he murmured, as if revealing a secret, "that the distance between us may not be as vast as we once imagined." Having said this, he ceased to look at Tom, turning to meld into the throng of the corridor, leaving Tom standing alone, tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, refusing to subside. Distance. Tom gazed at the direction in which Abraxas had vanished, for the first time acutely aware that the seemingly insurmountable chasm constructed of status, lineage, and character between himself and Abraxas Malfoy was being quietly bridged by something more perilous and ineffable, a profound, mutual attention and resonance. And this connection filled him with dread, yet also an irresistible allure. He knew he could no longer turn back. Chapter 48, Beloved Playthings. The changes were subtle, yet unmistakable. Abraxas Malfoy had not altered his core approach towards Tom Riddle, which consisted of a melange of interest, teasing, probing, and an intangible sense of control. He still called out, in his languid tone, "My dear Tom," as he strolled through the corridors, still made occasional appearances in the library, the potions classroom, or even the castle hallways where Tom liked to walk, teasing his taut nerves with words or actions. Yet, Tom sensed a shift. Previously, Abraxas's attention resembled the playful manipulation of a new and intriguing toy that resisted compliance, imbued with a sense of condescension. Now, that attention bore a hint of almost fastidious appreciation. It was as if a collector had acquired a unique treasure, while still indulging in whimsy. He would no longer treat it like an ordinary plaything, but would carefully observe its changing luster, occasionally polish it, and ensure it remained untouched by the unworthy. During one spell class, Professor Flitwick instructed them to practice a slightly more complex variant of the summoning charm. A clumsy Gryffindor student mishandled the spell, causing its errant light to skew towards Tom, who was engrossed in his own practice. Just as the errant light was about to graze the hem of Tom's robes, a swifter, more precise, silent spell shot from the back of the classroom, deftly dispersing the wayward incantation into harmless sparks. Tom abruptly turned his head, only to see Abraxas conversing quietly with Theonot, as if the earlier aggression had not originated from him. However, when Tom's gaze met his, Abraxas's gray-blue eyes darted towards Tom for a fleeting moment, revealing an unmistakable look of warning, akin to a possessive sentiment. "My belongings are not to be sullied by others." Before he resumed his nonchalance, during meals in the Great Hall, Tom consistently opted for a seat at the end of the long table, close to the entrance. The illustrious Slytherin prince no longer approached him directly with an invitation to the front. Instead, he would subtly signal a senior student, or merely with a glance. Someone would eagerly make space for Tom at the front and warmly beckon him over. This invisible pressure irritated Tom far more than Abraxas's direct intervention, as it signified that Abraxas's influence had permeated his surroundings, weaving a web from which he found it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. The most pronounced instance occurred at Slughorn's Slug Club gathering. An official from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement expressed a keen interest in Tom, the enigmatic yet remarkably gifted young student, regarding him with the scrutinizing gaze typically reserved for rare creatures. He posed numerous inquiries concerning Tom's lineage and his self-taught skills, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible air of superiority and curiosity. Tom maintained his decorum, responding with impeccable precision, yet internally, he harbored an intense aversion towards such probing. Just as the official attempted to delve further, inquiring about his recollections of his Muggle parents, Abraxas, bearing a goblet of mead, interjected into the conversation like a silver-green guardian. "Mr. Albert," he smiled, his tone respectful yet unmistakably interruptive, "your concern for Hogwarts's rising stars is commendable. However, rather than delving into the past, might we discuss the future? For instance, the recent restructuring within the Department of International Magical Cooperation, which I hear has significantly impacted certain ancient families' overseas enterprises." He deftly redirected the conversation to a topic of interest to the official, pertaining to the interests of pureblood families, seamlessly extricating Tom from the uncomfortable inquisition without appearing overly deliberate. As anticipated, the official's focus shifted. In the intervals of their dialogue, Abraxas cast a glance back at Tom, his expression tranquil and placid, as if he had simply performed a trivial act. Yet Tom deciphered the underlying message, "Only I may toy with you." Only I may probe into your depths. Others? They lack the privilege. This sense of being designated as a personal possession ignited a wave of humiliating heat within Tom. Yet simultaneously, an absurd, protective sense of reassurance quietly coursed through him, fleetingly elusive, leaving behind a deeper self-loathing. Abraxas seemed to revel in Tom's intricate response. The gifts he bestowed upon Tom began to change. No longer mere books or magical artifacts, they occasionally manifested as small boxes of chocolates from a French wizarding confectionery, reputed to slightly enhance memory, or a note penned in ornate calligraphy detailing the source of an obscure magical technique. On one occasion, after a Quidditch practice, still radiating with the warmth of exertion, he thrust an ancient-looking notebook, bound in dragon hide, into Tom's hands as he prepared to head to the library. "Here," he said casually, as if handing over a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "Within are some advanced applications of the silencing charm and wandless magic, casually noted by my great-grandfather. It may provide you with some inspiration." He paused, his gray-blue eyes glinting in the sunset. "Do not lose it. It's a one-of-kind treasure." Clutching the heavy notebook, imbued with potent magical resonance, felt akin to gripping a branding iron. Abraxas was not merely showcasing the Malfoy lineage. He was further solidifying their twisted, unequal connection through what nearly resembled the sharing of a family heirloom. "Why give me this?" Tom's voice came out dry. Abraxas tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before revealing an extraordinarily beautiful, yet insidiously cruel smile. "Because," he replied lightly, "I relish watching my cherished toy become ever more astonishing." His frankness was disarming, delivered with the same casualness as one might remark on the pleasantness of the weather. Then, he patted Tom's shoulder and ran off to join his awaiting teammates, leaving Tom standing alone, clutching the searing notebook, his chest constricted with an almost suffocating weight. "Cherished toy." Tom fixed his gaze upon Abraxas's retreating figure until that gleam of platinum hair vanished around the castle corner. He understood that in the heart of Abraxas Malfoy, he had perhaps been elevated from an intriguing novelty to a beloved plaything. His status had risen, his attention increased, and he even occasionally received some measure of care. Yet fundamentally, he remained an object, an article belonging to Abraxas Malfoy, distinct, imbued with high expectations, or, one might say, entertainment value. This realization seeped into Tom like icy venom, permeating his every limb. He ought to feel rage, to harbor immense hatred. Yet, why, when Abraxas regarded him with that possessive gaze, asserting his ownership with such casualness, did Tom feel not only anger and humiliation, but also a perverse, distorted sense of satisfaction? As if within Abraxas's expansive, wondrous world of curiosities, he had finally secured a position of distinction, even if that position was one of wretchedness. Tom squeezed his eyes shut, clutching that precious notebook tightly against his chest, as if drawing upon its cold energy to combat the ever-growing, perilous weakness within. He knew he must become stronger, strong enough to shatter the label of toy, strong enough to ensure that Abraxas Malfoy could no longer gaze upon him with such dismissive, possessive eyes. He turned resolutely and strode towards the library, his silhouette elongated and straightened in the sunset, embodying a desperate determination. Chapter 49, Occupation and Backlash. Tom Riddle's life was being overtaken at an uncontrollable pace by Abraxas Malfoy. Upon awakening in the morning, the first thought that flitted through his mind was no longer which spell to study or which tome to delve into, but rather, would he encounter Malfoy today? Or what did that remark he made yesterday truly signify? When he perused materials in the library, his gaze unconsciously swept to the east side by the window, as though anticipating or resisting the arrival of a certain figure. While concocting potions in the potions classroom, he would instinctively ponder what suggestions or jests Abraxas might offer regarding a particular step. Even in dreams, the platinum-haired, gray-blue-eyed individual appeared with increasing frequency, sometimes taunting him with a wicked grin, at other times as a silhouette under the silvery light of the guardian in the Forbidden Forest, and occasionally merely standing quietly by, regarding him with a profound, inscrutable gaze. Tom felt a profound sense of panic. His thoughts, his time, his inner tranquility were nearly entirely commandeered by Abraxas Malfoy. This individual was like an insidious specter entrenched within his Hogwarts existence, leaving him with no avenue of escape. He attempted to resist, to expel the other from his mind. He immersed himself even more fervently in study and magical practice, using exhaustion to numb himself. He endeavored to connect with other Slytherin students, and even with some seemingly well-disposed Ravenclaws. Yet these conversations remained superficial, failing to leave any lasting impression in his heart. Instead, they only served to accentuate the vivid and irreplaceable presence of Abraxas. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. What he found most intolerable was his growing awareness of Abraxas's subtle habits. For instance, he would unconsciously tap his fingertips against the table while deep in thought. Or when genuinely delighted, the arc of his left lip would curl slightly more than the right. There was also the crisp scent of pine that enveloped him, mingling with a hint of sunshine and grass after Quidditch practice. These trivial pieces of information infiltrated his mind like a virus, impossible to erase. Abraxas, it seemed, reveled in this state of affairs, enjoying the silent, increasingly evident attention from Tom. The more Tom attempted to feign indifference and distance, the more Abraxas's gaze sparkled with a knowing, pleasurable light, as if he were admiring a ruffled cat that could never truly escape. This one-sided, almost pathological obsession ultimately culminated in a backlash one fateful evening. In the room of requirement, Tom was attempting to master an advanced silencing charm he had gleaned from Abraxas's notebook, striving to manipulate multiple objects in complex motions simultaneously. The spell demanded extraordinary concentration and finesse, and Tom had failed countless times, his mind teetering on the brink of exhaustion, frustration threatening to engulf him. Just as he faltered once more, sending objects clattering to the floor, an unnameable fury surged within him. It was not the difficulty of the spell that ignited this rage, but rather the realization that, in that moment of failure, he had conjured an image of Abraxas demonstrating the silencing charm with an infuriatingly effortless elegance. Bang! He struck his fist against the nearby bookshelf, pain shooting through his knuckles, yet it paled in comparison to the turmoil within. Why? Why could he not rid himself of Abraxas's lingering presence? Why was he unable to escape the influence of this individual? Tom gasped heavily, leaning against the cold bookshelf as he sank to the floor. In the darkness, he felt as though his heart was ensnared by an invisible hand, a sensation that encompassed not only anger but also a deeper, unacknowledged sense of helplessness. He had developed a terrifying, twisted dependency on Abraxas Malfoy, a rival he ought to despise and surpass. He relied on his resources, on his challenges, even on that unique, suffocating yet inexplicably comforting attention. This realization pierced through his pride and facade like a poisoned dagger, obliterating the steadfast independence and self-control he had always relied upon, rendering them utterly fragile beneath Abraxas's silent erosion. He curled up in the shadows, burying his face in his knees, for the first time permitting himself to reveal such vulnerability. No one witnessed this moment. Only he knew of the seismic upheaval occurring within the fortress that was Tom Riddle, which he had endeavored to keep cold and impenetrable. After an indeterminate time, he slowly raised his head, his expression once again cloaked in the customary indifference, though the depths of his eyes still betrayed a hint of unrest. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his robes, as if the person who had just lost control was not himself. He walked to the center of the room, raising his wand once more, directing it at the scattered objects. This time, he would not entertain thoughts of Abraxas. He forced himself to concentrate solely on the incantation, focusing on the flow of magic. Wingardium Leviosa. He articulated the spell clearly, no longer in silence. He needed to hear his own voice, to affirm his control. The objects rose steadily. Tom gazed at them, a cold glimmer reassembling in his dark eyes. He could not be consumed. He must retaliate. Since he could not expel Abraxas from his life, he had to discover a means to retain his identity even in this state of possession, or better yet, to turn the tables and allow Abraxas to experience the sensation of being influenced. This war had transcended the external, infiltrating his very soul, and he would never surrender. Chapter 50, The Quidditch Locker Room. The Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw concluded in a resounding victory. Abraxas Malfoy, as the Seeker, executed a splendid Wronski feint at a crucial moment in the game, deftly deceiving his opponents to secure the golden snitch, igniting a wave of cheers throughout the crowd. Tom sat in his customary elevated spot in the stands, observing the platinum-haired figure below, tossed into the air by his teammates, laughing exuberantly in the sunlight. Even from a distance, he could feel the radiant, vibrant energy emanating from Abraxas. He could not deny that, in that moment, Abraxas was indeed dazzling. After the match, as the crowd gradually dispersed, Tom should have returned to the dungeons or the library, yet inexplicably, his footsteps veered towards the locker room at the rear of the Quidditch pitch. He told himself he merely wished to ascertain whether Abraxas would once again appear beside him, radiating the vitality of a recent victor, infused with sweat and sunshine. The sounds of jubilation filled the air outside the locker room, as Slytherin players excitedly discussed the match, their laughter mingling with the sounds of water. Tom stood in a discreet shadowy corner, watching the doors swing open and closed. After a while, the din subsided, and the players began to depart arm in arm, ready to celebrate in the great hall. Finally, Abraxas emerged alone. He was not clad in his team uniform, but wore a casual, clean silver-green sweater, his damp platinum hair clinging to his forehead, his face still flushed from exertion, glistening with moisture. He appeared less deliberately polished than usual, infused with a refreshing authenticity. As he dried his hair with a towel, he scanned the surroundings aimlessly, and then, his gaze landed precisely on Tom in the shadows. A flicker of knowing light danced in his slate blue eyes, followed by the reappearance of that familiar, teasing smile. He approached Tom. "It seems my devoted spectator has prepared a post-match consolation?" Abraxas's voice, tinged with a husky quality from exertion, resonated with an even greater magnetism. Tom stepped out from the shadows, his expression stoic. He brushed past. "Oh, of course." Abraxas chuckled lightly, stepping before Tom, the mingled sense of soap, sweat, and his distinctive pine fragrance enveloping Tom, so potent that he nearly recoiled. "Hogwarts's pathways are truly marvelous, always leading you past fascinating locales." Tom refrained from responding, his gaze fixated on the droplets still clinging to the tips of Abraxas's hair. "Congratulations on your victory." "Thank you." Abraxas tilted his head, scrutinizing him. "Yet, you appear less than thrilled for me. Did you secretly wager on Ravenclaw?" "I have no interest in the outcomes of Quidditch." Tom replied coldly. "How hurtful." Abraxas feigned a wounded expression, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. "I had thought, at the very least, my cherished plaything would feel a modicum of pride in my splendid performance." Here it came again. The term cherished plaything. He uttered it so naturally, as if he had affixed an indelible label upon Tom. Tom felt a surge of anger rising to his head, yet he forcibly suppressed it. He recalled the resolve he had made in the darkness the previous night. He could not allow himself to be provoked. He must learn to maintain his composure under such circumstances and even retaliate. The senioress performance was indeed remarkable. Tom's voice was steady, infused with a rare, almost sincere tone, especially regarding the final feint by Lonsky, where his timing and broom control were nearly impeccable. Abraxas halted his action of drying his hair, gazing at Tom in mild astonishment, seemingly taken aback by such an objective, even admiring comment. This was not typical of Tom's usual demeanor. Meeting his incredulous gaze, Tom continued calmly. "However, if the broomstick's handle were pressed down another half-inch during the dive, it might have made contact with the bludger a fraction of a second earlier, thus preventing the opposing batter from having the opportunity to interfere." The surprise in Abraxas's eyes deepened, quickly transforming into a more profound interest. He set down the towel, crossed his arms, and regarded Tom with keen curiosity. "Oh, I didn't realize you had an understanding of Quidditch tactics. Please, go on. I am merely stating a calculation based on angles and velocity." Tom averted his gaze from Abraxas's intense scrutiny and looked out towards the distant pitch. After all, optimizing details and pursuing perfection is a tradition of Slytherin, is it not? Abraxas chuckled softly, his laughter genuine and delightful. "Merlin, Tom, you never cease to surprise me." He took a step closer, narrowing the distance between them, his damp platinum hair nearly brushing against Tom's forehead. "You know, this composed analysis of yours, attempting to find a flaw in my area of expertise, is 100 times more charming than your usual vehement denials." His breath was warm, imbued with the lingering dampness of a recent shower, mingling with his natural scent to create an aggressively intimate aura. Tom could feel his heartbeat racing uncontrollably, his ears flushing with heat. He forced himself to stand his ground, refusing to retreat, yet his hands, hanging at his sides, clenched tightly. "I am simply stating facts." Tom's voice remained steady, though only he understood the immense effort it required to maintain such composure. The truth was, Abraxas's gaze slowly traversed Tom's face, finally resting on his slightly pursed lips, his voice lowering. "You are more attentive to me than I had anticipated. Even the angle of my broom's tilt is under your scrutiny." Tom's heart constricted sharply. He realized he had made a grave miscalculation. In his attempt to counter with calmness and objectivity, he had inadvertently revealed his overly meticulous observations. This undoubtedly fed Abraxas's smugness. Observing one's opponent is a fundamental skill. Tom attempted to recover. "Opponent?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, a beautifully beguiling smile curving his lips. "My dear Tom, our relationship has long transcended mere rivalry, has it not?" He extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against the collar of Tom's robe, though he did not truly touch his skin. The insinuation of the gesture left Tom feeling rigid. "You know very well." Abraxas's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet carried an undeniable weight. "How much I have occupied your foundational competencies." With that, he withdrew his hand and turned to stride towards the castle, his damp platinum hair shimmering in the evening sun. Tom stood alone, as if ensnared by a binding spell. The evening breeze caressed his flushed ears, offering a hint of coolness, yet it could not quell the tumultuous, searing fire within his chest. Abraxas's words acted as a key, precisely unlocking the understanding he had long sought to confine regarding his encroachment. He could not deny it. Abraxas Malfoy had indeed occupied nearly all aspects of his life at Hogwarts, and he seemed to be gradually losing his way in this silent, unequal invasion. Chapter 51. the final of the Potion Championship. The official day of the Hogwarts Potion Championship had finally arrived. The Great Hall had been temporarily transformed. The long tables of the 4 houses were removed, replaced by 4 fully equipped, separated potion stations. The audience was filled with students and professors. The air thick with excitement and tension. Tom Riddle represented Slytherin. Dressed in a neatly tailored robe, he stood expressionless behind Slytherin's station, inspecting the prepared materials and instruments. Internally, he was not devoid of emotion, but his extensive training and self-control allowed him to suppress all feelings beneath a cold exterior. He sensed the curious, expectant, scrutinizing, and perhaps even envious gazes from the audience. However, the gaze that mattered most to him came from a particularly conspicuous position beside the faculty seating. Abraxas Malfoy had not taken a seat in the house area like the other students. By some means, he had secured a prime spot near the pitch. With an excellent view, he lounged there leisurely, holding a cup of what appeared to be pumpkin juice or something else. His slate blue eyes fixed on Tom with their usual intrigue, as if he were enjoying a well-scripted performance. The competition was presided over by Professor Dumbledore, who announced the challenge to independently complete a randomly assigned complex potion exceeding OWL's level within a limited time frame. The selected potion was the Elixir of Eternity, which demanded immense patience, precision, and subtle control over magical energy. Even the slightest misstep could lead to ruin. The whistle blew, and the competition commenced. Contestants from the 4 houses immediately plunged into the intense process of concoction. The hall resonated only with the bubbling of cauldrons, the subtle sounds of material handling, and the audience's restrained breaths. Tom focused entirely, his movements fluid and precise, weighing, grinding, stirring, and controlling the temperature. Each step was executed with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. His workstation was impeccably organized, resembling a silent artistic performance. He could even spare part of his attention to monitor the progress and potential mistakes of other competitors. A Hufflepuff contestant appeared to falter under pressure, accidentally adding too much powdered unicorn horn, causing the potion's color to destabilize, which sent him into a panic. The Ravenclaw contestant, overly fixated on theoretical perfection, wasted precious time adjusting a non-critical step repeatedly. The Gryffindor contestant was bold and swift, yet their details were somewhat rough around the edges. Only Tom remained as steady as a machine. His potion consistently exhibited a textbook-perfect state, steam rising steadily, and magical fluctuations harmonious. Occasional murmurs of admiration arose from the audience, particularly in the Slytherin section, which was filled with a sense of pride. Professor Slughorn rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face beaming, occasionally pointing out Tom's techniques to Professor McGonagall, his tone brimming with pride. Tom could feel Abraxas's gaze never leaving him. That gaze was no longer merely playful, but bore a near-critical scrutiny, as if evaluating every detail of a work of art to ascertain whether it met expectations. Such scrutiny weighed more heavily on Tom than any applause or criticism, igniting his competitive spirit. He could not afford to fail, especially in front of Abraxas. As the competition reached its most crucial moment, 3 drops of Phoenix Tears needed to be added to the nearly completed potion. These drops had to be applied evenly and consecutively. And in that moment, the caster must employ an exceptionally delicate guidance of their own magical energy to ensure perfect integration with the potion. Tom picked up the crystal dropper filled with Phoenix Tears, holding his breath. The entire room seemed to fall silent. 1 drop, 2 drops. At the very instant the 3rd drop was about to fall, a subtle yet remarkably clear sound of a cauldron shattering emanated from the Gryffindor workstation, piercing through the silence like a clarion call. The Gryffindor contestant, whose technique was rather audacious, evidently lost control of their magical prowess at the last moment, resulting in a minor explosion. This unforeseen turn of events startled everyone present. Tom's heart skipped a beat, yet his hand, steady as a rock, accurately and evenly administered the 3rd drop of Phoenix Tears into the cauldron. Almost simultaneously, he sensed a gentle yet potent wave of magical energy emanating from the direction of the audience, akin to an invisible barrier that gracefully swept across his workstation, effortlessly dissipating the subtle tremors and magical disturbances caused by the Gryffindor explosion. It was Abraxas. Tom refrained from lifting his gaze, yet he was acutely aware it was him. Only he would act in such a manner, and only he possessed the ability to execute such seamless intervention in a moment of haste. He quelled the tumult within and immediately directed all his focus to the final guidance of his magic. After absorbing the 3rd drop of Phoenix Tears, the potion emitted a soft and enduring golden radiance, and a wave of pure, potent life essence enveloped the air. He had succeeded. Moreover, it was the quintessential elixir of eternity. The hall erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Professor Slughorn, in a fit of excitement, leapt from his seat. Tom gradually set down his apparatus and finally raised his head to survey the audience. Abraxas remained seated at a distance, exuding a languid demeanor as if he had done nothing out of the ordinary moments ago. However, when their eyes met, a barely perceptible, satisfied smile curved his lips, as if to convey, "See, I knew you could do it. My assistance is always provided at the most opportune moments." The judges approached to assess the results. Undoubtedly, Tom's elixir of eternity surpassed all others in color, purity, and magical essence, securing him a decisive first place. When Professor Dumbledore announced the results and affixed the emerald-encrusted badge of victory upon Tom's chest, applause resounded throughout the hall once more. Tom inclined his head slightly, his expression remaining inscrutable, yet internally he was not devoid of emotion. He had earned honor and proven his strength, yet he was acutely aware that this victory was not solely his. At that crucial moment, it was Abraxas Malfoy, in his unique manner, who ensured that his creation would not falter due to unforeseen external circumstances. This realization rendered the taste of victory complex. Following the award ceremony, a crowd gradually gathered around him, offering their congratulations. Tom responded politely, yet his gaze traversed the throng in search of that platinum figure. Abraxas did not approach. He merely stood at the periphery of the crowd, arms crossed, observing Tom amidst the adulation, his expression a blend of possession, admiration, and an elusive depth that Tom was increasingly familiar with. Then, he silently mouthed the words towards Tom, "Mine." With that, he turned and gracefully departed the bustling hall. Tom remained rooted to the spot, the champion's badge cold and heavy against his chest, while Abraxas's unvoiced proclamation burned like a flame, searing his heart. He had triumphed in the competition, yet it seemed he had lost far more in this silent war with Abraxas Malfoy. Chapter 52, Rewards and Punishments. The champion of the Potion Championship bestowed upon Tom Riddle an unprecedented level of prestige at Hogwarts. The younger students regarded him with near-worshipful admiration, while the upperclassmen tempered their scorn, compelled to acknowledge the remarkable talents of this orphan from a Muggle institution. Professor Slughorn treated him as a prized gem, granting him increased attention within the Slug Club and even privately promising to advocate for special resources on his behalf. Tom reveled in the respect earned through his own merit, feeling he had taken a step closer to his ambitions. Yet deep within, he understood that the glow of accolades could not entirely obscure the shadow cast by Abraxas Malfoy. In the days following the championship, Abraxas seemed to deliberately reduce his appearances before Tom. He did not casually appear in the library or corridors as he usually did, nor did he deliver new gifts or notes. This abrupt coldness left Tom with an unsettling sense of emptiness. It was as if the incessant noise that had continuously buzzed in his ears had suddenly ceased, emphasizing the overwhelming silence surrounding him. Tom told himself he should be grateful. He could finally focus on his own pursuits without disturbance. Yet, as he sat in the library, surrounded by familiar tomes, he found it difficult to concentrate. When he walked through the empty corridors, the echoes of his footsteps against the stone walls would trigger an unconscious anticipation that someone would emerge around the corner, a platinum figure. This involuntary yearning vexed him immensely, until one evening, 3 days later, as Tom exited the library, preparing to return to the dungeon. He was confronted directly by Abraxas in a secluded hallway, dressed in a formal dark green robe that suggested he had just attended a gathering of a pureblood family. Adorned with an obsidian brooch and the badge of a leader, his platinum hair impeccably styled, he radiated an air of aloof nobility under the dim corridor lights. "Congratulations on your victory, champion," Abraxas remarked, his tone laced with a hint of languid amusement, yet his gaze bore a deeper intensity than usual. Tom paused, calmly regarding him. "Thank you." A belated congratulation. Abraxas retrieved a slender box wrapped in deep purple velvet from within his robe and extended it toward Tom. "Open it and see." Tom hesitated before reaching for the box, eyeing it warily before glancing back at Abraxas. "What is it? A new investment? A reward?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow. For an item that exceeded expectations, an appropriate reward is necessary to encourage continued excellence, is it not? Such objectifying rhetoric caused a tightness in Tom's chest. He could almost surmise what lay within the box, perhaps a more precious tome of magic or a more potent magical artifact. Yet, he was mistaken. As he cautiously accepted the box, untied the ribbon, and lifted the lid, he was greeted not by a book or an object, but rather a feather quill. However, this quill was unlike any other. The shaft was crafted from a smooth, black wood imbued with dark golden veining, polished to a mirror-like sheen, warm to the touch. The nib was an unusual metal that shimmered with an eerie blue hue, elegantly shaped and sharp. The entire quill emanated an aura of ancient, subdued magical energy, lacking the coldness of a night steed's feather, instead imbued with a deeper sense of mystery. "This is the heart of Shadowwood," Abraxas casually introduced. "The shaft is derived from the core of a long-extinct magical tree, reputed to better harness and channel dark attributes of magic, and it offers additional enhancements for protective runes. He paused, observing Tom's astonished expression with apparent satisfaction. I believe it suits you far better than the Knight's Deed's feather. After all, your studies are increasingly straying beyond the realms bathed in sunlight, are they not? Tom held the quill, feeling it was far heavier than it appeared. Abraxas not only understood what he was researching, but had also accurately anticipated his future direction. This reward felt less like a mere gift and more like a silent acknowledgement and further guidance. Guide him deeper towards those hidden powers. Why give me this? Tom's voice was somewhat dry. He found himself asking Abraxas the same question most frequently. Why? I mentioned rewards. Abraxas stepped closer, the dim light of the corridor casting ambiguous shadows across his face. You have won the competition, proving my discernment. Naturally, I must offer commensurate recompense. His gaze fell upon the quill in Tom's hand, then slowly ascended to lock onto Tom's eyes. Of course, reward and punishment always coexist. Tom's heart tightened suddenly. Punishment? Abraxas extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing over the championship badge on Tom's chest, the gesture gentle yet imbued with an undeniable sense of possession. Punishment is, his voice lowered, carrying a dangerous magnetism. You made me wait 3 days before granting me the opportunity to personally bestow this congratulation. His fingertips glided over the surface of the badge, cold to the touch, yet sending a shiver through Tom. Remember, Tom, Abraxas's gaze sharpened, flickering with an almost warning light. Every success, every moment of brilliance, must be presented to me first. I do not relish waiting, especially not for the radiance that belongs to me. With that, he withdrew his hand, no longer regarding Tom, and vanished into the depths of the corridor as if he had never existed. Tom stood alone, cradling the exquisite, alluring Shadowheart quill beneath the chill of the championship badge, his skin still tingling from Abraxas's touch. Reward and punishment. Abraxas had made it abundantly clear with a mere quill. I admire your abilities. I will furnish you with the resources you require, but your brilliance must unfold under my watchful gaze. Your achievements must first be witnessed and rewarded by me. Any waiting that exists beyond his control is utterly intolerable and warrants punishment. This delineates an exceedingly twisted, controlling relationship. Tom ought to feel anger, should hurl the quill to the ground and shatter it. Yet he did not. He merely clutched the Shadowheart tightly, the warm wooden texture seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment, soothing the unease within him born from Abraxas's neglect, while simultaneously heralding a deeper warning regarding bondage. He realized that Abraxas's interest in him transcended mere amusement. It was a more intense, almost obsessive desire for possession, and he appeared to be sinking deeper into this perilous yearning. Chapter 53. Chains. Hogwarts in December was once again enveloped in a thick Christmas atmosphere. The castle was adorned with holly and mistletoe, armor singing off-key carols, and the air was rich with the sweet aromas of gingerbread and mulled wine. For most students, it was a time for reunion with family. The great hall filled with laughter and the joy of unwrapping gifts. Tom Riddle chose to remain at school. He had no home to return to, nor any relatives to send him gifts. In years past, he would either wander alone through the empty castle, feeling the sharp contrast between the festive ambience and his own solitude, or immerse himself in the library or the room of requirement, seeking to fill that void with knowledge. This year, however, seemed somewhat different. On the eve of the holiday, an owl delivered a mountain of packages. Tom sat at the familiar end of the Slytherin table, facing only a glass of water. He calmly observed the surrounding revelry, as if an outsider, yet deep within, there lingered a faint, unacknowledged anticipation. Anticipating what? He dared not ponder. However, when a pure white, remarkably majestic snowy owl swept through the noisy crowd of owls, precisely halting before him to drop off a long, elegantly wrapped box in deep green paper with silver stripes, Tom felt his heart flutter as if gently nudged by some unseen force. It seems our reclusive Mr. Riddle is, after all, deserving of a gift this Christmas. Abraxas's voice chimed with amusement. He had taken a seat beside Tom, clad in a silver-gray turtleneck that accentuated his pale complexion, resembling a model stepped straight out of a Christmas card. Tom did not glance at the box, his gaze fixed upon Abraxas. Mr. Malfoy, should you not be celebrating at home? The family dinner does not commence until tomorrow. Abraxas rested his chin upon his hand, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with delight, and besides, I believe it is quite important to ascertain whether my investment has received the proper holiday attention before indulging in those tedious social engagements. He gestured toward the box. Shall we not open it? I assure you, this time there are no unexpected surprises. Tom hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out, untied the exquisite silver ribbon, and carefully unwrapped the paper. Inside lay a dark, hard case covered in fine velvet. He opened the lid. Resting upon the black velvet lining was a necklace. The chain was woven from mithril, extremely slender yet resilient, glinting with a cold sheen. The pendant, however, caused Tom to catch his breath. It was a lifelike, coiled serpent pendant. The serpent's body was carved from a profound emerald, as if imbued with the very essence of the cosmos, its scales intricately detailed. While its eyes were two tiny, blood-red rubies that shimmered with an otherworldly glow under the light of the hall. The entire serpent was both elegant and powerful, exuding an ancient, mysterious aura that perfectly aligned with Slytherin's emblem, yet was far more exquisite and personal than the house crest. Tom found himself at a loss for words. This necklace was far too extraordinary. It felt less like an ordinary adornment and more like a token imbued with profound significance. A trinket, Abraxas remarked nonchalantly. I thought it suited you well. The green, belonging to Slytherin, complements your eyes that always seem to be scheming. The red, representing, well, some more fervent qualities? He chuckled, his tone casual, yet his gaze remained fixed on Tom's reaction. Do you like it? Tom's fingers lightly brushed against the cool, smooth emerald serpent's body. Feeling the powerful magical aura contained within, resonating oddly with his own latent power. The value of this necklace undoubtedly surpassed any gift he had previously received. It felt too personal, too symbolic, too precious. Tom attempted to refuse, but his voice lacked conviction. Precious? Abraxas raised an eyebrow. Value is relative. He seized the necklace, effortlessly draping it around Tom's neck. The cool mithril chain and emerald pendant pressed against Tom's skin, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Abraxas's fingers deftly secured the clasp at the back of his neck, the brief contact sending an electric jolt through him. See, how fitting it is. Abraxas stepped back to admire, his gray-blue eyes brimming with unabashed satisfaction, as though it were always meant to belong to you. Tom lowered his gaze to the emerald serpent pendant resting against his chest, its blood-red eyes seemingly locking onto his own. He felt an unprecedented sense of being marked, as though Abraxas had imprinted an invisible ownership declaration upon him through this necklace. Why? Tom asked that question once more, but this time, his voice carried deeper confusion and a hint of barely perceptible wavering. Abraxas gazed at him, his eyes lingering on the emerald serpent pendant that lay quietly upon Tom's black robe, observing the momentary confusion reflected in Tom's dark eyes, which perpetually endeavored to conceal emotions. After a brief silence, he slowly lifted a faint yet seemingly enchanting smile. For, he murmured, his voice cutting through the clamor of the hall with striking clarity. Christmas always requires a touch of silver and green, does it not? He extended his hand, gently squeezing Tom's somewhat rigid shoulder adorned with the necklace. Merry Christmas, my dear Tom. With that, he did not linger, turning away to leave the hall, leaving Tom standing alone, adorned with the expensive and suggestive pendant. His heart brimming with a tumult of intricate emotions. Silver and green, the colors of Slytherin. They were also the indelible hues that Abraxas Malfoy had forcibly applied to Tom Riddle's monotonous and dreary world. Tom caressed the emerald serpent pendant resting against his chest, its cold touch now seemingly infused with the lingering warmth of Abraxas's fingertips. He realized that this Christmas, and countless days ahead, he would be unable to extricate himself from the entanglement of silver and green. The necklace felt like a chain, firmly ensnaring him within the confines of Abraxas Malfoy. What unsettled him further was the dawning awareness that, alongside resistance and anger, he was beginning to cultivate a morbid, distorted acceptance of this entanglement. Chapter 54, Mistletoe. On the morning following the official commencement of the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts Castle appeared to be enveloped in a deep slumber. The majority of students had departed, leaving only a sparse few, which revealed an unprecedented emptiness and tranquility in the usually bustling edifice. Outside, the snow continued to fall relentlessly, draping the world in a pristine white, while only the frozen surface of the Black Lake resembled a vast and somber pane of glass. Tom Riddle had awakened early, habitually. He made his way towards the great hall, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty corridors with notable clarity. Most of the long tables had been removed, leaving only a small, symbolic one, adorned with a pristine tablecloth and a few simple breakfast items. The house elves seemed to have relaxed their pace during the holiday. As the food did not accumulate on the table as it typically did, he poured himself a glass of lukewarm milk, took 2 slices of toast, and sat at one end of the long table, eating quietly. This silence was something he ought to have relished, allowing him to reflect and plan without interruption. Yet, for reasons unknown, this year's stillness seemed laced with a sense of indescribable anticipation. Ever since being targeted by some platinum-haired scoundrel, his holidays had never truly been quiet. He touched his neck, the cold sensation of the emerald serpent pendant penetrating through the fabric of his robe, reminding him of that silver and green Christmas gift and the one who bestowed it. It seemed that even the quality of Hogwarts breakfast, during the holiday, had diminished. Much like its warming charm, a voice, imbued with a languid mirth, shattered the silence like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Tom's grip on the cup tightened imperceptibly, but he did not immediately raise his gaze. Abraxas Malfoy stood at the entrance of the Great Hall, clad in a substantial silver-gray traveling cloak adorned with a fur collar. Snowflakes still clinging to his shoulders, his platinum hair gleaming even in the dim morning light. A flush from the cold lingered on his face, and his gray-blue eyes sparkled with a familiar, mischievous gleam, as if he were quite pleased with his fortuitous appearance once more. I would have thought Mr. Malfoy was currently at Malfoy Manor, indulging in a breakfast meticulously prepared by the house elves, one that would not suffer in quality, Tom finally remarked, his tone flat. Oh, typically. Yes, Abraxas replied, shedding his cloak and casually draping it over the back of a nearby chair, revealing a tailored dark green sweater underneath. He effortlessly settled into the seat opposite Tom, filling an empty cup with milk. But the thought of a certain lonely little fellow possibly gnawing on stale bread here, lamenting in an empty hall, makes the honeyed mead and roasted sausages at the family breakfast table lose their appeal. He took a sip of milk, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, it pales in comparison to what I have at home. Tom ignored his comments about the little fellow and self-pity. So, did the senior student return specifically to experience Hogwarts discounted breakfast? One could say that. Abraxas set down his cup, propping his chin on his hand, taking a keen interest in Tom while discreetly checking whether his gift was being properly worn. His gaze subtly swept over Tom's neck, evidently satisfied with its placement. The green complements your eyes remarkably, especially when you are attempting to curse me with your glare. Tom instinctively reached to hide the necklace beneath his robe, but quickly realized that such an action would only betray his unease. He forced himself to remain still. Thank you for your gift, Mr. Malfoy. It is quite exquisite. Exquisite? Abraxas raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. My dear Tom, this was crafted by a master goblin artisan. Merely sourcing matching serpent's eye gemstones took half a year. To call it exquisite seems rather understated. He feigned a wounded expression. Could you not muster a hint of surprise? Even a mere elevation of your lips by a millimeter? Surprise typically stems from the unexpected, Tom replied calmly. And your appearance seems perpetually predictable. Abraxas paused, then broke into a low chuckle, his laughter resonating clearly in the empty hall. Oh, Merlin, Tom. Are you suggesting that I ought to make my appearances more surprising? Would you prefer I leap out from behind suits of armor or chandeliers like Peeves? I would prefer silence, Tom replied tersely. Silence. Abraxas surveyed the stillness of the hall. Is it not quiet enough here? So quiet one could hear the portrait snoring. Frankly, lingering in such an environment for too long could lead one to mildew. Suddenly, he leaned forward, lowering his voice with a hint of mystery. Care for a bit of fun? Tom regarded him warily. What sort of fun? Follow me, and you shall find out. Abraxas rose, unceremoniously taking hold of Tom's wrist. His fingers were warm, and his grip was unyielding. Tom instinctively considered breaking free, but Abraxas had already pulled him towards the exit of the hall. The corridor remained deserted, the only sound being the crackling of torches mounted on the walls. Where are you taking me? Tom attempted to sound composed, yet his feet involuntarily followed Abraxas. To a place that might melt that iceberg of a face of yours just a tad, Abraxas replied without looking back, his tone light. Trust me, it's far more entertaining than returning to that tome on advanced potion making. They traversed several corridors, finally arriving at a door adorned with a massive wreath of mistletoe. It was an entrance to the greenhouse seldom used. Look above, Abraxas gestured for Tom to raise his gaze. Tom complied, observing that the archway was not only festooned with a wreath of holly and pine branches, but also entwined with clusters of mistletoe, their white berries shimmering with a soft, pearlescent glow under the influence of magic. As far as I know, Abraxas drawled leisurely, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. According to an ancient tradition, a person standing beneath the mistletoe cannot refuse a kiss. His gray-blue eyes turned towards Tom, brimming with playful challenge. So what do you say? Care to give it a try? Tom's heart raced, a rush of warmth flooding to his cheeks. He could almost feel his ears burning with embarrassment. Bored? He attempted to shake off Abraxas's grip, but the latter held on tightly. Bored? Abraxas feigned surprise. This is a romantic tradition that has endured for centuries. How many young wizards yearn for such a scene? And you dare to dismiss it as mere boredom? He leaned in closer, his warm breath almost brushing against Tom's ear. Or perhaps you're actually feeling nervous, my dear Tom? Afraid I might do something truly audacious? Tom fixed his gaze upon him, his dark eyes smoldering with suppressed anger and a hint of mortification. Let go of me, Malfoy. Oh, don't be such a spoilsport. Abraxas not only refused to release him, but gently tugged Tom closer beneath the arch, where they both stood in the shadow of the mistletoe. Look, now we are both blessed by it. He grinned like a cat that had just caught its prey. According to tradition, I believe I am entitled to a small token of appreciation. Tom felt his breath catch in his throat. He stared at Abraxas's face, mere inches away, those gray-blue eyes sparkling with mischief, and the subtly upturned, elegantly shaped lips captured him in a strange mix of panic and an unacknowledged anticipation. Yet, Abraxas made no further move. He merely maintained that excruciatingly close distance, relishing the rare, flustered expression that graced Tom's face. After several long seconds, he suddenly released his hold and stepped back, bursting into hearty laughter. "Merlin, look at your expression," he chuckled, almost doubling over. "We should capture this moment with a magical camera." Hogwarts' calmest second year, terrified under the mistletoe like a tree guardian. Tom stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving. The tension and inexplicable disappointment from that fleeting moment transformed into a torrent of fury. "You? Me? What have I done?" Abraxas halted his laughter, innocently blinking. "I was merely jesting, dear Tom. A harmless little joke fitting the festive spirit. You didn't genuinely believe I would kiss you, did you?" He deliberately elongated the word kiss, the teasing tone unmistakable. Tom clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He felt like a fool, effortlessly toyed with by Abraxas. Yet, seemingly oblivious to Tom's rage, Abraxas produced a small glass vial from his pocket, filled with a clear liquid that shimmered with a faint green hue. Though the kiss was a jest, the gift was very real. He pressed the vial into Tom's hand. Holly juice, a special edition, infused with something invigorating. Perfect for staying alert during this drowsy holiday. The flavor is said to resemble toothpaste, but its effect is certainly milder than Madame Pomfrey's tonics. Tom gazed at the inexplicable liquid in his hand, then looked back at Abraxas's beaming face, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right." Abraxas clapped his hands as if concluding a significant task. "I must return, or my mother will send someone to fetch me. Enjoy your quiet holiday, Tom. Remember to think of me." He blew Tom a kiss and turned away, humming a disjointed Christmas carol as he leisurely departed. Tom stood alone beneath the mistletoe, clutching the cool vial of holly juice, a sense of unnameable frustration swelling within him. He watched Abraxas vanish from sight, and after a long moment, he unscrewed the cap, cautiously inhaling its scent. A powerful, refreshing aroma of mint, lemon, and some unknown herb filled his nostrils, indeed reminiscent of toothpaste. After a brief hesitation, he tilted his head back and took a small sip. The icy liquid slid down his throat, delivering an intense clarity that seemed to pierce through to the very core of his being, instantly dispelling the irritation and the vague turmoil stirred by the earlier jest. "Damn Malfoy," he muttered under his breath, tightening the cap. Yet, there was no denying that this concoction was indeed quite invigorating. He glanced up once more at the mistletoe above, its white berries still shimmering under the magical glow. Then, he turned and strode away from the disquieting scene. His posture still erect, yet the lingering flush at his ears betrayed his true feelings from that moment. Chapter 55. Flying lessons in the snow for several consecutive days. Hogwarts lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of snow, the sky resembling a washed-out lead-gray canvas, occasionally allowing a few meager rays of sunlight to filter through. Tom endeavored to remain in the library or the room of requirement, filling his time with the books and notes he had procured from Abraxas, attempting to push aside thoughts of that golden-haired scoundrel and his vexatious antics. However, Abraxas seemed determined to disrupt Tom's peace. He did not appear every day, but would sporadically return to the castle, making his presence known in various unexpected ways. Sometimes, he would suddenly materialize beside the shelves Tom frequented, offering seemingly casual yet astute commentary on some esoteric tome of magical theory, leaving behind a remark about an amusing error in Chapter 13 for Tom to ponder over. Other times, he would have his owl, Snowy, deliver an assortment of bizarre trinkets, a color-changing ink bottle, a quill that wrote only to have its words vanish half an hour later, or a bag of candies supposedly from honeydukes that tasted suspiciously like earwax. Tom regarded most of these gifts with indifference, yet deep within, he had to concede that these seemingly mundane gestures indeed shattered the monotony of his holiday. Even bringing a flicker of enjoyment, he was reluctant to admit. It was like a vibrant, mischievous bird intruding upon an otherwise silent expanse of ice, though bothersome. It imbued the stark, white world with a semblance of life. This afternoon, Tom resolved to momentarily set aside his books and venture outside for some fresh air. He wrapped his thin robes tighter around him and walked through the snow-laden courtyard, the biting wind slicing against his face. He reached the edge of the Black Lake, gazing at the frozen surface and the snow-draped forbidden forest in the distance, his breath crystallizing into a frosty mist. At that moment, a familiar sound of a broom slicing through the air drew near. Tom looked up to see Abraxas soaring on his Comet 260, performing various daring spirals and dives above the castle, clad in a silver-green Quidditch uniform, topped with a warming dragon-hide coat. His platinum hair stood out against the gray sky like a banner. Spotting Tom by the lake, he promptly adjusted his course, executing a thrilling dive that brought him dangerously close to the castle towers, sending up a spray of snow before landing gracefully a short distance from Tom. the tail of the broom tracing an elegant arc in the snow. Looks like our bookworm has finally decided to leave his heap of papers and experience the chill of the real world. Abraxas leaped off the broom, his face flushed from exertion, wearing his usual grin. What do you say? Want to give it a try? I bet seeing Hogwarts' snowy landscape from the air is 1,000 times more exhilarating than standing on the ground like a snowman. Tom regarded the broom he had seen countless times from the Quidditch stands, marveling at its impressive performance, then glanced at Abraxas's expression of invitation, coldly declining. I'm not interested in becoming an ice pop while riding a broom in this frigid wind. Oh, come now, Tom. Abraxas stepped a few paces closer, twirling the broom with ease in his hands. Fear is not a trait befitting a Slytherin. A glimmer of mischief flickered in his slate blue eyes. You cannot actually fly, can you? A prodigious student gifted in potions and charms, yet unable to ride a broomstick? This is undoubtedly the most lamentable revelation of the century. Tom pressed his lips tightly together. Indeed, he was not adept at it, or rather, he had scarcely encountered a flying broomstick. In the orphanage, he had no opportunity. And after enrolling, he devoted all his energy to the theoretical aspects of magic and those he deemed more advanced spells, consistently scoffing at sports like Quidditch. Merely a personal choice, he stated stiffly. Personal choice? Abraxas raised an eyebrow. I dare say it is more akin to a personal deficiency. Come now. Allow me to impart upon you this crucial lesson of your life. Without further ado, he thrust the broomstick into Tom's hands. Hold it, feel it. This is the latest model, far more obedient than those antiquated relics at school. Tom instinctively caught the broom's handle. The wood was smooth to the touch, resonating with the subtle vibrations of magical runes. Now mount it, Abraxas commanded. Tom hesitated, but under the weight of Abraxas's challenging gaze, he complied and mounted the broom. It felt somewhat awkward. The broom trembled slightly in his grasp, seemingly unruly. Relax. Do not envision it as a mere stick. Consider it an extension of your own body. Abraxas approached from behind, gently placing his hands on Tom's waist to adjust his posture. Yes, just like that. Lean forward. Maintain your balance. Tom instantly stiffened. The warmth of Abraxas's hands penetrated through his thin robe, a palpable sensation. He could almost feel the warmth radiating from Abraxas's chest, imbued with the scent of pine. Such an intimate contact sent shivers down his spine, making him want to leap off immediately. Do not move. Abraxas's voice whispered in his ear, tinged with a slight breathlessness. Brushing against his earlobe. Do you wish to fall into the mud? Trust me, that would be far more humiliating than being whisked away by my broom. Tom forced himself to relax, though his heart raced uncontrollably. He focused intently, striving to sense the magical flow within the broom, and following Abraxas's guidance, he softly uttered, up. The broom swayed unsteadily before lifting off the ground, ascending to about a foot above the earth. Excellent. Abraxas encouraged, his hand still firmly supporting Tom's waist. Now, try moving forward, slowly. Imagine gliding over smooth ice. Tom cautiously maneuvered the broom, which began to fly forward, albeit in a somewhat wobbly manner. The frigid air rushed toward him, infused with the freshness of post-snowfall. From this height, the snow-covered castle and courtyard presented a perspective that was serene and magnificent, entirely distinct from the ground below. See, it's not so difficult, is it? Abraxas's voice carried a hint of amusement. You are learning quickly, Tom. Perhaps next year you might consider trying out for the Quidditch team, serving as a substitute for our seekers in Slytherin? He paused, adding, of course, provided you first learn how to grasp the golden snitch without falling off your broom. Tom ignored his teasing, concentrating all his attention on controlling the broom. Gradually, he began to find his rhythm, and the flight became smoother. Just then, Abraxas suddenly released his hold on Tom's waist. Try it on your own. In that instant of losing support, panic surged within Tom, and the broom began to buck violently, plummeting downward. Instinctively, he tightened his grip and leaned forward, attempting to regain his balance. Steady. Lower your center of gravity. Abraxas shouted from below, his voice devoid of any tension, instead filled with a sense of amusement. Gritting his teeth, Tom relied on his remarkable coordination and magical perception to stabilize the broom just a few inches from the ground. He breathed heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Not bad. Abraxas clapped his hands. It seems your sense of balance is far more agile than your expression. Tom maneuvered the broom downward slowly, his feet touching the solid snow once more, and unexpectedly, he felt a twinge of longing. He immediately suppressed this absurd feeling. The experience concluded. He returned the broom to Abraxas, his face regaining its usual indifference. Can we go back now? Abraxas accepted the broom, but did not respond immediately, instead tilting his head to scrutinize Tom, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. You know, Tom, the way you were so engrossed in controlling the broom just now was far more pleasing than your usual demeanor of someone who believes the world owes you a debt. Suddenly, he reached out, brushing away a snowflake that had settled on Tom's shoulder, his movement as natural as if he were tending to a cherished possession. At least you appear to be a living, breathing second-year student. Tom sidestepped his touch. If there is nothing else, I shall return. Certainly, certainly, Abraxas shrugged. Go back and continue your rendezvous with your books. But remember, he mounted the broom, winking at Tom, you owe me a flying lesson. As for when you will repay that debt, it depends on my mood. He propelled himself into the air, tracing a silvery green arc before swiftly disappearing behind the castle's towers. Tom stood rooted in place, watching the snowflakes stirred by the broom as they slowly drifted down. Feeling the lingering warmth at his waist and that fleeting sense of freedom he had experienced while flying, he glanced down at the footprints he had left in the snow. For the first time finding that this cold castle, this tranquil holiday, was not so unbearable after all. Of course, it was certainly not because of that blonde imbecile. He reminded himself, then turned, stepping carefully through the snow as he made his way back into the warm shadows of the castle. Chapter 56. Gifts Before Christmas. On Christmas Eve, the snowfall intensified. The howling wind whipped the snowflakes against the castle's windows, producing a mournful sound. The common room was nearly empty, save for the crackling fire in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the silver-green decorations. Tom sat in a spacious armchair beside the fireplace. A copy of the silent spell notes from his great-grandfather, which Abraxas had gifted him, spread across his lap. Despite his mixed feelings about the giver, he could not deny the immense value of this tome. The techniques and concepts contained within far surpassed anything the Hogwarts library offered. He was engrossed in a complex application of a variant of the silent summoning charm when the door to the common room creaked open. A gust of cold air, accompanied by a few drifting snowflakes, swept in, bringing with it a familiar scent of crisp pine. Tom did not look up, but his fingers momentarily paused in turning the pages. It seems that the Slytherin common room has finally regained its rightful tranquility during the holiday. Abraxas's voice rang out, carrying a hint of the chill he had brought in from the blizzard. He settled into the armchair across from the fireplace, stretching out his hands to warm them by the flames. Naturally, it would be perfect if we could do without someone who perpetually buries himself in books. Tom closed the notebook and raised his gaze. Abraxas was not in his school robes today, but wore a finely tailored dark green ensemble, the collar slightly open, revealing his elegantly sculpted collarbones. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and the platinum tips of his hair were still dusted with unmelting snowflakes, making him appear like a meticulously carved, coolly exquisite piece of art in the firelight. I assumed you would be enjoying a grand Christmas feast at Malfoy Manor, Tom remarked. The feast is over. Utterly dull. Abraxas lounged lazily against the back of his chair, stretching his legs, as the melting snow from his boots seeped into the carpet, leaving a small dark stain. Listening to his relatives boast about their newly acquired dragonhide gloves or discuss the latest trivial decrees from the Ministry of Magic, he found himself preferring to return here, at least where his slate-blue eyes could turn towards Tom, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. For here there was a little hedgehog who did not indulge in flattery, making the atmosphere considerably more entertaining. Tom disregarded the hedgehog's moniker. It seemed that Mr. Malfoy had not enjoyed a particularly splendid Christmas. Not splendid? Abraxas let out a light chuckle. It was not entirely the case. He had received a plethora of gifts, piled high like a small mountain. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out a palm-sized box wrapped in silver paper from his pocket, tossing it casually to Tom. Here, this is for you. Tom instinctively caught it. The box was lightweight, exquisitely wrapped, tied with a deep green ribbon. What is this? Tom inquired warily, not immediately unwrapping it, mindful of the taste of that holly juice from last time. A Christmas gift, what else could it be? Abraxas raised an eyebrow, reassuring him, rest assured. This time it isn't a toothpaste-flavored beverage. I, in the name of Malfoy, can guarantee that. The last word was added with a barely perceptible nuance, but enough for Tom to catch it. Tom hesitated, but ultimately unwrapped the package. Inside was a deep blue velvet box. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered not the magical object he had anticipated, but rather a brooch. The brooch was shaped like a vividly lifelike, curled-up niffler. However, unlike the avaricious creatures, this niffler was crafted entirely from dark silver metal, with only two minuscule, glimmering obsidian eyes. It appeared endearingly clumsy, even somewhat charming. Tom was taken aback. This was entirely inconsistent with Abraxas's usual gifting style. Those items were either expensive and mysterious or carried a mischievous nature. This brooch appeared far too ordinary, even a bit childish. What is this? A talisman, Abraxas replied, propping his chin on his hand, observing Tom's puzzled expression with apparent satisfaction. It is said to bring good fortune, especially aiding the wearer in discovering what they truly desire. He paused, adding, I thought it suited you well. It seems harmless. Yet those bright eyes are always searching for something, are they not? Tom picked up the brooch. Its cold metal felt strange against his skin. He sensed no powerful magical aura attached to it, as it seemed to be merely a finely crafted ordinary ornament. "Thank you." He placed the brooch back into the box, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet internally, he was perplexed by Abraxas's intentions. Did it imply that he, like a Niffler, was in search of power and knowledge? Or was it yet another jest that he could not comprehend at this moment? "Are you not going to try it on?" Abraxas inquired. Tom glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, but eventually pinned the brooch to the collar of his old robe. The cool metal of the Niffler pressed against his skin. "Well, it suits you," Abraxas observed, nodding, seeming to lighten up a bit. A brief silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire and the howling wind outside. The warm glow from the flames cast a strange sense of tranquility upon their faces. "You know, Tom," Abraxas suddenly spoke, his voice lower than usual and devoid of mockery. "Sometimes I believe we are quite alike." Tom lifted his gaze towards him. The flames flickered in his slate blue eyes, resembling two small, icy fires. Alike? Tom was bewildered. One was a spoiled pure-blood prince, possessing everything, while the other was an orphan of unknown origins, with nothing to his name. How could they be similar? "We both wear masks," Abraxas gently articulated, his gaze fixed upon the dancing flames. "Your mask is one of indifference and detachment, employed to shield yourself while also peering into others. And mine," he chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in his smile, "is one of elegance and cynicism, used to entertain myself and to stave off boredom." Tom fell silent. He had never envisioned Abraxas would articulate such sentiments. He had always assumed the other's cruelty and frivolity were innate traits. But wearing a mask for too long can be exhausting. Abraxas turned his head to look at Tom, his gaze profound, especially in a setting where everyone donned facades. Tom regarded him, for the first time perceiving a faint, almost weary authenticity on the face of this ever-composed Slytherin prince, which took him by surprise. "So you return merely to tease me?" Tom queried, his voice devoid of emotion. "Indeed," Abraxas candidly admitted, a familiar mischievous grin resurfacing on his face. "At least in your presence, I need not wear so many layers of masks. For regardless of whether I do or not, those enchanting black eyes of yours seem capable of seeing through everything." He leaned in closer, the firelight casting soft shadows on his face, "and watching you bristle at my teasing, while having to suppress your irritation, is far more amusing than dealing with all those insincere compliments." Tom felt a warmth creeping into his ears. He turned his face away, focusing on the fire. "You are quite tiresome." "Indeed, I am very tiresome." Abraxas leaned back against the chair, his tone relaxed. "Thus, having a toy that keeps me from feeling bored is of utmost importance." Toy, that word again. But this time, Tom found himself less incensed than before. Perhaps it was the warmth of the fire, or perhaps the intensity of the snowstorm outside, or perhaps it was the fleeting authenticity on Abraxas's face moments earlier. He chose not to speak again, simply sitting in silence, gazing at the fire. Abraxas, too, remained quiet, his attention fixed on the flames, as if savoring this rare moment of undisturbed tranquility amidst the stormy night. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been, before Abraxas slowly rose. "All right. Santa must go deliver gifts to other obedient children." He stretched, his movements graceful like that of a cat. "Merry Christmas, Tom. I hope your dreams are free from too many biting mistletoes." He paused, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his slate blue eyes, though perhaps a little mistletoe wouldn't hurt. With that, he did not wait for Tom's response but laughed and turned, disappearing down the corridor leading to the boys' dormitory. Tom sat alone before the fireplace, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the cold Niffler brooch at his collar. The fire cast elongated shadows of him on the wall, swaying gently. He recalled Abraxas's earlier words about masks and boredom. Perhaps this mischievous pure-blood prince, who relished in teasing him, was not always as joyful as he portrayed himself to be. This thought stirred a complex emotion within Tom. He shook his head, redirecting his focus to the notes resting on his lap. Yet that night, the intricate ancient runes and magical trajectories seemed to lose their usual allure. His thoughts unwittingly drifted towards the figure who had just departed, enveloped in the scent of snow and pine. Chapter 57. The Secrets of New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, the castle remained desolate. In the early evening, the sky cleared momentarily, the setting sun casting a magnificent rosy hue over the snow, yet the chill remained unabated. Tom had spent the better part of the day in the library, until Madame Pants began impatiently tapping the shelves with a feather duster, signaling that closing time had arrived. Reluctantly, he departed, holding several thick tomes as he walked back to the dungeon. Contemplating continuing his studies on the advanced silent spell he had learned from his notes in the room of requirement that evening. As he traversed a corridor adorned with enchanting portraits, he was suddenly met with a muffled, intermittent sound of weeping. The noise, though subtle, resonated with startling clarity in the hushed passage. Tom furrowed his brow, instinctively wishing to distance himself from the troubles of others, to which he had always been indifferent. Yet, as he approached the source of the sound, he discerned a familiar figure curled beneath the shadow of a windowsill, Eleanor Branstrom. The Hufflepuff girl who had been his temporary partner in herbology. She had buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Tom halted in his tracks, recognizing her as a gentle, somewhat timid soul who had blushed and apologized to him after their mishap in the greenhouse. He had no desire to meddle and was poised to slip away quietly when Eleanor fortuitously raised her head, her tear-streaked eyes locking onto his. Clearly startled, she hastily wiped her tears with the back of her hand, a look of embarrassment and panic washing over her features. "Mr. Riddle, I'm so sorry," she stammered. Tom regarded her with an impassive expression, remaining silent. He was neither adept at nor inclined to offer comfort. My Kneasel, Millie, she's gone," Eleanor sobbed, her words tumbling forth in a disjointed manner. "I've looked everywhere since this morning. Tomorrow is New Year's. And what if she's run out of the castle and into the snow?" Tom felt no particular concern for a mere Kneasel. However, he suddenly recalled that after the greenhouse incident, Professor Slughorn had deducted points from Slytherin, a consequence of Abraxas' actions, yet Eleanor had not shunned responsibility. Rather, she had attempted to defend him. He remained silent for a few seconds before awkwardly suggesting, "Kneasels generally do not stray far from their owners. They prefer warm places." Eleanor paused, seemingly taken aback that he would speak, and nodded eagerly. Yes, Millie loves warmth. But I've looked in the kitchen, the common room, and near the greenhouse. There's an abandoned broom cupboard behind the armor corridor," Tom stated nonchalantly. "It's close to the heating pipes within the wall." This was a discovery he had made while evading Peeves on a previous occasion. Eleanor's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, as if she had grasped a lifeline. "Really? Thank you, Mr. Riddle." She hurriedly rose, neglecting to dry her tears, and dashed towards the armor corridor. Tom watched her vanish at the end of the passage, his expression still devoid of emotion. He did not perceive his action as a noble deed, merely having provided a possible lead. He continued on his way to the dungeons. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a prolonged, mocking voice called out from behind him. "Merlin, what have I just witnessed? Our cold-hearted Mr. Riddle extending a helping hand to a sobbing Hufflepuff girl? Has the sun risen from the depths of the Black Lake today?" Tom, without needing to glance back, recognized the speaker. He stopped and slowly turned around. Abraxas Malfoy leaned against the very windowsill where Eleanor had been weeping, wearing that all-too-familiar smile of someone who had uncovered a grand secret. Dressed in a deep blue velvet robe, adorned with an obsidian brooch and a snidget pin, he appeared particularly insufferable against the backdrop of the twilight outside. "I merely suggested a possible location," Tom replied calmly. "Oh, just suggested a location?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow and sauntered closer, excitement gleaming in his pale blue eyes. "How understated. But I witnessed it all. You paused, you listened to her, and you even offered advice. This is truly one of the most touching moments of the year at Hogwarts." Tom, disinterested, turned to leave. "Don't be in such a hurry to depart, my dear Tom." Abraxas stepped in front of him, lowering his voice and wearing a mysteriously playful expression. "Did you know? You appeared far more approachable just now than with your usual demeanor of keeping others at bay. Perhaps even a bit cute?" The word cute pricked at Tom like a needle, igniting a flare of irritation within him. "Step aside, Malfoy." "I shan't," Abraxas grinned wider. "I've uncovered a new secret about you, Tom Riddle. You are not entirely a block of ice. There exists within you a smidgen of, how shall I put it, empathy? Though it is buried deep, like silver nestled beneath the snow." Tom glared at him, a storm brewing in his dark eyes. "If you have nothing else to say." "I certainly do." Abraxas withdrew two small objects from his robe, resembling galleons but inscribed not with goblin runes, rather with a flowing, hourglass-like pattern. "Here." He thrust one into Tom's hand, a New Year's gift. Tom examined the cold coin in his palm, furrowing his brow. "What is this?" "A cheap substitute for a two-way mirror." Abraxas shook his own in demonstration. "I've enchanted it. When one is imbued with magic, the other will warm slightly, and the hourglass design will point towards the person holding the other coin. What do you think? Far more convenient than owl communication, especially when someone may require assistance and wishes to locate a helpful upperclassman instantly." Tom immediately grasped his implication. This fellow was teasing him about Eleanor's plight, while leveraging a practical magical item he could not decline to further entwine their connection. "I don't need it." Tom attempted to return the galleon. "Oh, don't be modest." Abraxas deftly dodged his attempt. "Consider it a reward for your act of kindness today, or perhaps a token to ensure our continued jovial interactions in the coming year." He leaned closer to Tom, his voice laced with persuasion. "Just think, Tom, should you find yourself in trouble in the restricted section tonight, or merely desire company to converse with," he paused deliberately, mischief dancing in his pale blue gaze, "you may call upon me. Of course, Whether I respond depends on my mood. Tom stared at the seemingly ordinary yet troublesome galleon in his palm, feeling as though it were a red-hot branding iron. To accept it would imply his acquiescence to a closer, almost readily available connection. To refuse? This object could indeed prove useful at times. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Abraxas, humming a tune, turned and walked away in the opposite direction. Happy New Year. My dear secret keeper, he called over his shoulder, do not forget to make a wish at midnight while holding it. Who knows, I might just help you fulfill it. Tom watched his figure fade into the twilight before glancing down at the cold galleon in his palm. The hourglass pattern, under the faint light, seemed to flow gently. Secret keeper? He tightened his grip around the galleon, the metallic edges biting into his palm. He realized that maintaining that icy wall before Abraxas Malfoy was becoming increasingly arduous. This realization left him feeling more unsettled than ever. Chapter 58, You May Wish Upon Me. In the final hour of New Year's Eve, Tom remained in the room of requirements. This time, the room had transformed according to his request into a structure reminiscent of an astronomical observatory, with a transparent dome that provided a clear view of the night sky. There was no moon, only scattered stars twinkling in the cold expanse, while the warm lights emanating from the castle's windows starkly contrasted with the desolate night sky. Before him lay the dragonhide notebook, yet his focus remained elusive. Unconsciously, his fingers traced the pages of the book, while fragments of the day echoed in his mind. Eleanor's tear-streaked face, Abraxas's teasing yet charming remarks, and the galleon now quietly resting in his pocket, adorned with an hourglass motif. He retrieved it, cradling it in his palm. The metal glinted with a cold, hard sheen under the dim light of the room. He attempted to infuse it with a faint trace of magic. Almost instantaneously, the galleon vibrated slightly, emanating a brief, barely perceptible warmth, the hourglass design flickering with a subtle golden light, its pointed end clearly indicating a direction within the castle, likely towards the Slytherin common room or the boys' dormitory. He promptly severed the magical connection. The galleon quickly cooled, reverting to its original state. Indeed, that Malfoy was nearby. Tom gripped the galleon tightly, the icy metal pressing against his skin. He ought to dispose of it, or at the very least, shove it to the bottom of a trunk and forget it entirely. Yet an inexplicable force compelled him to clutch it even tighter. Outside, from the distant direction of Hogsmeade, faint cheers welcoming the new year drifted through the wind and snow, blurred and remote. Within the castle, sporadic chimes and laughter seemed to resonate. A new year had dawned. Tom gazed at the starry sky, feeling little emotional resonance. Time, to him, was merely a ladder leading to his goals. Whether it was a new year or not made no difference. He remained unchanged, the boy from the orphanage, yearning for power, striving to establish himself in the wizarding world. Yet, something seemed to have shifted imperceptibly. His life had been forcibly invaded by a variable named Abraxas Malfoy. This variable was arrogant and cruel, deriving amusement from tormenting him. Yet time and again, he bestowed upon Tom resources he could not refuse, challenges, and that infuriating yet undeniable attention. He recalled Abraxas's words by the hearth, regarding masks and boredom. He remembered the expensive, practical, and mischievous gifts he had received. He remembered the cool scent of pine that wafted from him when he approached. He remembered the gray-blue eyes that held a blend of mockery, curiosity, and an elusive depth. A familiar, heavy sensation, tinged with warmth, surged from where his heart lay, particularly when he thought of Abraxas whispering in his ear or regarding him with that possessive gaze. Just as the castle clock struck 12, the resounding chimes reverberated through thick walls and magical barriers, heralding the official arrival of the new year. Suddenly, the galleon in his pocket began to radiate an intense heat without warning. Startled, Tom yanked it out. The hourglass design glowed with a continuous, warm golden light, the heat escalating to an almost scalding touch. Abraxas, he was infusing it with magic from the other side. Tom's heart felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand, then began to race uncontrollably. He stared at the burning galleon, unsure of how to respond. To reply? That fellow surely had prepared more jests and pranks. To remain silent? That would suggest he was intimidated. The chimes continued to echo. Outside, the starry sky seemed to burst with sporadic magical fireworks, set off by the professors or students remaining at school, the colorful lights briefly illuminating the snowy ground. The galleon's warmth persisted, like a silent urging, a secret connection that transcended space, uniquely theirs. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Tom again infused the galleon with a trace of magic. Almost instantaneously, as his magic brushed against the galleon, a clear, cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Audible only to him. Happy New Year, my dear Tom. It was Abraxas's voice. He had imbued this object with such advanced communication magic. Holding the hot galleon, Tom felt his ears and cheeks flush with warmth. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. What? Are you so elated that you cannot articulate? Abraxas's voice rang out again, tinged with evident delight. Are you so moved by my New Year's blessing that you are on the verge of tears? Boring. Tom managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, surprised to find his voice slightly hoarse. Oh, do not say that, came Abraxas's languid tone. The long night is tedious when spent alone. I turned down at least 3 pure-blooded ladies' midnight invitations just to check on you. He paused, his tone growing more malicious. By the way, did you make a wish? Regarding the galleon I gifted you? Perhaps I might just help you fulfill it. For instance, ensuring your potions class does not explode next year, or making you slightly more sociable. Tom felt his anger surging. I am perfectly fine. No need to worry. Really? Abraxas chuckled lightly. But to me, it sounds as if you are a bit out of breath. Are you perhaps engaged in some vigorous activity? Like attempting to burn a hole through my name with your glare? Tom abruptly severed the magical connection, tossing the scalding galleon onto the nearby table as if it were a dangerous creature. He panted heavily, his chest rising and falling, his face flushing with alternating colors. Damn Malfoy. He could always effortlessly incite his fury. However, beneath the tide of anger, an exceedingly faint, unfamiliar emotion stirred like a hidden current, quietly surging at the moment the clock struck, receiving that unique, transcendent blessing. Deep within him, it seemed that not all was disdain. There lingered a twinge of distorted excitement, a sense of being singularly regarded. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this absurd notion. He moved to the window, gazing out at the tranquil snowy night and the occasional bursts of magical fireworks. The New Year's chimes had ceased, and the castle once again fell into a slumbering tranquility. The dangerous yet captivating game between him and Malfoy was destined to become even more entangled in the year to come. Chapter 59, The Start of Term. On the eve of the end of the Christmas holidays, the Hogwarts Express billowed thick smoke as it transported students back to the castle once more. The empty corridors and common room were instantly revitalized with lively chatter and commotion. The peculiar, almost palpable stillness of the holiday was shattered, and everything seemed to return to normal. Tom stood by the window of the Slytherin common room, observing the arriving carriages and the excited students. He donned a crisply pressed robe, the emerald serpent pendant hidden beneath the fabric, revealing only a hint of its ethereal glow when he turned. His face retained its customary, slightly aloof calm expression, as if the unexpected events of the holiday had never occurred. Yet only he knew that something had changed. The galleon with the hourglass motif weighed heavily in his pocket. The fragments of memories associated with a certain blonde imbecile were clearer than ever. Hey, Riddle. A somewhat brusque voice called from behind him. Tom turned to see Chris Selwyn and Theo not walking arm in arm. After the holiday, Chris appeared to have bulked up a bit, while Theo's astute gray-brown eyes bore their usual scrutinizing gaze. How was your holiday? Chris boisterously inquired, casually grabbing a cup of pumpkin juice from a passing house elf's tray. I heard you stayed at school. Merlin, that must have been dreadfully boring. My companion Theo and I ventured to France, where the climate was decidedly more temperate than that of Scotland, although the cuisine was somewhat peculiar, eliciting a grimace from him. It appears that your triumph in the potion championship has not afforded you any remarkable travels? Theo, more direct in his inquiry, cast a glance over Tom's still unassuming robes. I utilized the holiday to engage in some research, Tom replied placidly, neither boasting nor displaying any sense of inferiority. Research? Chris scoffed. Yet another pile of dusty tomes? Riddle, you are undoubtedly the most peculiar individual I have ever encountered. If I had won the competition, I would have insisted my father take me on a world tour. Theo regarded Tom thoughtfully. I have heard that Abraxas has returned over the holidays a few times. Tom's heart skipped a beat, though his visage remained impassive. Mr. Malfoy seems to occasionally return to the castle for personal matters. Personal matters? Chris raised an eyebrow. Come on. We all know. He returned to visit you, didn't he? With a nudge to Theo, he added, see, I told you. The esteemed upperclassman shows special attention to his junior. Quite the distinction. Tom's brow furrowed ever so slightly. How could news travel so swiftly? Had Abraxas intentionally leaked it? Mr. Malfoy is merely concerned for the members of the house. Tom opted for the most official of responses. Concerned? Theo repeated languidly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he is quite concerned for you. After all, not every second year receives a Christmas gift personally selected by the heir of the Malfoy family, does one? His gaze seemed to inadvertently drift toward Tom's collar. Tom instantly recognized he was referring to the necklace. Abraxas, indeed, stirred a sense of irritation within him. At that moment, a slight commotion arose at the entrance of the common room. The crowd parted naturally, creating a pathway for Abraxas Malfoy, who strode in with the grace of a sovereign surveying his domain. He donned a pristine, dark green robe adorned with silver patterns, the badge of the third-year prefect gleaming brightly, his platinum hair shimmering under the common room's emerald light, as if haloed. His countenance bore that familiar, languidly charming smile as he casually conversed with several upperclassmen who approached him, yet his gaze, akin to the most precise detection charm, swiftly locked onto Tom by the window, along with Chris and Theo at his side. Concluding his conversation with the others, he approached with a buoyant stride. "Gentlemen, what intriguing topic are we discussing?" His voice carried a perfect measure of delight, his slate blue eyes first sweeping over Chris and Theo, before finally settling on Tom. The look imbued with unmasked familiarity and a hint of jest understood only by the two of them. "We were discussing your holiday. Esteemed prefect concerned for the members of our house," Chris replied with a grin. "Oh." Abraxas raised an eyebrow, naturally draping an arm over Tom's shoulder. The gesture appeared casual, yet bore an undeniable force and an affectionate declaration. "My holiday? Nothing but tedious social engagements and occasional relaxation." He tilted his head, observing the suddenly rigid Tom, a smirk playing on his lips. "And you, Tom? Did you find your holiday to be sufficiently tranquil? Did you perhaps miss certain not-so-tranquil elements?" Tom felt the curious and probing gazes of Chris and Theo upon him. He attempted to free himself from Abraxas's arm, but the hold was steadfast. "My holiday was quite fulfilling. Thank you for your concern," Tom replied stiffly, deftly sidestepping the sensitive inquiry. "Fulfilling? It seems those books and notes did not disappoint your expectations." Abraxas nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he produced a small bag resembling candy from his robe and placed it into Tom's hand. "Here. A treat from home. The Honey Duke's new product, bouncing mint candies, said to uplift one's spirits. I believe you might find this useful, especially considering," he paused meaningfully, "the new term has commenced, which means we shall be seeing each other daily once more. For you, this might not be the most welcome news." Chris erupted into laughter, and Theo wore an understanding smile. Tom clutched the bag of candy, feeling as though he were grasping a hedgehog. Before Chris and Theo, Abraxas's unabashed, possessive intimacy and teasing left him feeling utterly mortified, yet he could not entirely reject it. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy," he managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. "No need for thanks." Abraxas patted his shoulder, finally retracting his arm as though the prior intimacy were merely the normal concern of an upperclassman for a junior. "Very well then, gentlemen, our reminiscence must come to an end. I believe we ought to head to the Great Hall. I've heard that tonight's dinner features snails flown in from France. Let us hope the house elves' haven tea rendered them akin to rubber." He gestured to Chris and Theo, then winked at Tom. "Until we meet again, my dear Tom." With that, he and Chris, along with Theo, departed, bantering cheerfully toward the common room's entrance. Tom stood alone, grasping that infernal bag of bouncing mint candies, watching Abraxas's retreating, exuberant figure as that familiar, suffocating sensation surged within him once more. Old friends return, and normalcy resumes. Yet, the intricate game between him and Abraxas Malfoy, fraught with resources, probing, teasing, and invisible control, was set to unfold again with the tolling of the new term's bell. He understood that this time, he must exercise greater caution and composure. For that golden-haired scoundrel seemed no longer content to merely observe from the shadows and occasionally cast a lure. He began to openly incorporate him into his domain, affixing an exclusive label upon him. And Tom Riddle was resolutely unwilling to remain merely a collection piece to be admired and toyed with. Chapter 60, The First Ray of Sunshine. In January, the Hogwarts castle seemed to seep the unique, damp chill of the Scottish Highlands from its stone walls. The morning sun struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, casting meager patches of light upon the courtyard blanketed in residual snow, yet failed to bring any warmth. Tom Riddle sat at the end of the Slytherin table in the great hall, a bowl of steaming oatmeal before him. He ate leisurely, his calm gaze sweeping over the hall as it gradually transformed into a cacophony of noise. The near-luxurious tranquility of the holiday had dissipated, replaced by the flapping wings of owls, the laughter of reunited students, and the clattering of cutlery against plates. Everything had returned to normal, and he, once more, donned the invisible mantle of a model second year, diligent, humble, slightly reclusive, and impeccable. The emerald serpent pendant around his neck lay hidden beneath his robe, resting against his skin, imparting a constant, icy sensation, reminding him of the not entirely peaceful interludes from the holiday. The hourglass galleon in his pocket felt heavy, like a dormant seed harboring unknown troubles. Look who it is. Our Slytherin gem, after a holiday, seems to have finally learned to display a modicum of what might resemble a semblance of life during breakfast. A voice, sweet as honey yet cold as frost, laced with familiar languor, rang above him. Without even needing to glance upward, Tom could vividly picture Abraxas Malfoy at this very moment. Clad in the latest and most impeccably tailored robe, his platinum hair meticulously styled, his slate blue eyes sparkling with that glint of mischief. As if he had stumbled upon a new source of amusement, Tom raised his gaze, and indeed, Abraxas stood beside his table, slightly bent. His arm casually draped over the back of the empty chair beside him, forming a seemingly casual, yet possessive barrier. He donned the chief's badge today, alongside the seemingly ordinary Sniffles brooch that Tom had gifted him. This combination bore a peculiar significance that only the two of them could truly comprehend. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy." Tom's voice was steady and unwavering, akin to the recitation of an incantation. "Good morning, Mr. Riddle," Abraxas replied, straightening up, yet deftly pilfering a small piece of toast from Tom's plate, his actions as natural as if he were in his own home. It seemed the Hogwarts house elf's culinary skills remained consistently reliable, so much so that it evoked no surprise. He scrutinized the slice of bread, ultimately deciding to consume it, savoring it slowly. Nevertheless, it was a slight improvement over the stale bread some might have gnawed on during the holiday. His intent was unmistakable, with his slate blue eyes fixated on Tom, as if admiring the subtlest changes in his expression. "My holiday was quite fulfilling. There's no need for you to worry, Senior." Tom lowered his gaze, continuing to tackle his bowl of oatmeal, as though it were the most fascinating object in the world. "Fulfilling? Spending your time in the room of requirement, devouring my great-grandfather's notes?" Abraxas chuckled lightly, maneuvering around the chair to sit beside him, bringing with him a refreshing scent of pine. "I would wager that regarding the third variant of the summoning charm, you failed at least 10 times? After all, it's a technique my father himself took some time to master." Tom's fingers tightened imperceptibly around his spoon. Abraxas was correct. He had indeed struggled with that variant for quite some time. The sensation of being so accurately assessed by the other was deeply unsettling. "I have made some progress," he responded vaguely. "Some progress?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning in, lowering his voice to a whisper that only Tom could hear. "Then why do I sense that one night, in a certain room, the magical fluctuations were as chaotic as if one had been struck by a willow?" He gestured to the obsidian brooch at his collar, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "It seems the brooch you gifted me not only brings good fortune, but also allows for, a remote perception of certain individuals' frustrations." Tom felt a rush of heat surge to his head. He had completely forgotten about that. That cursed brooch. When he crafted it, he had only considered emotional resonance, neglecting the fact that the magic released during intense practice could also be sensed. "It appears Mr. Malfoy's imagination surpasses your spellcasting skills." Tom squeezed out the words through clenched teeth, his ears betraying him by turning crimson. "Oh, come now, Tom," Abraxas replied, reclining comfortably against the chair's back, relishing the sight of Tom's flushed ears, acknowledging that encountering difficulties wasn't so disheartening after all. "After all, you're merely a second year, while he elongated the syllables, exuding a sense of inherent superiority, am your all-powerful third-year senior. You are always welcome to seek my counsel." At this moment, several owls swooped in, delivering letters and packages to the students. A particularly pompous barn owl dropped a slender parcel tied with a deep purple ribbon right in front of Abraxas. Without even glancing at it, Abraxas casually picked it up and handed it to Tom. "Here, a back-to-school gift." Tom was taken aback. Another parcel? What could it be this time? A dancing ink bottle? Or candies that smelled like boogers? "Open it and see," Abraxas encouraged, propping his chin on his hand with genuine interest. Under the curious gazes of several surrounding Slytherin students, Tom hesitated before unwrapping the parcel. Inside lay a black cardboard box. Upon opening it, a faint, peculiar aroma mingling parchment, old ink, and new leather wafted out. Nestled within the box was a feather quill, yet another quill. However, this one was distinct from the nightmare feather and shadowwood heart he had previously received. The barrel was crafted from a deep brown wood with natural grain, polished to a silky smoothness that exuded a sense of stability when held. The nib was a standard steel, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, as Tom's fingers brushed against the barrel, he could distinctly feel a gentle and persistent magical pulse, akin to the serene depths of the ocean, understated yet powerful. "This is merely a quill," Abraxas remarked nonchalantly, "crafted from tranquil maple, reputed to aid the writer in maintaining focus and reducing errors. Particularly suited for transcribing lengthy essays on the history of magic or recording insights one prefers to keep private." He blinked his slate blue eyes. "I believe you could benefit from a more understated quill. After all, using overly conspicuous stationery tends to attract unnecessary attention, does it not?" Tom immediately grasped the implication. This meticulous consideration stirred a complex array of emotions within him. He both detested such pervasive control and could not deny the practicality and thoughtfulness of the gift. "Thank you," he murmured, carefully placing the quill back into its box. "You're welcome." Abraxas stood, brushing off non-existent dust from his robes, hoping it would assist you in navigating the upcoming semester more smoothly. He leaned closer, whispering softly in Tom's ear, "Of course. If you were to use it to pen a diary about your all-powerful senior, I would be even more pleased." The warm breath brushed against his ear, sending a shiver down Tom's spine. He abruptly turned to meet Abraxas's smiling gaze, mere inches away. "Dream on," Tom retorted quietly, his voice betraying a hint of unrecognized wavering. Abraxas erupted into laughter, drawing more attention. He straightened up, elegantly adjusting his tie. "Well then, breakfast time is over. I believe I must go enjoy the exhilarating first lesson of the new semester in charms." He waved at Tom before turning towards the hall exit, moving with the lightness of a cat that had just caught its prey. Tom watched his retreating figure, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the smooth surface of the tranquil maple quill. The warm wooden texture seemed to possess a soothing magic. The new semester had begun, and he knew that the intricate game between himself and Abraxas Malfoy, laden with resources, tests, teasing, and intangible control, had turned a new page. This time, it seemed he had grasped a glimpse of the other's rules of engagement. But that did not imply he would readily yield. He carefully stowed the quill away, lifted the now lukewarm oatmeal, and consumed it in one gulp. Chapter 61. Why Are You Everywhere? During Tuesday's potions class, the dungeon felt even colder and damper than usual. Professor Slughorn, with his ample belly, stood at the front of the classroom, his face alight with the joy of a new semester, as if every breath was infused with the aroma of Felix Felicis. "A new year, a new beginning, my dear children." His booming voice echoed against the stone walls. "To celebrate our hopeful future, today we shall learn to brew a potion that brings light and joy, the elixir of euphoria." A ripple of excitement coursed through the classroom. While the elixir of euphoria was not overly complex, it demanded precise timing and temperature control in handling materials. A slight misstep could lead to hysterical laughter instead of joy. Or worse, no effect at all. "Now pair up." Professor Slughorn clapped his hands. "Let us see if your camaraderie has grown during the holiday." Students immediately began searching for partners. Tom stood still, scanning the classroom, prepared to select a quiet classmate who would not hinder his progress. However, before he could move, he felt a gentle tap on his arm. It was that Hufflepuff girl, Eleanor Branscombe. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her gaze held a mixture of gratitude and shyness. "Mr. Riddle, may I partner with you?" she asked softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the surrounding clamor. "Last time, I sincerely appreciated your assistance in locating Millie." Tom cast a fleeting glance at her, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He was reluctant to forge a fixed partnership with anyone, especially not with someone who seemed so easily flustered. However, dismissing a girl appeared contrary to the exemplary image he meticulously cultivated. Just as he hesitated, a languid voice interjected. "Oh, it seems our helpful Mr. Riddle has found his fortunate partner." Abraxas Malfoy had somehow leaned against the workstation beside them, arms crossed, wearing that familiar smile Tom recognized as insidious. Today, he was devoid of his school robe, adorned instead in a silver-green sweater that accentuated his broad shoulders, rendering him particularly conspicuous in the dimly lit potions classroom. Eleanor's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She awkwardly lowered her gaze, her fingers twisting the edge of her robe. Tom shot a frosty glare at Abraxas. "We are grouping, Mr. Malfoy. This appears to be a second-year potions class." "Me?" Abraxas shrugged nonchalantly. "Unfortunately, I am unpaired this morning. I am merely a diligent student wishing to hone my potion-making skills." His eyes swept over the classroom, catching the furtive glances of the girls who were secretly observing him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "I am merely waiting to see which fortunate soul has the courage to invite me. Regrettably, it seems everyone is rather intimidated by my charm." He sighed theatrically before his gaze turned back to Tom, a glint of mischief sparkling in his gray-blue eyes. "But it appears you are a bit overcrowded here. How about I join your group? A trio would surely exemplify the spirit of collaboration." Eleanor abruptly lifted her head, panic etched across her features, clearly startled by the suggestion of being grouped with Malfoy. Tom's heart sank. He knew it. Abraxas would never miss an opportunity to stir the pot. Formulating a potion in a trio? That would undoubtedly spell disaster. "That may not comply with regulations, Mr. Malfoy." Professor Slughorn observed the commotion and waddled over, his round face adorned with a conciliatory smile. "The elixir of joy requires meticulous handling. Pairs are most suitable. I see, Miss Branston." You can seek out his gaze across the classroom. "Professor," Abraxas suddenly interjected, his tone becoming disarmingly sincere, "I believe Mr. Riddle possesses the capability to guide Ms. Branston in completing the potion. As for myself," he paused, feigning a look of resignation. "Perhaps I could endeavor to complete it independently? Consider it a self-challenge? After all, as the head boy, I ought to set an example of courage for my peers." Professor Slughorn's eyes brightened, evidently swayed by the notion of the head boy's audacity to challenge himself. "Oh, Merlin, Abraxas, your initiative is truly commendable. To undertake the elixir of joy independently. Excellent. Slytherin earns 5 points. For your daring spirit." Tom nearly snorted in derision. "Daring?" Abraxas merely sought an excuse to scrutinize him closely while simultaneously vexing him. Eleanor, as if granted amnesty, cast a grateful glance at Abraxas before hastily turning to Tom. Mr. Riddle, shall we form a group? With matters settled, Tom could only nod. Very well. Abraxas smiled with satisfaction, patting Tom on the shoulder, and in a tone meant only for their ears, murmured, Do guide your partner well, my dear Tom. I shall observe and learn closely. He emphasized the phrase observe and learn before sauntering off to an empty workstation, his demeanor leisurely, as though strolling through a garden. The potions class commenced in earnest. Tom and Eleanor divided their materials and began their preparations. Eleanor was evidently quite anxious, her hands trembling, nearly slicing her finger while chopping ginger root. Steady now, Tom's voice was calm as he reminded her, cut against the grain and be gentle. Why yes, sorry. Eleanor's face reddened further as she endeavored to mimic Tom's movements. He patiently guided her, his instructions clear and his tone composed, yet deep within, a tension coiled within him. He could sense that focused, amused gaze from not far away, like a thorn in his back. Abraxas was indeed not preoccupied with his own potion, but instead frequently glanced over, wearing that expression of one who relishes a performance. As Tom prepared to add the crushed armadillo bile into the cauldron, Abraxas's languid voice drifted over, Mr. Riddle. I recall that in advanced potion making, it was mentioned that armadillo bile is best added when the potion first reaches a boil for optimal effect. Might it not be a tad premature to add it now? Tom's hand halted midair. Of course, he was aware of this detail. He merely wished to wait until Eleanor completed her step before adding it at the most opportune moment. Abraxas was clearly intent on disrupting his rhythm while showcasing his erudition before Eleanor. Eleanor indeed cast a look of admiration in Abraxas's direction. Tom inhaled deeply, disregarding him and continuing with his steps. At the precise moment when the potion began to bubble with fine froth, he poured in the bile. The timing was impeccable. Abraxas raised an eyebrow but said nothing further, instead beginning to hum an off-key tune while leisurely handling his own materials. His movements appeared casual, yet exuded an innate elegance and precision. The potion in his cauldron exhibited a lovely pale gold hue. Halfway through the lesson, it was time to add the sun's golden chrysanthemum petals. Eleanor carefully picked up the petals, but, due to a slip, accidentally scattered the entire batch into the cauldron. Oh no, she gasped, her complexion paling instantly. According to the prescribed quantities, the petals needed to be added in 3 increments. Adding too much at once could result in an overly potent concoction, potentially triggering uncontrollable laughter. Tom furrowed his brow, preparing to take remedial action. Don't panic, Miss Branston. Abraxas's voice rang out once more, imbued with a soothing charm. It's merely a small mishap. Mr. Riddle, I recall that adding double the amount of sleeping draft powder can neutralize the excessive stimulation from the sun's golden chrysanthemum. Of course, this requires extremely precise heat control. It must be added the instant the potion turns a bright orange. Otherwise, well, we might just have to summon Madame Pomfrey. He again articulated the solution with uncanny precision. Tom focused intently on his cauldron, the liquid transitioning towards a bright orange hue. Without hesitation, he seized the sleeping draft powder and, at the exact moment the color peaked, sprinkled in the precise double quantity. The potion surged violently for a moment before gradually settling, stabilizing to a golden orange hue, emanating a pleasant aroma. Success! Eleanor exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing from relief, her eyes brimming with gratitude towards Abraxas. Tom, however, felt a swell of irritation. Abraxas had first stirred trouble, only to effortlessly provide a solution, thus becoming the savior, while Tom felt reduced to a mere operator reliant on his guidance. It appears our head boy not only possesses the courage to challenge himself, but also has a profound understanding of potion making. Professor Slughorn had, unbeknownst to them, wandered over, observing Abraxas's nearly flawless potion and Tom's successful salvage of his own. He stroked his beard with satisfaction. Slytherin earns another 10 points for your helpfulness and profound knowledge. Abraxas humbly smiled. I merely happened to have read the relevant notes, Professor. His gaze turned to Tom, his gray-blue eyes glimmering with unmasked pride, as if to say, see? Without me, your little partner would have surely botched it. Finally, the class bell rang. Tom meticulously bottled the elixir of joy he had crafted with Eleanor, labeling it with utmost precision. After Eleanor expressed her gratitude repeatedly, she nearly fled the classroom. Tom was in the process of gathering his belongings when he sensed Abraxas approaching and halting beside him. A delightful collaboration, my dear Tom, Abraxas murmured, the mirth in his tone unmistakable. Your guidance was impeccable, and naturally, my assistance was timely, was it not? Tom swiftly shoved the last book into his bag, zipping it up with efficient precision. You truly are a well-informed upperclassman, remembering even such obscure remedies. Oh, merely a coincidence, Abraxas shrugged, after all. Keeping an eye on the progress of one's investments is the most fundamental quality of an investor. I would hate to see you marred by a small mishap in potions class. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Nonetheless, you handled it quite calmly. I was nearly moved to applaud you. His breath brushed against Tom's cheek, carrying the bitter aftertaste of potion ingredients mingled with the fresh scent of pine. Tom abruptly turned to face him, his dark eyes brimming with suppressed emotion. What do you want, Malfoy? Abraxas seemed to relish the directness of the inquiry, tilting his head as if pondering. What do I want? He echoed, his gray-blue eyes resembling fathomless pools. I wish to observe you, Tom, to witness your struggles, to see you flourish, to behold you becoming ever more radiant under my gaze. He extended a hand, his fingertips lightly caressing the serene maple pen case that lay upon Tom's workstation, the gesture as tender as caressing a lover's cheek. Isn't that process itself the greatest pleasure? With that, he withdrew his hand, no longer gazing at Tom, and picked up his impeccably crafted euphoria potion, humming a tune as he exited the classroom. Tom stood alone in the now desolate potions classroom, the air still heavy with the scents of various herbs and failed concoctions. He clutched the pen case tightly, its smooth wooden texture unable to quell the tumult within him. He finally realized that what Abraxas desired was not merely a return on his investment. He reveled in the thrill of control, the tantalizing dance of proximity and distance, always poised to pluck at Tom's heartstrings. And he, Tom Riddle, would never merely play the role of the observed and teased. He too would ensure that Abraxas Malfoy tasted the bittersweet experience of being cared for yet utterly out of control. Chapter 62, The Collar. On Wednesday afternoon, Tom, clutching several volumes borrowed from the restricted section on advanced transfiguration theory, made his way once more to his customary spot by the window on the east side of the library. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting dappled rays among the dust-laden shelves, filling the air with the reassuring scent of aged paper and leather bindings. This was one of the few sanctuaries where he truly felt at ease. However, as he approached his familiar nook, he hesitated. Someone was already seated at the desk by the window, the best-lit spot. A figure with platinum hair, clad in a dark green robe, lounged against the chair's back, legs crossed, holding a flamboyantly covered magazine that appeared to be Which Fashion Weekly. It was Abraxas Malfoy. What was he doing here? Wasn't there a Care of Magical Creatures class for third years this afternoon? Tom's heart sank. He instinctively considered turning away, seeking a more secluded corner. Yet an inexplicable, stubborn emotion prevented him from retreating. Why should he hide? This was his domain, discovered first by him. Stealing himself. He approached with an impassive expression and sat down in the empty seat opposite Abraxas, placing his books on the table with a muted thud. Abraxas lifted his gaze from the magazine, his gray-blue eyes devoid of surprise, brimming instead with a palpable delight, as if he had been awaiting this moment. Oh, it seems our diligent Mr. Malfoy has finally concluded his intimate engagement with those, lively magical creatures? Tom initiated, his tone laced with barely perceptible sarcasm. He recalled that the topic of this week's Care of Magical Creatures lesson involved the care of puffskeins. Abraxas set down the magazine, a faint expression of regret crossing his features. Don't mention it, dear Tom. Those fluffy little things seem to have no other interests aside from eating and excreting, leaving me covered in their fur, a veritable desecration of this robe. He disdainfully brushed non-existent dust from his sleeve. Thus, I took my leave early. This place suits me far better. He cast a pointed glance around, his eyes ultimately landing on the hefty tomes Tom had brought. Advanced Transfiguration? TSK, quite ambitious, aren't we? He arched an eyebrow. Does Professor McGonagall know that her little second year, has begun coveting knowledge at the Newt level? Tom ignored his jibe, opening the topmost book, Human Transfiguration, Theory and Risks, and began to read. He resolved to disregard this unwelcome interloper. Abraxas, seemingly unfazed, resumed perusing his fashion magazine, engaging in a casual flip through its pages. For a moment, only the sound of turning pages and the occasional chirp of birds from outside filled the air. However, the tranquility was short-lived. You know, Tom, Abraxas suddenly spoke again, his voice cutting through the library's stillness with clarity. I've recently discovered a rather intriguing phenomenon. Tom did not raise his eyes, but his grip on the quill tightened ever so slightly. Concerning certain individuals, Abraxas continued languidly, his gaze fixed on Tom's face, its tension betraying the inner turmoil of wanting to unleash a boggart upon the entire library, while outwardly maintaining a facade of concentration. Such remarkable self-control is truly commendable. Tom turned a page, the paper whispering softly. If you find your current pastime dull, perhaps you might seek out something more entertaining, like sampling the newly introduced pumpkin pie in the Great Hall, which purportedly tastes like old socks. Oh, thank you for the suggestion, Abraxas chuckled lightly. But I find observing a small creature attempting to masquerade as a rock beneath the hunter's gaze far more fascinating. He set down the magazine, leaning forward, elbows resting on the table, chin in hand, unabashedly fixated on Tom, especially when this little creature occasionally blushes uncontrollably at the hunter's approach. Tom felt his ears ignite with heat. He shot up his head, fury igniting in his dark eyes. Malfoy, shoo! Abraxas placed a long finger against his lips, his gray-blue eyes glinting with mischief. In the library, please maintain silence, Mr. Riddle. He lowered his voice, his tone brimming with pride. Or should I say, are you finally unable to resist wanting to do something about this bully who interrupts your reading? Tom clenched his jaw tightly, barely restraining the impulse to hurl the book at Abraxas's face. He understood that Abraxas was deliberately provoking him, eager to witness his unraveling. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, redirecting his gaze to the pages. Yet the densely packed words now resembled a writhing mass of ants, refusing to enter his mind. By the way, Abraxas continued in that conversational yet piercing manner, why aren't you wearing that necklace today? Did you find it too ostentatious for your typically understated style? Or are you afraid of being seen by someone, causing unnecessary misunderstandings? Tom's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed concealed the emerald serpent pendant deep within his robe today. He did not wish to appear overly distinctive in the crowd, especially not wanting to be questioned about the necklace's origin. Personal preference, he replied stiffly. How unfortunate. Abraxas sighed, yet his tone bore no trace of regret. I believe it suits you well, he mused, akin to a splendid collar adorning the neck of a proud and striking black cat. Tilting his head, his gaze radiated an almost blatant admiration and possessiveness, serving as a reminder to all that this feline was claimed. A collar? Tom could no longer contain himself, letting out a derisive laugh. Does the senior have some misunderstanding regarding pet accessories? Misunderstanding? Abraxas arched an eyebrow. I do not perceive it as such. A collar can be exquisite, costly, and even serve a protective function, much like the little gifts I have bestowed upon you. His gaze swept over the feather quill in Tom's hand before returning to his face, asserting that their existence was not to bind, but to mark and safeguard. It signified that this was someone Malfoy cherished, protecting him from trivial troubles of lesser import. His words were delivered with such conviction, as if this were an unparalleled boon. Tom was nearly driven to laughter by indignation. He set down the quill, leaning slightly forward, locking eyes with Abraxas across the table, his dark orbs glinting with a cold, sharp light. Then, according to your reasoning, what do my returned brooch and pocket watch signify? His voice dropped to a low, unmistakable timbre. Are they merely a reverse mark from a pet to its owner? For a brief moment, the smile on Abraxas's face faltered. A flicker of surprise coursed through his gray-blue eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper intrigue. He clearly had not anticipated such a direct retort from Tom. Oh. He elongated the syllable, reclining against the back of his chair, reclaiming his previous nonchalance, though his gaze had grown considerably serious. You may interpret it thus, my dear Tom. This indicates that our little pet has rather sharp claws, and it seems he is beginning to understand the declaration of sovereignty. He lightly touched the obsidian brooch at his collar, a knowing smile curving his lips. I eagerly await, he murmured, his gaze landing on Tom as if it were a tangible force, to see whom those sharp claws will grasp in the future. A silence enveloped them once more. Yet this time it was imbued with an invisible tension, akin to two serpents tentatively coiling around one another, poised to strike. Ultimately, Abraxas was the first to rise. He straightened his robe, which required no adjustment, and picked up the fashion magazine. Well then, the time for interruption has concluded. He flashed Tom a smile, one now tinged with a hint of satisfaction rather than mere mockery. Continue your rendezvous with Transfiguration, my dear, accompanied by your clawed pet. But remember, he paused, his gray-blue eyes deepening in the library's light. No matter how powerful you become or how far you soar, the collar will always remain in my possession. With that, he turned and departed, his steps graceful and unhurried, vanishing behind the towering shelves of books. Tom remained solitary, gazing at the empty chair across from him, the familiar, suffocating thrum in his chest resurfacing, accompanied by a flicker of offended anger and an indescribable spark of ignited resolve. A collar? He traced the cool touch of the emerald serpent pendant concealed beneath his robe, its chill momentarily clarifying his tumultuous thoughts. He would inevitably make Abraxas Malfoy understand that he, Tom Riddle, was not an entity to be tethered by a collar. His aim was to be the one to personally adorn this proud, resplendent platinum peacock with a mark of his own. Chapter 63, Madness Unfurling. The Quidditch pitch became once again the bustling epicenter of Hogwarts on Saturday. This time, it was Slytherin versus Gryffindor, a rivalry steeped in fierce animosity. Silver green and gold red intertwined in the stands, the cheers, chants, and the biased commentary of Lee Jordan resonating painfully in one's ears. Tom still refrained from mingling in the dense crowd of Slytherin supporters. He opted for a relatively secluded perch, affording him a panoramic view of the entire field. He reassured himself that he merely needed to observe the Quidditch tactics, perhaps gleaning insights on timing and strategy, not because he sought to witness the every dive and swoop of a certain peacock-like seeker. As the match commenced, both teams launched aggressive offenses. The bludgers darted through the air like frenzied bats, while the quaffle zipped between the Gryffindor and Slytherin chasers. The Gryffindor chasers exhibited remarkable synergy, their assaults fierce, swiftly scoring several goals and igniting a wave of jubilation among the gold-red crowd. Slytherin appeared somewhat on the back foot. Their beaters seemed off their game. With several defensive lapses, Tom spotted Abraxas Malfoy soaring on the conspicuous Comet 260, his platinum hair glistening in the sunlight like a flag signaling direction. He appeared calm, yet was compelled to focus more on team coordination due to the rapidly shifting circumstances, rather than hunting for the golden snitch. Gryffindor Seeker, a petite girl with nimble movements, flitted through the air like a swallow, making several attempts to encroach upon Abraxas and disrupt his line of sight. "Looks like our handsome captain is a bit overwhelmed today," a cheerful voice chimed beside Tom. Without needing to turn, Tom recognized the speaker, Theo Knott, who had somehow wandered into this relatively quiet corner and seated himself beside Tom. He held a bag of buzzing bee sweets, offering one. "Care for a bite?" Tom shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the silver-green figure above. The situation was unfavorable. Temporarily so, Theo popped a sweet into his mouth, mumbling, "Ab's yet to unleash his full potential. P.S. waiting for the right moment. The more Gryffindor presses, the more openings will emerge." He paused, casting a sidelong glance at Tom. "You seem quite invested in the match." Tom's expression remained stoic. Observing the opponent is a basic competency. "Opponent?" Theo scoffed lightly. "Come now, Riddle. It's just the two of us here. Your eyes are practically glued to Ub." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Seriously. What is going on between you two? He gifts you so many things, and always hovers near you." "We are merely senior and junior," Tom interjected brusquely, his tone icy. Theo raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, yet he refrained from probing further, merely offering a knowing smile. "Well then, a senior and junior. Such a pure relationship." He redirected his focus back to the pitch. At that moment, Gryffindor launched another rapid attack, barely thwarted by Slytherin's keeper, sending the quaffle spiraling uncontrollably into the sky. Opportunity. A Slytherin chaser seized the ball, initiating a counterattack. Almost simultaneously, Abraxas, who had been hovering high above, suddenly sprang into action. He dove like a silver-green lightning bolt. Not towards the area where the golden snitch might appear, but straight toward the path of the Slytherin chaser orchestrating the counterattack. "What is he doing?" Gasps erupted from the stands. Even the commentator stuttered. Tom furrowed his brow. Abraxas's actions seemed devoid of logic, even appearing to obstruct his teammates' offensive route. However, in the next moment, something utterly unexpected transpired. The flying bludger, as if drawn by an invisible force, abruptly altered its trajectory, tracing a bizarre arc that circumvented the Slytherin chaser, and then, with pinpoint accuracy, slammed into the face of the pursuing Gryffindor chaser. Thud! A dull sound echoed, accompanied by a cry of pain as the Gryffindor chaser plummeted from their broom, clearly injured. A gasp swept through the crowd. Merlin's beard. "What just happened?" The commentator screamed. The quaffle took a turn on its own. It struck Guino Grongens. "This is simply unbelievable." The Slytherin stands erupted in deafening cheers and whistles. Tom's gaze was fixed on Abraxas, who had just completed a dive and was now gracefully ascending. He saw it. At the moment Abraxas dove, his wand subtly slipped from his sleeve, executing an almost imperceptible flick toward the direction of the quaffle. It was a silent, wandless movement spell. He cleverly altered the ball's trajectory, taking advantage of the visual blind spot created by the dive and the moment when all attention was focused on the ball. This was not Quidditch, this was magic. It was blatant cheating, yet so cunningly executed that it evaded scrutiny. "Brilliant," Theo shouted, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Did you see that? That's Abraxas for you. He never plays by the rules." "Rules? Merely a framework for the weak." Tom's heart raced violently in his chest as he watched Abraxas, who seemed unbothered and continued to soar elegantly through the air. A tumult of shock, disdain, and an undeniable admiration surged within him. This man was powerful, cunning, and ruthless, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals, manipulating the rules with ease. His brazen audacity was matched only by his intelligence, making him untouchable. Following this incident, Gryffindor's momentum was clearly stifled, their spirits dampened. Slytherin seized the opportunity to counterattack, scoring repeatedly and soon equalizing and surpassing the score. Meanwhile, Abraxas, having deftly resolved the team's crisis, could now devote himself entirely to the pursuit of the golden snitch. His gaze swept across the field like that of a hawk, his movements becoming more agile and commanding. Tom found himself unconsciously following him, watching how he harnessed the air currents, how he feinted to deceive his opponents, how he flew perilously close to the ground after a breathtaking dive, his fingers deftly grasping that golden, fluttering shadow at the last moment. He has caught it. Malfoy has caught the snitch. Slytherin wins. The commentator's voice, tinged with reluctance, announced the result. A silver-green wave instantly engulfed the stands, the cheers resounding like thunder. Abraxas was surrounded by ecstatic teammates, tossed into the air. A victorious smile adorned his face, radiant and exuberant. Amidst the crowd's jubilation, his gaze pierced through the noise and throngs, landing squarely on the secluded corner where Tom stood. At that distant vantage, Tom clearly saw Abraxas tilt his chin slightly in his direction, a smirk playing on his lips, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with unabashed pride and a message that proclaimed, "Look, this is my declaration." As if to say, no matter the means, victory will ultimately belong to me. And you, are you watching? Tom remained rooted in place, devoid of cheers or movement. The wild wind tousled his dark hair and the edges of his robe. He watched the dazzling, formidable Slytherin prince shining amidst the crowd. A familiar pang of anguish surged within him, more intense than ever before. He realized with clarity that something was breaking free within him, growing wildly. It was not anger, nor resentment. It was an overwhelming desire to completely imbue that resplendent platinum hue with his own color. Chapter 64. He was enamored with that wicked pure-blood bastard. On a weekend night, Hogwarts Castle was enveloped in a uniquely relaxed atmosphere. The common room buzzed with chatter, younger students played Exploding Snap, while older ones gathered in small clusters, chatting or revising assignments. Tom sat in a relatively quiet armchair by the fireplace, a dragonhide notebook sprawled across his lap. Yet his thoughts were far removed from the complex principles of silent spells. His fingertips unconsciously traced the edges of the pages, his mind replaying Abraxas's audacious and radiant smile from earlier that day at the Quidditch pitch, along with the piercing gaze he had cast through the crowd. As if it had hooks, the familiar, dull throb in his chest, now tinged with a burning sensation, surged once more, even more vividly than before. He pressed his hand against his chest, attempting to suppress that strange feeling, but to little avail. He needed to take action. He could no longer passively await Abraxas's next favor or trick. He required the initiative, even if just a modicum. A thought, akin to a meteor streaking through the darkness, suddenly illuminated his mind. He closed the notebook, rose to his feet, and, amidst the background noise of Chris Selwyn lamenting yet another loss in Exploding Snap, quietly left the common room. On the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the tapestry, he paced back and forth 3 times, silently repeating, "I need a room where I can practice magic in peace, isolated from all external distractions." A sleek wooden door appeared. He pushed it open, and the room transformed into a space reminiscent of an ancient wizard's meditation chamber, its walls composed of smooth black stone, devoid of any adornments, save for a magical crystal hovering at the center, emanating a soft white light for illumination. An absolute silence enveloped him. Even the sound of his own breathing seemed extraordinarily pronounced. Excellent. This was precisely what he needed. He walked to the center of the room, sitting cross-legged. Yet he did not immediately commence his practice. Instead, he retrieved a galleon adorned with an hourglass motif from his pocket. The metal gleamed with a cold, hard light under the glow of the magical crystal. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, channeling a clear, purpose-driven magic into the galleon. Not a probe, nor a response, but an invitation. A reverse invitation. He envisioned Abraxas, perhaps in the common room accepting compliments, perhaps enjoying a bubble bath in the prefect's bathroom. Or maybe he had returned to the dormitory, and he carefully infused the galleon with the magic that contained the essence of Come Find Me. The galleon instantly became scorching hot, the hourglass design igniting in brilliant golden light. The needle spinning wildly for a few moments before resolutely pointing in one direction, precisely toward the room of requirement where he currently resided. Tom severed the flow of magic, placing the scalding galleon on the cool stone floor beside him, producing a soft clink. He closed his eyes, attempting to regulate his breathing, striving to enter a meditative state. Yet every fiber of his being involuntarily tensed, like a bowstring drawn taut, awaiting the arrow destined to strike. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. The silence enveloped him like a heavy blanket, and he could hear the robust, even somewhat rapid beat of his own heart within his chest. Would he not come? Perhaps he found this invitation tedious? Perhaps he was preoccupied with other matters? Various speculations bubbled up uncontrollably like foam beneath the surface of water. Tom felt a wave of irritation, along with a faint sense of unacknowledged disappointment. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, preparing to rise and leave, the once seamless black stone wall of the room rippled as though a stone had been cast into water, creating concentric circles of disturbance. Following this, the figure of Abraxas Malfoy appeared, as if stepping forth from a traditional ink wash painting, leisurely materializing in the room. He still donned the silver-green Quidditch uniform from earlier. His jacket draped casually over his arm, his platinum hair tousled, a flush of post-exertion color gracing his cheeks, along with an unmistakable look of surprise and amusement. Wow. He surveyed the utterly silent, utterly simple meditation room, whistling to shatter the stillness. What a unique venue for an invitation, my dear Tom. I had expected you to choose a more romantic setting, perhaps a stargazing platform adorned with roses and champagne. Tom opened his eyes, gazing calmly at him, his black irises appearing particularly profound under the glow of the enchanted crystal. The atmosphere was tranquil, so serene it felt as though they were entombed within a coffin. Abraxas strolled closer, his boots echoing crisply on the smooth stone floor. He halted before Tom, bowing his head to scrutinize him, his slate-blue eyes brimming with curiosity and keen interest. So, what wind has prompted the proud Mr. Riddle, who never initiates contact with his seniors, to finally recall this little trinket? He lightly nudged the galleon on the ground with his toes. Tom remained seated, his posture unyielding, tilting his gaze upwards at him. This angle compelled him to look entirely up at Abraxas, which irked him somewhat, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. I merely wish to ascertain whether the gift from my senior is indeed as convenient as you claim. Tom's voice was steady, devoid of emotion. Oh, it is certainly convenient. Abraxas crouched down to meet Tom's gaze, picking up the now cool galleon and toying with it between his fingertips, a wicked smile, so familiar to Tom, spreading across his face, particularly when it was employed to issue some unexpected invitation. To be honest, Tom, I almost thought I was cursed by some dark magical object when you actually called for me. Merlin, did the sun fall from the ceiling of the Slytherin common room today? He leaned in closely, the scent of Quidditch pitch dust, sweat, and a unique pine fragrance mingling into an aggressively intoxicating aroma, enveloping them. Tom could feel his heart racing uncontrollably once more. He leaned back slightly, attempting to create some distance, but the cold stone wall behind him offered no refuge. It was merely a test, he reiterated, though tension crept into his voice. A test? Abraxas raised an eyebrow, edging closer, the space between them shrinking to the point where they could almost feel each other's breath. A test of whether I would come at your beck and call. A test of your standing in my regard? His slate-blue eyes locked onto Tom S., as though seeking to penetrate his every facade. Or perhaps a test of yourself. The last inquiry struck like a needle, piercing through the most concealed corners of Tom's heart. He abruptly averted his gaze, evading that piercing scrutiny. You think too much. I think too much. Abraxas chuckled quietly, the sound reverberating in the silent room, laced with a magnetic delight. My dear Tom, did you know that when you lie, your left eyebrow twitches almost imperceptibly? He extended his hand, his fingertips nearly brushing Tom's brow. Tom recoiled as if burned, swiftly swatting his hand away and leaping to his feet in a blur. Enough, Malfoy. Abraxas stood as well, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, his expression devoid of anger, instead brimming with heightened intrigue. See, now this is more like it. A bit of fire makes you seem alive. He crossed his arms, observing the slightly breathless Tom with an air of casual amusement. So, has the test concluded? What is the verdict? Am I still regarded as a timely responder? Tom clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He realized he had once again been outmaneuvered. He had intended to seize the initiative, but found himself once more led by Abraxas, his ambiguous words and overly close proximity unsettling his composure. The result was that Tom forced himself to calm down, the icy light once again pooling in his black eyes, confirming that his senior indeed had an abundance of leisure time. Oh, I am exceedingly busy, Abraxas feigned seriousness, busy receiving congratulations. Busy fending off the fools who inquire about the brand of hair gel I use to maintain such perfect tresses after high-speed flights. He paused, allowing a mischievous smirk to return to his lips. However, nothing is quite as pressing as responding to my little pet's first proactive call, is it? He advanced another step, effectively cornering Tom against the wall. The enchanted crystal's light streamed from behind him, outlining him in a halo of silver, rendering him akin to a deity descending into darkness, handsome, powerful, and exuding a dangerously seductive allure. Thus, he leaned down, his warm breath brushing against Tom's forehead, his voice deep and resonant as if reciting an ancient incantation. I have arrived. And then, you summon me to this, rather austere little chamber, merely to inform me that I am quite idle? Tom tilted his head back, clearly seeing Abraxas's long silver lashes and the unabashed excitement glimmering in his slate-blue eyes, akin to a hunter discovering a novel quarry. The familiar warmth, tinged with the scent of pine, enveloped him, rendering his breath labored and his heart racing. That suffocating ache surged once more, yet strangely intertwined with a novel, exhilarating yearning. He parted his lips, yet found himself utterly voiceless. All the premeditated, composed, and retort-laden words had vanished without a trace. He felt like a butterfly pinned in place, helplessly sensing the predator's approach. Abraxas appeared quite pleased with Tom's rare, near-mute state. He extended his hand, this time refraining from touching Tom, merely resting it lightly against the stone wall beside Tom's ear, enveloping him entirely within his shadow. "Since you have no specific directives," he murmured, his gaze sweeping over Tom's slightly trembling lashes, his straight nose, finally settling on his pale, tightly pressed lips. "Then allow me to conclude this historic proactive contact." He lowered his head, slowly, with an undeniable intent, moving closer. Tom suddenly shut his eyes. Every muscle in his body tensed, akin to a solid stone. He could feel that warm, amused breath drawing nearer. However, the anticipated contact did not arrive. At the last moment, Abraxas halted. His lips were perhaps a mere parchment's distance from Tom's, and Tom could even feel the warmth radiating from another's body, tantalizingly close. A faint, teasing chuckle broke the silence, echoing in his ear. Startled? Abraxas's voice brimmed with the thrill of mischief. "Fear not, my dear Tom. Nothing shall transpire until you yourself request it." He straightened up, creating distance as if the oppressive proximity had never occurred. Fresh, cool air rushed back into Tom's lungs, leaving him slightly dizzy. After all, Abraxas adjusted his uniform collar, donning once more that languid expression of utter control, as if taming a wild creature, reveling in the process rather than the outcome. Coercion is utterly uninspiring. He bent down to retrieve his coat, draping it over his shoulder, then picked up the galleon, placing it back into Tom's rigid hand. "Keep this. Perhaps before the next test, you might consider the true purpose of the experiment." He winked at Tom, a glint of mischief dancing in his slate-blue eyes. "Good night, my dear pet who has learned to extend its claws. May your dreams be filled with me." With that, he turned, blending into the rippling stone wall, vanishing from sight. The meditation room reverted to complete silence. Only the enchanted crystal continued to emit its gentle glow, illuminating Tom's solitary, trembling figure standing in place. He slowly opened his palm, gazing at the cold galleon imprinted with an hourglass motif nestled within. In that fleeting moment, as Abraxas drew near, alongside the panic and fury that surged within him, an unexpected pang of shameful loss welled up deep in his heart. He clenched galleon tightly, the metallic edges biting into his flesh, delivering a stark sensation of pain. It was as if a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Those haunting images that lingered in the midnight hours, the incessant thoughts that refused to dissipate. He was not merely vexed to the core by Abraxas Malfoy. He had, in fact, developed a fondness for this insufferable, radiant, pure-blooded scoundrel who toyed with him as if he were a mere pet. This realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, shattering the facade of calm and composure he had so desperately endeavored to maintain. Chapter 65, Ambition. In the dead of night, within the Slytherin dormitory, Tom Riddle lay in his four-poster bed, the curtains drawn tightly, isolating him from the light and sounds of the outside world. In the obscurity, his eyes remained wide open, devoid of sleep. Within his chest, that organ continued to beat irregularly, heavily, imbued with a strange, acrid warmth. Each pulse a vivid reminder of the events that had transpired in the room of requirement that evening. The warmth of Abraxas's breath as he approached, the mingling sense of sweat and fresh pine emanating from him, the unabashed mockery and curiosity in his slate-blue eyes, the allure and menace embedded within his low voice. In that final moment, his lips curling into a malevolent smirk as he lingered just within reach. All these images, every sensory detail, replayed in an unending cycle within his mind. Are you frightened? Nothing will transpire until you choose to speak. The thrill of taming a wild creature lies in the process. I hope you dream of me. Each word struck his nerves like a barbed whip, inflicting a humiliating sting while simultaneously igniting a deeper, more terrifying tremor within him. He raised a hand, pressing it firmly against his chest, attempting to suppress the vexing flutter. This was not anger, nor was it the desperate urge to surpass an adversary. This was a softer, stranger, and far more perilous emotion. He, Tom Riddle, had developed feelings for Abraxas Malfoy. This conclusion seeped into his veins like poison, rendering his limbs cold while sharpening his mind to an alarming clarity. How could he possibly harbor affection for such a person? An arrogant, self-absorbed pureblood who delighted in tormenting him, viewing him as mere amusement, possessing everything he yearned for yet remaining indifferent? Was it the precious books and notes he provided? Was it his timely assistance in potions class? Was it the dazzling prowess he exhibited on the Quidditch pitch, or the cunning victories he achieved? Or was it simply that he was irresistibly drawn to that insufferable blonde scoundrel himself, captivated by his brazen honesty, formidable confidence, and the demeanor that suggested the world was merely his playground? Tom recalled the brooch and stone he had gifted to Abraxas. It was not solely a retaliatory gesture to maintain balance. In crafting them, His thoughts had been consumed by that dazzling, exasperating figure. He wished to leave his mark, to make him aware of his existence. What a ludicrous and tragic notion this was. He was akin to a cat attempting to leave scratches upon the sun. Between him and Abraxas lay a vast chasm. Bloodlines, family heritage, resources, connections. These were distances he could not cross, no matter his efforts. To others, he, Tom Riddle, was perhaps merely a fleeting whim of young Malfoy, a prodigy from the slums, an amusing diversion. A cold, acrid emotion surged in his throat. Was it jealousy? Jealousy of those pure-blooded ladies and gentlemen who naturally surrounded Abraxas, matching his status? Or was it insecurity? No, Tom Riddle was never insecure. He possessed only ambition. He sat up abruptly, his black eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity in the darkness. Affection? Yes, he was indeed fond of Abraxas Malfoy. He adored that radiant scoundrel's brilliance, relished his wicked jests, appreciated his seemingly casual yet precise attentiveness, and even found a strange thrill in his possessive nature that treated him as a personal possession. Yet this affection would not render him subservient, nor would it impede his progress. This sudden, uncontrollable heartbeat felt like a dangerous flame, igniting within him an even greater ambition. He would not only seek power to ascend to the pinnacle of the magical realm, but he would also claim the very Slytherin prince who presently regarded him as a pet. He would ensure that Abraxas Malfoy's ever-mocking slate-blue eyes reflected only his own image. He would compel that arrogant heart, accustomed to manipulating others, to beat uncontrollably for him. He would stain that pure, dazzling platinum, a hue seemingly untouched by dust, with his own dark, fervent essence. Tom gradually reclined back, his lips curving into a cold, determined arc in the darkness. Abraxas Malfoy enjoys the process of taming? Very well. He would indulge the esteemed prince in this game of subjugation. Let us see, in the end, who truly tames whom. He closed his eyes, and this time, his mind was no longer a chaotic tempest. A clear and audacious plan began to sprout like tendrils, quietly entwining all his thoughts. Chapter 66. It seems even model students have their imperfections. In March, Hogwarts experienced a slight reprieve from the biting cold. The accumulated snow surrounding the castle began to melt, revealing the damp grass and resilient green shoots beneath. Yet the winds of the Scottish Highlands continued to carry a chill, causing the greenhouse windows to hum ominously. During Wednesday's herbology class, the second-year Slytherins and Hufflepuffs were learning how to care for a newly introduced plant known as the sneezing snare. This plant resembled a purple onion, and when mishandled or startled, it would contract violently, releasing a cloud of pungent powder capable of inducing uncontrollable sneezing. Professor Sprout donned an enormous, glass-like protective mask, her voice echoing as she cautioned, "Handle with care, children. Maintain silence. Keep your emotions steady. Absolutely do not laugh or scream suddenly near them. Merlin above. I do not wish to send anyone to Madame Pomfrey again." Tom found himself grouped with his small cadre, Cinia Shafik, Goyle Flint, Cygnus Black, and Alec Cattermole. After months of cultivation, this small group had begun to take shape. They were not inseparable, yet they would come together with an unspoken understanding. Often looking to Tom for leadership, Cinia was astute, Goyle was taciturn yet decisive, Cygnus carried the characteristic pride of the Black family, and Alec was somewhat reckless but loyal. They valued the potential and calm demeanor Tom exhibited, while Tom cleverly leveraged their bloodlines and resources to pave his path. "So, we just need to loosen the soil around this thing, and then pour in a small cup of moonlight snail slime?" Alec Cattermole wrinkled his nose in distaste as he gazed at the bucket of shimmering, viscous liquid. It smelled like spoiled milk mixed with mud. "Precise dosage, Cattermole," Tom replied, not looking up, as he carefully loosened the soil around the sneezing snare's roots with a silver trowel, his movements fluid and steady. "Unless you wish to experience the sensation of sneezing so violently that your jaw dislocates." His recent proficiency in the precise manipulation of potions and herbs has flourished, a testament to both extensive practice and the occasional benevolent gifts of private notes from a certain individual. "Alec," Cynthia chuckled softly, elegantly covering her mouth. "Perhaps you could envision it as a rather expensive skincare serum." "I would prefer a poultice made from giant troll blisters," Alec muttered, yet he dutifully grasped the measuring cup. Cygnus stood at a distance, arms crossed, observing with an air of disdain, seemingly reluctant to soil his hands with the earth. "They say this substance can fetch a handsome price on the black market, provided it is handled with care," he whispered to Tom. Tom merely nodded slightly, refraining from further dialogue. His gaze wandered across the greenhouse, momentarily resting on the Hufflepuff workstation where Eleanor Blandstone and her partner were awkwardly grappling with another sneezing snare, their movements stiff as if they were marionettes. He quickly averted his eyes, refocusing on the task at hand. Just as their group was nearing the completion of their assignment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the greenhouse. Even from a distance, Tom could sense that familiar magnetic aura, infused with the scent of pine, drawing nearer. He did not lift his gaze, but his fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around the handle of the spade. Oh dear, look who it is. Our most industrious little gardeners from Hogwarts, struggling with these rather temperamental purple onions? The languid voice of Abraxas Malfoy rang out, accompanied by Theo Knott and Chris Selwyn. The trio appearing as if they had merely strolled past, now intrigued by the industrious scene unfolding within the greenhouse. It seemed Alfred Black was not among them today. Professor Sprout regarded the uninvited upperclassmen with a hint of exasperation. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Knott, Mr. Selwyn, if you have no pressing matters, we're merely here to observe and learn, Professor. Chris Selwyn replied with a cheerful grin, to see how the younger students, coexist harmoniously with nature. His gaze flitted over several Slytherin girls. Abraxas made his way directly to Tom's group, his slate blue eyes curiously scanning their nearly completed work. You're quite swift, gentlemen. And Miss Shafik, he said, politely nodding at Cynthia, who returned a flawless, albeit slightly aloof, smile. Not quite as leisurely as the upperclassman, Gareth Flint muttered. His feelings toward the ever-pampered prefect complex. Abraxas seemed oblivious to the barb, his attention solely fixed on Tom. It appears our exemplary student-s green thumb is not only effective in the potion cauldron, but excels equally with these delicate plants. He leaned closer, peering intently at the sneezing snare Tom was tending, as if seeking a closer inspection. This one is of fine quality. The powder reserve should be quite ample. His proximity brought a gentle breeze, and the familiar, crisp scent tinged with a hint of sweetness that Tom had grown accustomed to. He could feel the warmth creeping to his ears, yet he forced himself to remain composed, his hands moving without hesitation. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Malfoy. If your observation is concluded, kindly refrain from interrupting our work, Tom responded, his voice steady, laced with a hint of polite dismissal. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by Tom's slightly pointed retort. Rather than retreating, he leaned in closer, nearly brushing against Tom's ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Homework? My dear Tom, you know very well that I am far more intrigued by the thoughts swirling in your mind than by these, sneeze-inducing onions." Tom's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head, locking eyes with Abraxas' amused gaze, mere inches away. I fear I may disappoint you, for at this moment, my mind is solely occupied with the ratio of moonlight snail slime. Is that so? Abraxas chuckled lightly, his gaze purposefully drifting over Tom's slightly flushed ears. Yet, why do I sense that our little hedgehog-esque quills seem less erect today? Have you even learned to nudge with your soft belly? Just then, a stifled gasp erupted from the adjacent Hufflepuff workstation. Eleanor Blandstone's partner had inadvertently slipped, knocking over the cup containing snail slime. The viscous liquid perilously close to spilling onto the already wilting sneezing snare. Almost instinctively, Tom flicked his wrist, and the silver trowel he had been clutching sprang into action. Slicing through the air with a gleaming arc, deftly catching the edge of the falling cup and guiding it steadily onto an adjacent patch of ground. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, silent, and scarcely attracting anyone's attention. Eleanor and her partner stood frozen in shock, their faces drained of color. Abraxas observed the scene, genuine surprise flickering in his slate blue eyes before it morphed into deeper intrigue. A nonverbal levitation charm, is it? Tom, you never cease to astonish me. His voice brimmed with unabashed admiration, but it soon adopted its customary edge. It seems my investment yields a far greater return than I anticipated. However, he elongated his tone. Next time you play the hero, do give me a heads up. I would relish seeing that Hufflepuff girl splattered with sneeze powder. Tom withdrew the trowel, maintaining an expression of indifference as he continued to aerate the soil around the plants, as if nothing had transpired. I simply dislike unnecessary chaos interfering with my assignments. Oh, come now. Abraxas straightened, crossing his arms. You're merely soft-hearted. Admit it, Tom Riddle, deep down. You harbor a gentleman who cannot abide the sight of a girl in tears. Tom finally lifted his gaze, his black eyes coldly meeting Abraxas'. If Mr. Malfoy finds himself with excess time, he might assist Mr. Knott. He appears quite fascinated by that venomous tentacula. He gestured to Theo, who was cautiously attempting to prod a thrashing plant with his wand. Abraxas glanced back, scoffing. Theo knows his limits. As for you, he suddenly reached out. Too swiftly for Tom to react, his fingertips brushing against a smudge of dirt that had somehow found its way onto Tom's cheek. Look at you. Even your face is dirty. It seems our model student is not without imperfections. That icy touch sent a flicker of warmth through Tom. He stumbled back a step, his expression taut, the flush from his ears now spreading to his cheeks. I can handle it myself, he stated stiffly, instinctively wiping his face with his sleeve. Abraxas regarded Tom's flustered yet feigned composure with amusement, a low, delighted laugh escaping him. Very well, I shan't disturb your tender romance with the soil. He winked at Tom. Do remember to clean your face. I wouldn't wish for my, partner to show up at the dinner table sporting a visage akin to a calico cat. He nodded to the members of Tom's small group before turning to leave with the ever-curious Theo and Chris. Their departure leaving a lingering trace of pine in the air, along with that familiar, vexing flutter in Tom's chest. He truly is Alec, Carlo observed Abraxas' retreating figure, pursing his lips as if at a loss for words. Irritating, Cygnus Black interjected coldly. A hint of displeasure evident in his dark eyes. The Malfoys always seem to think they have the right to comment on everything. Tom chose not to engage in their discussion. He lowered his gaze to the sneeze bulb in his hand, savoring the lingering sensations on his cheek, the subtle remnants of contact, and the faint flicker of satisfaction deep within. Born from the successful casting of a silent spell that seemed to reclaim a fraction of his former glory. Did Abraxas wish to witness his flustered demeanor? He would not oblige. He would gradually make the Chief Lord aware that he was far from merely the endearing pet whose ears turned crimson at the slightest provocation. Chapter 67. Sweet and spicy, just like him. The following morning, Tom appeared at the end of the Slytherin table shortly after the doors to the Great Hall swung open. As was his custom, he selected a position against the wall, a bowl of oatmeal and a glass of water before him, poised to commence his quiet and efficient breakfast. However, an undercurrent of subtle tension seemed to permeate the atmosphere today. No sooner had he settled in than he felt several gazes flit towards him. Not the usual curiosity or scrutiny, but rather infused with a sense of hushed whispers and probing inquiry. He even caught fragments of low conversations among a few older Ravenclaw girls nearby, interspersed with terms such as Malfoy, special treatment, and gifts. Tom furrowed his brow. He continued his meal with a facade of calm, though his ears were keenly attuned to the surrounding murmurs. Cynthia Shafiq took a seat beside him, elegantly arranging her napkin as she murmured, "It seems someone has been rather careless, allowing some gossip to escape the cellar." Gareth Flint, wearing a scowl, picked up a piece of smoked meat. "I overheard a few Ravenclaws discussing the feather quill Malfoy supposedly gifted you. One that can write invisible ink?" Cygnus Black let out a cold snort, prodding his plate of fried eggs with his fork. "And that necklace?" Described in great detail, the emerald, serpentine. Alec Caro wore a look of unabashed curiosity. "Is it true, Riddle? Has Malfoy truly bestowed so many gifts upon you? Merlin, could he be?" Tom set his spoon down, the metal clinking against the porcelain bowl with a crisp sound. His expression remained inscrutable, yet a glint of cold light flickered in his obsidian eyes. He had an inkling of what was unfolding. Abraxas' unabashedly intimate actions in the greenhouse yesterday, coupled with the gifts that had been difficult to conceal, had finally drawn scrutiny. The purveyors of this gossip were likely some of those present at the time. Or perhaps Abraxas himself had deliberately allowed it to flourish, even stoking the flames? At that moment, the other principal of the rumors made his entrance, fashionably late. Abraxas Malfoy strode into the Great Hall, as per usual, under the gaze of his peers. Clad in a dark green robe, adorned with the chief's badge and an obsidian brooch, his platinum hair shimmered in the morning light. He wore his customary, slightly languid smile, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around him. He made his way to the head of the long table, where, naturally, a space was made for him. Yet, instead of sitting immediately, he surveyed the table with a sweeping glance, his gaze ultimately honing in on Tom at the far end. Then, to the astonishment of all, he strolled leisurely across the hall, closing the distance to Tom. The Slytherin table fell into a notable hush, with curious glances exchanged even between the adjacent Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. "Good morning, Mr. Riddle." Abraxas' voice rang clear and melodious, laced with a touch of congeniality. "I hope yesterday's little incident in the greenhouse did not disturb your sleep." His gray-blue eyes lingered on Tom's face, glinting with a mischievous light. Tom looked up, meeting his gaze steadily. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Malfoy. I slept quite well." "Ah, that is reassuring." Abraxas smiled faintly, producing a small box wrapped in exquisite silver paper from within his robe, placing it on the table before Tom. "Here, a token of compensation. I wouldn't want you to lose face yesterday." The surrounding gasps were palpable. "Another gift?" In plain sight of everyone. Tom regarded the box without moving. "You are too kind, Senior. There is no need for such gestures." "Oh, I believe it is quite necessary," Abraxas insisted, his tone light. "After all, it was I who interrupted your focused horticultural endeavors." He paused, lowering his voice just enough for those eavesdropping nearby to hear. "I think this little trinket might assist you in filtering out some of the unnecessary noise." He cast a pointed glance at the inquisitive eyes around them. Tom understood instantly. That scoundrel. He was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Not only was he unreserved, but he was also flaunting the rumors in a brazen manner, asserting his claim over Tom with a nearly ostentatious display. Was this a form of protection, or a more sophisticated form of manipulation? A wave of frustration washed over Tom, accompanied by a tinge of absurdity. Abraxas always turned everything into a game. He inhaled deeply, refraining from touching the box. If the senior intended this as a means to silence others, he was likely employing the wrong approach. Silencing mouths. How terribly crude. Abraxas arched an eyebrow, feigning innocence. I am merely expressing my apologies and concern. As for others' chatter, he shrugged, a glint of coldness flickering in his gray-blue eyes. I believe within Slytherin. One ought to understand what should and should not be said. After all, the patience of the chief is not infinite. That last statement was delivered at a raised volume, carrying an unmistakable warning that resonated across the now silent Slytherin table. Several first years, who had been most animated in their discussions, fell abruptly silent, lowering their heads. Abraxas observed the effect with satisfaction, redirecting his gaze to Tom, a charmingly wicked smile gracing his features. Do accept it, Tom. Just a little sweet treat. A new product brought back from the Duke of Honey, an improved version of the buzzing honey candies, said to uplift one's spirits. He winked. I thought you might find it beneficial, given the pressure of such attention. Tom regarded the expression on his face, reminiscent of a cat that had just caught a mouse, wishing he could hurl the box of candies directly at him. Yet he knew such an act would only exacerbate the situation, playing right into Abraxas' hands. He remained silent for a few moments, then extended his hand, picking up the box. His movements were deliberate but steady. Thank you for the candies, Mr. Malfoy. His voice was even, devoid of discernible emotion. A glimmer of expected delight and deeper intrigue flickered in Abraxas' eyes. He relished the sight of Tom, clearly seething, yet compelled to maintain a facade of composure. Not at all. He patted Tom's shoulder in a manner that felt entirely too familiar, as if addressing a close companion. I hope you enjoy the flavor. Personally, I find it far milder than the previous hopping mint candies. With that, he made no further delay, turning to stride back to the head of the table, leaving Tom clutching the box of steaming sweets, enduring the myriad of gazes laden with various implications. Cyndia murmured beside him, he is quite adept at this, isn't he? Stirring the waters, and then standing by to watch the fish leap. Cygnus remarked coldly, he is warning everyone that you are within his designated territory. Tom offered no reply. He unwrapped the paper and opened the box, revealing several exquisitely packaged, shimmering candies. He picked one up, peeled off the wrapper, and placed it in his mouth. A burst of intense flavor, a fusion of various fruits with a hint of spice, exploded on his tongue, crackling delightfully, and even creating a slight tingle. It was remarkably sweet, yet undeniably spicy. Just like Abraxas Malfoy himself, Tom slowly savored the candy, relishing its intricate flavors. Deep within his dark eyes, a glimmer of cunning flickered imperceptibly. Was he attempting to roast him over an open flame in such a manner, casting him into the spotlight, while simultaneously encasing him within an invisible shield of protection? Very well. He was eager to observe whether this esteemed leader could maintain control over the tempest of public opinion that he had set in motion.